3 years after the war, Harry Potter has ascended to the status of a hero within the magical realm, serving as the esteemed head of the Auror Office, revered as the savior by all. Yet, unbeknownst to others, a deep-seated obsession lurks within the recesses of his soul. Draco Malfoy, once his nemesis, now embodies the elegant aloofness of a pure-blood aristocrat, on the verge of marrying the daughter of the Greengrass family. When the engagement news graced the pages of the Daily Prophet, the long-suppressed desires within Harry finally shattered the chains of reason. As a scion of platinum nobility, young Malfoy gradually discovers that the boy who once stood in opposition to him now harbors not hatred in his gaze, but a consuming obsession and madness that is far more terrifying. What is most dreadful is not Harry's insanity, but that he has begun to acclimate to this gilded cage. You hate me, you fear me, yet you cannot deny. Harry's fingers graze the bruises on Draco's neck. With each heartbeat, your heart calls out my name. Chapter 1. After the Great War. Nearly 3 years have elapsed since that momentous conflict, and Albus Dumbledore's golden boy, Harry Potter, has honorably risen to the position of an Auror post-war. Subsequently, through his exceptional practical experience and remarkable magical prowess, he swiftly evolved into a pivotal member of the Auror ranks. Recently, Harry was officially appointed as the head of the Auror Office within the Ministry of Magic. Harry, do you know what I've discovered? Ron Weasley burst into Harry's office, excitedly brandishing a freshly printed copy of the Daily Prophet. His fiery red hair was tied back in a small ponytail, and his Auror uniform fit him impeccably, with a gleaming Auror badge pinned proudly on his chest. Ron shook his head triumphantly, casting a mysterious glance at Harry. You could never guess. Ron, I hope the news you bring is of substance, Harry remarked, lifting his gaze from the mountain of documents before him. The ink on the parchment sprawled across the desk shimmered faintly in the candlelight. Over the past few years, Harry's magical power has surged remarkably, a torrent of energy coursing through him like molten lava, erupting and exploding within his very being. At present, Harry can be regarded as one of the foremost figures in the magical community, truly worthy of being the adversary chosen by Voldemort himself. Hey mate, don't be like that. You are becoming increasingly indifferent, Ron Weasley critiqued Harry, casually shoving the newspaper into Harry's hands while winking at him. Look at what I've uncovered, Merlin's pants. Malfoy is getting married. Holding the Daily Prophet that Ron had thrust upon him, Harry's attention was immediately captivated by the bold crimson headline. Malfoy to wed into the Greengrass family. Pure-blood lineage to be revived in glory. The headline was elaborately adorned in extravagant gilded typography to announce this joyous news. This piece of joyful news suddenly stirred a wave of discontent within Harry, causing his fingers to involuntarily clench inward, crumpling the parchment in his grasp. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, Harry forcefully slammed the newspaper down onto the Auror Office desk, the impact startling Ron, who stood nearby. Merlin's beard. Harry, did that newspaper bite you? Ron swallowed hard, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion, evidently taken aback by Harry's reaction. It's nothing, Harry replied tersely, reaching for his teacup only to discover his fingers were trembling slightly. He withdrew his hand to his knee, clenching it into a fist, his nails digging deeply into his palm. Oblivious to the unsettling atmosphere, Ron leaned closer, affectionately draping an arm over Harry's shoulder, gesturing towards a picture in the newspaper. I can't believe Malfoy isn't marrying his little minion Pansy Parkinson. Good grief, I always thought they were a couple. I bet the wedding will feature gilded cucumber sandwiches and champagne sprinkled with gold dust, Ron said with a shrug, making a silly face at Harry. All right, Ron, be quiet. I will look at it myself. Harry's gaze fell upon the image in the newspaper. The photograph depicted Draco Malfoy leaning against an intricately carved railing of a mansion, his pale fingers encircling the slender waist of his fiancée. Sunlight glinted off his face, giving it a pearlescent sheen, the curve of his lips exuding an elegant aloofness. The black satin suit accentuated Draco's mature silhouette, starkly contrasting with the boy he had been at Hogwarts, while Astoria Greengrass stood beside him, petite and charming with her golden hair and azure eyes, shyly looping her arm through his. Harry's throat constricted as he beheld the image. After 3 years apart, Malfoy still shimmered with brilliance, now more handsome and graceful than ever. Yet this photograph evoked a sense of discomfort within Harry, who silently criticized it, his gaze stubbornly fixed on the Daily Prophet, or more accurately, on that image or a certain individual, as if some dark magic were pulling him in. 3 years had passed since the war, and Harry believed he had long since cast Draco Malfoy from his mind. That arrogant, beautiful, fragile Slytherin, the boy he had nearly killed in the bathroom, the one who had not betrayed him at a critical moment. The final battle 3 years ago had claimed far too many lives. Lupin, Tonks, Fred Weasley, Sirius, Dumbledore. In the aftermath, at the Wisengamot court of the Ministry of Magic, Narcissa Malfoy had lied to save Harry during the final battle, claiming Harry was dead to Voldemort, and due to Draco's minority status and various evidence indicating he had been coerced into serving Voldemort, neither were imprisoned in Azkaban. However, Lucius Malfoy was not as fortunate, for despite the abundance of galleons at his disposal, he had secretly handed Ginny Weasley the Diary of Riddle, leading to the Basilisk attack, and later led Death Eaters into the Ministry, indirectly causing Sirius's death, while also having a criminal record. As a Death Eater, he had participated in the First Wizarding War and escaped Azkaban under the pretense of being controlled by the Dementor's Kiss, ultimately sentenced to 5 years in prison. Following the trial, the Malfoy family's reputation plummeted, and soon they receded from the British magical community. It seems the Malfoy family is preparing to re-emerge in the wizarding world. Truly a cunning Malfoy. Ron, I suspect you have other matters to attend to, Harry said, rising to his feet and adjusting his robes, deliberately avoiding another glance at the newspaper. Yet, that smile in Malfoy's photograph was painfully conspicuous. Minister Kingsley just received a tip-off. Ron lowered his voice, glancing at Harry, despite the fact that they were alone in the office. Augustus Rookwood has resurfaced in South London. Harry's fingers instinctively brushed against the scar on his forehead. Rookwood? I thought he was still in Azkaban. Clearly not. Ron handed over a piece of parchment. He has escaped and is recruiting former Death Eaters and Dark Wizards. Intelligence suggests they plan to incite chaos in Muggle London. Harry's green eyes sharpened instantly. The post-war magical world could no longer withstand any further turmoil. Gather team. We depart in 10 minutes. Ron nodded, hesitating briefly before turning to leave. Hermione mentioned there's a family gathering at 7 tonight. Ginny has taken a leave from Hogwarts. Harry regarded Ron sternly. You know we cannot be together. 10 minutes later, in the Ministry's atrium, 6 Aurors stood fully armed, awaiting orders. Harry stood before them, the black Auror uniform accentuating his tall figure, the hidden contours of muscle within the fabric exuding raw power, his neck presenting a smooth line, the pulse of his throat subtly rising and falling, the veins beneath his skin faintly visible, and the muscles of his thighs subtly accentuated beneath the flowing robe. That lightning-shaped scar remained vividly apparent, but it was no longer the mark he wished to conceal. Intelligence indicates that Rookwood and his accomplices are hiding in an abandoned factory in South London. Harry spoke in a low voice, his gaze piercing as he surveyed each Auror present. The paramount objective of this operation is to execute arrests and utterly dismantle their nefarious terror agenda. I must emphasize, his voice abruptly turned icy, these are perilous dark wizards, the Death Eaters. Do not let your guard down, for any lapse in vigilance could prove fatal. Ron stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Harry, his wand deftly twirling between his fingers. That location is likely to be rife with protective charms and dark magical traps, so everyone must remain alert and vigilant. We will split into 2 teams. Harry will lead the primary assault on the eastern entrance, while I will command the second team to flank from the west. Should any anomalies arise, raise the alarm immediately. The Aurors nodded gravely, gripping their wands tightly. Harry and Ron exchanged a brief glance, their years of camaraderie in life-and-death situations allowing them to communicate their understanding with but a single look. Let's move. With a series of explosive sounds, the Aurors vanished from the Ministry of Magic's atrium through apparition. Harry reappeared in a filthy alleyway, where the damp, musty scent mingled with the acrid odor of industrial waste, permeating the air. The distant sound of dripping water echoed distinctly in the empty passageway. Harry swiftly crouched into the shadows, his gaze sweeping over the rusted pipes and weathered brick walls. After confirming his position and the safety of his teammates, he gently tapped his communicator at his ear. Ron and two other Aurors had already arrived at their designated location. Protego, Harry murmured, maintaining a semi-crouched posture, his left hand resting lightly against the damp brick wall. The protective charm enveloped him like an invisible suit of armor, his wand firmly in hand as his body instinctively entered a battle-ready state, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The abandoned factory loomed ominously in the night, its shattered windows resembling hollow eyes watching the intruders. Harry signaled, and the Aurors stealthily approached the structure. As they neared the factory, a sudden sharp pain shot through his scar, causing Harry to halt abruptly and raise his fist to signal the team to stop advancing. "We have a situation." Almost simultaneously, a beam of green light shot from the third floor of the factory, hurtling toward Harry. Instinctively, he dove aside as the killing curse grazed his shoulder, striking the brick wall behind him and blasting a sizable hole. "We've been compromised. Find cover," Harry shouted, simultaneously casting a stunning spell toward the source of the light. The factory seemed to spring to life in an instant, a flurry of spells erupting from various windows, weaving an intricate web across the night sky. Ron's team launched their assault from the west, red stunning spells and purple binding charms streaking through the darkness. "Revelo," Harry intoned softly, and the tip of his wand erupted with a ghostly blue light, rippling outward to envelop the entire factory. Where the light passed, 8 crimson human silhouettes materialized upon the walls. Merlin's beard. A gasp escaped an Auror behind Harry. "There are 4 more than the intel suggested." "We've been ambushed," another Auror cried, deflecting a dark curse with a shield charm. Harry's mind raced. This was no coincidence. The enemy anticipated their arrival. "Ron, seal off the exits. Do not let them escape." "Understood." Ron's voice echoed, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds from a distance. Harry resolved to take a risk and advance. He cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and swiftly moved toward the factory's entrance. Ahead, 2 dark wizards were launching spells from the doorway. Harry halted 5 paces from the entrance, clearly hearing one of them breathing heavily. "Do you think those Aurors will really come?" "Shut up. Focus on your vigilance," the other dark wizard replied impatiently as a blinding red light erupted from the tip of his wand.
Chapter 2. The Savior's Trio. With a resounding crash, the spell tore through the darkness, striking 2 Death Eaters with pinpoint accuracy. The cloaked figures crumpled to the ground before they could react, their masks clattering against the concrete floor with a sharp clang. Harry dashed into the factory's interior, his heart tightening at the sight before him. In the center of the hall stood a grotesque alchemical apparatus, a circular structure crafted from bronze and obsidian, emitting an eerie hum and casting an ominous green glow. 5 shadowy figures encircled the device, one of whom was Augustus Rookwood, looking more haggard than Harry remembered. Yet the madness in his eyes remained undiminished. "Potter." Rookwood's voice grated like rusty gears, his hollow eye sockets burning with a sickly fervor. "I knew they would send you." With no time for contemplation, Harry rolled to the side as 3 blinding beams of green light whizzed past his robes. Amidst the shower of debris, he steadied himself on one knee, his wand unwaveringly aimed at Rookwood. "Yield. The entire factory is surrounded." Harry's voice echoed through the cavernous space, met with the maniacal laughter of the Death Eaters. Rookwood's skeletal fingers grazed the alchemical device, which immediately emitted a piercing shriek. "Naive Potter," he rasped, his murky eyes reflecting the green light like decayed fruit. "Do you truly believe this ends here?" Suddenly, the core of the apparatus erupted with blinding red light, bathing everyone's faces in a crimson hue. "For the eternal glory of the Dark Lord," Rookwood proclaimed, raising his arms as his black cloak unfurled like bat wings, succumbing to madness as he waved his wand. The alchemical device buzzed with a cacophonous hum, the green light intensifying to an excruciating brightness. Realizing it could be a perilous magical bomb capable of obliterating the entire block, Harry aimed at the device and cast a spell, only to be thwarted by a protective shield. "Stop wasting your effort, Potter," Rookwood jeered triumphantly. "This time, you cannot thwart us." At that moment, the glass windows on the western side shattered explosively, and Ron, leading a team of Aurors, burst in. "Harry, we're here." The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Spells flew wildly within the confined space, creating gaping holes in the walls and floor. Harry dodged attacks while attempting to approach the perilous alchemical device. "Steady yourself," Harry shouted to Ron. "That device is the key. It must be disarmed immediately." Ron nodded in understanding, his red hair standing out vividly against the darkness. "Leave it to me. Keep your focus on that lunatic." With agility, Ron weaved through the flying spells, sprinting towards the central apparatus. Harry nodded, locking his gaze on Rookwood, enmity crackling in the air between them. You will never win, Rookwood. Harry's voice was chillingly calm. Voldemort is dead. His era has ended. You are mistaken, Potter. Rookwood howled, his gaunt features twisting in rage. As long as there are those who remember his teachings, the Dark Lord shall never truly perish. Just like last time, Avada Kedavra. Harry deftly evaded, the killing curse striking the column behind him. Seizing the moment, he countered, Expelliarmus. Rookwood's wand flew from his grasp, but to Harry's astonishment, he produced another wand from his sleeve. Did you truly think I would be unprepared? Rookwood sneered. Meanwhile, Ron knelt before the buzzing apparatus, scrutinizing the intricate runes and spell structures, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Merlin's socks. This thing could explode at any moment, Ron muttered to himself. Need a hand? A familiar voice called from behind. Ron turned to find Hermione, her Department of Magical Law Enforcement badge gleaming on her chest. Hermione? How did you get here? Ron exclaimed, surprise evident in his voice. Minister Kingsley sent me upon hearing you were in trouble, Hermione replied, already crouched to examine the device. This is an alchemical bomb infused with dark magic. We need to sever 3 energy nodes simultaneously to disarm it safely. Ron grinned broadly. Knew you'd know how to handle it, love. You arrived just in time. The two sprang into action, Hermione swiftly working to dismantle the device, while Ron cast spells as instructed. On the other side, Harry's duel with Rookwood reached a critical juncture. Despite Harry's exemplary skill, Rookwood, as a former employee of the Department of Mysteries, wielded numerous obscure dark spells. Bloodbind, Rookwood suddenly shouted, a blood-red beam shooting from his wand, ensnaring Harry's left arm. Agonizing pain coursed through his body, blood seeming to boil within his veins. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Harry concentrated fiercely. Stupefy. The red light dissipated, yet his arm bore the marks of injury, blood dripping down. You're more resilient than I imagined, Potter, Rookwood sneered. But today marks your end. Harry did not respond, but abruptly changed tactics. Sleep now. As Rookwood attempted to dodge, Harry swiftly followed with Expelliarmus. This time, Rookwood was unarmed, a flicker of panic crossing his face, quickly replaced by resolve. You think this is the end? He retorted, suddenly producing a crystal vial containing a dark liquid. Harry instinctively stepped back, wary of the potential threat. For the Dark Lord, Rookwood shouted, shattering the vial against the ground. As the black liquid met the air, it erupted into a cloud of black mist, rapidly expanding. Be careful. It could be toxic, Harry yelled, warning the others as he held his breath and cast a protective charm around himself. Within the murky fog, Rookwood's figure became indistinct. Harry heard the sound of footsteps heading towards the factory's back door and immediately pursued. Emerging through the mist, he saw Rookwood attempting to open a metal door. Stop, Rookwood. Harry raised his wand. Incarcerus. Ropes shot from the tip of his wand, ensnaring Rookwood's legs and sending him crashing to the ground. The dark wizard roared in fury, struggling against his bindings. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from the center of the factory, followed by Ron's triumphant shout. Got it. The bomb is disarmed. Harry exhaled in relief, but he did not allow himself to relax. Cautiously, he approached the bound Rookwood, wand still trained on him. It's over, Rookwood. You shall return to Azkaban, this time for life. A manic grin spread across Rookwood's distorted face. You will never understand, Potter. This is merely the beginning. Our ranks are spread far and wide, and you will never capture us all. Ignoring his threat, Harry lightly tapped Rookwood's temple with his wand. Sleep now. Rookwood immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. As the black mist dissipated, Harry saw Ron and Hermione approaching, while the other Aurors subdued the remaining dark wizards. In the heart of the factory, the dangerous device had been successfully disassembled, no longer emitting its sinister glow. Well done, mates, Harry praised them, especially addressing Hermione. Your timing was impeccable. Hermione smiled faintly. Minister Kingsley received intelligence that this operation might be a trap, so he sent me with reinforcements. We apprehended 3 lookouts outside. Ron patted Harry on the shoulder, exclaiming, You nearly met your demise again, mate. Can't we have a simple task just once? Harry offered a wry smile and shook his head. Dealing with dark wizards has never been straightforward. He glanced at his watch and suddenly recalled, Oh no. It's already 7:30. Family dinner. Ron's eyes widened in alarm. Merlin's beard. Molly will have our heads. Hermione rolled her eyes. I've already sent an owl to inform them that we will be delayed. Now, we must escort these dark wizards back to the ministry. Harry nodded and addressed the other Aurors. Well done, everyone. Take these prisoners back to the department and prepare for interrogation. I need to know how many accomplices they have and their entire plan. As the Aurors led the unconscious dark wizards away from the factory, Harry, Ron, and Hermione trailed behind. The night was deepening, and the lights of London twinkled in the distance. Sometimes I feel like the war never truly ended, Harry murmured. There are always those who wish to perpetuate Voldemort's madness. Hermione looked at him earnestly. But as long as there are those who continue to fight against it, darkness will never triumph. You've thwarted a potential disaster today. Ron wrapped his arms around their shoulders. Well said, Hermione. Now, can anyone tell me if we will still have a chance to enjoy Molly's roast beef? Harry finally revealed the first genuine smile of the evening. No matter how daunting the darkness, having friends by your side makes everything better. Let us go. I believe we deserve a hearty dinner. The trio walked side by side into the night, their wands casting a soft glow to illuminate their path. Chapter 3. An Unexpected Encounter. The corridors of the ministry were perpetually bustling, and Harry strode through the crowd, instinctively nodding in acknowledgement of various greetings. Just around the corner, he nearly collided with someone, Draco Malfoy, clad in a silver-gray suit, with platinum hair and a faintly chilling scent of cologne. The impeccably tailored suit accentuated Malfoy's already elongated figure, and his signature platinum locks shimmered under the lights. As he approached, the elusive fragrance of cedar and mint wafted by, reminiscent of morning frost, fleeting and elusive, impossible to grasp. Are you blind? Draco Malfoy's words trailed off as he took a step back, his gray eyes widening slightly. Oh, it's you, Potter. His voice dropped to an almost inaudible murmur. For a fleeting moment, Harry felt a jolt of electricity surge up his spine. 3 years had passed, and Malfoy was taller and broader than Harry remembered. The youthful innocence had vanished from his alabaster face, replaced by a sharp elegance and striking beauty. His left ring finger bore no ring yet, but Harry knew it was merely a matter of time. Malfoy, Harry heard himself say, the words feeling distant and almost weightless. Here on ministry business? Clearly, Malfoy raised an eyebrow, a familiar smirk tightening Harry's chest. Unlike some, I have a life to manage. Rather than chasing down pathetic Death Eaters all day, the once glorious Malfoy was still very much a Malfoy. Harry felt he should be angry, yet he found himself unable to tear his gaze away from the slight quiver of Malfoy's throat as he spoke. There was a small patch of skin, slightly darker than the surrounding area, perhaps sunburn, or Harry forced himself to look away. Congratulations on your engagement, Malfoy, he blurted out, immediately regretting it. Malfoy's expression shifted subtly, almost imperceptibly. Thank you, he replied tersely, turning to leave. If there's nothing else, how did you meet? Harry heard himself ask, his voice betraying him. A voice within him screamed to stop. Malfoy halted, turning back, his expression morphing into confusion. What? Draco thought he must have misheard. Their relationship had never been amicable, and it could be described as rather antagonistic, couldn't it? You and Miss Greengrass, Harry pressed on, despite the internal voice urging him to cease. I'm just curious. Malfoy's eyes narrowed, resembling a cat sensing danger. At a family dinner, he scrutinized Harry's face, speaking slowly. Why do you care, Potter? Harry opened his mouth to respond, but found he had no footing. Why did he care? He and Malfoy had never been friends. Their interactions post-war were limited to brief encounters in the ministry's corridors or sporadic articles in the Daily Prophet regarding the Malfoy family's business ventures. Just asking, Harry finally said, forcing a hollow smile. Wishing you happiness. Malfoy regarded him for several seconds, an inscrutable expression crossing his features, then gave a slight nod. Thank you. With that, he turned to leave, and this time, Harry did not call after him. Harry stood rooted to the spot, watching Malfoy's tall figure vanish around the corner, his heart racing as if he had just emerged from a battle, rather than a mere 30-second exchange. As time passed, his thoughts drifted toward a perilous direction. What kind of attire would Malfoy don? At his wedding, would it be the traditional black or the Malfoy family's signature silver-green suit? What would Astoria's wedding gown look like? The minister is waiting for you, sir, and in turn, Auror reminded cautiously. Huh. Oh right. Harry snapped back to reality, continuing toward the minister's office. Yet Malfoy's silhouette lingered in his mind. Not the current Malfoy, but the 11-year-old Malfoy who had first extended his hand to him aboard the Hogwarts Express. Are you all right, Harry? Kingsley Shacklebolt inquired, concern etching his features as Harry sat in the chair opposite him. You look a bit unwell. I'm fine, Minister. Harry forced himself to concentrate. Regarding the recent capture, the meeting lasted nearly an hour, yet Harry could scarcely recall what he had said. His thoughts kept drifting to the newspaper he had seen earlier, to the news of Malfoy's engagement, to that absurd question, how did you meet? Why did he ask that? Why did he care? That night, as Harry lay in bed, he stared at the patches of light streaming through the curtains. The room was eerily silent, save for the occasional creak of the old wooden furniture. He tossed and turned, the sheets a wrinkled mess, yet every time he closed his eyes, images of that person flooded his mind, Malfoy's face haunting him. He rose and approached his desk, pulling out a tattered notebook from the depths of the drawer. Flipping through the yellowed pages, he found them filled with cutout photographs of Malfoy from various newspapers, attending charity events. business meetings, pureblood family gatherings. The earliest dated back to the year after the war, capturing Malfoy on the day he was exonerated from the Death Eater trials. Harry's fingers traced the images, a familiar, suffocating sense of anxiety spreading through his chest. He picked up the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, meticulously cutting out the engagement photograph of Malfoy and Miss Greengrass. Naturally, Miss Greengrass was excised from the image, which he then affixed to the most recent page of his notebook. Draco Malfoy and Astoria Greengrass announced their engagement. His knuckles whitened as he gripped the pen, etching a line beneath the photograph. The nib sank deeply into the paper, the ink bleeding into the creases, as if to pour forth all the tumultuous emotions surging within his chest. Outside, the rain in London gently tapped against the glass, while Harry remained sleepless throughout the night. Chapter 4. Secrets. The morning sun streamed through the windows of the Auror Office at the Ministry of Magic, casting light on the drawer of Harry Potter's desk. It bore 3 different sealing charms, its protective measures evidently more stringent than those of the cabinet storing evidence of dark magic. Harry's hand hovered above the drawer, fingers slightly splayed. With a soft click, the drawer slid open to reveal a dark green leather notebook. The notebook appeared unremarkable, yet as his fingertips brushed the cover, the embossed initials DM flickered briefly. Captain Potter, here are the interrogation records you requested. Harry abruptly closed the drawer, turning so swiftly that the chair collided with the filing cabinet behind him. In turn, Auror Davis stood at the doorway, a stack of parchment in his arms, his curious gaze darting towards the suddenly shut drawer. Just place it on the desk. Harry's voice was calm, as if nothing had transpired. Once Davis departed, he reopened the drawer, retrieving the notebook and gently smoothing the creased corners of the pages he had hastily closed. The interior was filled with clippings and photographs, all pertaining to a single individual, Draco Malfoy. The earliest was a report from the Daily Prophet regarding post-war trials, featuring Malfoy standing in the Wizengamot, his face pale and dark circles under his eyes. He had been considerably slimmer then, his wizarding robes hanging loosely on his shoulders. Harry's fingers traced the outline of Malfoy's image, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to that trial. He had sat in the front row, at the eye of the storm. Everyone believed he was present to ensure that the Death Eaters received their due punishment, yet none knew that his gaze remained fixed on that blonde Slytherin. Harry? Hermione's voice called from the doorway. Do you have a moment? About last week's Werewolf Registration Act. Before Hermione could finish, her attention was diverted to the notebook in Harry's hand, and she gasped, Merlin's beard. Harry snapped the notebook shut, but it was too late. Hermione had already glimpsed its contents, her eyes widening in surprise, her lips parting slightly. What is that? Hermione stepped into Harry's office, shutting the door behind her and lowering her voice. Nothing, just some case materials, Harry replied, shoving the notebook back into the drawer. However, when he attempted to return his hand to the desk, Hermione seized his wrist. Harry, I just saw it. Her tone was unexpectedly gentle, as if she feared to unsettle him. Those are all clippings about Malfoy, aren't they? Harry's throat tightened. He contemplated denying it, fabricating an excuse, but this was Hermione. She always saw through his lies. He released his hand, allowing her to pull open the drawer and retrieve the notebook. Hermione flipped through the pages, her brow furrowing deeper. This dates back 3 years, Harry. What is going on? Just gathering intelligence, Harry said, rising to stand by the window, turning his back to her as he spoke calmly. The Malfoy family may have escaped judgment, but who knows what dealings they are engaged in covertly. 3 years. You've been collecting intelligence on a suspect for 3 years and never took any action? Hermione's disbelief was palpable, as it was highly illogical, especially for Harry. And in a private notebook? Why not record it in the Auror's official files? Harry's fingertips tapped against the windowsill. You don't understand, Hermione. The Malfoys are exceedingly cunning. Harry, Hermione interrupted, her voice suddenly sharp and clear. Ron told me yesterday that you reacted oddly to the news of Malfoy's engagement. Now I find this. She moved closer to Harry, forcing him to turn around. What is going on? Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Harry's face. He squinted, suddenly feeling as if he were a criminal awaiting judgment under the spotlight. The secrets lurking in the depths of his memory, the emotions he wished to conceal, seemed poised to be laid bare by that beam of sunlight. How could he explain the feelings that overwhelmed him each night as he sat alone in the old house on Grimmauld Place, repeatedly poring over these clippings? How could he articulate the peculiar flutter in his chest each time he caught sight of Malfoy's photograph in the newspaper? Harry began, but words failed him, his throat feeling as if it were stuffed with cotton, all language crumbling to dust before reaching his tongue. His chest heaved, yet he could not produce a coherent syllable. He had a multitude of thoughts, yet even the simplest words slipped through his teeth, leaving him to open and close his mouth in futile effort. Hermione's expression shifted from confusion to concern. She gently grasped Harry's arm. Is it about what happened during the war? Are you still feeling guilty about using the Cruciatus curse on him in the restroom? Harry nearly laughed at the absurdity of it. What a splendid excuse. Guilt? No, that was not it. Each time he recalled that scene, Malfoy lying in a pool of blood, his pale skin stained crimson, he felt anything but guilt. It was a far more complex and darker emotion, one he dared not delve into. Sort of. Hermione did not fully believe him. But she nodded and placed the notebook back in the drawer. All right, but Harry, if this affects your work or life, you should talk to someone. Perhaps a therapist would be a good option. I'm fine, truly. Harry chuckled lightly. Just a manifestation of post-war stress, you know. After Hermione left, Harry reopened the notebook. Flipping to the latest page with the engagement photograph affixed, Malfoy's smile was painfully bright. From the depths of the drawer, he retrieved a small vial of silver ink and began to write beside the photograph. DMAG engagement announcement. Wedding anticipated within 6 months. The Greengrass family and the Malfoy family are to be united, maintaining pureblood traditions. Further investigation into the business dealings of both families is required. Once he finished writing, he stared at the words for a long moment before suddenly seizing the quill and drawing several harsh lines through the name Greengrass until the ink bled through to the other side of the paper. That evening, Harry stood in the kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place, facing a house elf. Do you understand the task at hand, Dobby? Harry's voice was hoarse. The house elf Dobby, with eyes the size of tennis balls and wrinkled skin, nodded vigorously, his ears flapping. Dobby must track the wizard with platinum hair, recording where he goes each day, whom he meets, and what he says. Dobby must not be discovered. Excellent. Harry extracted a gold galleon from his pocket and placed it into the small elf's hand. Especially concerning his encounter with Miss Greengrass, I wish to know the particulars. Dobby tilted his head, his large eyes brimming with curiosity. Harry's fingers instinctively caressed his wand. This is none of your concern. Remember to return daily at midnight with your report. Now be gone. With a bow, Dobby vanished with a pop. Left alone in the kitchen, Harry was suddenly beset by an inexplicable agitation. He approached the cupboard and retrieved a bottle of fire whiskey, taking a hefty swig directly from the bottle. The alcohol seared his throat, yet it could not quell the odd sensation that was spreading through his chest. The bottle was soon emptied, and Harry staggered towards his bedroom, collapsing onto the bed without even shedding his clothes. Under the influence of the liquor, he swiftly succumbed to slumber. Chapter 5, Revelation. In his dreams, Harry found himself at the age of 11, standing in the corridor of the Hogwarts Express. Through the compartment glass, he observed his younger self sharing snacks with Ron. The scene shifted, and a blond boy stood at the compartment door, extending a hand towards him, a hand of friendship. I presume you are Harry Potter? I am Draco Malfoy. In his dream, Harry discerned details he had overlooked at the time. Young Malfoy's hand trembled slightly, and within his gray-blue eyes flickered not only arrogance, but also a subtle glimmer of anticipation. When the Harry in the compartment rebuffed him, that glimmer of hope extinguished rapidly, transforming into anger. Harry jolted awake, his shirt soaked with sweat. Outside, the morning light in London seeped into the night sky like melted butter, the spires of churches first tinged with honeyed hues. While the silhouette of the bell tower gradually became distinct amidst the haze, shards of golden light climbing along the Gothic patterns. He sat up, feeling as though a cotton ball were lodged in his chest, a pang of discomfort radiating through his veins to his fingertips. The magical alarm clock on his bedside table read 5 in the morning. Knowing he could not return to sleep, he rose and made his way to the bathroom. The cold water cascaded over his body. Yet it could not wash away the image lingering in his mind, the fleeting look of hurt in young Draco Malfoy's eyes when he was rejected. Just a dream. Harry reassured himself as he gazed into the mirror. Just a foolish dream. By noon, Hermione intercepted Harry and Ron in the ministry cafeteria. Have you received this? She inquired, producing a gilded piece of parchment adorned with elegant script, an invitation to the Malfoy wedding. Ron whistled. Wow, the pomp of purebloods is truly unparalleled. Even the invitation to a blood traitor is inked in gold. He took the invitation, dramatically reading aloud. Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy request the honor of your presence at the wedding of their son Draco and Astoria Greengrass. Merlin, what exquisite phrasing. Harry stared at the invitation, his body rigid. He reached out to take the parchment, and the moment his fingertips grazed its surface, a faint scent of perfume wafted into his nostrils, crisp and imbued with cedar, identical to the fragrance he had detected on Malfoy in the corridor yesterday. Harry? Harry? Hermione's voice pulled him back to reality. Are you all right? You seem unwell. I'm fine, Harry replied, placing the invitation down, his voice strained. I just didn't expect to be invited. Ron grinned. I wager this is old Malfoy's idea. Wanting to show the world that the Malfoy family has reclaimed its place among the elite. He leaned closer to Harry, winking. Seriously, are you going? I'd love to see Malfoy in a wedding suit. Harry stood abruptly, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. I'm not going. I have patrol duty that day. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. All right, Ron shrugged. I'm not even sure I could resist tossing dung bombs onto their wedding cake. Ron, Hermione chastised. But her gaze remained fixed on Harry. Harry, are you truly all right? You've been? I said I'm fine. Harry's voice rose unexpectedly, drawing the attention of several tables around them. He inhaled deeply, lowering his tone. I apologize. It's just the workload has been overwhelming lately. Hermione's expression betrayed her skepticism. Yet out of friendship, she refrained from pressing further. That evening, the house elf Dobby appeared punctually in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, his eyes sparkling. Master Potter. Dobby has much news to report. The elf squeaked. The platinum-haired wizard went to the apothecary today, purchasing unicorn hair and moonstone powder, and then went to the tailor to try on wedding robes. Harry's fingers tightened around his teacup. Continue. Then the platinum-haired wizard had tea with the golden-haired lady. Dobby exclaimed. They sat by the window, and the platinum-haired wizard ordered her favorite raspberry cake. The lady smiled, and then what? Harry's voice emerged like a hiss between clenched teeth. Then the platinum-haired wizard kissed the lady's hand. Dobby theatrically covered his eyes, feeling quite bashful. The teacup in Harry's hand shattered, hot tea splattering onto his trousers, yet he appeared oblivious. Dobby stared at his master in alarm, hastily using magic to clean up the shards and the tea stains. What else did they do? Harry queried, his voice ominously low. And nothing more, Master Potter, Dobby stammered. The platinum-haired wizard escorted the lady home and then returned to Malfoy Manor. Dobby followed cautiously, without being seen. Harry nodded, mechanically retrieving another coin from his pocket and handing it to the elf. Tomorrow, continue. Particularly, I wish to know about their physical contact. I must know everything. This was solely for the purpose of investigation, Harry thought. After Dobby departed, Harry strode to his study, taking down a bottle of unopened fire whiskey from the shelf. He drank one glass, then another, until his vision blurred and the image of Malfoy kissing Astoria Greengrass's hand no longer haunted his mind. Yet, alcohol could not stave off the dreams that awaited him that night. In his dream, he stood in the gardens of Malfoy Manor, watching Draco Malfoy in wedding attire approach his bride. When the priest inquired if anyone objected to the union, Harry found himself shouting, I object. All heads turned towards him. Malfoy's eyes widened, and then, Harry awoke once more, this time acutely aware of his arousal. The realization filled him with intense nausea and shame. He dashed to the bathroom, scrubbing his body with water until his skin turned red, but the ignoble reaction and the pleasurable sensations from the dream lingered stubbornly. The following morning, Harry stood in the bathroom, staring at his haggard reflection and the pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes. He splashed cold water on his face, attempting to rouse himself. In the Auror office at the ministry, Ron barged in. Morning, Harry. Merlin. You look as if you've been chased by a swarm of blast-ended scroots all night. Not well rested, Harry replied tersely. Suddenly, Ron exclaimed, Hey, about Malfoy's wedding. Hermione told me you had quite the reaction. He paused momentarily, his cerulean eyes fixed on Harry. Honestly, mate, are you still preoccupied with the events of the battle? You know, that business with the Wand of Destiny. You needn't blame yourself. That fellow deserved it. Harry forced a faint smile, replying, Yeah, perhaps. Ron patted him on the shoulder. Look, if you don't want to attend that wretched wedding, we want to go. Who cares about Malfoy and Greengrass? Then, as if struck by a thought, he grinned widely. But seriously, don't you think your fixation on Malfoy is a bit, well, excessive? Just like back in school. You were always the first to notice whatever mischief he was up to. Harry's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Oh, nothing, Ron shrugged. Turning toward the door. Just sometimes I feel like your concern for Malfoy is akin to, I don't know, a girl who has a crush on him. He laughed as he pushed open the door. Just kidding. See you later, Director Potter. Harry stood frozen, a wave of dizziness overtaking him. Ron's careless jest felt like a dull blade, slowly and cruelly piercing his chest. Because he was right, wasn't he? This concern, this obsession, this inexplicable and twisted regard. No, Harry murmured to the empty restroom, it's not like that. Yet, the reflection in the mirror seemed to mock his inadequacy. Chapter 6, The Wedding in Progress. On the morning of the Malfoy wedding, number 12, Grimmauld Place was enveloped in an eerie silence. Harry stood before the dressing mirror, repeatedly adjusting his tie. He wore a dark green formal suit, not because he favored the hue, but because it was the closest attire to Slytherin colors in his wardrobe. How absurd. He whispered to his reflection, then yanked off the tie and tossed it onto the bed. He was in his 20s now, no longer an 11-year-old child. There was no need to proclaim anything with house colors, and what significance did it hold anyway? It was too late, wasn't he it? Ultimately, he chose a simple black suit, adorned only with a small silver lapel pin. This ensemble was neither overly formal nor too casual, should he decide to attend the wedding. The clock on the mantelpiece slowly approached 10 in the morning. The ceremony was set to commence at noon. Harry picked up the invitation from the bedside table, the gilded letters glimmering in the sunlight. He could have attended openly, as a war hero, as the head of the Auror Office at the Ministry, even as a former classmate of Draco Malfoy. Yet, he had not responded to the invitation. Harry approached the desk and opened the bottom drawer. Within lay the dark green notebook, quietly resting alongside a vial of invisibility potion and a pair of extendable ears. He stared at these items for a considerable time before abruptly shutting the drawer and seizing the flue powder from the mantel. Ministry of Magic, Auror Office. At his command, emerald flames engulfed him. The Auror Office was deserted. It was Saturday, and most personnel were off duty. Only Perkins, who was on duty, sat at a corner desk, drowsily perusing a Quidditch magazine. Harry? Perkins looked up in surprise. If I recall correctly, you're off today. Some urgent paperwork came up, Harry succinctly replied. Striding toward his office. Once inside and shutting the door, he immediately withdrew a small vial from his robe's inner pocket, containing a murky gray liquid, the report sent by Dobby the house elf last night. Harry uncorked the vial and poured its contents into the pensieve. As his face submerged in the silvery substance, he was instantly drawn into Dobby's memory. He found himself in the garden of Malfoy Manor, surrounded by busy house elves and decorators. The house elves hurried past, clutching exquisite items, while the decorators meticulously adorned details using tall ladders. The grand castle had been lavishly decorated, with silver-green satin draping the seats in an artful arrangement, intricate patterns barely visible in the dim light. An archway woven from white roses and ivy resembled a fairy tale entrance, refracting a dreamlike halo in the sunlight, breathtakingly beautiful. In the memory, Dobby stealthily entered the manor, traversing the corridor until he arrived at a door intricately carved with complex designs. The door was ajar, allowing Dobby to slip through the gap. Draco Malfoy stood before a full-length mirror, clad in a silver-gray traditional wizard wedding attire, the collar and cuffs embroidered with exquisite dark patterns. An older witch, presumably the seamstress, was making final adjustments. Tighten it a bit more. Here, Malfoy instructed, his voice cold and haughty. I don't want the robe to look loose. It's already quite fitted. Mr. Malfoy, the seamstress murmured. Any tighter may hinder movement. The corner of Malfoy's mouth twitched slightly. Movement? I merely need to stand there, say I do, and then kiss the bride. No need for any grand gestures. Harry stepped closer in the memory, clearly seeing Malfoy's reflection in the mirror. He possessed a nearly flawless visage, pale skin akin to fine porcelain, radiating an aristocratic aloofness. His cheekbones were high and sharp, the jawline defined, rendering his face both exquisite and angular. The bridge of his nose was narrow and straight, the tip slightly upturned, exuding an innate arrogance. Draco. Narcissa Malfoy's voice echoed from outside the door. Astoria and her family have arrived. You should go greet them. Right away, mother. At this point, the memory ended, and Harry abruptly lifted his head from the pensieve, a dull ache tinging his scar. He glanced at his watch. It was 11:20. If he departed now, he could still arrive before the wedding commenced. Harry retrieved a silver cloak from the office's cabinet, an invisibility cloak used by Aurors on special surveillance missions. Far less grand than his family heirloom, but sufficient to conceal him. He hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the extendable ears and a small mirror. Perkins, I just remembered an urgent matter that requires immediate investigation. Harry hurriedly crossed the outer office. If anyone asks, tell them I'm following up on leads regarding dark artifacts. Perkins nodded blankly, unable to inquire further before Harry had dashed into the Floo network. Malfoy Manor Forest. Harry emerged from behind an ancient oak tree. In the distance, the spires of Malfoy Manor glimmered in the sunlight. A considerable number of well-dressed wizards had already gathered on the lawn. Harry donned the invisibility cloak and silently approached. He settled beneath a beech tree approximately 50 meters away, where the view was unobstructed yet sufficiently concealed. Through the extendable ears, he could distinctly hear every sound at the venue. Chapter 7. The Wedding. Guests entered in succession, the majority being members of pureblood families. The Blacks, the Knott family, Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson. Harry recognized many familiar faces, all former Slytherin students. Occasionally, he spotted a few individuals from other houses, such as Bill and Fleur representing the Weasley family. You actually came, a familiar voice called through the gaps in the leaves. Harry saw Pansy Parkinson linking arms with a tall, handsome man. I thought you'd make up an excuse to dodge it. Draco is my friend, the man replied, and Harry recognized him as Blaise Zabini. Besides, today is a celebration of purebloods, isn't it? The union between the Malfoy and Greengrass families was indeed a most exquisite arrangement. Pansy let out a light laugh. Indeed, what a flawless combination. Two branches of the sacred 28 pureblood families, golden hair paired with golden hair, blue eyes matched with blue eyes. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. It's almost akin to a breeding program. Pansy, Zabini warned in a hushed tone, Do not cause a scene today. They moved further away. Yet Pansy's words seeped into Harry's veins like venom, reaching his very heart. The term breeding program echoed in his mind. A vile description indeed, Harry mused, as a peculiar sense of solace spread through his body. Perhaps Draco's marriage was merely a matter of familial obligation. Perhaps he did not truly love that Greengrass girl. As the noon bells tolled, the wedding commenced. Harry could not discern the happenings within the castle, but through his extendable ear, he heard the organ playing the wedding march, the rustling of guests rising collectively, and the faint sound of Astoria Greengrass's gown brushing against the floor as she approached Malfoy. Dear friends, we are gathered here today. The clergyman's voice resonated with solemnity. Harry leaned against a tree trunk, closing his eyes, attempting to envision the scene within the castle. Before the altar, Draco stood resplendent in a silver-gray suit, his posture elegant and upright. The attire accentuated his platinum hair, rendering it even more dazzling, while his gray-blue eyes seemed to harbor boundless affection. Astoria donned a pure white wedding gown, her golden hair intricately styled in an elegant updo, and beneath her delicate veil, a shy smile blossomed like the most exquisite flower of spring, infusing the wedding with endless romance. Draco Malfoy, do you take Astoria Greengrass to be your lawfully wedded wife? To love, honor, and cherish her in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, forsaking all others, as long as you both shall live? I do. Malfoy's voice was clear and resolute, devoid of hesitation. Harry's fingers instinctively dug into the tree bark. Astoria Greengrass, do you take Draco Malfoy to be your lawfully wedded husband, to love, honor, and cherish him in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, forsaking all others, as long as you both shall live? I do. Harry's lips silently moved, as if uttering words, but no sound escaped. Then, I pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. The church erupted in applause and cheers. Harry's eyes flew open, the wand he had unconsciously gripped now sparking dangerously at the tip, singeing the leaves before him. He quickly concealed the wand within his sleeve, yet his heart thundered, nearly bursting from his chest. Guests began to exit the church, making their way to the reception on the lawn. Harry adjusted the direction of the extendable ear, capturing snippets of conversation about the newlyweds. They truly are a matched pair. The Greengrass dowry is said to be quite substantial. The Malfoys have finally worthless trivialities. Just as Harry contemplated retracting the extendable ear, a familiar voice pierced through. You look as though you're attending a funeral rather than a wedding. It was Pansy Parkinson. Be quiet, Pansy. This time, it was Malfoy's voice, low and dripping with that familiar sardonic tone. I have fulfilled their demands for the performance. Now allow me a moment of peace. Performance? Pansy's voice held a teasing lilt. Draco, this is your wedding. You know, Malfoy replied coldly. A meticulously orchestrated social affair, a successful business merger, a perfect union of purebloods. Now, I must go dance my first dance with my bride. Their footsteps faded into the distance. Harry remained rooted to the spot, his hand balled into a fist beneath the invisibility cloak. Malfoy's words confirmed his suspicions. This marriage was merely a transaction between pureblood families. This realization surged within him, a wave of elation quickly drowned by self-loathing. What right did he have to feel pleased about Malfoy's marital misfortune? The celebration continued into the evening. Harry stood like a statue beneath the tree, observing the guests drinking, dancing, and laughing. Malfoy and his bride dutifully completed all the rituals: first dance, cake cutting, bouquet toss. On the surface, they appeared to be a blissfully happy couple. As twilight descended like spilled ink across the sky, the gilded sunset gradually sank into the clouds, the last rays transforming into a gentle veil, while fireworks erupted over Malfoy Manor. Harry finally resolved to depart. His legs had grown stiff from prolonged standing. The fabric of his robe dampened with perspiration. Just as he was about to leave Malfoy Manor, the newlyweds happened to pass nearby. Exhausted, Malfoy complained, loosening his bow tie. These ridiculous rituals. Draco, Astoria said softly, her tone laced with pleading. Could you at least try tonight? I am aware of my responsibilities. Astoria, Malfoy interrupted, weariness evident in his voice. You need not remind me. They gradually drifted away, vanishing into the night. Upon returning home via apparition, Harry's mind echoed with Malfoy's words. I am aware of my responsibilities. Darkness had fully engulfed the house, the night filling every corner, the room devoid of any light. Harry chose not to turn on the lights, but instead made his way to the study, retrieving a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet. He needed no glass. Expressionless, Harry uncorked the bottle and took a swig, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat, igniting a fierce burn. Yet even this could not erase the image of Draco Malfoy in his wedding attire, that silhouette seemingly enchanted, deeply etched into Harry's mind. Harry's gaze involuntarily drifted to the desk, where a dark green notebook seemed to beckon him. He approached, yanking the drawer open, extracting the notebook and flipping to the latest page. With a flick of his wand, a photograph from the morning edition of the Daily Prophet, featuring Malfoy's wedding, flew from the drawer and affixed itself to the blank page. In the photograph, Malfoy gazed down at Astoria, his platinum hair glimmering in the light, his gray-blue eyes brimming with tenderness, a smile gracing his lips that was far from his usual indifference, while Astoria tilted her head back, her face beneath the veil radiating sweetness. The moment's warmth and affection penetrated the photo paper, quietly tugging at the heartstrings of any observer. Harry stared at the photograph for what felt like an eternity before abruptly seizing a nearby quill, scrawling beside the image. DM's wedding observations. The union with AG appears to stem from family obligation rather than affection. DM privately refers to the wedding as a performance and a duty. Further observation of the marriage's true nature is required. After completing the note, Harry leaned back in the chair, taking another swig of whiskey. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the notebook, and the eyes in Malfoy's photograph seemed to shimmer with life. The following day, the Society section of the Daily Prophet featured an extensive article on Malfoy's wedding, accompanied by numerous color photographs. Harry read the piece during breakfast, his grip tightening around the coffee cup. Over 300 members of pureblood families and high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic attended this momentous wedding. The bride's gown, meticulously crafted by a renowned wizarding designer from Paris, was adorned with over 1,000 pearls. The groom, Draco Malfoy, the current head of the Malfoy family, gazed tenderly at his bride during the ceremony. Harry abruptly snapped shut the newspaper, which featured a close-up of Malfoy kissing the bride. The photograph was animated, replaying the moment when Malfoy leaned down and Astoria tilted her head back, their lips meeting. The Ministry, pushing open the heavy oak door to his office. Harry collapsed onto the leather sofa, letting out a muffled sigh. He stared at his slightly trembling fingertips, feeling as if all his magic had been siphoned away, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Throughout the morning, he struggled to concentrate on his work, the image of that photograph continually resurfacing in his mind. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, an urgent report was delivered to his desk. Attention, Auror Office. A batch of unidentified dark magical items has been discovered in Nocturne Alley. Tests indicate a similar magical signature to items seized 3 years ago at Malfoy Manor. Please proceed to investigate immediately. What a perfect timing, Harry mused, staring at the report for an extended period, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He rose, methodically adjusting his robes. Roberts, accompany me to Nocturne Alley. He instructed his assistant to investigate the dark magical items. Sir, should we notify the other relevant departments? Roberts inquired. Not necessary. Let us conduct a preliminary investigation first. If the information is erroneous, there is no need to alarm too many departments. The underlying reason was that Harry knew if the Malfoy family was involved, Kingsley would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. He wished to be the first to grasp the situation, certainly not to protect Malfoy. Nocturne Alley was as dark and filthy as ever. Roberts trailed closely behind Harry, nervously scanning their surroundings, prepared for any sudden developments. There's no need to be so tense, Roberts. According to the reports, the items were found in the back alley of Borgin and Burke's, Harry remarked, finding amusement in Roberts' demeanor. We can simply enter and inquire directly with Borgin about the source of their recent acquisitions. However, even as he spoke, he did not relax his grip on his wand. Chapter 9, Desire. Inside Borgin and Burke's, the air was dim and damp, imbued with a musty odor and an unusual spice. Old Borgin lifted his head from behind the counter, a flicker of caution crossing his murky eyes upon noticing the Auror badge on Harry's chest. Mr. Potter, he rasped. What wind has blown the head of the Auror Office into my humble shop? Routine inspection, Mr. Borgin. No need for alarm, Harry replied calmly, observing Borgin's demeanor. We have received word that some dark magical items have entered Nocturne Alley through illicit channels. As a responsible merchant, I trust you will cooperate with the investigation. Borgin chuckled nervously. Rest assured, Mr. Potter, I have always strictly adhered to the regulations of the Ministry. All the items I acquire come with legitimate provenance. Is that so? Harry approached a display case filled with various trinkets. What about this? He pointed at a silver snuff box, fixing an icy stare on old Borgin. I recall similar items being confiscated during the search at Malfoy Manor 3 years ago. Borgin's expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, offering a sycophantic smile. This snuff box hails from France, with perfectly legitimate import channels. If you have any doubts, you may peruse my ledger. All relevant records are therein. Harry spent half an hour poring over Borgin's ledger, ostensibly reviewing the transaction dates of various magical items, while in reality scrutinizing the records of Borgin and Malfoy's dealings. Ultimately, he discovered a suspicious entry on the final page. June 15th, received. 1 silver pocket watch, suspected 18th century antique. Source: private collection in Wiltshire. Payment: 50 galleons. This private collection in Wiltshire. Harry pointed to the entry. Could you specify which establishment? Borgin's gaze flickered. The client requested confidentiality. Minister Potter, this is a commercial secret, and I must uphold my promise. Harry narrowed his eyes. According to Article 7 of the Dark Magical Items Control Act, I have the right to demand details of any suspicious transactions. I am not requesting. This is an order. You can tell me now? Or shall I have my subordinate seal your entire shop for a thorough search? Borgin's face contorted, perhaps taken aback by the savior's unexpected assertiveness. Eventually, he relented. It was brought in by a house elf of the Malfoy family. They said it was discovered while cleaning out the attic. I verified it. There are no traces of dark magic, merely an ordinary antique. Harry's heart raced. When did this occur? A week before the wedding, Borgin replied. I checked. There are indeed no traces of dark magic. Harry closed the ledger. I need to take this pocket watch for further examination. But no buts. This is an order, understood? Harry coldly addressed Borgin before standing to leave. Upon exiting Borgin and Burke's, Roberts looked at Harry, puzzled. Sir, that pocket watch seemed harmless enough. On the surface, perhaps. Harry replied. But nothing belonging to the Malfoy family is ever simple. I must investigate it myself. Back at his office, Harry placed the pocket watch within the magical array designated for detection, conducting a full suite of dark magic tests, all of which returned negative results. This was indeed merely an ordinary antique pocket watch, inscribed on the inside. To Abraxas, forever yours, Melanie. Abraxas Malfoy, Draco's grandfather. As Harry examined the pocket watch, he envisioned its journey through the hands of the Malfoy family. Draco may have seen it as a child, perhaps even played with it. The thought tightened Harry's grip unconsciously. He locked the pocket watch in his desk drawer, refraining from entering it into the ministry's official system. While this pocket watch was unrelated to the dark magical items incident, he had no intention of returning it to Borgin, or rather, not anytime soon. That night, Harry dreamt of Draco Malfoy once more. This dream was chaotic and twisted. The corridors of Hogwarts morphed into the gardens of Malfoy Manor, with a young Draco Malfoy clad in Slytherin robes standing before the castle where the wedding was to take place, smiling at Harry. What brings you here, Potter? The dream Malfoy asked, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with mischief. Come to bless me. Harry attempted to say something, but found himself voiceless. Malfoy's smile broadened. Then he turned to walk toward the hall. Harry wanted to chase after him, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. Draco, no. Harry awoke to the stillness of the night outside his window. Beads of sweat trickled down his neck, his damp nightgown clinging to his back. His heart pounding with such intensity, it felt as though it might burst. He froze, awkwardly realizing he was experiencing yet another physiological response. A searing wave of shame flushing his ears. This reaction was more intense than the last, accompanied by an indescribable anger and longing. He yearned desperately to possess someone. In the bathroom, Harry splashed cold water on his face, trying to calm himself down. The man in the mirror resembled a creature ensnared by the downpour, his disheveled, damp hair clinging to his forehead, droplets of water precariously poised upon his lashes, and a crimson tinge swirling ominously within the depths of his eyes. The corners of his mouth twisted into a grotesque semblance of a smile, rendering him almost unrecognizable. This was unsettling. He whispered to the reflection, this is unhealthy. Yet he was acutely aware that come tomorrow, he would still scrutinize the surveillance reports from Pippi, peruse the notebook plastered with clippings, and seek any pretext to draw closer to Draco Malfoy. For just as an addict is powerless against the allure of their vice, so too was Harry Potter ensnared by this warped obsession. Chapter 10, The Manor Investigation. The heavy stamp of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement thudded onto the search warrant with a dull thump. Harry carefully rolled up the parchment, his fingertips grazing the gilded edges. Do you truly believe this is necessary, Chief? Roberts stood before the desk, nervously fiddling with his wand. As if something had exceeded his expectations, Malfoy Manor had been extensively searched post-war and returned to the Malfoy family only after confirming it posed no threat. Harry did not respond immediately. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the search warrant, causing the ministry's official seal to gleam. The silver pocket watch confiscated from Borgin and Burke's 3 days prior lay in the drawer to his left, having undergone thorough testing, revealing no traces of dark magic, thus establishing its irrelevance to the current incident. Yet, this was of little consequence. Everything must be conducted according to procedure, Harry finally stated, his voice remarkably steady and devoid of any hint of guilt. Any leads related to dark magical artifacts must be pursued relentlessly. Furthermore, a thought seemed to cross his mind, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Malfoy family has never been entirely innocent. Roberts nodded, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. In the Ministry, particularly within the Auror Office, it was utterly commonplace to maintain vigilance against the families of former Death Eaters. No one would question Harry Potter's suspicions concerning the Malfoys. After all, they were destined adversaries. "When do we depart?" Roberts inquired. "Now." Harry rose, tucking the search warrant into the lining of his uniform. "I have already sent an owl to notify the Malfoy residents." The summer sun was unrelentingly bright. Harry and Roberts were directly transported from the Ministry's public flue network to the reception hall of Malfoy Manor. As the green flames dissipated, Harry blinked, adjusting to the sudden brightness. The reception hall of Malfoy Manor was far more luminous than he remembered during his visit 3 years prior. The entire estate had been shrouded in darkness and dread. Now, sunlight poured through the tall bay windows, casting light upon the newly gilded decorations. The portraits of the Malfoy ancestors still adorned the walls, but the menacing dark magical artifacts had long since vanished. "Mr. Potter." A frigid voice descended from the staircase. Harry looked up to see Narcissa Malfoy gracefully descending the stairs. She appeared markedly older than their last encounter, her golden hair laced with silver strands. Yet she retained the haughty demeanor characteristic of pure-blood aristocracy. "Mrs. Malfoy," Harry inclined his head slightly, "it is a distinct honor to be received by you." Narcissa's lips pressed into a thin line. "Mr. Potter, if you are here regarding those so-called dark magical artifacts, I assure you, Malfoy Manor harbors no illicit items." Harry retrieved the search warrant from his inner pocket and unfolded it before Narcissa. "This is a Ministry-approved search warrant. We have received credible information indicating that a shipment of dark magical artifacts recently infiltrated Nocturne Alley, potentially originating from your estate." "Preposterous." Narcissa's voice rose an octave, 2 crimson spots blooming upon her pallid cheeks. "Since the war's end, we have adhered strictly to every regulation set forth by the Ministry." "Mother?" A familiar voice interrupted her protest. Harry's heart raced, and he feigned indifference as he diverted his gaze. Draco Malfoy appeared at the top of the staircase, clad in a dark green dressing gown, his platinum hair glinting in the sunlight. He looked somewhat weary, dark circles evident beneath his eyes. "Orders with a search warrant." Narcissa succinctly summarized, claiming we are smuggling dark magical artifacts. Draco descended the stairs, his steel blue eyes scanning Harry and Roberts before settling upon the search warrant in Harry's grasp. He took the parchment, quickly perusing its contents, his long fingers tapping lightly upon the paper. "Nocturne Alley?" he inquired, his tone laced with unmistakable sarcasm. "Potter, if you truly seek dark magical artifacts, why not start with your friends from the Order of the Phoenix? I've heard Moody's fake eye is affixed with no fewer than 3 illegal tracking charms." Harry forced himself to maintain an impassive expression. "This is a mandate from the Ministry. Malfoy, please cooperate with our investigation." Draco scrutinized him for a few moments, then turned and strode toward the sitting room. "Suit yourself, but do not damage anything within the manor. Some antiques are worth more than your annual salary." Harry followed Draco Malfoy into the spacious sitting room, with Roberts trailing closely behind. This room, too, was far brighter than he remembered, the white marble fireplace adorned with fresh flowers. And a small table by the window held several fashion magazines alongside an open cookbook. "Darling, who has arrived?" A melodious voice floated in from the garden. Astoria Greengrass. Now Astoria Malfoy entered the sitting room, cradling a bouquet of fresh roses. She wore a pale blue dress, her golden hair loosely gathered at the back, appearing even more youthful and beautiful than in her wedding photographs, exuding an air of fragility. "Orders," Draco replied curtly. Yet Harry noticed a distinct softening in his tone. "Here to search for dark magical artifacts." Astoria's eyes widened slightly as she turned to Harry. "Harry Potter?" She hesitated momentarily before unexpectedly smiling at him. "My sister Daphne was in the same year as you. I am Astoria, or rather, now." She glanced at Draco. "Mrs. Malfoy." Harry clenched his fists, addressing Astoria. "Congratulations, and best wishes for your marriage." The words felt abrasive against his throat. "Thank you." Astoria's smile brightened further, and she turned to Draco. "Darling, should we offer them tea? Even if this is..." Astoria paused briefly, then continued, "An official visit." Draco's expression softened slightly as he replied gently to his wife. "If you insist." Then, turning to Harry, he resumed his cold and dismissive demeanor. "Where do you intend to search?" "Quickly, I have matters to attend to." Harry surveyed the Malfoy hall. "Let us start with the attic. It typically houses some family relics." "The attic?" Draco furrowed his brow slightly. "No one has ventured there in quite some time. Isn't that precisely the ideal location to conceal dark magical artifacts?" Harry regarded Draco Malfoy. Draco averted his gaze, scoffing quietly, then turned and headed toward the staircase. "Follow me." "Astoria, dear, no need to prepare refreshments. I doubt they will linger for long." Chapter 11. The Return of the Belongings. The attic was thick with dust, sunlight filtering through a small window, illuminating the motes dancing in the air. The space was cluttered with an array of antiquated furniture, trunks, and portraits, presenting an unmistakable visage of neglect, as Draco Malfoy had aptly remarked. "Are you satisfied now?" Draco leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest, a mocking expression fixed upon Harry. Harry offered no response, but gestured for Roberts to commence the inspection. He himself approached an especially ancient oak trunk, gently tapping the lock with his wand. Alohomora. The trunk creaked open, revealing a collection of yellowed baby garments and toys. A silver rattle, several tiny garments embroidered with the initials DM, and a few tattered fairy tale books. Harry's fingers involuntarily brushed over these items, conjuring images of a young Draco clad in those clothes, playing with those toys. "Those were my baby things," Draco's voice suddenly echoed in Harry's ear, having approached unbeknownst to him. As Draco drew near, Harry felt a flush rise to his cheeks, his heartbeat quickening, breaths becoming labored. "What is the matter, Potter? Interested in my childhood?" Draco raised an eyebrow at Harry. Shaken from his reverie, Harry abruptly shut the trunk and stood up, asserting, "You're reading too much into this. It's merely a procedural search, a standard operating procedure." They spent 2 hours combing through the attic, turning up nothing of consequence. Next, they proceeded to the study, the sitting room, and even the bedrooms. Draco, of course, protested vehemently, yet he ultimately acquiesced in the face of the search warrant. Astoria had remained quietly in tow, occasionally elucidating the origins of certain family heirlooms. Harry noted the protective concern in Draco's gaze towards his wife. Whenever Astoria appeared fatigued, he would suggest taking a moment to rest. "Are you all right?" Harry overheard Draco quietly inquire of his wife while inspecting a cabinet in the sitting room. "I'm fine," Astoria replied with a smile, though her complexion was indeed somewhat pallid. "It's just a bit tiring. The early stages of pregnancy can be like that." At her words, Harry's heart seized momentarily, his body stiffening, a flicker of realization passing through his mind as the detection device slipped from his grasp, clattering against the floor. All eyes turned toward him. "My apologies," Harry said, bending to retrieve the instrument, struggling to steady his trembling fingers. Pregnancy. Astoria was with child. The knowledge pierced his chest like a sword, rendering him nearly breathless. "I believe we've searched sufficiently." Harry straightened, his voice dry. "Roberts, where else remains unchecked?" "Only the basement, sir," Roberts replied. Draco's expression suddenly soured. "The basement is off limits. The search warrant encompasses all areas of the estate," Harry countered, regarding Draco with curiosity over his reaction. "That place has been sealed since the war," Draco stated, his voice laden with an unusual tension. "We never go down there." Harry and Draco locked eyes, perceiving a flicker of something akin to fear within Draco's gray-blue gaze. He suddenly comprehended that it was the gathering place of Death Eaters, Voldemort's stronghold, where Bellatrix Lestrange had tormented the innocent. "The law mandates. Let him go, Draco." Narcissa's voice cut through, icy and resolute. "There is nothing left down there anyway." The basement was cleaner than Harry remembered, yet the pervasive chill lingered. The bloodstains and scorch marks had been eradicated, yet the darkness that seeped into the stones remained. Even Roberts appeared somewhat unsettled, casting his detection spells with an unusual swiftness. "No traces of dark magic, sir," Roberts finally reported. "At least not within the last few years." Harry nodded, his gaze sweeping across the barren basement. His scar throbbed suddenly, awakening memories he would rather forget. Hermione's screams, Dobby's death, Draco's pale, terrified face. "Let us leave," he said, turning on his heel. Upon returning to the sitting room on the ground floor, Harry methodically organized the search reports. Astoria had retired to rest, leaving only Narcissa and Draco awaiting the outcome. "It seems your efforts were in vain," Draco remarked with sarcasm, though Harry detected a hint of relief in his tone. "Standard procedure," Harry replied tersely, finalizing the last document. Just as he was about to file the papers away, a thought struck him. "By the way," he inquired nonchalantly, "does your family possess a silver pocket watch? Abraxas Malfoy's heirloom?" Draco pondered for a moment, frowning. "Yes, why? Where is it?" "It should be in some trunk in the attic, I suppose. I haven't seen it since grandfather passed." Harry nodded. "Has anyone taken it from the estate recently? Perhaps a house elf?" Draco and Narcissa exchanged a glance. "No. Why do you ask?" "Because among the batch of dark artifacts discovered in Nocturne Alley, there was a silver pocket watch belonging to the Malfoy family." Harry met Draco's gaze directly. It bore the inscription, "To Abraxas, forever yours, Milani." Narcissa gasped. "That was my father-in-law's watch, but it bore no dark magic, just a regular keepsake. Bok claimed it was sold to him by a Malfoy house elf." Harry continued, observing Draco's reaction. A week before the wedding, Draco's complexion shifted to one of deep concern. "That is impossible. We haven't tea." He abruptly halted, as though a realization struck him, his brow furrowing. "Wait, after Dobby's death, we did indeed hire a new house elf, Mickey," with a soft pop. A small elf clad in a tidy tea towel materialized in the center of the sitting room, wide eyes filled with trepidation as it gazed up at its master. Mickey, did you take a silver pocket watch from the attic? Draco inquired sternly. The elf's ears drooped. Mickey did, master. Mickey thought it was useless old stuff. Master and mistress needed galleons for the wedding, so Mickey wanted to help. You sold it to Bok Bok? Narcissa's voice sharpened as she stared at Mickey. The elf began to bang its head against the floor. Mickey is bad. Bad Mickey. Silly Mickey. Mickey didn't know it was important. Stop, Draco commanded, then turned to Harry. It seems to be a misunderstanding. The house elf acted without authorization regarding family possessions. But the watch indeed bears no dark magic. You may verify. I've already checked. Harry replied calmly. There are truly no traces. He withdrew the watch from his pocket. Here it is, returned to its rightful owner. Chapter 12, The Pocket Watch. Draco took the watch, his fingertips inadvertently grazing Harry's palm, and that brief contact sent a jolt of electricity coursing up Harry's arm. He quickly retracted his hand, feigning to adjust his sleeve to mask his embarrassment. The search is concluded. There are no issues, Harry informed Roberts. Gather the others. We're returning to the ministry. Just as they prepared to depart, Astoria descended from upstairs, her complexion markedly improved. Are you leaving? She asked gently. At least have a cup of tea before you go? Harry was about to decline when Draco unexpectedly said, Sure, I actually have some questions for Potter. The tea table in the sitting room was set with exquisite elegance, reflecting the Malfoy family's perennial aesthetic. Astoria personally served tea to the two, her movements graceful and adept. Harry observed as she added 2 lumps of sugar and a dash of milk to Draco's cup, a habit he had maintained since his days as a Hogwarts student. One that Ron had once lamented to him and Hermione about. This realization struck him like a heavy blow, tightening his chest instantly, rendering his breath shallow. As Draco sipped his tea, his slate blue eyes locked onto Harry's, as if searching for answers etched upon his face. Had the Auror Office now shifted its focus to investigating the illicit trade of house elf-sold antiques? Or was it that? A faint smirk played on Draco's lips, or was it merely that you had a particular interest in the Malfoy family? Harry lowered his gaze, lifting the teacup to his lips, the steam blurring the tumultuous waves of emotion swirling within him, his fingers gripping the cup so tightly that they turned pale. He was being overly suspicious. It was simply his duty. Was it not? Draco raised an eyebrow. I've heard you've recently been promoted to the head of the Auror Office. Congratulations. You must be quite busy. Personally leading searches in private residences, truly hands-on. Astoria gently touched her husband's arm. Draco. What is it, dear? Draco turned to his wife, his tone immediately softening. I was merely curious about Mr. Potter's particular interest in our family. Harry's brow furrowed ever so slightly, his throat constricting. Keeping his composure, Harry set down his teacup, shattering the sweet atmosphere between the couple. Malfoy, if you have something to say, you might as well speak plainly. Draco reclined against the chair's back, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Very well, Potter. Why is it truly you who has come here? With your position, such routine searches could easily be delegated to subordinates. Harry felt Robert's inquisitive gaze upon him. Indeed, why had he come in person? Why had he insisted on applying for this search warrant? Why was he so eager to step foot in Malfoy Manor? A special case, his chest tightened with swirling emotions. Harry endeavored to steady his voice. I will personally follow up on any leads related to dark artifacts. Draco let out a soft laugh, clearly unconvinced. Yet he refrained from pressing further. The tea gathering continued in an eerie tranquility, Astoria politely inquiring about the ministry's work, while Roberts responded with enthusiasm. And Harry and Draco engaged in a silent duel of glances across the tea table. Before departing, Harry inadvertently left his pocket watch atop the table. It was a simple silver timepiece, engraved on the inside with the words to Harry, Sirius Black. He hoped Draco would recognize this heirloom from the Black family, would be curious as to why Harry carried it, and would find himself compelled to meet him again to return the watch. I will report the search results to the minister, Harry stated by the fireplace, grasping a handful of flue powder. Thank you for your cooperation. As the green flames engulfed him, the last image Harry saw was Draco's contemplative expression and the watch twisting in his hand. Upon returning to the ministry, Roberts was immediately summoned for another assignment. Harry returned to his office alone, locked the door, and retrieved a dark green notebook from his drawer. He swiftly penned his observations from the day. Observation on the DM family. The relationship with AG appears harmonious on the surface, but DM has referred to marriage as a responsibility. AG is pregnant, and DM exhibits protective concern. The basement shows unusual reactions, possibly indicating lingering psychological trauma. The watch plan is successful, and contact is expected within 3 to 5 days. After finishing, Harry leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The image of Draco's concern for his pregnant wife surfaced in his mind, a tenderness he had never witnessed during their school days. A bittersweet sensation spread through his chest. Jealousy? No, it was something deeper, darker. He suddenly recalled the watch he had intentionally left at Malfoy Manor. A faint smile gracing his lips. Yes, he thought, he would see Draco Malfoy again, and soon. Chapter 13, Surveillance. As the clock in the Department of Mysteries struck midnight, Harry Potter sat in the Auror Office's cubicle. Before him lay a heap of documents. Yet his gaze was fixated on a small, enchanted mirror perched on the corner of the desk. The surface of the mirror shimmered, displaying a line of constantly shifting silver runes, a special device used by the Auror Office to monitor communications of suspicious individuals, typically reserved for high-risk dark wizard cases. Harry's fingers lightly tapped the desk, awaiting the runes to stabilize. 3 days prior, Harry had requested communication surveillance permission on Draco Malfoy from the Department of Mysteries, suspecting that the underground network owned by the Malfoy family could be linked to the current incident. Completely legal and compliant, though it omitted certain details, such as the fact that this investigation had not been officially filed or approved by superiors. The runes finally settled, forming a clear number 7, indicating that the target was utilizing 7th-level communication magic, usually encrypted private correspondence or high-end two-way mirror conversations. Harry swiftly waved his wand, reciting a series of intricate spells. The mirror's surface rippled, gradually revealing a blurred image. As the image sharpened, Harry distinctly saw that the setting was Draco Malfoy's study. Holding his breath, Harry watched as Draco sat at a mahogany desk, a finely crafted two-way mirror in his hand. Clad in a deep green dressing gown, his platinum hair glimmered softly, reflecting the brilliance of the crystal chandelier above, an embodiment of aristocratic languor and opulence vividly illuminated in the interplay of light and shadow. While Draco appeared much more relaxed than when they had met earlier that day. I understand your concerns, Headmaster. Draco spoke to the mirror, his voice cool and restrained. Though lowered, it still carried an air of luxurious silkiness. But please trust me, this donation must remain entirely anonymous, and St. Mungo's orphanage does not need to know the source of these funds. Harry raised an eyebrow. Draco Malfoy donating to an orphanage, and anonymously at that? This was a stark contrast to the image he held of the Malfoy heir, who prided himself on flaunting wealth. A voice on the other end, that of an elderly witch, responded, Mr. Malfoy, thank you so much for your generosity, but we have already received too many donations. Those were orphans. That is precisely why, Draco interrupted sharply, his tone suddenly turning incisive. Those children have lost their parents, and to some extent, it is my kind that should be held accountable. He paused before continuing. I mean, the former Death Eaters. Moreover, this sum of galleons is inconsequential to the Malfoy family. Harry's fingers unconsciously tightened, a wave of subtle pain and compassion rising within him. A flicker of anguish and vulnerability crossed Draco's face in the mirror, contrasting starkly with his usual haughty demeanor. Very well, the headmaster finally replied after contemplation. We will use these funds to expand the dormitory. The children will know that someone cares for them, even if they do not know who. After the conversation concluded, Draco placed the two-way mirror back in the drawer, retrieving a bottle of whiskey and a crystal glass from beneath the desk. He poured half a glass, downed it in one go, then poured another. In the candlelight, Harry could clearly see the dark circles under his eyes and the taut lines at the corners of his mouth. Draco took a hefty album from the bookshelf and gently opened it. It was a collection of student photographs from Hogwarts, the freshman class of 1991. Young Draco stood proudly among the Slytherin ranks, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, while on the opposite side of the photo, 11-year-old Harry Potter anxiously adjusted his glasses. Draco's fingers gently grazed the photograph, his expression a tapestry of complexities. He took another sip of his drink, then abruptly closed the album, shoving it back onto the bookshelf with a roughness that belied his earlier reverie. A peculiar thrill coursed through Harry. He should cease his prying, deactivate the surveillance. It was evident that he had ventured far beyond the bounds of reasonable inquiry. Yet his eyes seemed to possess a will of their own, tracing Draco's every movement. Draco approached the window of the study, gazing out into the night, his silhouette rendered achingly solitary by the flickering candlelight. Moments later, he turned back to his desk, retrieving a sheet of parchment to begin composing a letter. Harry strained to discern the contents through the mirror, but the angle betrayed him, revealing only Draco's focused profile and the intermittent pauses of contemplation that crossed his features. This continued for nearly an hour until Draco finally set down his quill, rolled the letter, and sealed it. He stretched languidly, the collar of his robe slightly ajar, exposing a small patch of his alabaster chest. Harry felt a tightening in his throat and was compelled to avert his gaze. Once Draco extinguished the candle and exited the study, Harry deactivated the enchanted mirror. Leaning back in his chair with a sigh of relief, his temples throbbed, not solely from the prolonged mental exertion, but also due to the tumultuous emotions stirred by what he had just witnessed. Draco Malfoy anonymously funding war orphans? Drinking alone at midnight, while perusing photographs of Hogwarts' new students? Was this truly the Malfoy he had known? This was a stark contrast to the arrogant, self-serving Slytherin of his memories. Perhaps, just perhaps, he had never truly understood Draco Malfoy. This thought instigated a strange restlessness within Harry. He opened the drawer and retrieved a dark green notebook. Swiftly jotting down his observations from the night. DM secretly funds Street Mungo's orphanage, feeling profound guilt for the children affected by the war. Drinks alone at midnight while perusing old Hogwarts photographs, 1991 freshman enrollment, and writes letters to an unknown recipient. Further investigation into his charitable actions and correspondence is required. After completing the entry, Harry stared at the scrawled words for a prolonged moment before abruptly closing the notebook and locking it back in the drawer. He needed to return home to rest. A mountain of work awaited him the following day. However, just as he stood, the office door swung open unexpectedly. "I knew you'd still be here." Hermione Granger stood at the threshold, arms laden with a stack of documents, her brow furrowed. "Harry, do you have any idea what time it is?" "Just past midnight." Instinctively, Harry shielded the magical mirror with his body. "What are you still doing at the ministry?" "There's a case at Wisingamot that's set to be heard tomorrow. I'm preparing materials." Hermione stepped into the office, depositing the files on a nearby chair, then fixed her gaze on Harry. "And you? Don't tell me it's another urgent case." Harry shrugged. "Just some paperwork. You know how it is. The Auror Office is never short of tasks." "Harry," Hermione interrupted, her tone suddenly serious. "I just passed the Department of Mysteries and ran into Perkins. He mentioned you applied for surveillance on someone's communications." Harry's heart skipped a beat. "Oh, to expedite the handling of the current dark magical items case. I sought assistance from the Department of Mysteries." "On whom?" "That's not Harry Potter." Hermione's voice escalated, laced with palpable anger. "I am the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. If the Auror Office is conducting an investigation, I have the right to know the details." The office fell into a heavy silence. Harry could hear the rapid thudding of his own heart. Hermione's eyes bore into him, reminiscent of Professor McGonagall's expression when catching students wandering the halls after curfew. "Malfoy," he finally admitted in a hushed tone, "I am surveilling Draco Malfoy's communications." Hermione's expression shifted from anger to shock, then morphed into a complex concern. "Why? What illegal activities is he suspected of?" Harry hesitated. He could fabricate a plausible excuse, perhaps smuggling dark magical items, connections to Death Eater remnants, or even illicit potion dealings. Hermione would likely believe him, or at least feign belief. But for reasons unknown, under Hermione's concerned gaze, he found himself unable to lie. "No," he ultimately confessed, his voice barely audible. "There's no concrete evidence implicating him in any illegal activities." "Then why? I don't know." Harry erupted suddenly, slamming his hands on the desk. "I just need to know what he is doing, who he is contacting." Chapter 14, Diagon Alley. Hermione widened her eyes, slowly approaching Harry as one might a wounded beast. "Harry, are you alright lately? I mean really alright?" Harry lifted his gaze, as if attempting to re-establish normalcy, and replied, "I'm fine." "No, you're not." Hermione's voice softened as she placed her hand on Harry's shoulder. "Ever since Malfoy announced his engagement, you've become different. Ron has noticed too. You hardly attend our family gatherings anymore, working late into the night, and now," she gestured toward the magical mirror, "surveilling someone with no criminal suspicion? This isn't like you, Harry." Harry wished to articulate his thoughts, but his throat felt constricted. Hermione's concern acted as a mirror, reflecting a truth he was reluctant to admit. His actions had crossed a line, and he was drifting further down that path. "I need you to stop this investigation," Hermione asserted firmly. "Tomorrow, I will personally go to the Department of Mysteries to revoke the surveillance permit. If Malfoy has indeed committed any illegal acts, we can follow the proper procedures to reapply. But right now," she paused, "Harry, you are abusing your power." Harry wanted to argue that she was mistaken, to assert that Malfoy was undoubtedly hiding something, to claim that as a war hero he had the right to remain vigilant. Yet the words that emerged were simply, "Fine." Hermione appeared taken aback, as if she had prepared an extensive argument that had suddenly become unnecessary. "Really? You'll agree?" "Yes, Hermione." Harry attempted to make a jest, but the bitterness in his tone rendered the humor flat. Hermione did not laugh. She enveloped him in a tight embrace. "Go home and rest. Tomorrow, let us have lunch together, the three of us, all right? Just you, me, and Ron, like old times." Harry nodded, watching as Hermione gathered her documents and exited the office. Once the door closed, he slumped into his chair, engulfed by an unprecedented weariness. Hermione was right. He knew it all too well. But knowing and accepting were two distinct matters. The following noon, Harry kept his promise and joined Ron and Hermione for lunch at the Three Broomsticks. Hermione seemed to have informed Ron of the previous night's events, as they both engaged in an unusually animated discussion about Quidditch, children, and ministry gossip, carefully avoiding any mention of Malfoy. Harry responded mechanically, his thoughts drifting back to the images he had seen in the magical mirror, Draco caressing the old photographs of Hogwarts, wearing an expression nearly tinged with nostalgia. Harry? Ron's voice jolted him back to reality. You weren't listening at all, were you? What? Sorry, I was lost in thought. I said. Ron rolled his eyes. Hermione found out about this new bookstore that just opened, right on the north side of Diagon Alley. Apparently, they have first editions of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. We were thinking of taking Hugo there this weekend. Want to join? A bookstore? Harry repeated absently. The Scholar's Nook, Hermione chimed in excitedly. The owner returned from America and has amassed a collection of rare magical tomes. I thought I might buy Hermione a first edition of A History of Magic for her birthday next month. As Harry was about to respond, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. That sounds delightful. When exactly? At 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, Ron replied, but if you're busy. No, I will attend. Harry swiftly interjected, a plan already taking shape in his mind. On Saturday morning, Harry arrived at the Scholar's Nook 3 hours early. This elegantly decorated two-story shop was nestled in a relatively quiet corner at the northern end of Diagon Alley. The proprietor, a kindly old wizard, enthusiastically introduced Harry to various rare and valuable tomes. While feigning interest in the books, Harry discreetly observed the layout of the shop, noting the entrances and exits. The second floor boasted a cozy reading area, with several armchairs arranged around a fireplace, beside which stood a large window offering a splendid view of the bustling street below, a truly perfect spot. At 1:50, when Ron and Hermione arrived at the bookstore with Hugo, Harry had already encountered Draco Malfoy in the reading area. Really unnecessary, Potter, Draco remarked, casting a glance at Harry. His tone laced with familiar derision. I don't require an Auror's protection, especially in a bookstore. Harry feigned surprise at noticing Ron's family ascending the stairs and turned to wave at them. Over here. Ron and Hermione appeared taken aback at seeing Draco, but approached nonetheless. Hugo excitedly ran toward Harry, blissfully oblivious to the subtle tension among the adults. Malfoy, Ron nodded, his tone curt. Weasley. Granger, Draco reciprocated, then turned to Hugo. And this is our son, Hugo, Hermione said, placing a hand on Hugo's shoulder. Hello. Hugo greeted Draco politely before being immediately captivated by a moving dragon-shaped book spine on a nearby shelf. Mom, can I go check that out? Hermione nodded. And Hugo dashed away. Ron hesitated for a moment before following his son to the children's section, leaving Harry, Hermione, and Draco in the reading area. The atmosphere thick with awkwardness. I didn't know you frequented this place, Malfoy. Hermione finally broke the silence, her tone more amicable than Ron's. Draco's lips curved into a faint smile. People change, Granger. Moreover, he raised a beautifully bound tome on potion making. It's for work. Are you still running the potion import business? Harry inquired, pretending to be unaware of the answer. Mainly research and development, Draco replied, a hint of pride in his voice. We've recently developed a new type of wolfbane potion, with side effects reduced by 40% compared to traditional formulations. Hermione's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? That will be a tremendous boon for the werewolf community. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has been seeking better alternatives. Hermione. Ron's voice called from behind a bookshelf. Hugo found a book that breathes fire. I think you need to come see. Hermione flashed an apologetic smile and hurried off. Only Harry and Draco remained in the reading area, an unusual silence enveloping them. So, Harry began, feigning to rearrange the books on the shelf. Potion research? That sounds rather significant. Draco raised an eyebrow. Are you attempting to engage me in small talk, Potter? How utterly unsettling. Harry felt a surge of irritation, but suppressed it. It was merely a few polite exchanges. Malfoy. No need to be on edge. I'm not on edge, Draco retorted. Yet Harry noticed the rhythm of his fingers tapping on the book spine quickening. They fell silent again, and through the large window, Harry could see the blue sky above Diagon Alley and the occasional owls soaring by. The bookstore was quiet, punctuated only by Hugo's occasional excited whispers and Ron's responses. Chapter 15, Pregnancy. Parchments and ancient tomes formed a towering stack, with the topmost books reaching the ceiling, occasionally disturbed by the soft click of metal clasps on old volumes. How is Astoria? The air suddenly thickened, the question dropping like an unbidden stone into the tranquil lake of silence, a query he should not have asked. Draco slowly raised his gaze, a faint smile barely gracing his lips. Why do you inquire? Just a casual question, nothing more, Harry stammered, his voice dry and rasping. He scrutinized every subtle shift in Draco's expression, the slight tightening of his jawline, the brief glance directed at him, each silently proclaiming that his excuse was painfully inadequate. Draco raised an eyebrow. She's well. Then he hesitated, a flicker of tenderness passing through his eyes, his ears tinged with a faint blush as he shyly added, actually, she is pregnant, 3 months along. The word struck Harry like a silent curse, sending a wave of dizziness through him. He had to steady himself against the bookshelf. Pregnant? 3 months? This meant, before the wedding. Congratulations. Harry's throat constricted as his voice cracked, the words barely escaping. You must be very happy. Draco's expression grew complex. Thank you, he murmured, then suddenly lowered his voice. Listen, Potter, about the pocket watch you left that day. Harry's heart raced. What was it? I recognized it as a black family heirloom. Draco fixed his gaze on Harry's eyes. Why did you have it? And why did you carelessly leave it at my home? Harry hadn't expected Draco to be so direct. He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Why? Because he wanted an excuse to see Draco again? Because he wished to remind Draco of their shared connection through the Black family? Because he... Harry. Thank goodness, Hermione's voice rescued him. We found that book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Do you want to take a look? Coming. Harry replied, then nodded apologetically at Draco. I must go. The pocket watch. Let's discuss it later. He hurried toward Hermione and Ron, his heart pounding. Behind him, he felt Draco's gaze burning into his back like a tangible weight. Yes, watching him, always watching him, only him. For heaven's sake. Is everything all right? Hermione asked quietly, pretending to help Hugo flip through the moving book. What about you and Malfoy? All good. Harry managed a smile that resembled a grimace. Just exchanged a few words. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, but refrained from probing further. Hugo excitedly pointed at a picture of a fire-breathing dragon, utterly engrossed in his own world. Harry mechanically nodded along, completely unaware of the conversation, his thoughts drifting far away, entirely elsewhere. Astoria was pregnant. Draco was to become a father. This reality pressed down on his chest like a boulder, making it difficult to breathe. As he left the bookstore, Harry glanced back one last time. Draco stood by the large window on the second floor, gazing out at the street, the sunlight illuminating his platinum hair to near translucence. He appeared both distant and fragile, akin to a delicate glass statue. An impulsive urge surged within Harry to run back into the shop, rush up to the second floor, grasp Draco's shoulders, and bombard him with a barrage of illogical questions. Are you happy? Do you truly love her? Do you remember our meeting on the Hogwarts Express when we were 11? But he did nothing of the sort. He simply turned and followed Ron's family, merging into the throngs of people bustling through Diagon Alley. That evening, Harry found himself once again alone in the office, working late into the night. Hermione had rescinded his surveillance permit, yet he possessed alternative channels to procure the desired information, such as Dobby, the loyal house elf. Continue to observe Mr. Malfoy, he commanded, particularly his interactions with his wife, as well as any discussions related to pregnancy. Dobby blinked his large eyes, intrigued by his Master Potter's interest in the platinum-haired wizard's impending child. Harry's fingers tightened on the tabletop, only to ensure that Malfoy is safe and harmless. The history of the Malfoy family, you know? Dobby nodded, seemingly understanding. And with a pop, he vanished. Harry wearily leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. He was acutely aware that he was racing toward an abyss from which there would be no return, yet at that moment, he felt either powerless or unwilling to halt his descent, spiraling deeper into the darkness amidst the tug-of-war between lucidity and oblivion. In the drawer of his desk lay the emerald green notebook, quietly awaiting his documentation of the day's discoveries. But tonight, Harry lacked the energy to open it. He simply sat in the darkness, listening to the Ministry's ancient clock chime midnight, contemplating Draco Malfoy standing before the bookstore's large window, and the child, soon to be born, who could never truly belong to him. Chapter 16, The Funeral. In the dead of night, at number 12 Grimmauld Place, Harry sat on the leather sofa in the study. The flames in the fireplace casting his shadow onto the wall, contorted and distorted. His gaze fell upon the wall, densely covered with photographs, the edges slightly curled, resembling the creases of time folded over itself. Faded snapshots intermingled with pristine ones, pinned in place, vividly presenting every scene from Draco's life, every mundane moment before his eyes. In the pensive, Harry watched Draco alone at the Laurel Leaf Cafe, sipping an iced Americano, his long fingers turning the pages of the magical law journal. Fingertips pale as frost, with faint blue veins visible at the joints, reminiscent of meticulously carved jade, exuding both preciousness and fragility. In the corridors of St. Mungo's, Draco cradled a crying infant, patiently soothing the distressed child, and at various gatherings, the fleeting smiles that occasionally graced Draco's face while conversing with his associates. These images had been preserved by a special spell, replayed repeatedly through his sleepless nights. The collection in his hidden compartment grew, a coffee cup discarded by Draco, a handkerchief stained with milk. Harry pressed the quill to his lips, envisioning Draco's hand gripping it as he wrote. He knew this was wrong. Yet whenever he beheld images of Draco alongside Astoria, the surging jealousy within him nearly consumed him. As time flowed on, Draco's child gradually grew. Harry observed Draco teaching the child to walk, his possessiveness intensifying. He began to appear more frequently in Draco's life, deliberately orchestrating chance encounters, conveniently appearing in places Draco frequented. He was aware that his actions had crossed boundaries, yet he remained indifferent. To claim Draco, he would pay any price. However, fate's twists often arrived unexpectedly. One late night a year later, Dobby relayed news of chaos at the Malfoy residence. Astoria was gravely ill, her condition critical. Despite a flicker of secret anticipation, Harry could not help but feel anguish for Draco. Months later, as the morning sun bathed the villa, Harry received word. Astoria had passed away. Instantly, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Sorrow, guilt, but predominantly, hope. He knew that the opportunity he had long awaited had finally arrived. Rain cascaded down the stained glass windows of the church, refracting eerie shades of blue and purple. Harry stood in the last row, the shoulders of his black wizarding robe dampened by the rain. He could have cast a drying charm, but it seemed inappropriate at that moment. After all, no one felt comfortable at a funeral. The private chapel of the Malfoy family was filled with the elite of the pure-blood wizarding world. In the front row, Draco Malfoy sat upright, flanked by Narcissa, veiled in black lace. Draco's platinum hair remained striking even in the dim chapel, a cluster of cold flames refusing to extinguish. Scorpius Malfoy, barely over 2 years old, was cradled in Narcissa's arms, restlessly squirming, unable to comprehend why everyone was so solemn and quiet today. The coffin was white, adorned with white roses and forget-me-nots. From the back row, Harry could not see Astoria's visage, but he had heard that the healers had done an excellent job, making her appear as though she were merely in slumber. The blood curse had ultimately taken her life after childbirth, despite Draco's attempts to employ the perilous life-sharing ritual. The funeral lasted nearly 3 hours. The minister's eulogy, the weeping of the Greengrass family members, the ethereal choir's song, all felt distant and surreal amidst the sound of rain. Harry's gaze was drawn inexorably, like an invisible thread, fixed upon Draco's proud silhouette. The light penetrated his slightly curled locks, casting a soft golden hue. Yet the taut lines of his back spoke of an indomitable stubbornness, merging isolation and pride into one. A thorny bush thriving wildly in the darkness, beautiful yet heart-wrenchingly exquisite. After the funeral concluded, guests were invited to the Malfoy estate for a gathering. Harry hesitated, unsure if he was among the invited. Yet, as he turned to leave, the house elf appeared with a pop, its large green eyes glimmering with trepidation. Its bony knees bent deeply, long pointed ears nearly brushing the floor. "Mr. Potter." Its voice rasped like sandpaper against an old carpet. "Master Malfoy sent me to convey a message. He requests your esteemed presence at today's gathering." Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise, yet nodded in acquiescence. He followed the house elf through the curtain of rain, arriving at the Malfoy estate's drawing room. It was darker than during his last visit, all mirrors covered with black cloth, the curtains drawn tightly. Guests whispered softly, house elves darting about with silver trays, offering refreshments and drinks. Draco stood by the fireplace, receiving waves of condolences. He wore a perfectly tailored black robe, a silver brooch pinned at the collar. His complexion pale to the point of translucence. As Harry approached, Draco lifted his gaze, a flicker of something, perhaps surprised that Harry had indeed come, crossing his gray-blue eyes. "Potter." Draco's voice was steadier than Harry had anticipated. Harry nodded. "My condolences, Malfoy. Astoria was a fine person." The words felt hollow, but what else could he say? He hardly knew Astoria, only that she was Draco's wife, Scorpius's mother, a young witch taken by an ancient curse. Draco's mouth twitched slightly, as if he wished to smile but could not. Yes, a fine person. He lowered his gaze to the wine glass in his hand. "That day, at St. Mungo's. Thank you." His voice trailed off. "No need for thanks," Harry murmured softly. It was the truth. Participating in that perilous life-sharing ritual had been his choice. Even knowing that if successful, Astoria would survive and continue to be with Draco. "I owe you a favor," Draco suddenly spoke, his tone deeper than usual. He raised his gray-blue eyes, usually laced with sarcasm, and for once met Harry's gaze directly. This is not typical of the Malfoy family, but it is the truth. Harry wished to express that he did not owe him anything, to say that it was his duty, and even to confess that he had ulterior motives. Yet, in the end, he merely nodded. "If you require assistance, you know how to reach me." A subtle twitch crossed Draco's lips, and a flicker of complex emotion danced in his gray-blue eyes. "Potter, do not presume this will alter anything." Harry shrugged, his gaze unwavering. "But should you need help next time, I may still extend my hand." "Truly, St. Potter," Draco murmured with a hint of sarcasm. It seemed he wished to say more. But at that moment, an older witch, presumably a relative of the Greengrass family, approached and grasped his arm, whispering something to him. Draco gestured an apology towards Harry before following the witch away. Harry lingered at the gathering a while longer, sipping 2 glasses of red wine and sampling the exquisite delicacies prepared by the house elves. He noticed Scorpius being escorted upstairs, away from the adults. The little boy possessed the same golden hair as his mother, yet his eyes mirrored the Malfoy family's gray-blue hue. When he departed from Malfoy Manor, the rain had ceased. The setting sun bathed the damp grass in golden hues, and the air was imbued with the fresh scent of earth and blossoms. Harry inhaled deeply, using apparition to return to Grimmauld Place. That night, he experienced a dream. In this dream, he returned to Malfoy Manor, where Draco stood in the garden, his back to him, platinum hair glimmering in the sunlight. As Harry approached, Draco turned around, his face devoid of the usual mockery or indifference, replaced only by a profound, weary sorrow. "She has gone," Draco in the dream uttered, his voice as light as a feather. "Now, I am left all alone." Harry yearned to say something, yet found himself rendered mute. He reached out, caressing Draco's cheek. To his astonishment, Draco did not recoil, but instead closed his eyes, tentatively leaning into the touch. "I know," Harry heard himself say, then leaned forward to press his lips against Draco's. Harry jolted awake, breath quickened, his damp nightclothes clinging to his back. The cool humidity intertwining with the heat beneath his skin, leaving him in a daze, as if still ensnared in the dream. Outside, the London skyline began to brighten. He sat up, his hands trembling uncontrollably. This dream, this sensation. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, rushing into the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. The man in the mirror had bloodshot eyes, his expression contorted, appearing both yearning and fearful. Approaching 30, he ought not to be so flustered by a mere dream. Yet, this was no ordinary dream, was it? It was a dream about Draco Malfoy. A dream about kissing Draco Malfoy. Chapter 17. A visit. Harry stood before the grand wrought iron gates of Malfoy Manor, his fingers unconsciously tracing the ribbon of the gift box he held, a token for his 3rd visit this month. Mr. Potter. With a soft rustle, the Malfoy family's house elf, Minky, appeared at the door, her tennis ball-like eyes sparkling upon seeing Harry, and she performed a deep bow. "Master Malfoy is in the study." "Thank you," Harry replied with a slight nod, his throat tightening. "How is young Scorpius?" "The little master is well, napping at the moment." Then, her voice dropped to a whisper as her large eyes anxiously glanced toward the 2nd-floor window. "But Master Malfoy seems unwell. He did not sleep last night, and stayed in the study until dawn. Madame Narcissa says he will fall ill if this continues." Harry sighed, his fingertips unconsciously digging into his palm, before following Minky through the meticulously manicured garden. The study door stood ajar, and Harry gently knocked, the sound echoing in the hushed corridor. "Come in." Draco's voice was laced with evident fatigue and irritation. Harry pushed the door open, and a melange of parchment, ink, and some crisp cedar scent wafted towards him. Draco Malfoy sat at his desk, surrounded by a mountain of documents and ledgers. He appeared even more haggard, his platinum hair tousled, seemingly neglected that day. "Potter?" Draco lifted his gaze, dark shadows beneath his gray-blue eyes. "If I recall correctly, I did not schedule a meeting with you." "I know," Harry replied, stepping into the study and placing the elegantly wrapped box in a gap among the papers. He carefully opened the lid, revealing a vial of potion shimmering with a pearlescent sheen, a refined version of the Vitality Restorative. Slughorn's latest formula, non-addictive and without side effects. He paused, his eyes sweeping over Draco's pallid visage. "I heard you haven't been sleeping well." Draco stared at the potion for a long moment, his expression inscrutable. "Thank you." Eventually, he reached for the vial, his fingertips brushing against Harry's. "But I do not require a babysitter, Potter." "Certainly not." Harry quickly withdrew his hand, settling into the armchair opposite the desk. "I have other matters to discuss. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures is drafting a new regulation concerning the magical creature trade, which may impact the Malfoy family's import business for potion ingredients." He retrieved a scroll of parchment from his inner pocket. "I thought I would share the draft with you in advance." Draco raised an eyebrow. "Is that legal? Preemptively leaking unpublished regulations?" "Not quite a leak," Harry shrugged, a smirk involuntarily forming on his lips. "Just seeking the opinions of seasoned professionals in the field." A soft laugh escaped Draco's throat, tinged with long-lost sarcasm. "Potter, when did you become so adept at exploiting legal loopholes?" "With a friend like Hermione, it's hard not to learn," Harry replied with a smile, his tone casual yet slightly teasing. The next 2 hours were consumed by discussions regarding the terms of the draft regulation. Despite his exhaustion, Draco's professionalism astounded Harry. He was not only well-versed in the market prices and supply chains of various magical creature ingredients, but could also pinpoint several clauses in the regulation that might impose unnecessary burdens on small potion workshops. If you raise the import limit for moonstone powder by 11%, Draco used a peacock feather quill to underline a section, the tip shimmering with a faint glow. It would prevent at least 20 family-run workshops from shutting down. Most of these are operated by widows and are vital projects supported by the ministry post-war. Harry nodded, jotting down the suggestion in his notes. His peripheral vision inadvertently caught Draco's pale cheek, the delicate lashes casting butterfly-like shadows on his face, fluttering gently with each word. Harry found himself entranced by that shifting silhouette, as if a cascade of tiny fireworks had suddenly ignited within his chest, leaving him trembling. "Are you hungry?" As the discussion drew to a close, Draco unexpectedly inquired. "Minky prepared lunch, but I have little appetite. If you wish to eat something." "Sure." Harry responded too quickly, almost as if he were interrupting. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his eagerness. "I mean, if you would like to join me." Draco regarded him briefly, but said nothing. They moved to the sunroom, with 3 walls of floor-to-ceiling windows adorned with sheer white curtains. A small round table was set with roasted chicken, fresh salad, creamy mashed potatoes, and a bottle of chilled white wine. Sunlight refracted through the glass, casting rainbow-like spots on the ceiling, while the surrounding lush potted plants exuded a refreshing aroma. Draco ate sparingly, but drank quite a bit of wine. As the effects of alcohol took hold, a faint flush gradually crept onto his pallid cheeks, and the tension in his shoulders began to dissipate. Harry found his gaze inexplicably drawn to the subtle rise and fall of his Adam's apple as he swallowed. "How is Scorpius adapting?" Harry asked, stealthily averting his eyes and spearing a piece of chicken with his fork. Draco's expression softened, as if a ray of light had penetrated his gray-blue eyes. "He's still quite young and doesn't fully grasp what has transpired. He only knows that his mother has gone far away." He took a sip of his drink, his fingers tightening around the glass. "Now, his mother is helping to take care of him." His voice lowered, tinged with a hint of despair. "I don't quite know how to interact with a 2-year-old. "That is understandable," Harry nodded, despite his complete ignorance regarding parenting. His fork scraped against the plate. "But you have a house elf and family support." "Indeed," Draco replied softly, his gaze drifting past Harry into the distance. "Astoria's sister, Daphne, visits occasionally. Scorpius likes her. She—" His voice quivered imperceptibly. "She resembles Astoria." Harry noticed the slight tremor in Draco's fingers as he mentioned his late wife's name. Countless questions swirled on Harry's tongue. Is he grieving? Is he lonely? Does he love Astoria? Yet, such inquiries felt too intimate, too personal for their current rapport. "If you ever need a break or assistance with Scorpius," Harry cautiously suggested, "I would be more than willing to help. I mean, I have friends with children who can offer advice, or—" Draco looked at him in surprise. "Are you offering parenting advice, Potter? The renowned Golden Bachelor, Harry Potter?" A flush crept up Harry's cheeks. "I merely meant that if you require assistance." After a moment of silence, Draco bowed his head, staring into his glass, where sunlight refracted through the liquid, casting amber hues. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper. "Thank you, but I believe I can manage." After lunch, Draco led Harry to see Scorpius. The nursery was located in the eastern wing of the manor, the walls adorned with moving stars and planets, and a small 4-poster bed draped with deep blue curtains. The little boy had just awakened, sitting on the carpet, engrossed in a set of animated wooden Quidditch player models. Upon seeing the strangers enter, he widened his curious gray-blue eyes, identical to Draco's. "This is Harry Potter, Scorpius," Draco gently introduced, his tone imbued with a tenderness Harry had never before heard. "He is a friend of Daddy." "Friend." The word, uttered from Draco's lips, stirred an inexplicable sensation within Harry's chest. He crouched down to meet Scorpius at eye level, grateful he had prepared for this moment. "Hello, Scorpius. I brought a gift for you." From his pocket, he produced a small box containing a miniature golden snitch, its wings crafted from the thinnest gold leaf, shimmering in the sunlight. Scorpius was immediately captivated, extending his chubby little hand. "Shiny. It will fly," Harry smiled, placing the snitch in his palm and softly incanting, "Up." The golden snitch soared gracefully from his hand, tracing an elegant arc in the room. Scorpius clapped joyfully, stumbling after the snitch, his laughter ringing out like a silver bell. Draco leaned against the doorframe, watching the scene unfold with a complex expression. "You needn't do this, Potter," he murmured, trying to win over a child with gifts. Harry rose, suddenly aware of how close they stood, the faint scent of cedar and mint wafting from Draco. "I'm not trying to win him over. I just believe a child." Especially after. He left the thought unfinished, but Draco understood, especially in the wake of losing a mother. Eventually, Scorpius caught the snitch, excitedly running towards Draco. "Daddy, look." Draco bent down to scoop up his son with practiced ease, his long fingers gently brushing aside the wisps of hair from Scorpius's forehead. In that moment, he appeared so tender. I see it. It's wonderful, Draco whispered, then turned to Scorpius. What do you say to Mr. Potter? Thank you, Scorpius chirped, his small voice sweetly high-pitched, before shyly burying his face against his father's shoulder, peeking at Harry with one eye. Watching them, Harry felt an unusual warmth swell within his chest, as if a delicate ribbon were being gently tugged around his heart. This tableau lingered in his mind, remaining vivid even as he bid farewell to the Malfoys and returned to the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 18. A surprising discovery in the ensuing weeks. Harry began to frequent Malfoy Manor with increasing regularity. Each visit, he meticulously concocted reasons for his presence, a rolled parchment from the Ministry adorned with gold thread, the latest model of a flying broom from a Muggle toy store, or an ancient tome on potion-making encased in dragon hide. Gradually, even the house elf, Mickey, would inform him of the locations of her master, indicating whether Scorpius was in the nursery or whether Draco was in the library. On a particularly overcast afternoon, where mist embraced droplets of rain, creating patterns on the window reminiscent of coral branches, Harry returned to Malfoy Manor bearing a box of sweets purchased from Honeydukes for Scorpius and a vial of rare moonstone powder for Draco, rumored to enhance the efficacy of calming potions threefold. Narcissa was attending to her feverish grandson in the nursery, while Draco, Mickey informed him, had been sequestered in his study for the entire morning. Harry gently rapped on the door, receiving no response, the only sound in the corridor being the faint crackle of the fireplace. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld the platinum-haired aristocrat curled within a deep emerald velvet armchair, a copy of Advanced Soul Potionology having slipped onto his lap. Strands of hair fell across his pale forehead, and his long lashes cast butterfly-like shadows beneath his eyes. His gently rising and falling chest swathed in a soft green knit. In that moment, the sleeping Malfoy appeared unexpectedly beautiful and fragile. As Harry contemplated retrieving the silver mink blanket draped over the door, he suddenly noticed a strange diary resting on the ebony bookshelf beside the fireplace. The leather cover gleamed in the firelight, the gilded initials A.G. stinging Harry's vision. The moment his fingers brushed the cover, a delicate fragrance wafted towards him. He randomly flipped to a page, where the yellowed paper bore neat, exquisite handwriting. Draco had another nightmare today. He awoke calling Potter's name, drenched in sweat. When I tried to comfort him, he pushed me away, telling me he needed to be alone. I know he does not love me. This marriage is merely a necessity for two pureblood families. Yet sometimes, in his half-dreaming state, he looks at me with such an expression, as if he were seeing someone else through me. Harry's fingers trembled. The news of the pregnancy has made Draco quite anxious. He insists on the best healer, the finest care, as if that could compensate for something. Sometimes, I wonder if he wishes for my demise during childbirth, so he could fulfill his pure blood obligations to produce an heir while escaping this marriage. Harry felt a tightening in his throat and quickly flipped to the next page. Today I encountered Harry Potter. He came to conduct those damned ministry inspections that Draco has been complaining about. Draco was so unkind, so guarded, but I could see his eyes were always following Potter, with an intensity he has never bestowed upon me. I have finally grasped why our conjugal life has been so tumultuous. Draco Malfoy's heart has long belonged to another, even if he himself is unwilling to admit it. Have you found something of interest, Potter? The voice that emerged from behind rendered Harry motionless. Draco had awakened from his slumber, his slender fingers nervously tracing the patterns on his wand. The flickering firelight cast dancing shadows in his slate-blue eyes, reminiscent of the foreboding arrival of a snowstorm. It mentions me. Harry raised the diary, observing the instant pallor that washed over Draco's face. It mentions you in a dream. Stupefy. The incantation grazed Harry's ear, tearing the curtains to shreds. An inkpot toppled, and the inky liquid spread across the carpet. Draco. Get out. Draco's voice was low and menacing. Immediately. I can explain. There is nothing to explain. Draco's knuckles turned white with the strain of his grip. Potter. You have intruded upon my deceased wife's private diary without permission. How shameless. Harry set the diary down. A wave of intense shame washed over him. Yet a small voice reminded him of the contents within. The fact that Draco had called his name in a dream, and the excessive focus Draco had displayed when he gazed at him. I'm sorry, Harry said earnestly. I should not have, but it spoke of matters concerning me. Draco's expression stiffened, petrified. This time, Harry was prepared. The golden light of the shield charm erupted between them. Amidst the scattering magical sparks, they locked eyes across the flickering barrier, breaths quickening. Astoria wrote that you called my name in your dreams. Harry summoned the courage to continue. She said you were looking at others through her. Draco's complexion drained to a ghastly white before flushing with rage. How dare you? Harry wanted to say something, But upon seeing the trembling wand in Draco's hand and the fire in his eyes, he realized this was not the time for explanations. He slowly retreated towards the door. I am truly sorry, Draco. However, we must discuss this matter sooner or later. I said get out. Each word Draco uttered was like it was forced through clenched teeth. Otherwise, tomorrow's headline in the Daily Prophet will be the savior shot dead for stealing relics. Harry cautiously continued to back away towards the door, pausing abruptly at the threshold. You are aware that the Ministry just passed the International Potion Trade Act, aren't you, Draco? Get out. The door slammed shut before Harry. Yet he noticed there was no audible click of a lock. He departed, but his resolve had crystallized. Astoria's diary confirmed his suspicions. Draco indeed had feelings for him, even if he himself refused to acknowledge it. Now, free from the constraints of marriage and the obligations of pure-blood lineage, perhaps, just perhaps, they truly had a chance. That evening, Harry sat in the study of Grimmauld Place. The dark green notebook sprawled before him. He slowly wrote. The diary, penned by Astoria, confirms that DM married her solely to fulfill pure-blood obligations, not of his own volition, and that DM harbors feelings for me, despite his current denials. Note, DM requires space to calm down, yet vigilance is essential. Scorpius remains a crucial point of leverage. After finishing, Harry closed the notebook, leaned back in his chair, and shut his eyes. Images of Draco cradling Scorpius flashed through his mind, the rare tenderness in his slate-blue eyes, alongside the fury and fear from earlier in the study when his secrets had been laid bare. How endearing, was it not? Harry understood that this path would be arduous. But Astoria's diary bestowed upon him hope. Draco Malfoy might, just might, have been thinking of him all along, just as he had been thinking of Draco. With this thought, a hint of sweetness rose within Harry, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Chapter 19. Threats. The lights atop the Ministry cast long shadows across the corridor. Harry stood beside a statue of a magical brotherhood in the dimness, the air around him thick and viscous, clutching a stack of inconsequential documents. His gaze fixated on the heavy oak door of the conference room. 3 days had passed since Draco expelled him from Malfoy Manor, and Harry had yet to see him, not once. He will emerge from there, Harry whispered to himself, unconsciously stroking the handle of his wand. They typically exit this way after hearings. Harry nervously tugged at his tie until his throat felt constricted. The clash from 3 days prior remained vividly imprinted in his mind. Draco's slate-blue eyes ablaze with fury, his trembling finger pointing at the door, and the words, "Get out." After what felt like an eternity, the conference room door finally swung open, and a procession of formally robed wizards emerged. Harry straightened, holding his breath, desperately scanning the crowd until he spotted a familiar figure, Draco Malfoy. The dark green robe accentuated his pallor, his platinum hair meticulously slicked back, his countenance adorned with a familiar air of arrogance and disdain. He was engaged in a hushed conversation with an older wizard, his brow furrowed, evidently displeased with the discussion at hand. Harry inhaled deeply and approached without hesitation. "Malfoy, may I have a word?" Draco nodded apologetically to the older wizard, then turned to Harry, his slate-blue pupils freezing upon meeting his gaze. "I believe we have nothing to discuss, Potter," Draco replied coldly, his pace unyielding. Harry hastily reached out to block Draco's path, his fingers nearly grazing the front of Draco's robe, his voice bordering on desperation. "Just a minute, for Scorpius's sake, please." "Draco." The sudden mention of Scorpius's name halted Draco in his tracks. He gestured for his companion to proceed, then turned to Harry, his voice laced with fury. "Are you threatening me, Potter? With my son? I care about him." "Draco," Harry gently soothed, striving to maintain a natural tone. Suddenly severing his connection to someone he has grown accustomed to is detrimental to his development. "Mickey informed me that he has been asking where Uncle Harry has gone." Draco's eyes widened slightly, the veins at his temples pulsing, staring incredulously at Harry. "You have been in private contact with my house elf?" Merlin's pants, "Potter, do you have any idea how far over the line you have crossed?" The corridor was bustling, and curious glances were already being cast in their direction. Harry seized Draco's wrist, pulling him into a relatively secluded space. The proximity allowed him to catch the faint scent of cedar and some expensive cologne emanating from Draco. "Listen, I sincerely regret prying into the diary." Harry's voice brimmed with remorse, yet held an undeniable firmness, as if he had already resolved something. That was indeed excessive. "But you cannot deny what Astoria wrote in her diary about you and me." "Shut up." Draco abruptly yanked his wrist from Harry's grasp, his wand half drawn from his sleeve. "Who permitted you to mention her name? Who authorized you to judge my marriage? She knew all along that you didn't love her," Harry pressed on recklessly, his voice trembling with agitation. "She made it abundantly clear. You were merely fulfilling your obligations." Harry swiftly drew his wand, silently casting a protective shield around himself that deflected Draco's spell. The incantation rebounded against the wall, leaving a charred mark. Draco, stop. Do you wish to engage in a duel at the ministry? Draco's chest heaved violently, and an unnatural flush colored his exquisite cheeks. What do you truly want, Potter? He glared at Harry with gritted teeth. Why can't you just leave me be? I want you. Harry nearly blurted out, but he caught himself just in time. That statement was far too perilous, especially in the current tense atmosphere. I want to help, as a friend, he finally said, a statement he scarcely believed himself. Let alone Draco. Friend? Draco scoffed, his laughter piercing like an icicle into Harry's heart. Friends do not pry into private diaries, do not surveil one another's lives. Do not. He suddenly halted, narrowing his eyes as a new, unsettling realization dawned upon him. Merlin, you can't be. A rush of warmth flooded Harry's cheeks. Had Draco guessed? Was he that transparent? Ever since the war, since that trial, or perhaps even from the moment he first laid eyes on Malfoy. Potter? Malfoy? Is everything all right? Kingsley Shacklebolt's voice crashed over them like a bucket of cold water. The Minister of Magic stood at the corridor's turn, scrutinizing them from beneath his thick brows, his gaze ultimately fixating on their half-raised wands. We are fine, Minister, Harry quickly replied, forcing a smile. Draco and I were merely discussing the new regulations concerning potion laws. Kingsley appeared unconvinced yet nodded. Very well, but remember, this is the Ministry of Magic. Be mindful of your identities and responsibilities. He shot Harry a meaningful glance before turning to depart. Seizing the opportunity, Draco stepped back, distancing himself from Harry. Our business ends here, Potter. His voice was low and menacing. Do not come near me, my family, or our house elf. Otherwise, I will make sure Kingsley knows how his Auror chief is abusing his power. You wouldn't dare, Harry said softly, a resolve solidifying within him as he leaned closer to Draco, his words sharp like poisoned steel. You know what I hold, the truth regarding Malfoy Manor during the war. Lucius's secret communications with the remnants of the Death Eaters, and your mother. If these were to come to light, Draco's complexion drained of color, and Harry could almost see the veins pulsing beneath his skin. Are you threatening me? He asked incredulously, his voice tinged with a vulnerability Harry had never encountered before. I am merely stating facts, Harry replied calmly, even as his heart raced in his chest. I simply wish to continue being Scorpius's friend and occasionally see you. Is that such an unreasonable request? Draco stared at Harry for a long moment, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Anger, shock, confusion, and perhaps fear? Finally, he slowly shook his head, his lips twisting into a bitter smile. You have changed, Potter. Draco's voice was barely audible. What has the savior fallen to? A blackmailer? A stalker? The words pierced Harry's heart like a knife. He yearned to retort, to explain that it stemmed from care, from love. But Draco had already turned away, his robes billowing behind him, leaving Harry standing alone, gripping the wand that had once vanquished Voldemort. As he watched Draco's retreating figure, a strange blend of relief and anguish coursed through him. Yes, he had changed. The war had altered everything, including his feelings for Draco Malfoy. Evolving from hatred to curiosity and now to this twisted, almost pathological obsession. He glanced down at his trembling hands, realizing they quaked slightly. The conversation felt like a dream. Yet he had indeed threatened Draco, wielding secrets he had vowed to keep buried. Why? To continue seeing Scorpius? Or for that man who did not belong to him? Harry inhaled deeply, tucking his wand back into his sleeve. The crowd in the corridor had dispersed, no one noticing the brief altercation that had just transpired. He straightened his tie, squared his shoulders, and prepared to return to his office. Yet within him, a voice echoed incessantly. What have you become? Chapter 20, Breach of Defense. In the following fortnight, Harry Potter outwardly complied with Draco Malfoy's demands, refraining from further harassment towards Draco and his family, and even avoiding contact with the Malfoy house elf, Mickey. He deliberately steered clear of public places like Diagon Alley to lower Draco's guard. However, secretly, he intensified his surveillance over Draco. Within the Auror Office of the Ministry, only the faint hum of electricity coursing through the fluorescent lights could be heard. Harry sat at his desk, leaning back against his chair, the harsh light casting deep shadows across his brow while his eyes, hidden behind glasses, were slightly closed, like a predator lying in wait in the shadows. An invisible pressure emanating from him. Through special privileges, Harry successfully accessed Draco Malfoy's communication records from the past month. Every owl letter, every Flu Network call meticulously documented. Although the vast majority pertained solely to business dealings with potion suppliers. Simultaneously, he had assigned Dobby to follow Draco around the clock, ensuring he would be the first to know of any developments regarding Malfoy. These actions were rationalized in Harry's mind. He was merely protecting Draco, ensuring that this stubborn, beautiful man, who lacked the ability to care for himself, would not do something foolish in his grief. Still working late, an Auror on duty peered into the office. Just handling some paperwork, Harry forced a smile, and once his colleague departed, he gritted his teeth and called out, "Dobby," with a resounding pop. A house elf dressed in a makeshift outfit appeared on the carpet before him, its large eyes gleaming with excitement under the light. "Master Potter, Dobby has followed the platinum-haired wizard as you instructed." Harry retrieved a small box of lemon drops from his drawer, Dobby's favorite. "Tell me what he did today." The elf eagerly seized the candy, dancing with glee as it began to report. "The platinum-haired wizard played with the little baby this morning, then went to the potion materials shop in Nocturne Alley, and in the afternoon, he visited the Parkinson Manor." Dobby suddenly lowered its voice as if revealing a monumental secret. "He had tea and chatted with the black-haired lady." Harry's fingers tightened around his teacup, knuckles turning white. "Pansy Parkinson? What had they discussed?" He struggled to maintain a steady tone, though something within his chest churned violently. Dobby's wide eyes twinkled mischievously. "They talked about young Master Scorpius. How challenging it is for the platinum-haired wizard to raise the little baby alone. And about how the black-haired lady's cousin would make a splendid new mother for the little baby." Harry's wand slipped from his grasp, clattering against the floor with a sharp sound. Pansy introducing a match for Draco? So soon? Astoria had only passed away less than 2 months ago. "Continue," he rasped, commanding, feeling a wave of dizziness as he bent to retrieve his wand. The platinum-haired wizard proclaimed it was still too early, yet he consented to dine with the dark-haired lady's cousin next week. Pip anxiously twisted the tea towel in his hands. Master Potter appeared quite irate. "I am not angry," Harry bit out, his voice squeezed through clenched teeth. Despite his fingers digging deeply into his palm, blood trickling between them and staining his uniform with dark red splotches, he stubbornly insisted, "It's merely concern." That evening, in the bedroom of number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry tossed and turned in restless sleep. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Every time he closed his eyes, images of Draco dining with a woman whose face remained indistinct flooded his mind. The candlelight illuminating Draco's smile as he poured wine for her. He envisioned Scorpius calling someone else mother, the Malfoy Manor welcoming a new matron, and himself being utterly excluded from Draco's life. Damn it all. He would not accept this, absolutely not. With bloodshot eyes, Harry, filled with suppressed frustration, rose and made his way to the study. He retrieved the dark green notebook from a hidden compartment, the embossed letters DM gleaming under the light of his wand. Flipping to the latest page, he began to write feverishly. Plan DM to investigate the woman introduced by Parkinson, widow of the Knott family, must be thwarted. Option 1. Investigate her background, seek a flaw. Option 2. Arrange for DM to be on an urgent business trip. Option 3. Direct intervention. After completing his notes, Harry leaned back in his chair, gazing at the flickering shadows cast by the lamp upon the ceiling. He contemplated that direct intervention was too perilous and could provoke Draco's ire, but background checks would require time, and with the date set for next week, the most feasible option seemed to be orchestrating an urgent incident that would compel Draco to cancel the date. Chapter 21. The Shadow. As dawn's light began to break, Harry's figure appeared at the Ministry of Magic. It was the weekend, and the usually bustling ministry lay eerily silent, as if under a silencing charm. Harry's footsteps echoed like heavy drums, each step resonating through the long, empty corridors. The brass doors of the archives glimmered with a faint, cold light, as if imbued with some ancient, mysterious magic, quietly awaiting the arrival of this uninvited guest. The Knott family's records were hidden at the very bottom of the pureblood family classification. Theodore Knott had survived the Great War by sheer luck, but post-war, he was imprisoned in Azkaban for conducting illegal dark magic experiments, leaving behind a young and beautiful widow, Tracy Knott, who happened to be Pansy Parkinson's cousin. From the information Harry had gathered, Tracy Knott appeared to epitomize every criterion valued by pureblood families. 28 years old, a Slytherin graduate, and well-versed in various aristocratic etiquettes. Moreover, Harry could not deny that Tracy Knott was quite beautiful, with her blonde hair and blue eyes, her slightly furrowed brow hinting at an indescribable melancholy, creating a unique and heart-wrenching beauty of sorrow. Even more vexing was the yellowed page of the archives, which boldly recorded her position as a therapist at St. Mungo's, specializing in the recovery of childhood psychological trauma, truly a blade carefully chiseled by fate, perfectly suited to be the stepmother for Scorpius. "What are you looking for, Harry?" Hermione Granger's voice startled Harry, causing him to snap the file shut. She stood at the door of the archives, cradling a pile of documents, her brow furrowed and a hint of fatigue in her gaze. Harry averted his eyes, dodging her probing look, and casually mixed the Knott family's file with other papers, just verifying details of a case. He then seamlessly shifted the topic. "What about you? Still working over the weekend?" "The Weasleys' case," Hermione replied briskly as she stepped into the archives, the hem of her uniform brushing against the floor. She placed a hefty stack of files with a thud on the table, then raised her gaze to scrutinize Harry, as if seeking to pierce through his facade. In that moment, Harry felt reminiscent of Professor Snape catching him out of bed at night. There's been talk that you've been reviewing personal files unrelated to your work. I didn't want to believe it, but now. Hermione's sentence trailed off. Harry's eyes flickered, choosing to feign ignorance. What rumors? Who said that? It doesn't matter. Hermione's tone suddenly grew grave. With a flick of her wand, a sharp silver light cut through the air, and with a precise motion of her wrist, a silencing charm formed an invisible barrier around them, causing the air to shimmer with magical ripples. Her gaze bore an oppressive weight. What matters is, if the rumors are true, Harry. As her wand struck the table, the parchment rustled audibly, as the head, Auror. You are not permitted to access confidential files without authorization. This constitutes a serious abuse of power. As the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I cannot turn a blind eye to this. Harry swallowed hard, remaining composed. Hermione, we've known each other for over a decade. Do you truly believe I would do such a thing? I wish I didn't. Hermione's eyelashes trembled, her expression pained as she took a hesitant step forward. Her voice barely audible. But ever since Astoria Malfoy passed away, you've changed. Ron has noticed. You hardly attend our family gatherings anymore, always finding excuses to leave, and... She hesitated. Ginny told me you've asked her for advice on how to attract someone who is resistant to you. Harry's face burned with embarrassment. That was just casual advice. He turned his gaze to the archive shelves, avoiding her piercing eyes. Hermione, she suddenly grasped his hand, her voice softening. You are still watching Draco Malfoy, aren't you? The question struck Harry like a dagger to the chest, halting his breath. He instinctively opened his mouth to deny it. But Hermione's gaze told him that lying now would be futile. I just want to protect him, Harry finally murmured. Scorpius just lost his mother, and Draco is not in a good place. As an Auror, you should know that unauthorized surveillance is illegal, Hermione interrupted. Not to mention the fact that you are accessing private files of a pureblood family. If the media were to discover that the head of the ministry was directly involved in such a breach of privacy, I won't let anyone find out. Harry blurted out, then instantly realized his slip. Hermione gasped, stepping back as she released his hand. Merlin, you really are doing this. Harry, you must stop immediately. This is not protection. This is harm. You don't understand. Harry suddenly raised his voice. Draco has no idea what is best for him. He is still mourning Astoria, while Pansy is hastily trying to introduce him to a new wife, and that Tracy not. So you have investigated her. A sharp glint flashed in Hermione's eyes. Harry, listen to me. I know you have special feelings for Draco. Since 6th year, perhaps even earlier. But this way is wrong. Harry's throat tightened. Does Hermione know? How long has she known? Who else is aware? Ron? Ginny? The entire ministry? I haven't. He futilely attempted to argue. You have, Hermione asserted firmly. And Draco has the right to choose his own future, whether that includes marrying Tracy not or anyone else. You must let go, Harry, before you do something irreversible. So why can't that someone be me? Harry screamed silently in his heart. Regaining his senses, Harry found himself staring blankly at his hands. Hands that belonged to an Auror, once wielded in battle against Death Eaters, now rifling through the file of an innocent woman. Merely because she might become Draco's new love interest. A wave of intense self-loathing washed over him. What if he truly had developed feelings for her? He heard himself inquire, his voice barely a whisper. Hermione's expression softened somewhat. Then you should be happy for him. Genuine concern is wishing for the other's happiness, even if it means relinquishing your own place. Harry wanted to say something in reply, but the door to the archive room was suddenly pushed open, and an intern Auror peeked in. Minister? There's an emergency. A giant has appeared at the Dartmoor border. Harry seized this escape with a gratitude akin to relief. I'll be right there, he said to the intern, then turned to Hermione. We'll talk later. Hermione nodded, though the worry in her eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Think carefully about what I said, Harry. For your sake, and Draco's. Harry hastily exited the archive room, his heart pounding like a drum. Hermione's warning echoed in his mind, but louder still were the words of Peeves. Draco had agreed to dine with Tracy not next week. Time was of the essence. He had to decide whether to heed Hermione's advice and let go, or to pursue the plan outlined in the Emerald Notebook, determined to thwart this date at all costs. As he rounded the corner, Harry glanced back. Hermione stood at the doorway of the archive, watching his retreating figure, her eyes a blend of concern and resolve. He knew she would afford him a moment to contemplate, but not for long. Hermione Granger never allowed anyone to walk toward self-destruction, especially not Harry Potter. Chapter 22. No more pretense. After Hermione departed, Harry reopened the Knott family's file, his long fingers meticulously smoothing the curled parchment, the flickering candlelight casting dancing shadows across his furrowed brow. At noon 3 days hence, a snow owl with wings glistening like pearls swooped in, eliciting gasps in the ministry dining hall. It precisely dropped a letter beside Harry's pumpkin juice before flying away. The envelope bore elegant italic script in emerald ink for Harry Potter. There was no signature, as he traced the last upward stroke of the letters. A shiver ran through his fingertips. Clutching the letter, he hurried to the nearest room, pressing his back against the cool door as he broke the wax seal. The parchment bore but a single line, the ink trembling slightly at its conclusion. 8 o'clock tonight, Malfoy Manor. DM. The edges of the parchment crinkled beneath Harry's grip, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the undulating patterns. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting strange patterns over the text. Was this a twist of fate or a meticulously woven trap? Was Draco Malfoy's message an olive branch of reconciliation or a concealed curse fraught with peril? Harry suddenly recalled the moths drawn to light deep within the forbidden forest. Was he not the same? Tempted by illumination, fully aware that what awaited him could be a grave without rest, yet utterly unable to resist. At 7:50 that evening, Harry stood before the grand entrance of Malfoy Manor, his deep green dragon-hide robes accentuating the sharpness of his shoulders, while his meticulously styled black hair rebelliously flicked up in places. The wine in his hand shimmered like a ruby under the moonlight, though he was acutely aware that this vintage could shatter against the wall at any moment. The grand doors slowly opened, moonlight spilling through the gap, cleaving the shadows of the foyer in two. Draco Malfoy leaned against a gilded column, resembling a finely crafted medieval oil painting. He wore a robe of deep black silk, where silver embroidery undulated with each breath. The tailored garment accentuated his tall, slender frame, while his platinum hair cascaded smoothly over his shoulders, the ends curling slightly and glowing softly in the candlelight. A few strands fell nonchalantly over his sculpted brow, adding an air of languid charm to his visage. His signature gray-blue eyes were veiled in a frosty veneer, breathtakingly beautiful. With every movement, his noble grace was unmistakable, each subtle gesture imbued with an innate poise and aristocratic elegance, rendering one utterly entranced by his allure. "Come in." Draco cast a glance at Harry before walking inside. Harry followed him through the corridor, where several illustrated editions of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them lay scattered across the carpet, and an open potions journal rested on a crystal coffee table, paused on the page discussing the refinement of Wolfsbane potion. "Where's Scorpius? Mother is reading him a bedtime story." Draco replied as he retrieved 2 crystal glasses from an ornate liquor cabinet, the amber liquid tracing graceful arcs within the cups. He paused for a moment and pushed one of the glasses towards Harry. "Sit." Harry cautiously perched on the edge of the sofa, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Draco's cool fingers as he accepted the glass. "Thank you for the invitation. I thought my name had been permanently erased from your guest list." Draco scoffed coldly as he settled into the armchair opposite Harry. "I wish that were the case, but your little pet has been lingering around my house. Pansy says she feels as though she is being watched, and..." Draco's gaze sharpened. "Tracy not received an anonymous letter yesterday." As the liquor spread within his mouth, igniting a spicy warmth, Harry lowered his head, swirling the glass as he spoke calmly. "That sounds unfortunate, but..." "Spare me, my savior. You know better." Draco sneered, revealing his sharp canine teeth. Harry set down the glass, the crystal clinking against the marble. "And if I were the one responsible, what then?" Harry lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Draco's gray-blue ones. "I'm merely looking out for you, Draco. Tracy not is not right for you. She is only after the wealth and status of the Malfoy family. You deserve better." "Better?" Draco suddenly stood, the hem of his robe sweeping the glass off the table. "Like a stalker who watches me and threatens my romantic interests? I'm the only one who truly understands you." Harry rose as well, unable to contain his agitation. "I know you don't love Astoria. I know you're marrying her out of obligation. I know you scream my name in your nightmares." Draco's face turned pale with fury. "You know nothing. You skimmed a few pages of a diary and think you understand my marriage? Understand my feelings? Then tell me the truth." Harry stepped forward, their proximity allowing them to sense each other's breaths. "Tell me that what Astoria wrote is false. Tell me you have never thought of me. Tell me." His voice dropped. "Tell me I have no chance." A flicker of an elusive emotion crossed Draco's eyes as he opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak, only to close it again. He turned toward the fireplace, his back to Harry, shoulders tense. "I called you here tonight to give you one final warning, Potter." Draco's voice regained its calmness. "Stop watching me and those I care about. Stop interfering in my life. Otherwise what?" Harry stepped closer, inhaling the faint mint scent from the nape of Draco's neck. "Report me to the Wisengamot. Inform the Daily Prophet that the Savior is a pervert?" Harry chuckled lightly, breath brushing against Draco's flushed ear. "You know what? I would even welcome that." Draco abruptly turned, their noses nearly touching. "You are truly insane," he stated, his tone trembling slightly. "Perhaps." Harry gazed into the flickering flames reflected in the depths of Draco's pupils, his lips slightly parted, breath quickening. "But at least I'm no longer deceiving myself," he murmured, lowering his head slowly. only to be abruptly halted by the wand pressed against his chest. "Get out," Draco rasped, his voice hoarse. Harry remained still, instead seizing Draco's wrist, his thumb brushing against the pulsing vein beneath the skin. "Draco, why didn't you pull away at the first moment? Tell me, darling." "You." Draco suddenly choked, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. "Whatever it was, it did not alter the undeniable fact of your transgressions, surveillance, threats." His accusations gradually morphed into a breathy whisper, as Harry nuzzled his nose against the taut line of Draco's jaw. "I promise to cease all surveillance." Harry's voice resonated like a cello, laced with a hint of seduction and coaxing. "As long as you agree to one condition." The wand pressing against Harry eased slightly. "Speak." "Tomorrow night at 7, the Leaky Cauldron." Seizing the opportunity, Harry closed the distance between them to nearly nothing, just for the duration of a dinner. "If you still wish for me to vanish afterward." Harry's lips nearly brushed against Draco's cool earlobe. "Trust me, I could easily exile myself to Australia to study kangaroos." The flames in the fireplace suddenly surged, releasing a cascade of golden-red sparks. In the dim light, the shadows cast by Draco's lashes obscured all emotions. Finally, he nodded ever so slightly. Chapter 23, Night Talks. Harry's heart raced like a drum. Draco's acquiescence felt like a potent elixir coursing through his veins, igniting his limbs. After a moment of silence, Harry retreated slightly, granting them both a breath of space. Yet his gaze greedily traced the contours of Draco's face, fearful of missing any subtle change. "The Leaky Cauldron?" Draco's voice dripped with sarcasm as his pale fingers tapped lightly on his wand. "Couldn't you choose a more suitable venue? I thought discretion was preferable." With deliberate intent, Harry let his fingers glide over Draco's sleeve, satisfied to observe the slight tremor at his wrist. "Unless you would rather see tomorrow's Daily Prophet headline reading former enemies meet under the moonlight." Draco scoffed, the corners of his mouth twitching. "At precisely 7 o'clock. If you're even a second late, I'll leave." He turned toward the fireplace, his back to Harry, his tone frigid. "Now, kindly remove that esteemed Auror figure from my sight. I have matters to attend to." Harry recognized Draco's dismissal but feigned ignorance, leisurely finishing his whiskey, the bitter aftertaste lingering on his tongue. Upon finishing, he deliberately set the crystal glass down on the coffee table with a resounding clink before rising to adjust his robes. "See you tomorrow, Draco." The words rolled off his tongue as if they were accustomed to such clandestine invitations. Draco did not turn around, but Harry noted the slight tightening of his fingers around the wand, knuckles paling. The door closed silently behind him, the night breeze brushing against Harry's cheek, imbued with the crispness of early autumn. Yet his blood remained heated as he stood outside Malfoy Manor, sensing something. He glanced back, and through the curtains on the second floor, a tall figure stood silently. Harry smirked and raised his glass in that direction. Upon returning to the villa via apparition, Harry stood in the darkened living room, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Hermione was right. He had indeed lost his mind, but he didn't care. The following day at 6:30, Harry stood at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, arriving 30 minutes ahead of their agreed time. He donned a deep blue robe, slightly less formal than the previous night's attire, yet still impeccably tailored. His hair had been painstakingly styled, though it stubbornly refused to lay flat. The tavern buzzed with noise, flickering candlelight casting dancing shadows upon the wooden tables. Tom, the proprietor, acknowledged Harry with a nod, and Harry chose a corner seat, leaning against the wall for an unobstructed view. After ordering a butterbeer, he lightly tapped his fingers against the table, mentally counting down the moments. At 6:55, the tavern door creaked open, a gust of cold air ushering in the familiar scent of pine. Draco Malfoy stood framed in the doorway, his silver-gray robe glistening ominously under the dim light. His platinum hair was meticulously swept back, his jawline taut, and his slate-blue eyes surveyed the bar with their customary arrogance. After a cursory glance, his gaze locked onto Harry. Harry raised his glass in a silent toast, a smile gracing his lips. Draco inclined his chin slightly and approached, his boots making soft sounds against the wooden floor, each step resonating like a heartbeat in Harry's chest. "You arrived early," Draco remarked, sitting down across from him, his tone calm. "Habit," Harry replied with a grin, sliding a pre-ordered glass of fire whiskey toward him. "I thought you might need this." "Huh." Draco shot a glance at the drink. "You know, this is absurd." "Is it?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Why? Because we're arch-nemeses?" Draco replied coldly, tracing a finger along the rim of the glass. "Because of our history? Or because," he trailed off, "you're afraid to admit that you actually—" Draco's pupils constricted, his breath becoming slightly erratic. "Potter, you're truly arrogant, stubborn, hopeless?" Harry interjected with a laugh. "You've already called me all those before. How about something new?" Draco stared at him for several seconds before abruptly downing the drink, slamming the glass back onto the table. "Well," he said in a low voice, "one dinner. and then we'll see if you truly can vanish as you claim. After a brief silence, he met Harry's gaze directly. So, what does our savior wish to discuss with me? Harry did not respond immediately. Instead, he withdrew a neatly folded parchment from his robe and slid it across the table. Draco frowned. What is this? The investigation files on the Knott family, Harry replied, his voice subdued. I admit, I did monitor Tracy Knott. But not in the way you think. Draco unfolded the parchment, scanning its contents rapidly, his brows knitting together. Theodore, Knott is still in contact with the outside world from Azkaban? He murmured. Harry nodded. Messages are being relayed through Tracy. I suspect the Knott family is plotting something. He paused. I approached her to uncover the truth. Draco's fingers tightened around the parchment, crumpling its edges. Why didn't you tell me directly? Tell you? Harry chuckled bitterly. Do you remember the last time we had a proper conversation? For a fleeting moment, Draco's expression wavered before he regained his composure. He took a sip of his drink, his voice low. So, your so-called stalking was actually an investigation? Partially, Harry admitted candidly. The other part was indeed because of you. The air thickened with tension. Draco's fingertips traced the rim of his glass, emotions swirling in his slate blue eyes. After a long pause, Draco finally spoke. You always do this. Potter, making a mess of everything. Harry regarded him softly. Yet you still came. Draco remained silent, merely finishing his drink. Chapter 24, Progress. The sweltering heat of Diagon Alley was effectively kept at bay by the coolness of Florian's ice cream parlor, where sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting colorful reflections onto the wooden tabletops. Scorpius Malfoy was utterly engrossed in tackling a colossal chocolate raspberry sundae, the tip of his nose adorned with a smudge of melted cream, resembling a mischievous little imp. Harry sat opposite him, occasionally dabbing a tissue gently against the boy's cheek, while discreetly observing Draco seated nearby. Slow down, young sir. Draco's voice was soft, his slate blue eyes brimming with an almost overwhelming tenderness. Be careful not to upset your little tummy. It had been some time since their last meeting at the Leaky Cauldron, a conversation that had considerably thawed the icy barriers between them. Today, Draco was clad in a lightweight, pale gray silk robe, his platinum hair glistening under the sunlight like pearls, making him appear almost ethereal, and his complexion appeared significantly more vibrant than it had in recent months. Uncle Harry. Scorpius suddenly looked up, a beaming smile stretching across his chocolate-stained lips. Can you make the fork fly again? Just like last time. Harry smiled as he retrieved his wand, giving it a gentle flick. The silver fork immediately soared into the air, deftly spinning a few times before landing gracefully beside the ice cream cup. Scorpius clapped his tiny hands, his eyes sparkling like stars. Don't indulge him, Potter. Draco feigned a frown, yet his tone betrayed a hint of indulgence. The house elf is already at his wit's end. He keeps wanting his toys to jump back into their box by themselves. Harry tucked his wand back into his sleeve. That only demonstrates his intelligence. It's quite rare for a 3-year-old to cast magic unconsciously. Draco's lips involuntarily curved upward as he remarked, the Malfoy bloodline has always been thus. Seemingly realizing the arrogance of his words, he quickly added, though Astoria displayed similar precocity in her youth. The name of his late wife slipped from his lips with a barely perceptible tremor. Harry keenly noted this detail, but compassionately pretended not to, instead helping Scorpius straighten his ice cream-stained collar. You seem much more adept than last time, Draco casually observed, his gaze thoughtful. What? Caring for a child? Draco prolonged his words, his gray-blue eyes narrowing slightly. Last time you were as clumsy as one handling a bomb that could explode at any moment. How have you suddenly become so intuitive? Harry's heart skipped a beat. He had indeed secretly perused numerous parenting books and observed Molly Weasley tending to her grandchildren. But he couldn't admit to that. Practice makes perfect, he replied vaguely, swiftly shifting the conversation. Will you be attending the ministry's year-end gala next week? Draco huffed lightly. I have to go. The newly developed Wolfsbane potion requires a considerable amount of approval processes, and Shacklebolt subtly hinted that I should make an appearance. His long fingers tapped lightly on the table. I shall be there as well, Harry said, seemingly nonchalant. If you need assistance, I can introduce you to a few people from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Although the format remains similar each year, there are some unspoken rules. Draco raised an eyebrow. The savior himself to act as my guide. Should I be flattered? Though laced with his usual sarcasm, Harry noted that he did not outright refuse. This was indeed a qualitative leap, was it not? By this time, Scorpius had finished his ice cream and began to squirm restlessly in his chair. Daddy, can I go see the magical ice dragon in the window? Draco nodded, patiently advising. Yes, but only to look, no touching. Uncle Harry and I will be right there. Watching Scorpius bounce toward the display of magical ice sculptures in the shop window, Draco's gaze followed his son's small figure intently. Only after confirming the child's safety did he turn to Harry, lowering his voice. Regarding the gala, If you truly wish to assist, perhaps you could introduce me to a few individuals from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The greatest hindrance to the Wolfsbane potion currently lies in their myriad bureaucratic procedures. Harry nodded, striving to suppress his inner excitement. Draco was actively seeking his assistance. Not a problem. I have some connections with Director Davies. His wife is a colleague in my Auror Office. It seemed Draco had more to say, but he was interrupted by Scorpius's exclamation. Daddy, Uncle Harry, the ice dragon is breathing cold air. Both men rose simultaneously to approach the excited child. And as they stood before the window, Harry inadvertently found himself very close to Draco, close enough to catch a whiff of his unique, cool scent, a blend of crisp cedar and refreshing mint. This aroma inexplicably tightened Harry's throat, prompting him to discreetly step back, fearing he might act on an impulse. As they parted, Draco declined Harry's invitation to join him for lunch, taking Scorpius with him as they left. Harry stood alone at the entrance of the ice cream parlor, gazing at the spot where they had vanished, his fingers unconsciously tracing the length of his wand. This meeting had gone far more smoothly than he had anticipated. Not only had Draco unprecedentedly sought his help, but he had also referred to him as Harry, using his given name rather than his surname. This was indeed a delightful advancement, albeit as slow as a snail, yet it clearly indicated that progress was being made. Chapter 25, The Gala in Progress. The Ministry's year-end gala was aglow with dazzling lights illuminating the entire hall. Harry had arrived early to ensure that every detail was meticulously arranged. Tonight, he had donned a brand-new deep green velvet robe, the insignia of the head of the Auror Office shimmering subtly in the candlelight. His perpetually unruly black hair was expertly tamed with gel. Beneath the dome, magical candles floated mid-air, casting a golden and silver hue over the decorations, creating a dazzling spectacle. The long tables, draped in pristine white linens, were adorned with exquisite silverware and crystal goblets, while house elves bustled about, serving champagne and red wine to the arriving guests. Yet, Harry's gaze remained fixated on the entrance, eagerly anticipating the appearance of a certain figure. When Draco Malfoy finally made his entrance, Harry's breath hitched slightly. The silver-gray silk robe hugged his elongated form perfectly, accentuating his narrow waist, broad shoulders, and gracefully elongated neck, with a subtly pronounced Adam's apple. As he moved, the hem of the robe swayed gently with his steps, revealing the outline of his long, straight legs. His platinum hair was meticulously slicked back, exposing his sharply defined, pale features, while his gray-blue eyes sparkled like melting glaciers under the flickering candlelight, exuding a cold yet captivating allure. As Draco surveyed the hall, his gaze paused momentarily upon Harry before he approached him with a leisurely stride. Draco elegantly scanned the room filled with clinking glasses, and when his gaze inadvertently met Harry's, his long lashes fluttered slightly, hesitating for just a heartbeat. Yet, soon enough, the composed demeanor inherent to Malfoy returned. He lifted his chin slightly, the corners of his lips curving into a barely perceptible smile as he approached Harry with graceful steps. Malfoy, Harry's lips curved involuntarily into a smile, his green eyes sparkling with admiration. He instinctively adjusted his collar, his voice husky. You look exceptionally handsome today. Draco gracefully accepted a champagne flute from a house elf, his long fingers gliding along the rim of the crystal glass, leaving a trace of barely perceptible mist. He tilted his head slightly, a strand of platinum hair cascading over his brow, shimmering softly in the candlelight, while a smirk of mockery danced upon his lips. Do refrain from regarding me with such an expression, Potter. Harry inclined his body a fraction, gesturing for Draco to observe the stout, rotund wizard, Davis, who was surrounded by a gaggle of obsequious officials, engaged in idle chatter with representatives from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Harry tilted his head, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Shall I make an introduction for you? Draco languidly swirled the crystal goblet in his hand, the liquid within flowing like liquid gold under the candlelight. No need, he drawled, savoring a sip, his Adam's apple elegantly bobbing. The Malfoys possessed their own methods of socialization. His gaze drifted thoughtfully toward Davis, a flicker of astute calculation glimmering in his slate blue eyes. However, Draco suddenly turned to Harry, his tone languorous. You'd best not wander too far. Who knows when I might require our dear savior to intervene. Harry couldn't suppress a chuckle. It was quintessentially Malfoy. He nodded, watching as Draco glided gracefully toward Davis, the platinum aristocrat blending seamlessly into the throng, yet maintaining an air of calculated detachment. The banquet continued amidst the clinking of glasses. While Harry engaged with the cordial exchanges of various department heads and managed the enthusiastic toasts from the new Aurors, his gaze instinctively sought out the distinctive silver-gray figure. As the melodious strains of strings filled the air, the guests in the center of the hall subtly retreated, creating a space in which a few eager dancers stepped forward. The ladies' skirts blooming into floral arcs as they twirled, while the gentlemen's robes swayed elegantly in rhythm. Harry, engrossed in a discussion with Kingsley regarding the latest Auror training protocols, nevertheless caught a glimpse of that familiar silhouette by the bar. Draco stood there alone, his crystal goblet now empty, his usual pallor tinged with an unnatural flush, even the tips of his ears blushing a delicate pink. The collar of his attire had mysteriously loosened, revealing a small expanse of collarbone. "Apologies, Kingsley." Harry interrupted their conversation with an air of nonchalance. "I believe I've spotted Malfoy indulging a bit too much. As the host, I ought to check on him." He flashed an apologetic smile at his former superior, hastening through the crowd toward the bar. Leaning casually against the counter, Harry lightly tapped his fingers on the surface. "How goes the conversation?" he inquired, feigning ease, though his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the flush of Draco's ear. Draco slowly turned his head, his slate blue eyes clouded with a dreamy, intoxicated haze, appearing slightly dazed. "That old fool Davis." He elongated the last syllable, his voice a sultry murmur. "Can't even distinguish between Sneezeword and Snargaluff." Draco accepted the fire whiskey handed to him by a house elf, the amber liquid swirling within the glass, refracting a honeyed glow. Though his wife, on the other hand, is quite astute. Harry took a sip of his drink, his throat moving as he swallowed. "I've arranged a meeting for next week. I intend to have a thorough discussion." Chapter 26, The Ball. Draco leaned in slightly, the faint aroma of cedar and green apple weaving between them as his long, slender fingers tapped gently against the crystal goblet, his slate blue eyes twinkling with mischief in the candlelight. "And what of you, Mr. Savior?" Draco's lips curled into a perfectly measured smile. "Are you still finding the performance to your liking?" Harry raised the glass handed to him by the house elf, the amber liquid swaying gently within. "It's a bit more exhausting than anticipated." He lifted his goblet. His throat moved as he swallowed. "Indeed. It's not as delightful as it appears." Just then, the melody in the center of the dance floor shifted to a soothing waltz. Harry tilted his head. "Care for a dance, Draco?" Draco's fingers tightened abruptly, nearly spilling the fire whiskey from his glass. "What did you say?" His voice shot up, as if startled, drawing curious glances from nearby ladies and gentlemen, who began to murmur amongst themselves. "A dance," Harry calmly repeated, his fingers unconsciously tracing the condensation on the glass. His gaze fixed intently on Draco. "It's a traditional part of the soiree, is it not? I suggest you consult St. Mungo's regarding your mental state, Potter." Draco's eyes narrowed slightly as he assessed Harry from head to toe. "What absurd notion has led you to believe I would dance with you?" "Reasons?" Harry took a step closer, the tip of his dragonhide boot nearly touching Draco's polished shoe, lowering his voice so that his warm breath brushed against Draco's ear. "Perhaps it's due to the recent circumstances of the Malfoy family, or maybe it's because of your purpose in attending this ball." Harry's green eyes sparkled as he winked at Draco. "Isn't it better to be more approachable? Besides, it's merely a dance. It might encourage the Daily Prophet to pin something more flattering. Why not indulge?" A flicker of intrigue passed through Draco's eyes. "Approachable?" He echoed the word as if savoring a novel flavor. "I was under the impression that approachable never graced the Malfoy lexicon within the ministry." Harry chuckled lightly. "Times have changed, Draco." Draco slowly set down his goblet, the crystal making a clear sound as it met the table. "If tomorrow's Daily Prophet features any exaggerated accounts of the Savior dancing with a Malfoy." Draco methodically began to unfasten the cufflinks on his robe, revealing his alabaster wrists. "I assure you, I will make you regret this proposal." Harry's heart raced. He led Draco toward the dance floor, attracting curious gazes, as the sight of the Savior dancing with a Malfoy was indeed a spectacle to behold. As his hand rested on Draco's waist, Harry could feel the taut muscles beneath the silk fabric of his attire, while Draco's hand rested lightly on Harry's shoulder, the other clasping his own. His long fingers cool and delicate, exuding elegance. "Relax, Draco," Harry murmured, his thumb gently pressing against Draco's side. "It's just a social dance." "I've never danced with a man before," Draco admitted, discomfort evident in his voice. "Neither have I," Harry teased, smoothly twirling Draco around. The soles of Draco's shoes carved graceful arcs on the floor, the hem of his robe billowing and leaving a trail of cedar fragrance in its wake. Noticing Draco's silence, Harry continued to jest, but the balance from Quidditch practice never fails. "Merlin knows how much effort we've expended to avoid falling from our brooms." "You dance well," Harry commented, his fingers tightening slightly. "Are you jesting, Potter?" Draco's slate blue eyes swept over his face. The Malfoys never accept the compliment of adequate. Then Harry caught a glimpse of Draco's lips curving into an involuntary smile before he forced it back down, his eyes sparkling with mischief. As the music reached its crescendo, Draco suddenly took the lead, guiding Harry into a textbook-perfect dip. The starlit chandelier above them twinkled, casting their intertwined shadows upon the marble floor. From a distance, gasps of astonishment echoed. A sly smile graced Draco's lips. His slate blue eyes shimmering with the thrill of mischief realized. It seemed the savior required a refresher course in more than just potions. As Harry stumbled due to Draco's unexpected pivot, Draco could no longer contain himself and let out a soft hum from his nostrils. Social dancing is a compulsory subject in pure-blood education, learned from the tender age of 6, unlike some individuals who only start cramming before the 4th-year ball. Harry chuckled lightly, matching Draco's rhythm. At that time, Hestia started intensive training for Ron and me a month in advance. I remember one night. She levitated the suits of armor in the Great Hall to serve as our dance partners, and unfortunately, Filch stumbled upon us. He nearly had a heart attack. The recollection seemed to resonate with Draco, softening his demeanor slightly, as he recalled the arduous training Pansy had put Crabbe and Goyle through. They continued to twirl in the dance floor, surrounded by dancers who came and went, but all of Harry's attention was fixated on the person in his arms. After one dance, to Harry's surprise, Draco did not leave the floor, but instead drew closer. "You know, Potter," Draco's voice, slightly slurred from the effects of alcohol, held a hint of confusion. "Sometimes I truly cannot comprehend you." "What do you mean?" Harry asked softly, his heart pounding like a drum. All of this, Draco gestured vaguely, almost colliding with a nearby dancer. "Pretending to care about Scorpius, watching me, threatening me, and now. What exactly do you want?" Harry gazed into those gray-blue eyes. "You know what I desire." The statement pierced through the dense fog, causing Draco's eyes to widen slightly, as if he were re-evaluating the person before him. "You are truly..." Draco's voice dropped to nearly a whisper, incomprehensible. In that moment, Harry keenly sensed a tremor in Draco's fingers within his grasp, akin to a hawk hesitating on the precipice before taking flight. A blinding flash abruptly shattered the delicate atmosphere. Colin Creevey had somehow squeezed himself to the edge of the dance floor, his camera from the Daily Prophet aimed directly at them. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy." As their gazes turned toward him, Colin's voice shifted in pitch with excitement. "Does this signify that former rivals have finally buried the hatchet? Can you enlighten us about your newfound friendship?" Draco's body stiffened instantaneously, his lashes fluttering under the lights, and when he lifted his gaze again, those once familiar gray-blue eyes had reverted to their customary coldness. "Enough." Draco abruptly released Harry, the motion swift as if breaking free from a curse, his voice alarmingly lucid. "This farce must come to an end." Instinctively, Harry took a half-step forward, wishing to retain him, only to see Draco deftly turn and stride purposefully across the dance floor toward the exit. Harry's clenched fists trembled slightly at his sides, but considering the presence of reporters, he ultimately refrained from pursuing him, unwilling to provide further fodder for the press. He turned to Colin, forcing a smile. "It's just normal socializing, Creevey. There's nothing particularly noteworthy about it." As Colin departed, still skeptical, Harry scanned the hall once more, but the silvery figure had vanished without a trace. Chapter 27. Narcissa Malfoy Manor. Harry hesitated for a brief moment before raising his hand to knock on the grand door. The Medusa statue on the knocker suddenly turned its eyes, hissing, "State your name." "Harry Potter." Harry's voice echoed distinctly in the emptiness of the manor. The Medusa abruptly stiffened, then twisted into a peculiar arc, as the door slowly swung open before Harry. To his astonishment, the figure awaiting him was not a house elf, but Narcissa Malfoy, clad in a flowing black silk robe adorned with a resplendent emerald brooch, her platinum hair intricately arranged in a severe chignon. "Mr. Potter." Narcissa's voice flowed like a dangerous current beneath a frozen lake. "Draco is not at the manor today." Harry raised the beautifully wrapped gift in his hand, an enchanted bestiary that would move on its own. "I am here as per our arrangement to visit Scorpius," he replied, a polite smile gracing his lips, though confusion deepened in his eyes. Narcissa remained steadfastly positioned before the gilded door. "I believe you need to reconsider your intentions," she paused, as if selecting her words carefully. "An untimely visit." Narcissa slightly lifted her chin, revealing a near-pitying expression. "For everyone's sake." "Mrs. Malfoy." Harry's smile faded, his fingers unconsciously brushing the satin ribbon of the gift. "If there are any issues, please do express them directly." Narcissa's fingertips lightly tapped the serpentine knocker. "My son has endured enough over the years." Her tone suddenly sharpened, like a silver blade being drawn. "The pain of losing a wife, raising a young child alone, restoring the family's reputation." Narcissa's gray eyes bore into Harry's. Thus, he does not need to contend with any unexpected, complex factors, especially those stemming from the Chosen One. The last part of her statement carried a subtle note of sarcasm. A chill raced up Harry's spine. How much did Narcissa truly know? He blinked, calmly adjusting his stance, his voice steady. "I merely wish to assist, as a friend." "Huh." Narcissa's lips curled into a mocking smile, her gray-blue eyes glinting like ice. "A friend, indeed." Narcissa's fingertips traced the intricate silver patterns on the doorframe, her voice dropping to nearly a whisper. You know, Mr. Potter, the protective enchantments of Malfoy Manor record every instance of intrusion, and in the past 2 months, your name has appeared 27 times. Harry felt a tightening in his chest, but maintained his composure. As the head Auror, I have a duty to ensure. Ensure what? Narcissa interrupted sharply, lowering her voice to accommodate Scorpius within. Spare me the grandiloquent rhetoric. I am well aware of your motives, or rather, what you seek to extract from my son. Your duty? Narcissa's fingers tightened around her robe as she regarded Harry with indifference. Your duty feels rather personal, Potter. Harry lifted his gaze to meet Narcissa's frigid gray eyes. Did you inform him about the records of the protective enchantments? A crack appeared in Narcissa's flawless facade, clearly taken aback by Harry's audacity. Not yet, she snapped, because I am uncertain of the impact it may have on Draco. He could be far more fragile than he appears. A gentle breeze swept through the flower beds before the manor, carrying a few deep red petals. Narcissa inhaled deeply, straightening her back. Thus, I chose to come directly to you. Let us end this, Potter, while there is still a chance for a dignified resolution. Harry keenly grasped the crucial point in her words. Narcissa's choice to conceal indicated her intent to protect her son in her own way, or perhaps, her uncertainty about Draco's reaction upon learning the truth. This revelation stirred a sweet warmth within Harry. He placed a hand over his heart, reflecting inwardly. This is rather intriguing, is it not? Mrs. Malfoy, Harry spoke, his voice shedding its pretense, leaving only pure sincerity. My concern for Draco and Scorpius is genuine. I would never, nor could I ever, harm them. Narcissa regarded Harry for a long moment, her gaze penetrating, as if reaching into his very soul. After a silence, a complex light flickered in her eyes. Perhaps even you have come to believe it yourself. Subsequently, Narcissa elegantly extended her hand, accepting the still quivering tome. Today, I shall personally deliver this to Scorpius. Her fingertips lingered on the cover for a fleeting moment. But please, consider my counsel with utmost care, for the sake of all. As the final syllable fell, the gilded door behind her closed silently, separating the two into disparate realms. Harry remained rooted in place, watching a flurry of rose petals drift down to where Narcissa had just stood, that vivid red stark against the cool stone floor. Returning to Grimmauld Place, Harry stood shrouded in darkness, his thoughts swirling tumultuously. Narcissa's warning was manifestly clear, yet her reluctance to employ more drastic measures. What did it signify? Was she uncertain of Draco's allegiance? Or perhaps apprehensive about openly confronting the savior? Regardless, Harry resolved not to yield. If Narcissa was truly resolute in her obstruction, she would have informed Draco long ago. This realization fortified Harry's resolve to press on. He retrieved a dark green leather notebook from a hidden compartment. The parchment pages rustled softly beneath his fingertips. Dipping his quill into ink, he inscribed upon a new page, "Danced with DM at the soiree today." His body language was refreshingly candid, inebriated. Narcissa detected the surveillance, but chose to issue a private warning. Scorpius remains a pivotal breakthrough. Acceleration of the strategy is imperative. His fingertips unconsciously grazed the embossed gold patterns on the notebook's cover. The fleeting warmth of a memory seared through Harry's nerves once more. Draco's eyes, flushed from alcohol. The tautness of fabric against his waist, a sensation akin to the finest aphrodisiac, leaving a deeper thirst in its wake. Outside, a meteor streaked across the night sky as Harry approached the floor-to-ceiling window, the nocturnal splendor of London unfurling before him, amidst the brilliance of the stars. Draco Malfoy shone as the brightest, yet most unattainable. Harry pressed his palm against his wildly beating heart. He would not relent. This protracted game, ignited at the age of 11, had seen him wager every last chip. Chapter 28, Tracy Knott. In the greenhouse of Knott Manor, Tracy Knott's fingertips delicately brushed a leaf of a venomous plant, moonlight filtering through the glass dome, casting dappled shadows upon her golden locks. Draco stood 3 paces away, observing her deftly extract the venom, the tip of his wand radiating a soft purple protective glow. "You've finally arrived." Tracy's voice was as gentle as the night breeze. "I feared you would stand me up." Draco Malfoy lingered beneath the archway, his silver-gray suit glimmering coldly in the night. The black gem in his lapel pin understated yet exquisite. He approached with measured steps, his gray-blue eyes calm and unwavering. "I never break my word." A knowing smile curled at the corners of Tracy's lips as she gently caressed the edge of a crystal vial, the venom within swaying slightly. Reflecting the mischief in her gaze, her tone soft. "Theo has always held you in high regard. He claims you possess a keener sense of timing than others." Draco's brow lifted imperceptibly as he leaned against a stone column, tilting his head slightly, his tone casual. "Single life has indeed equipped you with quite a few practical skills." Tracy's smile widened. "It's far easier than being Mrs. Rookwood." At least the plants do not gossip behind my back. Rising to her feet, Tracy held the vial of venom up to the moonlight, observing the strange ripples within. Are you certain you wish to pursue this? Potter has already cautioned you. Draco's voice dripped with sarcasm. Potter's opinions are of no consequence to me. Is that so? Tracy turned to face him, her light green eyes piercing into Draco's. A cloud drifted past the glass dome, casting shadows between them. Draco remained silent, his long fingers leisurely delving into his suit lining. Retrieving a scroll of parchment, I am interested in your refined extraction techniques, not in discussing Potter. Tracy chuckled softly as she accepted the parchment, her fingertips brushing against his wrist. As she leaned closer, the sweet scent of lily of the valley intertwined with the bitterness of belladonna, enveloping the space between them in a dangerous fragrance. Did you know? Tracy's breath brushed against Draco's ear. Theo has often suggested that you and Potter share some unspeakable secrets. Draco recoiled abruptly, creating distance. It seems the Dementors of Azkaban have not only drained Theo of his sanity, but also imbued him with ludicrous fantasies. Is that so? Tracy regarded Draco with a knowing glance, leisurely unfurling the parchment. Ministry of Magic, Auror Office. Harry abruptly snapped the file shut, the edges of the parchment crumpling under the weight of his grip. He seized the dragonhide coat hanging from the chair's back and strode purposefully toward the door, the hem of his Auror uniform rustling behind him. What happened? Ron looked up from the mountain of documents, his hair tousled like a bird's nest after a storm, staring in confusion at his friend's whirlwind passage through the office. Not sure. Another Auror shook his head, equally bewildered, the Daily Prophet crinkling in his hands. Ron craned his neck to peer at the newspaper's front page. Wow. He whistled. Our young Master Malfoy certainly knows how to enjoy life. And I am writing. Chapter 29, Breaching Defenses Again. Harry strode through the corridor, his clenched fists turning white with tension, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes. He had recently warned Draco that Tracy was entangled with Theodore Nott, that approaching her was perilous, yet the news from Peeves had struck Harry like a thunderbolt. Peeves. Harry's voice erupted within the confines of number 12 Grimmauld Place. The air crackled as the house elf appeared before him, a tea towel wrapped around him. Peeves' ears twitched nervously, and Master Potter. Harry flung himself heavily into the chair in his study, pressing his fingers against his throbbing temples. Outside, the rain poured in torrents, droplets exploding against the glass. What on earth is going on? Harry's voice emerged strained, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Tell me everything, in detail, completely. The platinum-haired wizard and the golden-haired lady dined together at Malfoy Manor. The house elf squeaked excitedly, his large eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The golden-haired lady brought a gift for young Master Scorpius, and even kissed the platinum-haired wizard's cheek upon parting. Harry's fingers tightened slowly around the desk, the knuckles cracking ominously. Snap! The quill in Harry's grasp shattered, ink splattering grotesquely across the regulations for the control of dark magical artifacts. He slowly lifted his gaze, those green eyes behind the glasses glimmering with a dangerous light, yet his tone remained unnaturally calm. Repeat that. Peeves nervously flapped his large ears, finally realizing that his master was not in a good mood. He might have made a grave mistake. His anxious hands twisted the tea towel into a tight knot. The golden-haired lady, the Nott widow, dined at Malfoy Manor. She gifted young master a wooden rocking horse, and then, upon bidding farewell, kissed the platinum-haired wizard. The air in the study felt as though it had solidified. Harry sprang to his feet, maneuvering around the desk, pacing like a caged beast within the confined space, each step sending a creaking protest from the oak floor beneath him. At that moment, it felt as if a searing flame ignited within Harry's chest, burning fiercely, rendering him nearly incapable of coherent thought. How dare she, that blonde, blue-eyed widow, Tracy Nott? He believed that the anonymous letter had resolved the matter, yet he was gravely mistaken, utterly misguided. What else had they done? Harry abruptly halted before the window. The raindrops splattering against the glass fragmented his face into a mosaic of shadows. Peeves shivered slightly, counting on his fingers, chatting, dining, drinking. The voice of the little sprite dwindled. The platinum-haired wizard had smiled many times, a stark contrast to his usual haughty indifference. How heartwarming. His fingers dug into his palm, blood oozing from the crescent-shaped wound on Harry's hand, staining the cuff of his Auror uniform with dark crimson marks. Draco had actually smiled at that woman. That superficial, pretentious creature, solely driven by the pursuit of wealth and status. Harry chuckled, momentarily reminding Peeves of the smile he had worn while torturing the imprisoned Death Eaters in the Ministry of Magic's dungeons last year. An image kept surfacing in Harry's mind, Tracy Nott kissing Draco's cheek, her pink-lipped mouth pressed against his pallid skin. Check. Investigate. Harry interrupted his thoughts, his voice low and dangerous, especially regarding Mrs. Nott. I want to know every one of her movements, every social engagement, every scandalous secret. Peeves nodded in fear and vanished with a snap. Harry stood at the window, gazing out at the torrential rain, his fingers unconsciously tracing the battle scars on his wand. A flash of lightning illuminated the swirling darkness in his eyes. It appeared our missus not required a more direct warning. That night, the study of number 12, Grimmauld Place, was bathed in the flickering glow of candles. The parchment laid before Harry nearly covered the entire walnut desk, filled with ministry records, Hogwarts yearbooks, and even early newspapers procured from the Nocturne Alley black market, all pertaining to the same individual, Tracy Knott. With a flick of his wand, a black notebook with a gilded cover soared from a hidden compartment. Rita Skeeter's private notebook, chronicling gossip from the Daily Prophet, began to flip its pages on its own. It had been confiscated from Skeeter by Hermione during the war and remained in the ministry's evidence room until Harry borrowed it. Found it. Harry's voice rang clear in the silence. The parchment halted at the T section, densely filled with notes under Tracy Knott's entry. Some ink even shimmering with a suspicious pink glow. Harry lifted the notebook to examine it, the candlelight casting eerie shadows on his sharply defined face. Ravenclaw's ice rose. Harry scoffed, his fingertip gliding over a section of text that had been repeatedly amended, seemingly pure, yet harboring grand ambitions. She had a dalliance with then-girlfriend holding Miles Bletchley in their 6th year, resulting in Bletchley's breakup. After graduation, she swiftly climbed the Knott family ladder. Despite rumors of her simultaneous entanglements with several married men, how intriguing. Chapter 30, The Guardian. Harry squinted, his fingers rhythmically tapping the desk surface. These scattered pieces of information were far from sufficient. He required a decisive blow, irrefutable evidence that could crush his opponent. He continued to sift through the records until a familiar name leapt into view. Miles Bletchley, Tracy's ex-boyfriend, reputedly involved in a rather public breakup. A cold smirk crept onto Harry's lips, intuition whispering that this would serve as his leverage. Twirling his wand between his fingers, Harry inhaled deeply, and in the next moment, he found himself standing before a cozy detached house on the outskirts of London. 3 knocks elicited no response. Just as Harry's patience was waning, the door swung open with a loud bang. Merlin's beard. Who? A scruffy, bleary-eyed wizard abruptly opened the door, his wand clumsily grasped in the pocket of his pajamas. Miles Bletchley? Harry confirmed, though the face matched the photograph of Miles Bletchley published in the Daily Prophet. Bletchley blinked forcefully, his reddened eyes finally clearing. He stumbled back a half-step, gripping the doorframe to steady himself, his throat working violently. Harry Potter? Merlin's beard. It really is you? I haven't been with the ministry for 5 years. If this is about the Auror Office, I wish to discuss Tracy Knott. Harry interjected directly. He stepped forward, moonlight pressing his shadow into the foyer. Would you mind if I came in to talk? Bletchley's cheek muscles twitched violently, instinctively glancing toward the darkened living room. Tracy? What? What has happened to her? Bletchley let out a nervous chuckle, his fingers unconsciously caressing a glass. Or has she latched onto some unfortunate soul again? Suddenly frozen in thought, his murky eyes darted. Ah, Draco Malfoy. I should have seen that coming. The living room was cluttered with half-open boxes and scattered books, evidently indicating that Bletchley was in the midst of moving or had just completed a move. With a flick of his wand, he managed to clear a dust-covered sofa for Harry to sit. Bletchley collapsed into the armchair opposite, pouring himself a drink without offering Harry any. So, after taking a sip, what do you wish to know? Your relationship with Tracy. Harry's voice was calm, yet laced with menace. Bletchley scoffed, unconsciously spinning the empty glass in his hands, lamenting. 10 years. A decade has passed, and people are still envious over Tracy Davis. What is it about that woman that has such allure? Miles Bletchley gazed vacantly into the fireplace, suddenly leaning forward, the alcohol and some distorted excitement causing his pupils to constrict. But who would have thought even the savior has become one of her admirers? Harry's wand unexpectedly sparkled, igniting a charred hole in the floor near Bletchley's feet. I merely require information, Bletchley. Harry's voice turned icy. In exchange, I can ensure the ministry overlooks your illegal importation of those Muggle electronic devices last year. You? How do you know? The Auror Office is privy to many things. Harry smiled, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Now about Tracy? Bletchley's smile froze on his face, and he raised trembling hands, slowly leaning back until the nape of his neck hit the faded velvet chair. Very well, very well. 2 hours later, Harry stepped out of Bletchley's residence, his inner pocket laden with spoils, a stack of yellowed photographs, and a sealed envelope. The images depicted Tracy Davis displaying her sickly sweet, calculating smile toward various wizards, clearly indicating that she was intimately involved with more than one married man. The letter she had penned to Bletchley detailed her meticulous scheme to ensnare the heir of the Knott family, concluding with the observation, though the Knott heir is as dull as a troll, his father's vault keys more than compensate for that deficiency, darling. He is far less charming than you. This evidence was sufficient to close doors on her from the obstinate pureblood families. Harry was well aware of this circle. They pursued absolute gain and would never accept a woman capable of bringing shame to their lineage. Upon returning to number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry stood before the fireplace, staring into the flickering flames. Should he feel guilty? Exploiting his authority to threaten Bletchley, gathering the sordid history of an innocent woman? Harry came back to reality, his gaze darkening. Tracy was not innocent. Her proximity to Draco surely harbored ulterior motives, perhaps for the Malfoy fortune or social standing. Draco is far too naive. After enduring the ravages of war and the heart-wrenching loss of his wife, he requires protection, even if he remains oblivious to this need. Harry mused inwardly, his fingers caressing the edge of a photograph as he gazed upon Tracy's radiant smile, such a flawless grin, yet so disingenuous. This woman, meticulously calculating even the curvature of her smile, was attempting to shroud Draco's shattered heart in a veil of false affection. The crackling flames mirrored a dangerous glimmer in Harry's eyes. She was unworthy of Draco. In truth, no one was deserving of him. What he truly needed was someone who comprehends him, someone who genuinely understands his past, present, and future, such as Harry himself, a thought that detonated in Harry's mind, causing his ears to flush involuntarily. He quickly suppressed it, redirecting his focus to the task at hand. He retrieved parchment and a quill, beginning to draft a letter to Tracy. The wording had to be meticulous, sufficiently threatening, yet discreet enough to conceal his identity. Dear Mrs. Knott, he paused, the quill tip hovering over the paper as ink bled into a swirling black vortex. Harry squinted and resumed writing. I trust your wisdom will lead you to understand the necessity of certain arrangements. For the sake of Mr. Malfoy's reputation, I suggest you consider a protracted trip to Europe. Paris, for instance, would be perfect for a woman of your sociable disposition. His pen pressed harder against the parchment, almost threatening to pierce through. The enclosed photograph may assist you in making a prompt decision, should you elect to remain. These intriguing details will be fully revealed in the next issue of the Daily Prophet's Pure Blood column, accompanied, of course, by your captivating images. At dawn, an owl bearing a gold-edged envelope soared toward Knott Manor. The envelope bore no signature, only a single line of inked warning, for the sake of Draco Malfoy. Please depart from England. Otherwise, this will be made public in the Daily Prophet. Harry stood by the ministry office window, gazing at the brightening sky. A gold galleon spinning between his long fingers, its edge tracing a menacing arc in the morning light. He could almost envision Tracy's expression upon opening the envelope. Her perpetually perfect smile would first show confusion, then transform into an incredulous pallor, ultimately freezing in fear. Yes, she would understand. This time, she had provoked someone she ought not. She would pack her bags, leave England, and never again approach Draco, wouldn't she? And Draco? Harry closed his eyes, vividly picturing Draco's reaction upon receiving the news. Confusion, sorrow. But it mattered not. Draco would forget her. Harry was utterly certain of this. He might once again frequent the places Draco often visited. The Ministry Hall, the cafe in Diagon Alley, or the Quidditch supplies store favored by Scorpius. He could pretend to run into Draco, offering solace and gradually filling the void left by Tracy. A smile curled at the corners of Harry's mouth. All of this was for Draco's benefit. After all, who better than the Chosen One could fathom what was best for Draco Malfoy? Chapter 31. That same afternoon, an owl belonging to Tracy not silently descended upon the windowsill of Malfoy Manor, clutching an unusual magical letter. As Draco unsealed the magical barrier in the potions laboratory, Tracy's voice suddenly pierced the still air. Dear Draco, I must leave England immediately. There is an urgent family matter in France that requires my attention. A pause filled with rustling sounds suggested the writer was stifling a sob. I regret having to say goodbye in such a manner, but shadows from the past have resurfaced. To avoid entangling you and Scorpius, I have decided to depart temporarily. Her voice in the final sentence bore an almost pleading tone. Please believe that my feelings for you are genuine, despite my past being less than perfect. The moment the letter concluded, it ignited in an ethereal blue flame, instantly reducing to ashes that wafted through the laboratory air. Draco stood frozen before the workbench, his fingertips still smeared with unprocessed potion ingredients. The depths of his blue-gray eyes swirling with tumult. This farewell had come too abruptly, too peculiarly. A dangerous thought flickered in his mind. Potter. This entire affair bore the unmistakable hallmarks of the current savior's infuriating modus operandi. Yet in the next moment, his rationality quelled this absurd suspicion. After all, what reason did Potter have to meddle in his private affairs? Merely because they had danced together? Just because he might have uttered something regrettable in a drunken stupor at some wretched event? Draco lingered in the shadows of the laboratory, Knott's final words echoing in his ears. He shut his eyes, forcing himself to return to the potions work before him, regardless of who was orchestrating events behind the scenes. He had more pressing matters to attend to. The final testing phase of the Wolfsbane potion demanded his undivided attention. As for Tracy's departure, perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. At the very least, it would grant him temporary reprieve from unnecessary distractions, whether they stemmed from her or from an overly zealous savior. In the ministry cafeteria, Hermione Granger approached with heavy steps, suppressing her fury, ultimately halting before Harry Potter's table. "My office," she stated tersely, her voice low and menacing now. Harry leisurely folded the Daily Prophet in his hands, which fortuitously featured a brief announcement regarding Tracy Knott's abrupt departure from England to France. Rising, he followed Hermione's lead. The moment the office door closed, Hermione brandished her wand. With a series of sharp cracks, Harry felt at least 3 different silencing charms erecting an invisible barrier around them. Once the preparations were complete, Hermione turned to Harry. Hands on her hips. "What have you done?" she demanded between clenched teeth. Harry blinked his emerald eyes in feigned innocence, adopting an expression perfectly suited for the moment. "What? Don't play dumb." Hermione's voice erupted, reverberating within the confined space. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure, though the throbbing vein at her temple betrayed her. Miles Bleach came to report this morning, claiming he was threatened by some ministry official to surrender his ex-girlfriend's personal belongings. And when we prepared to file a case, she yanked open a drawer, slamming a document onto the table. He suddenly backpedaled, saying it was all a misunderstanding. Harry remained silent, his green eyes calmly fixed on Hermione, as though awaiting an approaching storm. Coincidentally, Hermione scoffed, her fingertip tapping on the document bearing Bleach's name. That ex-girlfriend just happens to be Tracy Knott, who has recently been getting rather close to Draco Malfoy. Her voice grew increasingly frigid. And MS. Knott abruptly left England this morning, without so much as a reasonable explanation. Hermione advanced, closing the distance to Harry, her voice laced with incredulity. "And there's more. Last night, someone borrowed Rita Skeeter's notebook from the evidence room in my name." Hermione Granger's voice rose sharply, each word enunciated with precision. "In my name, Harry." Harry exhaled softly, his shoulders slightly sagging. He understood that denial was futile. Hermione was far too astute and had already gathered an abundance of clues. Chapter 32, A New Plan. "I was merely assisting Malfoy." He finally spoke, his voice low and calm. "Tracy Knott is not a good person." Hermione's pupils constricted suddenly, as if pierced by the weight of his words. "So you took it upon yourself to threaten her ex-boyfriend? Forge my signature? Abuse the resources of the Ministry of Magic?" Hermione nearly screamed, taking a deep breath to regain her composure, her voice trembling slightly with anger. "Do you have any idea what the repercussions would be if this came to light?" Harry did not answer immediately. His gaze drifted out the window, where the distant fountain of the Ministry sparkled under the sunlight. "I know," he finally said softly, "but some things are worth the risk." Harry moved towards the window, turning his back on Hermione as the wizards of the Ministry hurried past, engrossed in their own affairs. "Have you told Ron?" he eventually asked, his voice eerily calm. "Not yet." Hermione's tone softened. "But I will, unless you promise me to stop this immediately. Seek professional help, Harry. This obsession has clouded your judgment and moral compass." Harry turned to face Hermione. He saw the concern and determination in her eyes. Her worry for him was genuine. Yet she held firm to her principles. If he could not convince her, Harry's fingers curled and then relaxed at his sides, and he finally conceded hoarsely. "Fine. You're right. I will seek help. I will cease my focus on Malfoy." Hermione squinted at Harry, assessing his sincerity. "I need assurance, Harry, not just words. You've broken your promises too many times before." "What assurance?" "An unbreakable vow," Hermione insisted, with Ron as a witness. "You must swear not to observe, harass, or interfere in Draco Malfoy and his family's lives." Harry's heart raced. An unbreakable vow could cost him his life, quite literally, if he were to break it. But he could not refuse, nor could he raise Hermione's suspicions any further. "All right," Harry nodded. "Let us arrange a time." "Really? You agree?" Hermione's pupils widened, her lips parting in astonishment. She clearly had not anticipated his swift acquiescence. "Really? You agree?" "I said you were right." Harry managed a smile. "I've been feeling increasingly unlike myself lately. Perhaps I really do need help." Hermione stepped closer, enveloping him in a tight embrace. "Thank you, Harry. I know this isn't easy, but it's for the best, for you, for Malfoy, and even for little Scorpius." Harry returned her hug, but his gaze drifted over her shoulder to the calendar on the Ministry's wall. From Hermione's vantage point, the last flicker of hesitation in his eyes extinguished like a candle flame, replaced by resolve and coldness. In the dead of night, at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry stood before an ancient magical mirror. The reflection was not his own, but that of a blurred figure cloaked in shadow. "Are you certain this will deceive the unbreakable vow?" Harry whispered. The figure in the mirror let out a hoarse laugh. "Of course, our great savior Harry Potter." The false vow incantation I devised can deceive even the most powerful magical contracts. As long as you silently recite the incantation I taught you while making the vow, it will bind to a fictional persona rather than your true self. Harry nodded, grasping the dragonhide bag he had prepared, the clinking of gold coins resonating sharply in the silence. As the bag touched the mirror's surface, it rippled, and the bag vanished within, as if swallowed by water. One more thing. I need a potion that can make someone, like me, without being detected. The figure in the mirror fell silent for a moment. Love potions are easily identifiable, especially for a potion master like Malfoy. But I have a more extraordinary method. An ancient magic that slowly infuses your magical essence into the target, creating a dependency. While it requires prolonged exposure to take effect, once successful, it is nearly irreversible. How? Through his food or drink. A few drops of your blood mixed with specific herbs each day. There will be no taste or color, and the magical traces will dissipate within hours, the figure hissed. But be cautious, Harry Potter. This magic is perilous. An overdose could result in the target completely losing their free will. Harry's fingers grazed the mirror's surface, determination gleaming in his eyes. Give me the formula. As the figure began to recite the complex recipe, Harry took out the emerald green notebook, flipping to the latest page and writing. Knott's threat neutralized. Hermione suspicious. Unbreakable vow demanded. Method of evasion found. New plan. Use magical potion to induce dependency in DM. Scorpius remains the crucial entry point. After finishing, Harry slowly closed the notebook, his fingertips lingering on its cover. He rose and paced to the floor-to-ceiling window. The night sky over London unusually clear, stars twinkling above, and a full moon hanging high. He recalled Draco's drunken demeanor at the party, his gray-blue eyes clouded by alcohol, leaning unconsciously toward Harry. Soon, Draco Malfoy would no longer need alcohol to draw near him. Soon, that proud Slytherin would willingly fall into Harry's embrace. And this time, no one could prevent it from happening. Not Narcissa's warnings, Hermione's interventions, nor any other potential obstacles. Harry smiled, unconsciously stroking his wand. The game had only just begun. Chapter 33, Administering the Potion. Harry's fingers gently tapped on the door of Malfoy Manor, his other hand carefully cradling a crystal glass vial containing a bizarre pink liquid. This was the potion he had brewed according to the formula provided by the figure in the mirror, using his own blood as the catalyst. It was infused with moonstone powder, unicorn hair, and the nearly extinct daughter vine. As the door slowly creaked open, the house elf Mickey looked up at Harry, her large eyes flickering with confusion. Mr. Potter? Master Malfoy did not mention you would be visiting today. A last-minute decision, Harry replied with a slight smile, raising the potion vial. I found a rare plant that may help with the wolfsbane potion and wanted to discuss it with Draco. Mickey hesitated but ultimately stepped aside. Master Malfoy is having breakfast in the sunroom with the young master. Harry nodded, discreetly brushing his wand as he entered the manor. The sunroom was situated on the eastern side of Malfoy Manor, surrounded by towering Gothic windows. The sunlight streaming through the diamond panes casting a golden hue across the entire space. Harry paused at the door, his gaze resting on the serene scene within. Draco Malfoy, clad in a simple white linen shirt with the sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, revealing his pale, elegant arms, appeared to radiate light. He was patiently helping Scorpius cut a piece of bread. Little Malfoy sat in a specially designed high chair, his eyelashes fluttering with joyful laughter, his small hands wielding a silver fork emblazoned with the family crest, scattering glimmers of light in the sunlight. Harry instinctively reached for the potion bottle at his chest. Potter? Draco noticed Harry at the doorway, his brow furrowing slightly. Mickey didn't inform me you were coming. Harry raised his hand, shaking the vial of potion it contained, freshly arrived from Egypt, the moonlight herb. It is said to enhance the efficacy of the wolfsbane potion without provoking any side effects. I thought you might find it intriguing. A flicker of surprise crossed Draco's eyes. Really? I had heard that it was nearly extinct. He gestured for Harry to enter. Have you had breakfast yet? Not yet, Harry replied, making his way to the table draped in linen. He winked at Scorpius, who was observing them with wide eyes. Good morning, little prince. Uncle Harry. Scorpius waved his small hand triumphantly, his lips smeared with fruit pulp. Look, Daddy gave me star-shaped bread. Harry reached out to tousle the boy's hair. I see it. Splendid indeed. He smiled at Draco, mischief dancing in his emerald eyes. I wonder if I might have the honor of sampling the culinary skills of the Malfoy patriarch? Draco shot Harry a glance before snapping his fingers at the waiting house elf. Michi, add a breakfast for our savior. He turned to Harry. 10 minutes, then I must head to the lab. I have a new formula to test today. Understood. Harry took a seat beside Scorpius, and as Michi brought forth his breakfast, he feigned a clumsy mishap with the salt shaker, allowing a few drops of pink liquid to silently slip into Draco's teacup amidst the ensuing chaos. Draco frowned at the small disturbance. After all these years, Potter, you remain as Gryffindor as ever. My apologies. Harry bit into his bread, casually inquiring. So, Mrs. Knott has truly left England? I heard she moved to Paris overnight. Draco's hand paused on the teacup's handle, a flicker of danger flashing in his eyes. The speed at which the Daily Prophet updates its gossip column is indeed astounding. Yes, Tracy has gone to France to attend to family matters and won't be returning anytime soon. Harry noted the absence of any hint of regret in Draco's tone, almost as if he were breathing a sigh of relief. This allowed Harry's long-suppressed feelings to ease momentarily. How much do you know about Moonlight Herb? Draco suddenly inquired. I've heard the collection process can be perilous. Harry was grateful for the research he had conducted. It must only be harvested from specific desert plants during a full moon, and it requires a silver knife. Any other metal would compromise its properties. Draco nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with Harry's explanation. He continued sipping his tea while Harry focused on interacting with Scorpius, helping the young boy cut his fruit into small pieces. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a peculiar harmony among the three of them. You seem quite different today, Draco remarked, his long fingers brushing against his collar as if something there were discomforting. Harry looked up, his silver fork trembling slightly. What do you mean? Draco appeared to be unsettled by his own words, frowning slightly as he shook his head. I don't know. It just feels different. His gaze lingered on Harry's face for a moment before shifting away. Scorpius, do not play with your food. After breakfast, Draco led Harry to the underground potion lab. It was a spacious stone chamber, lined with various ingredients and finished potions along the walls. In the center stood a massive obsidian workbench, cluttered with precise instruments. This is far more professional than Hogwarts Potions classroom, Harry marveled. Draco's lips curled into a slight smile. He took the vial from Harry's hand, purified it, and carefully dropped a single drop onto a silver plate. Let me test the purity first. Harry observed Draco as he worked, his long fingers deftly maneuvering various tools, his expression deeply focused, occasionally licking his lips, revealing a glimpse of wrist as he moved. Is the potion working? Not yet. Strange, Draco stared at the liquid, which had turned a pale purple, noting a discrepancy in the composition compared to the textbook. With an unidentifiable substance present. Perhaps it's the origin? The moonlight herb from Egypt is said to differ slightly from that of Greece. Perhaps. Draco did not pursue the matter further, continuing with his testing. Nonetheless, the results seemed promising. I want to try adding it to the new batch of Wolfsbane potion. They spent the morning in the lab, discussing various formulas and potion ratios. Harry was astonished to find he could keep pace with Draco's thoughts, even offering a few useful suggestions. You actually understand potions. Professor Snape would be pleased to know. Hermione forced me to read at least 100 potion books, Harry replied. Half seriously. Draco raised an eyebrow. Granger is always right, isn't she? He elongated the phrase, but his tone lacked the sarcasm of old, replaced instead with a subtle admiration. Harry couldn't help but chuckle, and Draco then casually tossed out. Do you remember that punch she gave me in third year? Harry's eyes widened. You remember? Of course. Draco took a sip of the newly brewed tea, potion version, his long fingers unconsciously brushing his nose. As if the pain from that time still lingered. My nose was broken. It hurt for 2 weeks. Quite embarrassing. He let out a light huff, yet with a hint of amusement. Since then, I've never dared to provoke a Gryffindor girl. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow on the table. And the tensions of their youth melted away in the fragrant tea. A sense of contentment swelled within Harry's chest. Was this not what he desired? To share life with Draco as ordinary individuals, reminiscing about the past, gradually forging a new bond. Chapter 34, Heart to Heart. At midnight in number 12, Grimmauld Place. The underground laboratory was filled with a peculiar herbal scent. Harry stood before the stone workbench, beads of sweat glistening under the candlelight. Before him, a cauldron contained a pale purple liquid, bubbling slowly and shifting colors every few seconds. 7 clockwise, 1 counterclockwise, Harry murmured, the silver stirring rod in his hand moving precisely as dictated by his notes, until the potion's surface glimmered with a pink phosphorescence, indicating success. Cautiously, Harry retrieved a small crystal vial, using a dropper to extract the pink liquid, which shimmered with an eerie light as if it were alive. He held the vial before his eyes, contemplating this marvelous substance capable of altering hearts. The loyalty potion, a gray area between love potions and confusion charms. Just a drop. Harry whispered to the empty underground chamber, enough to encourage him to open his heart to me, without completely losing himself. In the following weeks, Harry Potter frequently visited Malfoy Manor, as if it had become his second home. He would invariably appear just as Draco was enjoying his afternoon tea, his long fingers subtly brushing against the teacup, allowing a few drops of the pink potion to silently meld into the steaming tea. The liquid would emit a faint halo upon contact with the tea, only to vanish moments later. Initially, Draco's response was merely polite pleasantries, but gradually, changes began to manifest. Draco's alabaster complexion would brighten into a genuine smile upon seeing Harry. The icy veneer in his slate blue eyes began to thaw. And he took the initiative to share amusing anecdotes about Scorpius. On one occasion, when Harry mentioned Quidditch, he even suggested they attend a match together when time permitted. Seated in the study of Grimmauld Place, Harry toyed with the now half-empty crystal vial. I am merely helping him to open up, he mused. The psychological scars of war. He needed to let down his defenses. No one understands the extraordinary bond that exists between him and Draco, which commenced at Madame Malkin's robe shop when they were merely 11 years old. The years of hostility, animosity, and even violence have intertwined their fates inescapably. The loyalty potion merely expedited this process. On a Tuesday afternoon, with the sun shining splendidly, he brought an animated picture book for Scorpius and a box of exquisite tea leaves for Draco. He adjusted his collar, ensuring that the vial of the loyalty potion was discreetly tucked in the most accessible pocket. The garden of the manor was ablaze with summer blooms, their fragrance intoxicatingly overwhelming. You arrived just in time. Draco leaned against the marble column, clad in a silver-gray linen shirt with the top 2 buttons casually undone. A hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, more relaxed than usual. Scorpius has just fallen asleep. We could enjoy some tea on the terrace. The sunlight today is quite delightful. Harry followed Draco into the sunroom, where one could behold the resplendence of the entire back garden. The blooming roses swayed gently in the breeze, while a white peacock strutted gracefully across the lawn. A teak coffee table inlaid with mother-of-pearl occupied the prime viewing spot, adorned with an antique tea set. The Celadon teapot was intricately painted with dancing fairies, and the golden rim of the saucers gleamed in the sunlight. Beside it, a crystal plate held several gingerbread cookies shaped like unicorns, dusted with edible gold. I brewed it myself, Draco remarked, lifting the teapot, his sleeve slipping back to reveal a delicate white wrist. The house elf always brewed the Darjeeling too strong, practically ruining the tea. His pouring motion was supremely graceful, the amber liquid tracing a perfect arc in the air. When Harry accepted the teacup, their fingertips brushed momentarily. He noted Draco's fingers, long and elegant, with well-defined knuckles yet exuding grace, the nails trimmed to a smooth roundness, edged with a healthy blush. As he gazed at Draco's fingers, Harry felt a sudden constriction in his throat. Thank you. He inhaled the tea's aroma, allowing it to linger at the tip of his nose before casually inquiring. Have you been sleeping better lately? Draco sipped his tea, a flicker of confusion crossing his gray-blue eyes. Surprisingly well, he replied, his voice tapering off as his gaze turned contemplative, resting on Harry's face. Since last week, those nightmares have suddenly vanished. Harry's heart skipped a beat. He knew precisely why. The loyalty potion not only fostered fondness towards a specific individual, but also imparted a sense of tranquility and security to the user. They fell into silence, relishing the afternoon's serenity as a peacock strolled leisurely across the lawn, its feathers shimmering in the sunlight. Sometimes I find it curious, Draco suddenly spoke, his eyes fixated on the distant peacock, why we are always at odds. Indeed, always, Draco's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. At 11, I actually wanted to be your friend, did you know? On the Hogwarts Express, but you refused. He forced himself to maintain a steady breath. I apologize. I was utterly oblivious to the magical world at that time. The sunlight suddenly blazed brilliantly, causing him to squint. Ron was the first pure wizard I encountered, and I instinctively followed him. Weasley, Draco scoffed, the familiar aristocratic disdain returning to his expression. Sometimes I envied him, I think. He could so effortlessly earn your friendship while I, no matter what I did, only seemed to make you dislike me more. The sunroom fell into a sudden hush, the sound of the garden's fountain echoing faintly. Harry stared at Draco in shock. His words were so candid, so unguarded, utterly uncharacteristic of the usual Malfoy. The loyalty potion was peeling away his layers of defense, revealing a core he had never shown to anyone. Not like this. Harry's voice unexpectedly rose, creating a faint echo in the sunroom. As he set down his teacup, the tea sloshed violently within. I do not dislike you, he croaked, never have. Draco looked up at him, a new light glimmering in his gray-blue eyes. Really? Even after everything? Truly. Harry found himself leaning forward involuntarily, their knees brushing through the thin fabric, transmitting a heart-stirring warmth. We have both done what we had to do, Draco, to survive. The name slipped from his tongue so seamlessly, devoid of any artificial estrangement or feigned intimacy, as if it had lingered on Harry's lips for eons, finally finding its rightful place. Harry, Draco's voice was as soft as a feather's descent. He suddenly froze, his pupils dilating slightly, as though startled by the intimacy of the name he had just uttered, his brow furrowing as if he were debating with himself. Harry held his breath, awaiting Draco's next words, his heartbeat resonating so loudly it threatened to shatter his eardrums. In that electrifying moment, a faint crack echoed, shattering the silence. Chapter 35, Scorpius's Birthday. A house elf, clad in a tea towel embroidered with the Malfoy crest, stood anxiously in the shadow of the porch. Master, Miss Parkinson has arrived. Pansy. Draco frowned, rising to his feet, his long fingers instinctively adjusting his cuffs. She did not mention she would come today. Before he could finish, the hurried sound of high heels approached, and Pansy Parkinson strode into the sunroom. She wore a sharply tailored emerald green robe, her black hair styled into an exquisite bun, her eyes widening visibly upon spotting Harry Potter. Her voice was sharp enough to be nearly piercing, her lacquered fingers gripping her crocodile skin handbag tightly. What are you doing here? Afternoon tea, Harry replied calmly, raising his teacup. Pansy scrutinized them suspiciously before turning to Draco, her stance beside him radiating a palpable possessiveness, the emerald adornment in her hair gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Draco opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something, but Pansy had already looped her arm through his. Draco, may I speak with you alone? About next week's charity gala. Draco appeared somewhat uneasy yet nodded. Of course. Harry, excuse us. Harry nodded, watching the duo depart. Pansy's emerald skirt shimmered like the scales of a serpent, her heels striking a hurried rhythm against the marble floor, her fingers firmly clutching Draco's arm, as if declaring some form of ownership. As their footsteps faded, Harry found himself alone in the sunroom. Slowly retracting his gaze to the amber liquid in his cup, the surface reflecting his already contorted visage. He could hear Pansy's lowered voice echoing from the nearby corridor. What on earth is happening? You and Potter suddenly becoming good friends? Followed by Draco's indistinct response. 10 minutes later, Draco returned alone, his expression complex. I apologize. He resumed his seat, looking at Harry. Pansy has been a bit overly anxious. Harry feigned disinterest. She merely cares for you. He hesitated but decided to take a risk. What were we discussing just now? Draco's expression grew inscrutable. I do not recall. Yet his eyes flickered, clearly indicating he was not being truthful. On the way back, Harry incessantly replayed the moment when Draco had called his name, that natural and intimate tone, something he had never anticipated his name could sound so melodious. The potion was taking effect, its results surpassing even his expectations. However, Pansy's sudden appearance served as a stark reminder that the outside world would take notice of such changes, would question and interfere. He needed to exercise greater caution. On Friday evening, Harry once again brewed a new batch of the loyalty potion, this time significantly increasing the dosage. The liquid in the crystal cauldron glowed a vibrant pink, thicker and more aromatic than the previous batch. A touch more of the daughter, and the effect should be enhanced. Harry murmured, following the instructions from his notes as he added the final ingredient. Just as he leaned in to carefully inject the last drop of the pink potion into the crystal vial, the flames in the fireplace erupted into a blinding green light. Startled, he jostled his hand, causing a drop of potion to splatter onto the workbench. Harry, emergency. Ron's head appeared through the smoke of the flue network. His freckled face unusually agitated, the firelight accentuating his distress. The ministry needs you to come at once. There has been a resurgence of dark magical item trading in Nocturne Alley. He lowered his voice, his red brows knitting together. Kingsley suspects it may involve former Death Eaters and has specifically requested your involvement. Harry's heart sank sharply. He hastily cleared the evidence from the workbench with a flick of his wand. I'll be there immediately, he replied, grabbing the Auror robe draped over the chair. As the cuffs brushed against the cauldron's edge, a wisp of faint purple smoke rose. Once Ron's head vanished from the flames, Harry stood still, taking a deep breath. He felt the warmth of the several vials of potion in his inner pocket, and the image of Draco's words from yesterday, I don't remember, flooded back to him, pricking at his nerves like a persistent needle. As he turned to leave, his gaze fell upon the open pages of forbidden potions and their applications. The pages had settled on the section detailing the long-term side effects, potential for pathological dependence, confusion between reality and magically induced emotions, and in severe cases, even. Harry slammed the book shut, the ancient pages emitting a sharp crack that echoed painfully in the silence of the basement. He shoved it violently into the drawer. Shadows darkening beneath his eyes, his lips pressed into a taut, cold line. Nothing will happen, he muttered in the empty laboratory, just temporarily. I want to use it long-term. As long as Draco truly accepts me, as long as we forge a genuine connection. Yet, deep within, a small voice stubbornly questioned, what truly constitutes a genuine connection? Sunday marked Scorpius's third birthday. Harry received an invitation to a small family gathering, which in itself felt like a miracle. Upon arriving at Malfoy Manor with his carefully prepared gifts, a set of enchanted building blocks and a miniature broom, he discovered that the guests consisted solely of Narcissa, Lucius, and a few relatives from the Greengrass family. Potter. Lucius Malfoy greeted him, his serpent-headed cane tapping the ground, his silver-gray eyes glinting like two icicles. "I did not expect to see you here." He deliberately emphasized the word here. The air instantly thickened. Just as Harry was about to speak, Draco appeared unexpectedly. "Harry has been assisting the ministry with the revision of the legal codes," he interjected, surprisingly coming to Harry's defense as he took the gifts from Harry's hands. "His input is quite valuable." Lucius's expression morphed into one of shock, anger, and a hint of absurd disbelief. "Is that so? My impression is that Mr. Potter is not particularly versed in legal matters." "Times have changed, Father," Draco replied calmly, then turned to Harry. "Scorpius is in the garden. He has been asking when Uncle Harry would arrive." Harry followed Draco toward the garden, feeling Lucius's piercing gaze like a knife against his back. In the garden, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Young Scorpius was on tiptoe, chasing a butterfly, his light golden hair slicked to his forehead with sweat. Narcissus stood by a rosebush, appearing nonchalant while closely monitoring her grandson's every move. "Uncle Harry," the little boy suddenly turned, his slate blue eyes lighting up as he changed direction and dashed toward Harry, nearly tripping over his own little shoes. Harry quickly stepped forward, catching the warm little body securely. "Happy birthday, young sir," Harry said with a smile, handing him the gift box. "Would you like to see what I brought?" For the next half hour, Harry and Scorpius assembled the magical blocks, constructing a castle that would spout colorful bubbles. "He likes you," Draco murmured to Harry as he stood up to fetch drinks. "Scorpius is rarely so amiable. Children can sense who the good people are," Harry blurted out, immediately pricked by his own conscience. Would a good person drug a father merely to get closer to him? Yet, when he accepted the crystal cup Draco handed him and saw Draco smiling as he raised his glass, his slate blue eyes sparkling in the sunlight, all moral considerations evaporated in that warm moment, that feeling of acceptance, making him willing to pay any price. Chapter 36, Exposure. As the party approached its conclusion, Pansy Parkinson again intruded uninvited. Upon witnessing the heartwarming scene of Harry with the Malfoy family, she narrowed her eyes dangerously. "Draco," Pansy said, unceremoniously yanking him aside, her voice low enough for Harry to catch every word. "We need to talk about your increasingly intimate relationship with Potter." "There's nothing to discuss, Pansy," Draco replied, his voice surprisingly firm. "Harry is my friend." "Friend?" Pansy suddenly laughed aloud. "Not long ago, you referred to him as Potter. Now it's suddenly Harry?" Her narrowed eyes and the dangerous curve of her red lips suggested a quick transformation that felt almost like a soul-sucking curse. "Didn't he it?" Harry lowered his head, pretending to focus on helping Scorpius unwrap birthday gifts, but his ears perked up, capturing every word of Draco and Pansy's exchange. The afternoon sun suddenly felt blinding, and Scorpius tugged at Harry's sleeve restlessly. "People can change, Pansy," Draco finally said, his tone softening. "Harry is different now." He paused. "So am I." Pansy scrutinized Draco for a long moment before turning her sharp gaze to Harry. "I don't know what game you're playing, Potter, but I warn you. If you dare hurt Draco, I will make your life a living hell." With that, she strode out of the garden, her black robes billowing behind her. The garden was left in awkward silence, the chirping of birds sounding out of place, as a blanket of silence enveloped the gathering. Soon, the guests resumed their festivities, raising their glasses once more. Harry was the last to leave. Draco escorted him to the foyer, an unusual tension hanging between them. Harry hesitated. "She's right. Our relationship has indeed changed swiftly. Don't you find that strange?" He looked up, meeting Draco's slate blue eyes, which swirled with emotions he could not decipher. Draco remained silent for a long time, and just as Harry thought he would not respond, a cool touch brushed against the inner side of his wrist. Draco gently tapped his wrist, then quickly withdrew. "Strange? Perhaps," Draco replied softly. Harry looked at Draco, and in that moment, he nearly confessed everything, almost kneeling to beg for forgiveness. But he did not. He merely smiled, nodded, and then turned to leave. Harry did not look back, for some paths, once taken, are difficult to retrace. What was even more daunting was that he did not wish to turn back. Draco Malfoy's fingertips gently tapped the edge of his teacup, contrasting sharply with the increasingly frantic rhythm of his heartbeat within his chest. The tea had long since cooled, yet he had not taken a single sip. "Mickey," he called softly. At the sound of a faint pop, the house elf appeared in the corner of the study, her large eyes filled with concern. "Did Master call for Mickey?" "Take this," Draco nudged the teacup to the potions analysis room at St. Mungo's. "Inform Healer Higgins that I need to ascertain its contents, particularly." He paused, placing special emphasis on whether there were any ingredients aside from tea leaves. Mickey gingerly cradled the teacup. "Does Master suspect there is something amiss with the tea sent by Mr. Potter?" The fingers holding the teacup began to tremble, yet just last week, Master had spoken of Mr. Potter. Enough. Draco abruptly rose to his feet. Memories of the past 3 weeks surged like a tidal wave. Harry's increasingly frequent visits, each time bringing different varieties of tea, and he himself had begun to look forward to them. This was wrong, so very wrong. Do as I say, Draco commanded sternly. Do not let anyone know. Mickey bowed deeply and disappeared with a pop. Draco moved towards the floor-to-ceiling window of the study. Outside, Scorpius was chasing a butterfly in the garden, while Narcissa stood elegantly nearby, watching over him. If his suspicions were indeed true, his gaze fell upon a silver picture frame in the corner of his desk, where Astoria smiled up at him. Draco reached out, gently touching the photograph, as if he could draw strength from it. What am I to do? He whispered, but the image of his wife merely maintained her serene smile. Mickey did not return until evening. Draco was engrossed in reviewing documents in the study when he heard the subtle pop, causing his quill to leave a long, inky trail across the parchment. What news? Mickey bowed her head, presenting him with a small scroll of parchment. Draco unfurled it. Healer Higgins' neat handwriting coming into view. Sample analysis report. The component analysis reveals the presence of the following substances aside from tea leaves. 1. Ashes of unicorn hair, trace. 2. Mistletoe, trace. 3. Unidentified substance, trace. Conclusion. Initially determined to be a potion of loyalty. Note. Prolonged use of the loyalty potion may lead to emotional dependency and impaired judgment. Immediate cessation is advised. Draco's pupils constricted sharply as he scanned the parchment repeatedly, as if attempting to burn a hole through it with his gaze. His initial reaction was disbelief. This had to be a mistake. Harry Potter, the golden boy of the wizarding world, head of the Auror Office, the very saint whose ears turned red at the mere thought of lying. How could this be? Suddenly, a sharp ringing filled his ears, and dizziness washed over him, as if the floor beneath him had tilted. Those warm afternoons, those gradually softening attitudes, those moments he had believed to be genuine feelings, all were false, mere effects of the potion. What sickened him most was that even now, knowing the truth, a part of him still felt reluctant. This contradictory feeling only fueled his anger. Master, are you well? Mickey asked timidly. Do you require Mickey to prepare a calming draft? Draco clenched the parchment tightly in his hand, gritting his teeth. Leave. The moment the door closed behind her, he violently overturned his desk, retrieving a bottle of fire whiskey from the cabinet and taking a deep swig directly from the bottle, the amber liquid cascading down his chin and soaking into the collar of his shirt, staining the silk a dark crimson. The alcohol burned within him, yet it could not extinguish the shame of being deceived. Memories surged before him as if under a spell, recalling every detail. How Harry insisted on brewing the tea himself. How he always watched him take the first sip, the hidden anticipation in his eyes. Bastard. Draco hurled the whiskey bottle at the fireplace, glass shattering and amber liquid splattering everywhere. He staggered against the bar, resting his forehead against the cold marble, breathing heavily. He needed to remain calm, to think clearly. Why was Harry doing this? Was it for revenge? For some twisted amusement? Or perhaps, a more terrifying possibility crept into his mind, sending chills down his spine. Draco straightened up, waving his wand to clear the glass shards. He needed evidence. More importantly, he needed to see how Harry would perform when unaware that his scheme had been uncovered. Mickey, he called softly, his voice regaining the languid timbre characteristic of the Malfoy patriarch. Prepare 2 servings of tea and snacks for tomorrow. When the house elf appeared, he traced the date circled in red on the calendar with his fingertip, the day Harry was scheduled to visit. Use the set of Chinese Celadon teaware. Chapter 37, A Threat Once More. Harry arrived punctually at the gates of Malfoy Manor, sunlight glinting off the golden sheen of his dark hair. He held a candy box emblazoned with the Honeyduck's emblem, which Draco noted contained Scorpius's favorite fizzing bee sweets, carefully tied with a bow of ribbon. Draco stood in the foyer, his expression impassive as Harry stepped into the manor. Good afternoon, Draco, Harry greeted, smiling, his emerald eyes particularly bright in the sunlight. Where's Scorpius? I promised to teach him a card trick. Draco forced himself to remain composed, battling the urge to immediately point his wand at this hypocritical bastard. His fingers tightened around his wand hidden within his sleeve, yet his face wore a perfect, benign smile. He's in the sunroom, eagerly chattering about his Uncle Harry since breakfast. Harry seemed oblivious to any oddity, strolling towards the sunroom with an air of ease, his robes billowing slightly behind him. Draco followed closely, his gaze fixated on Harry's back. So, he wished to play this game, did he? Very well. The Malfoys were masters at games. Uncle Harry. As soon as the door to the sunroom swung open, Scorpius came barreling in like a small cannonball, diving straight into Harry's arms. You said you'd teach me how to make the cards disappear. The child's innocent blue eyes darted back and forth between the two men. Can Dad come watch too? Of course, Harry replied, crouching down to pull a deck of colorful cards from his pocket. Watch closely, I'll place the ace of hearts right here. His movements were smooth and practiced, clearly having rehearsed many times. Draco leaned against the doorframe, observing the scene with a cold, detached demeanor. Once upon a time, Harry's interactions with Scorpius would have stirred a flicker of warmth in his heart. Now, he felt only a chilling dread. What was this man's purpose in approaching his son? Was this part of the plan as well? Draco? Harry's voice pulled him back to reality. Would you like some tea? Draco glanced at the silver teapot in Harry's hand. A wave of anguish washing over him as he contemplated splashing the tea in Harry's face. Very well, he heard himself say, his voice astonishingly calm. Use the tea from my study, the newly arrived Ceylon black tea. Harry nodded and made his way to the study. Draco followed closely behind, ensuring Harry had no opportunity to tamper with the tea. However, Harry appeared unconcerned, skillfully retrieving the tea leaves and brewing 2 cups with an ease that suggested he had done this 1,000 times before. Here, Harry offered, presenting the teacup to Draco, wearing that infuriatingly sincere smile. Draco accepted the teacup, pretending to take a sip, yet not allowing a single drop to touch his lips. He observed Harry intently, the latter seemingly eager for him to consume the cup of tea, with an expectant glimmer in his eyes. How does it taste? Harry inquired, taking a sip himself. Delicious, Draco replied, setting down his teacup. Speaking of which, I've been meaning to ask you, why the sudden concern for me? Harry blinked, clearly taken aback by the question. I thought we had. I mean, after all those conversations. But what prompted these conversations? Draco pressed on relentlessly. We were bitter rivals for 7 years. Hardly exchanged words in the years following the war. And then, out of the blue, you come to my house no fewer than 3 times a week. He leaned in closer. Why, Potter? A slight fissure appeared in Harry's expression, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. I told you about, he began. Don't lie to me. Draco slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacup to topple and spill tea across the parchment. I know what's in the tea, Potter. I've tested it. The room fell into a deathly silence. Harry's complexion drained of color, his lips trembling slightly. Draco expected him to deny it, to argue, or to retaliate with anger. Instead, Harry merely stood there and, incredulously, nodded. Yes, he admitted, surrendering. This simple acknowledgement was far more devastating than any defense could have been. Draco felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, needing to steady himself against the table. You admit it? Just like that? Harry inhaled deeply. I have nothing to deny. Yes, I used a loyalty potion. But Draco, you don't understand. I don't understand. Draco's voice rose sharply. You drugged me, manipulated my emotions, got close to my son, and I don't understand? He drew his wand, pointing it threateningly at Harry's throat. Do you realize this is enough to send you to Azkaban? Harry made no move to draw his own wand or evade. He stood there, calmly accepting Draco's wrath. I know. Why? Draco gritted his teeth, wand tip pressing against Harry's throat. Just to exact revenge for grievances from our school days? To prove you could do it? Harry gazed steadily into his eyes. Because I need you to see me, without prejudice, without the shadows of the past, just me. The absurdity of this response almost made Draco laugh. So you chose to alter my will with a potion? How noble of you, Savior. A flicker of something passed through Harry's eyes. It's not like that. I just needed a chance. An equal beginning. Equal? Draco scoffed, nearly wanting to curse. You've destroyed any possible chance, Potter. Now get out of my house. If I see you near Scorpius again, I will. What will you do? Harry suddenly retorted, his voice low and dangerous. Report me to the ministry? Think about it, Draco. Who would believe you? The Savior Harry Potter, drugging a former Death Eater? He stepped forward, despite the wand still pressed against his throat. Besides, I recall telling you recently that I know quite a few secrets about the Malfoy family. Draco's wand trembled slightly. Are you threatening me? With that, we could destroy each other, Draco, Harry said softly, or... His hand slowly rose, gently gripping Draco's wrist that held the wand. You could give me a chance. No potions, no lies. Just one chance. In that moment, as he looked at Harry, Draco wavered. Harry's touch. The plea in those emerald green eyes, the vulnerability in his voice. Then he recalled the tea, the lies, the manipulated emotions, and the threats that had transpired. Anger surged back. Get out. Draco shook off Harry's hand. Now, Harry's expression hardened. You will change your mind. Never. We shall see. Harry turned to leave, pausing at the door. By the way, the effects of the potion will last for a few days. You will miss me, Draco. And then you will come looking for me. Chapter 38, The Sudden Confession. Draco did not respond. He stood silently, listening to Harry's footsteps fade away until the front door was pushed open and slammed shut with a heavy thud. Then, in a sudden burst of frustration, he raised his hand and swept everything off his desk onto the floor. Parchments, quills, and heavy tomes crashed to the ground. An ink bottle flew against the wall, shattering and splattering a pool of dark ink, mirroring the bleakness of his current mood. In the following days, Draco deliberately avoided every possible encounter with Harry. He canceled appointments at the ministry, sent Pansy to Diagon Alley for supplies, and even refrained from taking Scorpius to his favorite Quidditch match, knowing Harry would certainly be there. But Harry was right. Damn him. The potion's effects were indeed gradually dissipating, yet accompanied by a strange, almost suffocating sense of loss. As if he were withdrawing from a deeply ingrained addiction, Draco found himself unconsciously wandering to the study in the dead of night, fingertips grazing the cold edge of the fireplace, instinctively longing for that familiar figure to emerge from the flames. Worse still, he began dreaming of Harry, not the present Harry, but the one from their school days. In his dreams, Harry dove down on the Quidditch pitch, his robes billowing, confronted him in shadowy hallways, eyes glinting with challenge. And in the mist of the washroom, droplets of water slid down his neck. On the fourth morning, sunlight streamed in like fragments of gold leaf, quietly sneaking through the gaps in the curtains. Draco stared at the ceiling, determined to end this absurd state of affairs as swiftly as possible. He rose, moving with purpose. Retrieving his impeccably pressed black robes from the depths of the wardrobe, silver cufflinks glinting with a sharp sheen, carefully folding Higgins' report and placing it in his inner pocket. The moment the flue powder fell, he inhaled deeply, the minister's office. As the green flames dissipated, Draco found himself interrupting an ongoing high-level meeting at the ministry. The office filled with people, Kingsley standing at the tactical board explaining something, while Harry sat closest to the fireplace. The air froze. The meeting was evidently interrupted. All eyes pivoting towards him. Kingsley raised an eyebrow in surprise. Malfoy, is there an emergency? Draco's gaze uncontrollably drifted to Harry. He looked terrible, hair disheveled, dark circles under his eyes, the collar of his Auror uniform askew. Yet when their eyes met, those emerald orbs ignited with a fierce light, like a lighthouse suddenly illuminating the night, bright enough to almost hurt Draco's eyes. That unguarded anticipation, that burning desire, sent his heart racing. I need to speak privately, Minister. Draco rasped about the misconduct of the Auror chief. The atmosphere in the meeting room plummeted to freezing. Amidst the ensuing gasps, a quill slipped from an Auror's hand, clattering crisply against the floor. The light in Harry's eyes dimmed rapidly, as if struck by a spell. Kingsley's brow furrowed, his expression grave, his gaze shifting between the two. Meanwhile, Harry, damn Harry, merely stared at Draco with that wounded look, his eyes brimming with sorrow and understanding, as if he had anticipated this moment all along. Very well. Kingsley surveyed the room, raising his hand. Meeting adjourned. Potter, stay behind. The rest of you, please give us some space. As the Aurors filed out, they cast inquisitive glances at Draco. Ron Weasley lingered at the door, his eyes filled with concern as his lips moved, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately, he merely closed the door gently. Now, Kingsley gestured for Draco to take a seat. Please elaborate on the accusations you have made, Mr. Malfoy. Draco produced the testing report and laid it flat on Kingsley's desk. For the past month, Harry Potter has been adding the potion of loyalty to my tea, intending to manipulate my actions and emotions. This is the certification from a street mungo's healer. Kingsley scrutinized the report, his brow furrowing deeper. When he looked up, his gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. Harry, do you have anything to say? Harry did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly rose and walked to the window, turning his back to the room. The sunlight streaming through the glass outlined his silhouette, rendering him strikingly solitary. It's true, Harry finally rasped. Kingsley inhaled sharply by Merlin's undergarments. Harry, you realize this is a severe breach of professional ethics, not to mention illegal. I know. Harry turned to face Draco, his gaze locking onto him. But I will not apologize. Draco felt a rush of blood to his head, rising abruptly. Did you hear that, Minister? He shows no remorse. Because it's nothing at all. Harry suddenly raised his voice. He stepped forward, the Auror badge on his chest heaving dramatically, a few drops of potion, just to give a stubborn git a chance. His wand had somehow found its way into his hand, its tip dangerously glimmering with a faint light. You know full well, Draco, if I truly wished to control you, I could easily employ the Cruciatus Curse. I possess both the capability and the motive. But I did not. Because what I desire is not a puppet, but you, the real you, the one who will get angry with me, who will stand against me. Kingsley appeared exceedingly uncomfortable, clearing his throat. Harry, I believe this is not the moment for declarations. This is not a declaration, Harry retorted with a cold laugh. This is the truth. Yes, I used the potion. Yes, I abused my power. But do you know why, Draco? His voice grew unnaturally calm, yet more chilling than a shout. Because this is the only way you would look at me. For 6 years, I have tried to ignore you, to hate you, to forget you, to numb myself with work. But every time I encounter you in the corridors, every time I see your photo in the newspaper, his voice faltered momentarily. I cannot endure it. Chapter 39, The Verdict. Draco stood rooted to the spot, feeling as though the world were spinning around him. Harry's confession was so fervent, so painful, that he was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Anger still lingered, but it mingled with an indescribable emotion. Was it pity? Understanding? Or perhaps the damned residue of the potion? That cannot be an excuse, Potter. Draco could clearly hear the tremor in his own voice. I know. Harry wearily rubbed his face. Kingsley, I will submit my resignation. But before that, he suddenly approached Draco, and in Kingsley's astonished gaze, he lifted his hand to caress Draco's cheek. Remember this feeling, Draco. His palm was warm, bearing the calluses of years spent wielding a wand, his eyes inches away. His breath carrying the bittersweet scent of mint and coffee, because soon, you will miss it. Then, his thumb gently brushed across Draco's lips. You will come looking for me. The action was so intimate, so audacious, that Draco was momentarily stunned into inaction. By the time he regained his composure, Harry had already turned and exited the office. The soft click of the lock echoing sharply in the silence. Kingsley awkwardly cleared his throat. Malfoy, I assure you I will handle this matter seriously. However, considering Mr. Potter's contributions and personal circumstances, it may be addressed privately. Draco nodded mechanically, the spot where Harry had touched still radiating warmth. He should feel anger. He should demand severe punishment for the bastard. He should, but he only felt a profound emptiness. Suit yourself, he muttered softly, then turned towards the fireplace. Even forgetting to bid farewell to the minister, a basic courtesy. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Draco headed straight to the wine cellar. He drank glass after glass, attempting to numb the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Harry's confession, Kingsley's astonishment, and his own damned, inescapable flutter of emotions. Late into the night, when the alcohol finally began to take effect, Draco stumbled towards his bedroom. The windows in the corridor reflected his silhouette, pale face, disheveled blonde hair, robe collar undone. He paused, staring at his reflection in the glass, suddenly realizing a terrifying truth. He was waiting for the green flames to erupt from the fireplace, waiting for that figure who always intruded uninvited, waiting for those emerald green eyes to gaze at him with infuriating focus. As if he were the only person worthy of attention in the entire wizarding world, the only one of importance. No, Draco whispered to the empty corridor, I will not. Never. Yet even he could not convince himself. The doors of the Ministry of Magic South High Court were flung open with a deafening crash. Draco Malfoy strode out, his alabaster complexion tinged with an unnatural flush, the verdict bearing the ministry's seal twisting grotesquely in his fingers, the edges of the parchment already frayed from his grip. The wizards who had been conversing in clusters along the corridor fell silent, their curious gazes trailing the dangerously charged figure. Some recognized him and attempted to approach, only to be immediately pulled back by their companions. Mr. Malfoy, a voice called from behind. Ignoring it, Draco continued to march forward, his robes billowing behind him, his jaw clenched tight enough to cause pain, a metallic taste of blood filling his mouth from having bitten his cheek. Malfoy, wait. A steady, strong hand gripped his shoulder. Draco spun around, his wand pressed precisely against the throat of the intruder. It was Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Minister of Magic himself. Kingsley regarded Draco calmly, undeterred by the threat of the wand. Is this the result of your handling? Where is your justice? Draco's voice was hoarse with rage, the parchment rustling in his grip, a mere slap on the wrist? No suspension, no accountability, not even a public apology? Kingsley sighed, gesturing for those in the corridor to step back, his expression calm to the point of irritation. Let us find a quiet place to talk. There is nothing to discuss. Draco shook off Kingsley's hand. The outcome was already painfully clear. Your savior enjoys privileges simply because he killed that person whose name cannot even be mentioned 15 years ago. Kingsley's brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor becoming serious. Harry's actions were indeed inappropriate, but the healer's diagnosis indicates that his mental state. Mental state? Draco scoffed, the sound icy. He drugged me. He spied on me. He threatened me, using my family. If someone else had done this, they would be in Azkaban by now. Kingsley did not immediately retort. He signaled for Draco to follow him into an empty conference room, casting several silencing charms before he spoke. You are correct. Had it been anyone else, the punishment would have been far more severe. But Harry is not just anyone. He saved us all, Draco. Yet the price was a childhood and adolescence devoid of normalcy. Does this bestow upon him the privileges of a savior? Does it grant him the right to inflict harm upon others? Draco's voice rose sharply. Do you know what the most ironic part is, Minister? If Potter truly desired to approach me, he could have done so like a normal person. Instead, he chose deceit and manipulation. Kingsley fell silent for a moment before responding. I issued him an ultimatum. Any further misconduct will lead to an immediate suspension and investigation. Simultaneously, he is required to undergo regular therapy sessions. Too lenient. Draco shook his head, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. You didn't see the way he looked at me in the end, like a serpent fixating on its prey. Then do not act like prey, Draco, Kingsley suddenly said, his voice low. Do not challenge him. Do not provoke him. Take Scorpius and leave England for a while, allowing Harry the chance to cool down. Draco narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. Are you suggesting that I flee? That a Malfoy should run like a frightened dog? I am advising, Draco, Kingsley corrected, his knuckles rapping heavily on the table, for the sake of everyone involved. Draco regarded the Minister of Magic for a long moment before suddenly laughing, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. I finally understand. You are not upholding fairness and justice in the wizarding world. You are safeguarding your own position. The scandal of Harry Potter losing control would be detrimental to you. Moreover, a scandal involving the Savior's madness would be far more challenging to manage than the antics of former Death Eaters, would it not? Kingsley's mask finally showed a crack. Mind your words, Malfoy. My advice stems purely from concern for your safety. Do not conflate other matters into this. Of course, Draco turned to leave. Thank you for your counsel, esteemed minister. I shall remember it. After exiting the Ministry of Magic, Draco made his way directly to the wand shop in Diagon Alley. He required a new wand. Draco paid in galleons and concealed the wand within the inner pocket of his robe. Stepping out of the shop, the sunlight pierced his eyes painfully, and he stood in the bustling center of Diagon Alley, suddenly unsure of where to go. Home. Every corner reminded him of how Harry had overstepped boundaries. The office. He could not concentrate on work at the moment. The pub. Alcohol would only exacerbate the situation. Draco? A familiar voice stiffened him. Chapter 40, Severing Ties. Hermione Granger stood a few paces away, cradling a stack of parchment scrolls, her brown hair glimmering with golden hues in the sunlight. She appeared as astute and capable as she had in school, though fine lines had begun to appear at the corners of her eyes. Granger, Draco offered a polite nod, a flicker of caution crossing his gray-blue eyes as he prepared to sidestep her. Wait. Hermione stepped forward briskly, the parchment fluttering gently with her movements. I have heard about Harry, and I want to apologize. Draco halted, turning to face her with a stern expression. Why? You were not the one who drugged me. But I should have noticed sooner. Hermione's brow furrowed, her brown eyes filled with remorse. In truth, I did sense something amiss and even took some measures. Clearly, it was unsuccessful. She inhaled deeply, straightening her back. As a friend, and as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I have failed. Draco narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her face for any sign of deceit, yet Hermione's gaze was open and sincere. I accept your apology, but it changes nothing. Your minister has just rendered me an unreasonable judgment. He scoffed. It seems the Savior can act with impunity. Hermione appeared uncomfortable. Kingsley had erred. What Harry needed was assistance, not indulgence. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Ron and I. We intend to have a serious talk with him tonight. Good luck. Draco turned to depart. Malfoy. Hermione called after him. Be cautious. I've known Harry for many years, but I have never seen him like this. Obsessed. If I were you, I would consider leaving England for a time. The same advice, Draco scoffed. Another person suggesting I flee. How amusing. Not fleeing, Hermione said earnestly, looking at Draco. For Scorpius's safety. Upon hearing his son's name, Draco's expression shifted instantly, a murderous glint in his eyes. Do not threaten me with my son, Granger. Merlin, I assure you, this is not a threat. Hermione appeared genuinely earnest. Believe me or not, I do not wish to see anyone hurt, including you, and certainly not Harry. Draco offered no reply, merely turning to leave, soon vanishing around the corner. Hermione stood rooted in place, her shadow elongated in the sunlight, the parchment scrolls in her arms feeling increasingly heavy. In the basement of number 12, Grimmauld Place, a storm was brewing. Have you lost your mind? Completely mad. Ron Weasley shouted, his face flushed. He paced the basement with agitation, his red hair bouncing with his movements. Drugging Malfoy? Merlin's beard. Harry, that is illegal, unethical, insane. Harry sat at the workbench, calmly polishing his wand, seemingly oblivious to Ron's outburst. I know what I am doing. No, you don't. Hermione's voice, steadier than Ron's, was laced with disappointment that cut deeper. Harry, you are one of the most principled people I know. How can you do this? It is not like you. Finally, Harry raised his head, his emerald eyes shining brightly in the candlelight. He slowly stood, his black robes cascading down and casting a long shadow on the floor. Perhaps you never truly knew the real me. The basement fell silent in an instant, an unsettling tension hanging in the air. Ron and Hermione exchanged terrified glances. What do you mean? Ron's voice suddenly became subdued. Harry did not respond immediately. He walked to the corner where a tall object draped in black cloth stood. As he grasped the fabric, the veins in his wrist became starkly visible. What I mean is, he yanked the black cloth away, his voice low and gravelly. My feelings for Draco did not emerge suddenly. They have been present for years. The images reflected in the mirror surged forth like a tide. Draco passing in the corridors of Hogwarts, the dazzling Draco on the Quidditch pitch, even the Draco who lay in a pool of blood, struck by a stunning spell in the restroom. Hermione gasped. How long have you been collecting these? Always. Harry sighed softly. He reached out to touch the mirror, his fingertips tracing the outline of Draco within it. Initially, it was merely clandestine admiration, but after the war, the need intensified. A morbid obsession flickered in his eyes. Every time I read about him in the Daily Prophet, every chance encounter. It was like poison, Hermione. I tried to quit, but I couldn't. Ron's face turned pale, stumbling back a step and knocking over a cauldron stand. So you drugged him? That is, two. He struggled to find the right words, ultimately seizing a glass vial from the workbench and hurling it against the wall. Damn it, Harry. That is Malfoy. The Malfoy we have loathed for half our lives. No, that is you, Harry softly corrected, his eyes softening. I have never truly hated him. Competition? Yes. Anger? At times. But hatred? No. Even in the darkest of moments, his voice faded into an almost inaudible sigh. Hermione stepped forward, gently grasping Harry's arm. Harry, listen to me. This behavior, this obsession, it is unhealthy. You need help. St. Mungo's has specialized therapists. Harry shrugged off her hand, retorting, I do not require therapy. His eyes, burning with fervent intensity behind his glasses, declared, I need Draco to understand that we are destined to be together. The potion merely expedites this process. Ron shook his head, retreating. No, mate. This is not normal. If Malfoy were a girl, this would be classified as standard sexual harassment. Just because he is Malfoy. Do you think you are exempt? You do not comprehend. I damn well understand. Ron suddenly shouted, causing the potion vials on the shelf to rattle. His trembling hand gripped his wand. I see my good friend transforming into a stalker. I realize that if I continue to stand idly by, I am complicit. His voice choked. Merlin, Harry. We are Aurors. We apprehend individuals like this. Harry's expression turned perilous. What are you going to do, Ron? Arrest me? Ron and Harry locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, long enough for Hermione to shift nervously. Then, in a shocking turn, Ron forcefully waved his wand. Ryup! A blinding flash of red light tore through the air, and Ron's Auror uniform was rent asunder. No! Hermione gasped. Ron tossed the tattered fabric onto the ground. I will not report you, Harry, because you are my brother. He tore off the silver badge, symbolizing his rank as Auror, the metallic clatter against the stone floor echoing in the silence. But from this day forth, his throat tightened. I am no longer an Auror. Nor will I work with you. Tears glimmered in his eyes. When you find yourself again, come to me. With that, Ron turned and ascended the stairs. His footsteps heavy as if laden with lead. Chapter 41. Action. Hermione glanced at Harry, then at Ron's retreating figure, her face etched with pain and uncertainty. Hermione. Harry softly called. He is right, Harry. Hermione's voice trembled. This is not love. It is obsession. It is harmful. If you do not stop. She inhaled deeply. As your friend, I will assist you. But as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I am obligated to report this unlawful behavior. You will report me? Harry, accept treatment and distance yourself from Malfoy. Hermione gazed into his eyes. This is the third time, and it is the final ultimatum. Harry, for your own good. Suddenly, Harry laughed, a chilling smile that sent shivers down Hermione's spine. You know, Hermione, I always thought you were my best friends. His voice grew softer. But now I realize that no one truly understands me. Tears cascaded down Hermione's cheeks. We understand, Harry, she choked out. But we cannot stand by and watch you destroy yourself and others. She wiped her tears. You have 24 hours to make a decision. After that, I must report to Kingsley. She turned and walked away, her footsteps lighter than Ron's yet resolute. Harry stood alone in the basement, surrounded by everything he had collected about Draco. Clippings, photographs, memory vials, and the enchanted mirror that recorded every encounter. No one understands. He whispered to the empty basement. Suddenly, Harry pressed his hand against the mirror's surface, the icy sensation sending a shiver through him. The Dracos in the mirror all raised their gazes simultaneously, countless pairs of gray-blue eyes piercing through time to observe him. But you will, Draco. His fingertips traced the outline of the figure in the mirror, his voice imbued with a morbid tenderness. It must be you, Draco. The following morning, Draco was organizing documents in his study when Mickey abruptly rushed in, flustered. Master, bad news. The house elf squeaked, tugging at her ears. Mr. Potter is at the manor's gate. He says it's urgent. Draco's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure. Tell him to leave. If he does not, I will summon the Aurors from the ministry. Mickey tried. The elf cried, but Mr. Potter says if the master does not see him, he will come in directly. He says. The house elf trembled more violently. He knows the young master is visiting his grandmother today, the route and time. Draco felt a chill wash over him. This was a blatant threat. He drew his wand, his other hand reaching for the newly acquired dagger. Let him in. Take him to the living room. Then go find my mother and tell her to leave England with Scorpius, immediately. Mickey's eyes widened in terror, but master, Draco barked. 5 minutes later, Draco stood at the center of the living room, wand firmly in hand, watching Harry Potter stride in. Harry looked utterly disheveled, his eyes bloodshot. Yet his demeanor was astonishingly resolute, staring directly at Draco, a dangerous fire burning within. "You know the consequences of threatening my son," Draco said coldly, his wand aimed squarely at Harry's chest. Harry did not draw his wand. He simply stood there, his hands slightly raised. "I am not here to harm Scorpius. I am here to tell you the truth, the whole truth. The truth is that you are insane, and you ought to report to Azkaban," Draco snarled. "Now get out of my house, or I swear I will. What will you do?" Harry suddenly stepped forward, the tip of his wand nearly touching Draco's chest. "Kill me? Report me to the Ministry? We both know that is futile, Draco. Kingsley has made his position clear." Draco's hand quivered slightly. "What do you want, Potter?" "You," Harry stated simply, his voice deep and resolute. "It has always been you. From the first time I saw you on the Hogwarts Express." Draco scoffed. "Ridiculous. We loathed each other for 7 years. That is not." Harry took another step forward, the scent of pine and fire whiskey wafting towards him. "It was destiny. We were drawn to each other. You always noticed what I was doing first." His voice softened. "I did too." Draco did not retreat, but his wand remained steadfastly directed at Harry's heart. "Are you finished? I have matters to attend to." Harry appeared undeterred. "I dream of you, Draco. Not the current you, but the you from our school days. On the Quidditch pitch, in the library, even in the prefect's bathroom." His throat constricted, his voice suddenly hoarse. "Every time I wake up, I hate myself a little more. Because you are Malfoy, and I am Potter. Because you are a Death Eater. And I am the chosen one. We are destined to be adversaries," Harry affirmed. "And now you believe we are destined to love?" Draco retorted, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "You think this is a fairy tale? It is not a fairy tale. It is fate." Harry suddenly advanced a step, his fingers clamping down on Draco's wrist as if it were an iron vice. His palm was scorching, almost leaving a mark on Draco's smooth, pale skin. "I could feel it from the moment you first reached out to me. It just took a long time to understand what that meant." Draco exerted force to break free, but found Harry's grip astonishingly strong. Without hesitation, he raised his knee and thrust it into Harry's abdomen. Harry let out a muffled grunt and staggered back a few steps. "You are insane, Potter." Draco quickly distanced himself, his wand aimed directly at Harry's brow. Completely and utterly insane. Harry did not pursue. He merely steadied himself, standing there with an expression rife with anguish and longing, perhaps. "But you are the only antidote, Draco. Without you, I feel like but half a person, perpetually searching for something yet oblivious to what that something is." Chapter 42, Pity and Kisses. In that moment, Draco nearly softened. The unguarded vulnerability reflected in Harry's emerald eyes resembled a fawn lost in the woods, damp and endearing. Yet, almost immediately, he recalled the potions, the surveillance, the threats. Anger surged within him. Enough. He raised his wand, coolly stating, "Potter, get away." Harry's expression was resolute, the scar beneath his tousled black hair faintly visible. "No, I refuse." Before the incantation had fully escaped his lips, Harry struck like lightning. Petrificus totalis. Draco froze in place, his wand slipping from his stiff fingers. Harry took a swift step forward, wrapping his left arm around his reclining form, his right hand deftly catching the falling wand, gently placing him upon the sofa. "I'm sorry." Harry's fingers caressed Draco's rigid face, his touch imbued with a stubborn tenderness. "But I must make you understand. Must show you." He retrieved a small crystal vial from his pocket, the silvery liquid within swirling like moonlight. Harry poured the memory into the pensieve, the silvery mist slowly spiraling within. "Look, Draco, see the true me." Draco wished to refuse, but Harry's hand tangled in his platinum locks, pulling him inexorably towards the silver vortex. The world blurred, and then completely dissolved into the tide of memories. Darkness. The cramped space was thick with dust and mildew. The staircase of the Dursleys' home was illuminated by a few faint rays of yellow light seeping through the gaps in the wooden boards. Young Harry, pitifully thin, curled up on a meager mattress, his knees drawn to his chest like an injured beast. His shattered glasses were held together by tape, behind which his startlingly bright green eyes shone. Uncle Vernon's greasy voice echoed from outside the cupboard, his thick fingers rapping against the iron bars of the small window. His purple face squished against the glass. "What normal family would take in a freak like you? You'll only bring disaster." The door was kicked, vibrating violently, causing Harry's frail shoulders to tremble. Dust motes drifted down from the ceiling, settling into his disheveled bedding. The boy bit his lower lip, his knuckles whitening as he clutched the faded blanket, yet he defiantly raised his face. The memories flowed again, rippling like water. Hogwarts. Fourth year Harry lingered outside the prefect's bathroom. The youth pressed against the ornate wooden door, breath caught in his throat. Through the keyhole, amidst the steamy haze, Draco bathed in the warm waters. droplets glistening as they slid down his spine. Harry clutched his wand tightly, his knuckles turning pale, his throat constricting as if resisting a deadly temptation. The scene abruptly tore apart, memories surging back to the cold sixth-year washroom. A blinding flash of green light cut through the air, the killing curse tearing a bloody rift in the atmosphere. Draco fell like a broken rose, crimson liquid trailing across the tiles. The color drained from Harry's face as his wand clattered to the floor. He stumbled into the pool of blood, trembling hands futilely pressing against the gaping wound. No, no. No, the shattered sob echoed in the empty washroom. I didn't mean to. Please don't. Scalding liquid splashed onto Draco's pale face, whether blood or tears. He could not tell. Countless moments of passing by overlapped in the pensive, the restrained glance in the elevator, the halting pause by the revolving door, the brief eye contact across a crowded room. The final ripples of memory settled in the corridors of the Ministry of Magic. After each encounter, Harry would return to number 12, Grimmauld Place, extracting those memories into silvery strands, sealing them within crystal vials. He whispered to the flickering memories, his fingertips brushing the vial's surface as if touching an unattainable dream. The silver mist of memory dissipated, and Draco gasped for breath as if surfacing from drowning, his chest heaving violently as though he had just endured a long escape. Harry's face bore the traces of unshed tears, those eyes, glistening like they had been washed in water, shone in the dim room like the sole source of light in the night. Do you understand now? Harry's voice was hoarse, his fingertips gently tracing Draco's features. It has never been hatred, Draco, never. Draco opened his mouth, wishing to condemn, to deny, to curse. But Harry's lips descended upon his, silencing all words with an unexpected kiss. Harry's lips bore the warmth of whiskey and the saltiness of tears. This kiss was both an assault and a plea, imperiously demanding and forbidding him to keep his lips sealed, imbued with an almost obsessive desire to consume his very soul. Inch by inch, the kiss deepened. Draco stood frozen, his pale fingertips digging into the armrest of the sofa, unable to push away this fervent heat, yet unable to respond to this desperate need. When Harry finally pulled away, glistening droplets still clung to his lashes, his lips curving into a dangerously alluring smile, his eyes shining ominously. Did you see? We are fated to be intertwined. His thumb brushed against Draco's reddened lips. It merely requires a little time to adjust. With a flick of his wand, the binding spell unraveled. Before Draco could move his stiff limbs, a leg-locking curse sent him tumbling back onto the sofa. Harry knelt before him, tender as if handling a fragile treasure, his fingers threading through Draco's platinum locks with a possessive gentleness. I will not harm you. His words were sweet as honey yet carried the weight of a devil's promise, breath ghosting over Draco's sensitive skin. Never. But you must stay, Draco. Harry's fingers remained entwined in Draco's hair, tender yet almost cruel. I will teach you how to love this world, to love me. Flames of fury ignited in Draco's eyes, a mocking curve gracing his lips. Never. You will. Harry's voice held a sickly certainty as his fingertips slid along Draco's jawline. For no one understands you better than I do, nor needs you as I do. His hand delved into Draco's robes. A glint of silver flashing as Harry produced a dagger, pinched between his fingers. Like this, I knew you would prepare for battle. Draco laughed, that smile laced with venom. Are you sure you found all your weapons, Potter? Harry's pupils constricted, but it was too late. Draco's wrist twisted, his hidden wand pressing against Harry's chin. Stupefy. A flash of red light erupted, sending Harry tumbling backwards. Yet even in the final moments of losing consciousness, his grip remained steadfast on Draco's clothing. As though he would never let go, Draco staggered to his feet, breath ragged, gazing down at the unconscious Harry. His first instinct was to summon the Aurors, to lock this deluded madman away in Azkaban's iron bars forever. But Kingsley's stance was too ambiguous. There was no time to hesitate. Draco swiftly penned 2 letters. The first to Narcissa, confirming that she and Scorpius had safely departed from England. The second letter addressed to Pansy Parkinson contained but a few simple words. Plan B, now. He then gathered a few essentials and cast one last glance at the fallen Harry before turning towards the fireplace. As he pivoted, the hem of his robe brushed against Harry's fingers, which clutched the torn fabric tightly, even in unconsciousness, unwilling to let go. Before scattering the flu powder, Draco paused, retrieving a small vial from the desk drawer. Farewell, Potter. He placed the potion bottle upon Harry's chest, hoping that when he awoke, he would have forgotten how to love me. The emerald flames enveloped Draco's figure, leaving behind the unconscious Harry and the desolate Malfoy manor. Chapter 43, Awakening and Reflection. The green flames in the fireplace had not yet fully extinguished when Harry Potter stirred from his slumber. A sharp pain throbbed at the back of his head, akin to a vicious blow from a troll. The moment he opened his eyes, a ray of sunlight pierced through the curtain's gap, compelling him to squint. "Draco?" he croaked, feeling the silken touch beneath his fingertips, instinctively grasping it. He lay upon the sofa in the Malfoy Manor drawing room. No response met his call. Only the ancient clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, a reminder of time's passage. Slowly, Harry propped himself up, the dizziness forcing him to clutch the armrest of the sofa. His wand was nowhere to be found, but something rested upon his chest, a small, empty vial that had once contained the potion of loyalty, alongside a folded piece of parchment. His fingers trembled slightly as he unfolded the note. It bore but a single, resolute line. "Hope that when you awaken, you have forgotten how to love me. DM." Harry stared at the words for an extended moment, emitting a sound that was a curious blend of laughter and sobbing. Forget how to love him? As if such a sentiment could be turned on and off like a tap, merely a flow of water that could be halted with a gentle twist. "I've tried. Draco," he whispered to the empty room, "for so many years now. Every day, I have been attempting." The sunlight shifted, the beam creeping across the Persian carpet until it finally rested at Harry's feet. It was then he noticed a small, dried stain of blood upon the carpet. Was it his or Draco's? Memories surged back like a tide. How he had cursed Draco, forced him to witness those memories, how he had kissed him. Harry's fingertips unconsciously brushed his lips, where Draco's essence seemed to linger, faintly imbued with a hint of mint. "You cannot escape." Harry rose, his head still spinning but his resolve unyielding. "Wherever you go, I will find you." He scanned the surroundings. There were other things within the manor that could assist him. Harry made his way directly to the study. His numerous visits to Malfoy Manor had rendered him intimately familiar with its layout. The study lay in disarray, evidently having been hastily searched through by Draco before his departure. Harry approached a familiar hidden compartment, located behind the third row of bookshelves, which required a gentle press on the spine of advanced potion making to reveal. The compartment was empty, yet Harry was not surprised. "Mickey," he called, his voice echoing in the empty manor. No reply came. It seemed Draco had taken the house elf with him, or had commanded it to ignore Harry's summons. Turning to the desk, Harry began to search for potential clues. In a drawer, he discovered a torn half of a parchment, penned in Narcissa's handwriting. "The manor in Provence is ready. The house elves will deliver." Provence, southern France. Harry's heart raced. Would Draco go there? Or was this merely a ruse to mislead? Continuing his search, Harry stumbled upon a crumpled record of Flu network usage in the wastebasket. Dated this morning at 7:15 a.m., with the destination listed as the Paris Magical Hotel. It could be a lead. But Draco would not head directly to his final hideout. Harry tucked the note into his pocket, just as he was about to exit the study. His gaze was drawn to a portrait on the wall. It depicted Scorpius on his birthday, the little boy perched atop a pony, beaming with joy. In the corner of the picture, Draco's hand rested on his son's shoulder, a version of Draco Harry had never witnessed before. A strange feeling washed over him. He yearned to be the one who elicited such expressions from Draco. He longed to be a part of that photograph, to replace Astoria's position. "I will," Harry softly promised the portrait, one day. Before departing from Malfoy Manor, Harry made a detour to the kitchen. He needed to regain his strength and prepare some essentials. The refrigerator housed ready-cooked chicken and salad, which he devoured hungrily before gathering items he might require. Flu powder, a portkey license, Draco's, but Harry could cast a confund his charm, and several vials of potentially useful potions. Lastly, he discovered his wand nestled beneath the umbrella stand in the foyer. Draco had either forgotten it or intentionally left it as a parting gift. The sensation of holding the wand restored a measure of confidence within Harry. Standing before the grand entrance of Malfoy Manor, he surveyed the place that had become an obsession. "I will return soon," he murmured, then turned and stepped into the Flu network, to be with Draco. Paris Magical Hotel. In the moment the green flames consumed him, Harry fancied he heard a distant chuckle, akin to Draco mocking his futility. But perhaps it was merely the crackling of the flames. The lobby of the Paris Magical Hotel was opulent, crystal chandeliers casting their glow upon the marble floor. As Harry emerged from the fireplace, several wizards checking in glanced curiously at him, but quickly averted their gaze. Even in France, his lightning-shaped scar was sufficiently recognizable. "Excuse me," Harry approached the front desk, awkwardly inquiring in French if a Mr. Malfoy was registered. "Draco Malfoy?" The witch at the front desk blinked her thick lashes. "I'm sorry, sir, but we cannot disclose guest information." Displaying his Auror badge, he explained that he was conducting an official investigation, a special pass valid across the EU. The witch hesitated briefly but shook her head. "There is no guest by that name, sir." As expected, Draco would not register under his real name. Harry rephrased his inquiry. "Guests arriving from England this morning? Accompanied by a young boy." "Ah." The witch's eyes lit up with realization. "Yes, a Mr. White and his son. However, they checked out an hour ago." "Mr. White. Did they mention where they were headed?" "No, but..." The witch lowered her voice, leaning closer. "I overheard them discussing a train to Marseille." Harry nodded, slipping a few galleons into the witch's hand as a tip. Marseille? No, too obvious. Chapter 44, Capture. Provence is near Marseille. Leaving the hotel, Harry found himself standing amidst the bustling magical streets of Paris, suddenly engulfed by a sense of disorientation. France was vast. Draco could have ventured anywhere. He could apparate to any location, utilize Muggle transportation, or even cross borders once more. No, Harry shook his head, forcing himself to calm and think. Draco, accompanied by Scorpius, would not permit the child to follow him in his wanderings. He intended to take him to a safe, comfortable place, tended to by house elves. Provence. With his decision made, Harry approached the nearest Floo network access point. Yet, just as he reached for the Floo powder, a voice emerged from behind him. I can hardly believe my eyes. Harry Potter, in Paris? Turning around, Harry beheld a familiar face, Fleur Delacour, the wife of Bill Weasley. Her beauty was striking, with silver hair glistening in the sunlight. Fleur. Harry managed to smile. What brings you here? Shopping, Fleur replied, shaking the shopping bag in her hand. Bill's birthday is approaching, and I wish to surprise him. She scrutinized Harry. And you? Business? Yes, he replied. Fleur's blue eyes narrowed slightly. Is that so? Then why are you using Malfoy's apparition license? It then dawned on Harry that the document he held bore the Malfoy family crest. He quickly shoved it back into his pocket. It's a long story. I imagined so. Fleur's expression turned serious. Harry, I don't know what you're involved in. But be careful. There have been many rumors about you and Malfoy. Harry's heart skipped a beat. What rumors? They say you are fascinated by him. Fleur chose her words carefully. Ron wrote to me. He's quite worried about you. Harry's jaw tightened. Ron should not have spoken out of turn. He cares. Fleur gently touched Harry's arm. We all do. If you need help. I do not. Harry interrupted her. Thank you for your concern, Fleur. Please send my regards to Bill. With that, he turned and scattered the Floo powder, nearly fleeing into the green flames. The sunlight in Provence was even more radiant than in Paris, and the air was filled with the fragrance of lavender. The magical marketplace buzzed with activity. Various stalls selling unique magical items from the south of France, singing bundles of lavender, weather-predicting gargoyles, and mini brooms contained within bottles. As Harry navigated through the bustling marketplace, he inquired with the shopkeepers if they had seen a platinum-haired nobleman from England accompanied by a young boy. Each inquiry was met with a shake of the head, indicating no sightings of any British nobility, until he encountered an elderly gypsy which selling crystal balls at the end of the market. She sat cross-legged on a faded Persian carpet, her crystal ball refracting strange lights. A platinum-haired nobleman? The witch squinted her amber eyes, contemplating before affirmatively stating, yes. I have seen him. With a small mirror. A small mirror? The child. She waved her hand impatiently, pointing towards the mountains enshrouded in purple mist, where a white house nestled between pine trees and lavender. Harry's heart raced, eagerly pressing for more. How far is it? How do I get there? The witch's wrinkled face broke into a sly smile as she toyed with a crystal ball. My prophecies are not free, sir. Harry handed her a handful of galleons. What now? Apparate to the foot of the mountain, then walk. The house is protected by a charm, so you cannot reach it directly. The gold coins glittered enticingly in the sunlight as the witch tucked them into her layered skirts. Be careful, young man. Thank you for the warning. Harry replied before turning to leave. Adjusting his wand, Harry took a deep breath and vanished into thin air. Upon appearing at the mountain's base, a wave of heat enveloped him. It was tranquil here, with only the sound of wind rustling through the lavender fields and the distant chirping of cicadas. A narrow path wound upwards, disappearing into the dense woods. As he ascended, the breathtaking scenery of Provence unfolded before him. Rolling waves of purple lavender, scattered ancient villages, and the Mediterranean glistening in the sunlight far beyond. Then, he spotted it, a white estate, hidden between pine trees and lavender, just as the witch had described. Harry's heart raced. Draco was there. He slowed his pace, approaching the estate with caution. He could sense subtle magical vibrations in the air. An ancient protective charm enveloped the entire structure. It was not particularly strong. From his inner pocket, Harry retrieved a silver family crest, adorned with the serpent emblem of the Malfoy family. It could deceive most protective spells. If the estate belonged to the Malfoys, this crest would allow him safe passage. Gripping the crest in his left hand, Harry held his wand in his right. Slowly crossing the invisible barrier, a sharp sting coursed through his body, as if countless tiny needles pricked his skin, but the discomfort receded like a tide the next moment. The barrier accepted him. Harry exhaled deeply, continuing toward the serene white estate. The garden was suffused with the scent of lavender, yet devoid of any presence. On a small table on the terrace, 2 glasses of lemonade, beaded with condensation, stood quietly, accompanied by a porcelain plate with remnants of caramel biscuits, suggesting the owner had only just departed. At that moment, he heard laughter, Scorpius's giggles emanating from the side of the house. Harry stealthily circled around. Hiding behind an ancient olive tree, Draco sat by the garden fountain, clad in a simple white shirt and beige trousers, his blonde hair nearly translucent in the sunlight. He was demonstrating simple magic to Scorpius, who was intently mimicking his father's movements, his chubby little hands grasping a child's wand, clumsy yet earnest. Like this, Daddy? No. Your wrist needs to be more flexible. Look, Draco took his son's hand, guiding him through the motions. Unconsciously, Harry stepped forward, snapping a twig beneath his foot. Crack. Chapter 45, Failure. Draco's gaze snapped up, his eyes piercing through the foliage, locking onto Harry with precision. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by shock, anger, and a hint of elusive panic swirling in his blue-gray eyes. Scorpius, go inside. Draco's voice was calm, yet brooked no argument. Now. But Daddy, after glancing at Draco, Scorpius pouted, clutching his wand, and reluctantly trotted toward the white estate, glancing back hesitantly. Draco rose to his feet, sunlight dancing upon the tips of his platinum hair, yet failing to dispel the chill in his gaze. Harry realized that hiding was futile. Taking a deep breath, he emerged from the shadows. How did you find this place? Draco asked coldly, fixing his gaze on Harry. You underestimate me. Harry's voice was soft, yet imbued with undeniable strength. The sunlight stretched their shadows long. As they faced each other from a distance of 10 feet, wands pointed at one another. Leave, Potter, Draco ground out. I do not wish to see you. Harry shook his head, his gaze unwavering. You know I won't. Not until we talk this through. There is nothing to discuss. Draco's voice rose. You trespass in my home. Drug me, and now you're tracking me across borders? This is criminal. I love you. Harry uttered those 3 words calmly, as if they could elucidate everything. Draco's expression contorted, as if pricked by something. No, you do not love. You are simply obsessed. Harry stepped forward, perhaps. Draco's wand trembled slightly, halting. Harry advanced again. I said stop. A flash of red light shot from Draco's wand, grazing past Harry's ear. Harry did not flinch, but continued to press forward. Kill me, if that will make you feel better. But remember, we belong to each other, Draco, as destined since the day we first met at the age of 11. You've lost your mind. Draco's voice was low and dangerous. Completely mad. Perhaps. In an instant, Harry surged forward with astonishing speed, seizing Draco's wrist before he could react and twisting his wand aside. Their chests collided, their noses almost touching. Draco's eyelashes fluttered gently in the sunlight. The familiar cool scent of him enveloping Harry's senses, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Let go. Draco gritted his teeth, warm breath brushing against Harry's lips. No. Harry's thumb gently caressed the pulse beating at Draco's wrist, while his other hand cupped the flushed cheek. I will not release you, Draco. Never. Harry's breath quickened. Draco? Scorpius said you let him. Merlin. The voice of Narcissa Malfoy crashed over them like a bucket of ice water. Harry turned to see her standing on the terrace, hand covering her mouth. Her gaze shifted from her son's restrained wrist to Harry's face, her expression transforming from shock to fury. Release my son. Harry instinctively loosened his grip, which was enough for Draco to break free. He stepped back, his wand once again aimed at Harry, his eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions. Mother, take Scorpius inside. Draco's voice was unexpectedly calm. Mr. Potter and I have matters to resolve. Narcissa seemed poised to protest, but under Draco's unwavering gaze, she nodded and retreated indoors. The garden was once again left with only the two of them. Yet the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Potter, leave. Draco commanded. Never show yourself in front of my family again. Harry shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. You know I cannot do that. Then I shall make you. Draco suddenly waved his wand, stupefied. Harry was prepared. Protego. Draco's spell ricocheted, striking a cluster of lavender, the flowers wilting instantly. Don't do this, Draco. Harry lowered his wand. I do not wish to harm you, but you are already hurting me. Draco erupted, emotions he had long suppressed pouring forth. You twist my will, invade my privacy, threaten my family. Is that not enough? Harry was taken aback by this sudden outburst. I just wanted. His expression turned pained. I tried to stop, Draco. Merlin knows, I tried. Not enough. Draco replied coldly. Then tell me what is enough. Harry shouted, his voice echoing through the garden. How do I stop loving you? How do I forget that proud platinum-haired boy? If only I had held your hand back then. Draco froze, his slate blue eyes widening slightly. Harry's words seemed to strike a vulnerable chord within him. It is too late, Potter, he finally said, his voice low. It has been far too long. It is not too late, Draco, not at all. Harry took a step closer, and then another. Draco, darling, give me a chance, just one. Draco stared at Harry for what felt like an eternity, sunlight casting fragmented golden shadows upon his lashes. No. Draco's voice was resolute. Harry's expression darkened dangerously. Then I shall have to compel you. With a swift motion, He brandished his wand. Bind. Silver ropes shot forth from the tip of his wand, ensnaring Draco. He conjured a chair with a flick of his wand, gently placing the bound Draco upon it, fingers brushing through Draco's golden hair. You will understand that I do this for both our sakes, and you will forgive me. Then he knelt before Draco, gazing up at the face he yearned for. Look at me, Draco. Not as your enemy, not as Potter, but as Harry. Draco scoffed, turning his face away. Harry cupped his cheek, forcing him to turn back. Let me prove it. Let me show you I can do better. Their gazes locked in the sunlight. Kiss me, Harry suddenly said. If you feel nothing, I will leave at once. Draco's pupils dilated slightly. You are mad. Just once. Harry leaned in, breath ghosting over Draco's lips. Prove me wrong. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Harry could see the struggle in Draco's eyes, could witness the quiver of his long lashes. Then, Draco closed his eyes ever so slightly. It made Harry's heart nearly stop. He inched closer, finally pressing his lips against Draco's. Just as Harry prepared to deepen the kiss, a searing pain suddenly shot through his abdomen. He staggered back, glancing down to find a silver dagger embedded in his stomach, blood soaking through his shirt. Draco had somehow freed one hand from the binding spell and was now gripping the handle of the dagger. I told you, Draco gasped. Never. Harry stumbled backward, clutching his bleeding wound. Pain surged through him like an unrelenting tide, his consciousness teetering on the brink of darkness. But what was even more unbearable was the gaping wound in his heart, as if each inch of him was being ground to dust, torn apart, the agony rendering him nearly lifeless. He looked up at Draco, who had freed himself from the remaining bindings and was now rising to retrieve his wand. You stabbed me, Harry uttered in disbelief, his voice trembling with pain. Draco's expression was a complex amalgam of emotions. You bound me. I think we are even now. Harry collapsed to the ground, blood seeping through his fingers. His vision began to blur, yet he could still see Draco standing before him. Will you kill me? He fell amidst the lavender fields of Provence, blood staining the purple blossoms, while Draco Malfoy's figure gradually blurred in the sunlight, ultimately vanishing from view. Chapter 46, Home. The white ceiling of St. Mungo's Hospital gradually came into focus in Harry's vision, the glaring sunlight causing him to instinctively squint. He attempted to shift his body, but a sharp pain immediately radiated from his abdomen, forcing him to gasp for breath. Don't move. A familiar voice came from the corner. Harry struggled to turn his head, spotting Hermione Granger rising from a chair in the corner of the ward. Her brown hair was somewhat disheveled, dark circles evident beneath her eyes. Behind her, Ron Weasley stood by the window, sunlight casting a golden hue on the edges of his red hair, his expression inscrutable. Water. Harry croaked. Hermione waved her wand, and a cup of warm water floated to Harry's lips. He took a sip, the cool liquid sliding down his scorched throat, eliciting a slight sting. I suspect you have many questions for me. Harry's voice was still weak, but clearer than before. Questions? Harry, do you know what happened? You were found lying unconscious in a lavender field in the south of France, a silver dagger lodged in your abdomen. If you hadn't been discovered in time, you could have bled to death. Hermione's voice trembled with fear. Harry closed his eyes, recalling the sun of Provence, the scent of lavender, the feel of Draco's lips, and then the excruciating pain. He stabbed me. Harry whispered softly, his fingertips tracing the blood-stained bandage wrapped around his abdomen, a dull ache radiating beneath the fabric. Who? Malfoy? Merlin's beard. Ron approached Harry, his face a mask of disbelief. You actually went after him? After being discovered? Harry remained silent, his gaze drifting to the outside, where the ominous clouds over London starkly contrasted with the radiant sunshine of Provence. I must go. Hermione inhaled deeply, settling on the edge of the hospital bed. Harry, listen to me. Kingsley is already aware of the situation. She hesitated briefly, then continued. He has temporarily suppressed the matter, publicly claiming you were injured while undertaking a secret mission. Harry managed a wry smile. He is covering for me. Yes, Hermione stated bluntly, but this won't last. If Malfoy decides to lodge a complaint with the International Confederation of Wizards or insists on pursuing the matter, he won't. Harry shook his head. The charge of wounding an Auror is no trifling matter. What the hell were you thinking, Harry? Ron's voice trembled with suppressed anger. Drugging Malfoy? Following him to France? This is sheer madness. Harry met Ron's gaze, his emerald eyes blazing against his pale complexion. I love him. Ron's face flushed crimson as he took a step back. You don't love him, Harry. Hermione spoke softly. You don't even know the real him. You love an illusion, an obsession. Harry refrained from arguing. He was too weary, and the wound in his abdomen began to throb anew. The healer must have used some sort of muggle painkiller, for a magical pain-relieving charm would not leave him feeling this lethargic. Kingsley issued a notice, and Hermione did not pursue the topic further. She presented a parchment sealed with the ministry's emblem before Harry. You have been indefinitely suspended, confined to number 12, Grimmauld Place until you are fully recovered, and prohibited from using the flu network or apparition. Harry nodded, surprisingly calm. He had long anticipated these consequences, and had even contemplated worse outcomes. What about Draco? He has vanished. Hermione withdrew the parchment and turned. The Ministry cannot locate him or Scorpius. A faint smile flickered on Harry's lips. He will return. Ron turned away, his fist striking the wall. For Merlin's sake, Harry, wake up. He tried to stab you. With a dagger. He meant to kill you. But he didn't kill me, did he? This thought warmed Harry considerably. He ignored Ron's impotent fury and turned his attention back to Hermione. Where's my wand? Temporarily with me. Hermione bit her lip. To this, Harry simply closed his eyes. I want to rest, Hermione. 3 days later, Harry was cleared for discharge, accompanied by Hermione back to number 12, Grimmauld Place. His wound had healed remarkably well, but the healer insisted he continue taking blood-replenishing potions for 2 weeks. The old house at Grimmauld Place remained unchanged. As Harry stepped over the threshold, Dobby appeared from nowhere, wide-eyed. Bowing deeply, Master Potter has returned. Dobby has prepared hot soup and clean sheets for his master. Thank you. Harry nodded wearily. Hermione followed him upstairs, her desire to speak evident but restrained. It was not until they reached the door of his bedroom that she finally spoke. Harry, I need to check the house to ensure there are no. Hermione left her thought unspoken, but Harry understood all too well. With a dull expression, he waved his hand. Go ahead, check as you wish. Hermione nodded and made her way to the study. Harry entered his bedroom, collapsing onto the bed. The room was clean and tidy. Clearly Dobby had been keeping it in order. Sunlight streamed through the heavy curtains, casting a golden line upon the wooden floor. He could hear Hermione rummaging in the study next door, followed by an abrupt silence. It was too quiet. Harry furrowed his brow, propping himself up. Hermione? There was no response. An ominous premonition washed over him. Slowly, he rose from the bed, enduring a slight discomfort in his abdomen, and walked towards the study. The door was ajar. He pushed it open to find Hermione standing rigidly before a wall. Then Harry saw it. The wall. He had completely forgotten about it. The entire wall was covered from floor to ceiling with photographs and clippings of Draco Malfoy. Some were public photographs from the Daily Prophet. Others were magical images Harry had clandestinely captured, and there were old photographs from their school days, even including pictures from Draco's wedding. The images were interconnected with red thread, annotated with dates and brief notes, forming a complex web of time. Hermione slowly turned. Merlin, Harry, her voice trembled. This is terrifying. Harry approached the wall, his fingers lightly brushing Draco's photograph, a glimmer of obsession flashing in his eyes. Now you understand. No, I don't understand. Hermione shook her head, stepping back. But I can assure you this is not love, Harry. She grasped Harry's arm. Love is mutual, built on respect and trust. This is not. Harry shook off her grip. Then tell me what this is, Hermione. You're so clever. Possessiveness. Hermione replied without hesitation. A dangerous, twisted possessiveness. You only wish to own him. Harry returned to sit on the edge of the bed. Perhaps. Well, Hermione took a deep breath, striving to remain composed. Now, I need you to hand over all surveillance equipment related to Malfoy, memory vials, and other collections. Eventually, Harry nodded in agreement. Chapter 47. Awkward. He watched Hermione magically remove the contents from the photo wall, collecting all the memory vials and notebooks from the drawer. The entire process was silent and swift, marked only by the rustling of parchment and the faint protests of magical photographs being taken down. There's one more thing. Hermione produced a roll of parchment from her pocket. This is a magical contract, personally drafted by Kingsley. Harry accepted the parchment, glancing over its contents. What if I refuse? Azkaban. Hermione met his gaze firmly. There is no room for negotiation. Harry, Kingsley has been more than lenient. Harry picked up the feather quill from his bedside and signed his name without hesitation. The parchment glimmered with a golden light, signifying the contract's activation. Hermione sighed in relief. Thank you, Harry. This is the right decision. Harry did not respond. He knew Hermione would not comprehend. The contract could bind his actions, but not his heart. Furthermore, he had a strange premonition. Draco would return, without Harry needing to seek him out. Hermione paused at the door before leaving. I will come to see you. Bringing a therapist along. Ron, just let him be. Harry lay back on the bed, staring at the empty ceiling. Once the door closed, Harry retrieved a photograph that Hermione had overlooked from beneath his pillow. It was small and had already begun to yellow. He pressed it to his chest and closed his eyes. The sunlight of Provence seemed distant now, yet the sensation of Draco's lips lingered vividly in his memory. Meanwhile, in a villa hidden by ancient magic in the south of France, Draco Malfoy stood before a floor-to-ceiling window where lavender fields undulated in the evening breeze, their purple waves filling the air with their fragrance. Daddy! Scorpius's voice came from behind him. bright with the clarity unique to childhood. Draco did not turn around, but the corners of his mouth softened involuntarily. Grandmother Narcissa says it's time for dinner. The little boy, clad in slippers, pattered over to his father, his small hands gripping the windowsill as he stood on tiptoe. Daddy, what are you looking at? Only then did Draco withdraw his gaze, lowering his head to look at his son. Scorpius's eyelashes fluttered in the sunset like two tiny fans, his azure eyes brimming with curiosity. Watching the sunset, he replied softly, reaching out to tousle his son's soft blonde hair. Scorpius tilted his head and suddenly inquired, "When are we going home?" Draco lifted his son and nuzzled him, "Missing home." "Are we?" Scorpius nodded. "I miss my room, my flying broom, and Uncle Harry." Draco's body stiffened imperceptibly at the mention of Uncle Harry. "Scorpius, you see, Uncle Harry may not be coming back." "Why?" Scorpius's blue eyes filled with confusion. "What happened? Does he not like me anymore?" His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Draco bent down, gently lifting Scorpius's chin with his long fingers, compelling those tear-filled blue eyes to meet his own. "It's not like that, young sir." His voice was soft. "Uncle Harry, he cares for you very much." A single tear rolled down Scorpius's rosy cheek. "Then why doesn't he come to play with us anymore?" Draco's throat tightened. How could one explain the complex emotions of adulthood to a 3-year-old? "Listen," he finally said, wiping his son's tears with his thumb, "some adults, much like wounded unicorns, need to lick their wounds in solitude. Uncle Harry is like that right now." Scorpius sniffled. "Just like when I scraped my knee last time and didn't want anyone to see." Draco's lips curled into a faint smile. "Almost. It's just that adult wounds heal a bit slower." This metaphor provided some solace to the little boy, who buried his face in his father's neck, his breath carrying the sweet scent of childhood. Draco tightened his embrace, feeling the weighty warmth in his arms, yet his gaze drifted once more to the dimming sky outside. In the dining room, Narcissa had already set the table for dinner, consisting of simple roast chicken and salad, paired with locally sourced wine. Ever since leaving England, she had remained silent, never inquiring about what transpired between Draco and Harry. However, tonight, after Scorpius was taken by the house elf for a bath, she finally spoke. "The French Ministry of Magic has sent someone this afternoon." Narcissa elegantly sliced the chicken, her voice calm as she inquired about Harry Potter. Draco's fork scraped against the plate with a harsh sound. "What did you say?" "I said we know nothing." Narcissa's eyes swept over their son. "They said he was found in a nearby lavender field, gravely injured." Draco set down his cutlery. "Is he still alive?" "Apparently so." Narcissa sipped her wine. "Draco, the silver dagger is missing. Did you take it?" Silence enveloped the dining table. Eventually, Draco nodded gently. Narcissa's expression became complicated. Draco's voice emerged through clenched teeth. "He barged into the garden, cast a spell to bind me, and then..." His voice trailed off. Then I stabbed him and escaped." Draco concluded the topic abruptly. "That's all." Narcissa did not press further, but her gaze lingered on her son's face for a long while. "We will have to return to England sooner or later, Draco." She gently brushed the Malfoy family crest. "Most of the Malfoy family business is in England, and Scorpius also needs a normal life and education." "I know." Draco stared out into the pitch-black night. "Just a few more weeks, to ensure Potter is under control. According to the French Ministry of Magic, he has signed a magical contract to cease his search for you. If he violates it, he will be automatically sent back to England for trial," Narcissa stated calmly. Draco looked up. "He signed? Voluntarily?" "It seems so." This information left Draco with a strange sense of loss. He had thought Harry would be more determined, less willing to give up. Perhaps he finally understood the futility of this path? Perhaps he had accepted that Draco would never return his feelings? Then why did he feel so utterly wrong? "Very well. Perhaps, from now on, we can return to a normal life." Narcissa shot him a meaningful glance. "If you are certain this is truly what you desire." That night, Draco lay in bed but found himself unable to sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Harry kneeling in the lavender fields, blood staining his shirt. The shock and heartbreak in those emerald eyes. Damn it! Draco sat up abruptly. Why did he care about Harry Potter's feelings? That man had drugged him, stalked him, threatened his family. Stabbing him was self-defense, entirely justified. Draco got out of bed and walked to the window. It was beautiful, but it was not home. He suddenly recalled a phrase often uttered by Astoria during her lifetime. Home is not a house, but the people in it. Outside the window, a snowy owl glided past the treetops. Chapter 48, The Dam Contract. As dusk deepened, the lights of London flickered to life one by one. The dinner meticulously prepared by Peeves gradually cooled on the dining table, the silver cutlery glinting coldly in the candlelight. Harry's tall figure stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the glass, his emerald gaze reflecting the city lights as his thoughts drifted to France. Where is Draco now? What is he doing? He recalled Draco's gentle smile under the Provençal sun, A pang of pain shot through his chest. The magical contract on the bedside table suddenly shimmered with golden ripples, the embossed emblem of the Ministry of Magic appearing intermittently, like a silent warning. The consequences of violating the contract were severe: magical backlash, automatic alarms, and the ensuing complete imprisonment. He had spent countless nights studying this contract, scrutinizing every ancient clause until he finally uncovered that subtle loophole. The contract could only bind actions, not thoughts. In other words, as long as he did not actively seek Draco, touch him, or call for him, even if longing grew wildly in every silent night, it would not count as a breach. As for an accidental encounter, that was another matter entirely. Harry retrieved a small box from the depths of a drawer, gently lifting the lid to reveal an ancient galleon resting quietly on a velvet cushion, the worn edges of the coin telling tales of time. Once used to convey messages among members of the Order of the Phoenix, now it had been enchanted with another spell. Not an ordinary tracking charm, but an older, more powerful magic, bloodline tracking. It required a hair or blood from the one to be tracked as a medium. Harry took 2 platinum strands from the hidden compartment of the box, glimmering almost silver in the candlelight. He had surreptitiously taken them from Draco's comb during a search of Malfoy Manor 3 years ago, his fingertips trembling slightly, as if touching something he should not. He wrapped the strands around the galleon, which immediately radiated a barely perceptible warmth. Taking a deep breath, Harry lightly tapped the coin with his wand and softly uttered the incantation. The ancient magic rippled outwards, and dark red lines began to appear along the edges of the galleon, like blood flowing through metal. The spell was in effect. Now, whenever Draco enters a certain vicinity, the galleon begins to radiate warmth and subtly shifts towards his direction. Harry clutches it tightly in his palm, the coolness of the metal gradually yielding to his body heat. Casting a glance at the shimmering magical contract on his bedside, he calmly closes the box and tucks it away deep within the drawer. He does not actively seek out Draco. He simply prepares himself. He threads the galleon onto a silver chain, concealing it beneath the innermost layer of his shirt. Pressed against his chest, the frigid metal melding with his warm skin, allowing him to distinctly feel each heartbeat. In the ensuing fortnight, Harry diligently adheres to his treatment regimen, appearing punctually at St. Mungo's office of the mental health specialist each day, meticulously fulfilling the various assessments mandated by the Ministry of Magic. The therapists at St. Mungo express their satisfaction with his cooperation, and he even begins to peruse several recommended books by Hermione concerning healthy relationships. On the surface, he appears to be on the mend. Yet, each time he returns to Grimmauld Place, Harry retrieves the galleon from beneath his shirt, scrutinizing its state. For the most part, it remains cold and silent, as if to remind him that Draco is still far away. Until one fateful rainy night, as Harry prepares for bed, unfastening his collar, an unusual warmth suddenly emanates from his chest, causing him to freeze. He bolts upright, his fingers trembling as he pulls out the necklace. The galleon is ablaze in his palm, its edges glowing with a dark crimson hue, ultimately pointing southeast. More importantly, the temperature continues to rise. Draco is on the move, and the distance is closing. Harry's actions surpass his thoughts. He leaps from his bed, swiftly dons his robes, seizes the pre-packed satchel, and scribbles a brief note for Peeves. Out for a few days, no need to worry. With one last glance at the flickering contract on his bedside, he strides purposefully towards the fireplace, his fingers trembling slightly with anticipation as he gathers the flue powder. He does not contravene the contract. Fate has merely afforded them an opportunity to encounter one another. The flue network is closely monitored by the Ministry of Magic, and apparition requires prior authorization. However, Harry possesses alternative means. He makes his way to a secluded room on the top floor of the Black Manor, where rests the vintage flying motorcycle bequeathed to him by his godfather, Sirius Black, which has been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm and cloaking devices. 10 minutes later, he bursts through the rain-soaked streets of London. The wind lashes against his cheeks like a blade, the icy rain trickling down his neck and into his collar. Yet, Harry remains unfazed. The galleon against his chest is scorching, the heat nearly searing his skin. Draco is approaching, very close indeed. The motorcycle's engine roars through the clouds as Harry's green eyes shine brilliantly in the night. The contract parchment should still be flickering on the bedside table in Grimmauld Place, while he has already traversed half the night sky. The Parisian night sky is tinged a warm orange by the city lights. Harry lands in a hidden little park on Montmartre, stowing away the motorcycle. The galleon is now too hot to hold, the dark red glow stubbornly directing him toward the left bank of the Seine. Cloaked in the disillusionment charm, Harry glides like a wisp of night air across the rooftops of Paris. In the evening, the muggles of Paris are engrossed in their nightlife, oblivious to the indistinct figure that flits by on the rooftops. The pull of the galleon suddenly intensifies, and Harry halts before a bookstore. Through the window, He glimpses the figure he has long yearned for. Draco Malfoy stands in the literary district, clad in a simple dark blue suit. His blonde hair tied back in a small bun, exuding an elegance that is breathtaking. He is perusing a collection of poetry, his slender fingers gliding gently over the pages. Harry's heart races, the disillusionment charm nearly faltering as he grips the galleon tightly, the metal's searing heat pricking his palm. He forces himself to remain composed, observing intently. Draco is alone, devoid of Scorpius or Narcissa. This is an accidental encounter, not a deliberate search. Thus, the contract will not be triggered. The bell above the bookstore door jingles, and Draco glances up as an ordinary customer enters, not the person he is awaiting. He resumes flipping through the poetry collection, occasionally checking his watch. Who is he waiting for? A wave of anxiety washes over Harry, his knuckles whitening in the shadows. He retreats to the awning of a nearby cafe, blending into the night. Half an hour later, a familiar silhouette enters the bookstore, Pansy Parkinson. Her stiletto heels clicking on the floor, clad in a fashionable black dress, pushes open the glass door. She warmly embraces Draco, and they converse in hushed tones, then proceed toward the cafe area at the back of the bookstore. Harry stealthily inches closer, eavesdropping on their dialogue from behind the shelves. Have you finally decided to return? Pansy teases. Just a short stay, Draco replies, sipping his red tea, the teaspoon clinking against the porcelain cup. Mother took Scorpius to Switzerland. I need to handle some estate paperwork in England. You look terrible, Draco, Pansy remarks, her red lips pursed. Insomnia? A bit, Draco admits softly. Every time I hear an owl tapping at the window or the sound of apparition, he can't come looking for you, Draco. That contract. I know, Draco interrupts, the silver spoon clinking against the cup, sending ripples through the red tea. It's just, I haven't tea adjusted yet. Pansy falls silent for a moment. Are you certain you want to return to England? Even if it's just a short stay? I must face it, Pansy. Draco's voice grows firmer. I cannot hide forever. A bitter smile graces his lips. Besides, the savior is now tethered. The contract ensures he cannot even brush against my sleeve. Harry smirks in the shadows. Draco is mistaken. The contract merely constrains. This encounter is purely coincidental, is it not? Chapter 49, Successfully Captured. Pansy and Draco continue their conversation, planning their return date and itinerary to England. Harry silently withdraws, already formulating a plan in his mind. If Draco intends to return to England, he will require a stopover, perhaps at a magical hotel in Paris. And Harry just happens to know of Draco's preferred one. 2 hours later, Draco exits the bookstore alone, meandering towards the Seine. Harry maintains a safe distance, employing the disillusionment charm to remain unseen. The streets of Paris are bustling with tourists, and Draco seems to relax his guard, even stopping on a small bridge to admire the night view. Harry stands at the opposite end of the bridge, gazing at Draco illuminated by moonlight. The silver glow casts a shimmering outline around him. The night wind tousling his platinum strands, the city lights dancing in his gray-blue eyes. The shadows of the streetlights caress his aristocratic nose and sharp jawline, each curve appearing like a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by Merlin himself. Harry feels the air in his chest evaporate. Draco is so breathtakingly beautiful, yet so utterly unattainable. Suddenly, Draco turns. His gaze pierces through the night, locking onto Harry's position. His gray-blue eyes narrow dangerously, as if he senses something. Harry holds his breath. The disillusionment charm remains intact, theoretically rendering him completely invisible, and Draco should not be able to see him. Who is there? His voice is colder than the Parisian night fog. Before Harry can respond, Draco swiftly pivots, quickening his pace away from the bridge. Harry watches helplessly as the figure retreats rapidly from the bridge's center, hesitating for a heartbeat before deciding to pursue. Just as he takes a step, the galleon at his chest suddenly becomes scalding hot. Draco is operating. No. Harry's wand leapt into his palm in an instant, its tip erupting with a vivid crimson lightning bolt. It was an ancient and perilous incantation, designed to intercept magic and tear apart the fabric of apparition, typically employed to thwart the escape of fleeing wizards. The air crackled with a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Draco's figure momentarily twisted in the void, compelled to reveal himself. He staggered to one knee, his palm grazing the rough cobblestones, and when he looked up, his gray-blue eyes churned with icy fury. Ultimately, his gaze locked onto Harry, the disillusionment charm faltering in its execution. Potter? Draco's voice brimmed with incredulity. How could you? The contract should. Harry stepped forward slowly, his hands raised slightly to indicate he bore no intent to attack. I have not violated the contract. His voice was low and resolute. I did not seek you out. This encounter is purely coincidental. Absurd. Draco sprang to his feet, retreating a few paces as his wand slipped effortlessly into his grip, its tip aimed menacingly at Harry's throat. Paris is home to millions of muggles, thousands of streets. Yet you just happen to appear on this bridge? The night breeze tousled Draco's disheveled golden hair. And Harry regarded his taut profile, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Fate. Or rather, we are destined to meet. Draco, contracts, distance, time. Nothing can impede this. Surrounding Muggle pedestrians continued on their hurried way, oblivious to the magical standoff, for Harry had long since cast the Muggle-repelling charm. Stay away from me. Potter, Draco hissed, his voice laced with warning. Otherwise, I swear I will. What will you do? Harry pressed forward, closing the distance until he could discern Draco's trembling eyelashes. Wound me again. Call for the Aurors? He let out a light chuckle, his emerald eyes glinting with a dangerous certainty. You know those efforts would be futile. Draco's breath quickened noticeably. What do you want? You. Harry's reply was simple and direct. I want you. In the next heartbeat, Draco suddenly turned and fled. His movements were astonishingly swift, tracing a sharp arc through the night. Simultaneously, he raised his hand to unleash a blinding red spark into the sky. An urgent distress signal that erupted against the Parisian night, like a drop of blood diffusing in darkness. Harry cursed under his breath and quickly pursued him. He could not use large-scale magic here. The French Aurors would respond to the signal without delay. The cobblestones splashed beneath his feet as Draco darted into a shadowy alley. Harry followed closely, lunging around the corner. Stupefied. Just as he was about to seize Draco's wrist, a blinding red light flared, prompting Harry to roll aside. The crimson beam grazed his ear, scorching the brick wall behind him. Stop. Harry gasped, propping himself up. Draco, I do not wish to harm you. Incarcerus. Ropes of light erupted from Draco's wand tip. Harry flicked his wrist defensively. Protego. The shield charm deflected the binding spell into the air, scattering it like falling stars. At the end of the alley stood a high wall, a dead end. The explosive sound of apparition echoed from beyond the alley. The Aurors were coming. A flash of resolve crossed Harry's eyes as he abruptly pointed his wand at the ground. Fumos. A dense black fog instantly enveloped the entire alley. Draco stared at Harry in astonishment. Harry lunged forward, pinning Draco harshly against the wall, their bodies pressed tightly together, their wands poised against each other's carotid arteries. Trembling slightly from the exertion, within the thick mist, only their labored breaths could be heard. There is no escape left, Draco. Harry's voice dropped, his warm breath brushing against Draco's cheek. Come with me. Draco's chest heaved, his gray-blue eyes glinting in the moonlight. Are you jesting? Because you have no other choice. Harry inched closer, their noses nearly touching. Unless you wish to duel again? In the heart of Paris? That would attract the Muggle police. Draco's expression hardened resolutely as he drove his knee sharply into Harry's abdomen. Let them come. I would rather enter a French prison than be entangled with you again. Those words pierced Harry's heart like a poisoned dagger, causing his pupils to constrict as a storm of danger surged in his green eyes. The distant sound of apparition echoed again. Time was running out. Suddenly, Harry released his hold, lowering his wand. Very well. His voice carried an exaggerated weariness. You win, Draco. I shall leave. Draco's pupils widened slightly, his surprise evident. What? I said I'm leaving. Harry stepped back 2 paces, his boot heels crunching over the damp cobblestones. But remember, the contract expires in 3 months. His eyes glimmered in the moonlight. At that time, I will be on the other side of the world, Draco interjected coldly. Harry displayed a wounded expression, yet his right hand discreetly adjusted the angle of his wand behind his back. Perhaps, but before that, his wrist flicked suddenly. Imperious curse. The silver light of the Cruciatus curse shot forth like a serpent, striking Draco squarely in the chest. The platinum-haired aristocrat's eyes instantly glazed over with a misty blankness as his wand slipped from his stiff fingers, clattering against the stones. Pick up your wand, Harry commanded softly, his voice thick with honeyed authority. Then follow me. Draco's body bent at the waist like a marionette, succumbing to Harry's command. Harry swiftly wrapped his arms around his waist, guiding the compliant form through the labyrinthine alleyways to a prearranged safe house, a small apartment on the outskirts of the Parisian magical district, rented under a false name. Chapter 50, Unexpected. The moment they crossed the threshold, Harry whispered in Draco's ear, Now, tell me your true thoughts. With a snap of his fingers, finite incantatum, Draco's gaze sharpened abruptly, only to erupt into a tempest of fury. You dare. Shoo. Harry observed the violent rise and fall of Draco's chest, watching the anger and humiliation swirl within his gray-blue eyes. The room was dimly lit, with only the flickering flames of the fireplace casting dancing shadows on the walls. Draco's alabaster skin glowed softly in the firelight, his throat bobbing with each breath. Don't look at me like that, Harry rasped, reaching out to caress Draco's eyes. You know I could have gone much further. Draco's lips curled into a cold smirk, his voice slightly hoarse from the wand's suppression. Like what? Torturing me with the Cruciatus curse? Or just killing me outright? He tilted his chin, exposing his long neck. Come on, Potter, show me the might of the savior. Harry's gaze darkened. He could feel Draco's pulse thrumming beneath his wand, so vibrant, so fragile. If this continued, he could not guarantee what might transpire. He withdrew his wand, instead tracing the curve of Draco's neck with his fingertip. I will not harm you. Harry's voice was low and hoarse. I never intended to. At Harry's touch, Draco's body stiffened momentarily. He fixed his gaze on Harry, a flicker of derision flashing in his gray-blue eyes. Then why the imperious curse? Harry took a step forward, trapping Draco completely between himself and the wall. He could smell the faint scent of cedar on him. How enticing. He longed to indulge. Harry pondered within himself. Slowly, he leaned closer to Draco's ear, his warm breath cascading over the flushed tip. I wish to hear you speak the truth. Draco shoved Harry away, fury igniting in his eyes. Are you insane? For this? Just for this? Harry maintained a calm gaze, his emerald eyes brimming with seriousness and stubbornness. Draco's expression froze. The flickering firelight cast dancing shadows across his face, revealing that his eyelashes were trembling slightly. I do not know what you are talking about. Draco averted his gaze, his voice losing its firmness. I merely slipped up. Harry chuckled softly, pressing closer. Malfoys do not slip up. He reached out, brushing his fingers against Draco's cheek, compelling him to meet his gaze. Admit it, you wish to see me. Draco's breathing became rapid, and Harry could sense the heat radiating from him. In the darkness, Draco suddenly murmured, what do you intend to do after the contract expires? Harry's heart skipped a beat. He looked down at the person in his arms, discovering Draco gazing up at him, his gray-blue eyes shimmering with a complex brilliance. The firelight filtered through the curtain's crevice, dancing upon his platinum lashes. It depends on you. Harry softly replied, his thumb gently stroking Draco's side. But I can assure you, it will not involve the soulbind curse again. Draco emitted an almost inaudible laugh, then immediately assumed a serious demeanor. You better keep your word, Potter. He paused, his voice lowering. Harry. In that confined space, time seemed to stand still. Harry slowly lowered his head, halting just before their lips would touch, granting Draco one last chance to refuse. Draco closed his eyes. Harry felt Draco's breath quicken, the warm air brushing against his lips. He no longer hesitated, softly pressing against those tender lips. Draco's body trembled slightly, yet he did not push him away. The kiss began softly, like a feather's caress. Harry could taste the lingering mint upon Draco's lips, mingled with a hint of iron, perhaps from having bitten his lip during their earlier skirmish. He cautiously deepened the kiss, his fingers weaving through Draco's platinum hair, feeling its delicate strands slip through his fingers like silk. Suddenly, Draco gripped Harry's shoulders tightly, forcefully pushing him away, shame and confusion flickering in his gray-blue eyes. What was that? Draco's voice trembled. A humiliation? Harry did not respond immediately. He observed the reddening corner of Draco's eyes, where a barely perceptible moisture lingered. The flickering firelight cast dancing shadows across his face, outlining the taut line of his jaw. If I wanted to humiliate you, Harry sighed softly, I would choose a more creative method. He reached out, caressing Draco's cheek, his thumb brushing over the reddened corner of his eye. Draco abruptly swatted Harry's hand away. You are far too conceited, Potter. Harry chuckled dismissively. Oh really? Then why is your heart racing so fast? He deliberately placed his hand over Draco's chest, feeling the frantic rhythm beneath. And why are your ears so red? Draco? Draco opened his mouth to retort, but Harry sealed his lips once more. This time, Harry kissed deeper, with greater urgency, as if pouring all his suppressed desires and yearnings into that singular moment. At first, Draco resisted, but gradually, his defiance transformed into reciprocation, his hands sliding from Harry's shoulders to his back, gripping the damp fabric of his shirt. When they finally parted, Draco's lips were slightly swollen. He gasped for breath, his gaze filled with complexity as he looked at Harry. What do you truly want? Harry gazed at Draco's kiss-swollen lips, his voice low and husky. You. Draco turned his head away, his long lashes casting fragmented shadows in the firelight. I hate you. Harry chuckled softly, leaning closer to Draco's ear. You lie. His lips nearly brushed against the reddened tip of Draco's ear. What you truly hate is that you desire me. Draco's body stiffened momentarily. He turned to face Harry, his gray-blue eyes locking onto his. Even if that were true, what of it? There will always be time, stance, and your pride standing between us. Harry interrupted him, his fingers gently tracing Draco's jawline. But now, it is just you and me. At that moment, a series of loud explosions echoed from outside, not thunder, but the sound of apparition. Both froze, Harry swiftly extinguishing the fire's flu connection, while Draco waved his wand to extinguish all light sources. Ors, Draco whispered. Harry shook his head, his wand firmly in hand. Too quick, it cannot be the Ministry's people. He quickly pulled Draco into a more concealed corner. Death Eaters. Draco did not struggle, his eyes shining brilliantly in the darkness. How did they find this place? Your choice of hideaway is rather unimpressive. They stood closely together in the shadows, their breaths intertwining. The Death Eaters nearby continued to make noise, and amidst the commotion, Draco swiftly raised his head, biting down on Harry's throat. The moment his canines pierced the skin, the salty tang of sweat mixed with the metallic taste of blood surged into Harry's throat. He groaned softly, gripping Draco's waist, his fingers digging into the ribs beneath his damp waistcoat. As the footsteps of the Death Eater patrol faded into the distance, silence enveloped the attic once more. Only two hearts beat in the darkness, tapping out a frantic Morse code that neither wished to decipher. Chapter 51, The Private Villa. Draco's teeth still embedded in Harry's neck, his tongue began to soothingly lap at the wound he had inflicted. Harry gripped his hair, pulling him away. Halting just a few inches apart, studying Draco for a moment before suddenly leaning in to kiss him again. The hand that had clutched his hair gradually softened into a tender caress. The angle of the moonlight illuminated their intertwined shadows on the floor, one trying to break free, the other ensnaring, yet both akin to entwined vines, inseparable. A certain dampness spread between them, and Harry realized his thumb rested upon Draco's lip, marred by bite marks. Scarhead. Draco uttered the familiar derisive term, though his voice was gravelly and strained. He traced Harry's thumb with his tongue, a subconscious action that rendered both of them momentarily still. They will be searching for us soon, Harry whispered. We must leave. Draco frowned. How do we escape? They've set up barriers. Apparition is prohibited here. Harry flashed a sly smile. Who said we need to apparate? He pulled out a tattered piece of parchment. Do you remember this? Draco's eyes widened slightly. The Marauder's map? But isn't it only usable at Hogwarts? An improved version, finally coming in handy. Harry unfolded the map, scrutinizing the routes depicted. There is a secret passage at the back leading to the cellar. From there, we can evade the Death Eater search. Draco stared at the map, suddenly chuckling softly. How ironic, it truly fits you, Potter. Harry folded the map away, looking at Draco. Some habits are hard to break, he implied, then extended his hand. Will you follow me? Draco hesitated for a moment, but ultimately placed his hand in Harry's palm. Harry tightly grasped the slender, delicate hand, feeling the warmth emanating from the fingertips. For the sake of safety, he turned and pushed Draco against the wall, whispering in his ear, we should disguise ourselves. With a flick of his wand, their appearances transformed instantaneously. Harry morphed into an ordinary wizard with dark hair and brown eyes, while Draco became a red-haired youth. Draco touched his unfamiliar face, raising an eyebrow. Weasley? Impressive, Potter. Harry shrugged, just a spur-of-the-moment idea. He paused, his tone shifting to seriousness. Draco, once we are safe, we need to talk. Draco's expression grew complex, but he eventually nodded. All right. The two slipped quietly out of the safe house, merging into the Parisian night. The streetlights elongated their shadows, which intertwined, much like their inextricable fates. The villa in the eastern suburbs of Paris was concealed within a dense grove of oak trees. From the outside, it appeared merely as an ordinary stone cottage, its gray-brown exterior adorned with ivy. As Harry grasped Draco's wrist and apparat into the front yard, the first rays of morning sunlight were just beginning to crest the rooftop. Let go of me, Draco exclaimed, breaking free with a sudden jerk. Stumbling a few steps before regaining his balance, his pale face etched with fury. You promised it would just be a conversation. Harry sheathed his wand, gesturing soothingly. We need a secure location. Aurors and Death Eaters may still be searching for us. Safe. Draco scoffed, surveying the surroundings. It seems quite safe for you. Harry did not deny it. He merely approached the cottage's door and softly uttered a spell. The magical lock clicked open. Come in, Draco. You need to rest. The interior was surprisingly cozy, featuring wooden furniture, thick carpets, and a warm fire crackling in the hearth. Shelves brimmed with books, and an antique piano stood in the corner. If not for the faint glow of protective charms flickering in the windows, it could almost be mistaken for a vacation retreat. Draco lingered at the threshold, hesitant to step inside. What is this place? A private villa. Harry hung up his coat. No one knows of this place, not even Hermione or Ron. How fortunate, Draco retorted, though a flicker of unease crossed his features. He was entirely unfamiliar with this place. Harry moved towards the kitchen area. Tea? Coffee? Or perhaps some breakfast? You must be starving. I want to leave. Draco turned to grasp the doorknob, but as his fingers brushed the metal, an invisible force repelled him, cursing under his breath. He shook his stinging hand. Disable the protective charm, Potter. Not yet, Harry's voice called from the kitchen, accompanied by the sound of porcelain clinking. We need to have a proper conversation, free from interruptions. Draco abruptly drew his wand, pointing it at Harry's back. I warn you. Your wand is hawthorn. 11 3/4 inches, with a unicorn hair core. Harry continued preparing refreshments without turning around. It is slightly bendy, with the Malfoy family crest at the grip. It does not take kindly to being used for dark curses, especially against those who care for you. Draco's hand trembled slightly. How do you know this? Harry finally turned, holding a tray of tea. I know everything about you, Draco. More than you could possibly imagine. He approached the low table in the living room. Please, sit down. You look utterly exhausted. Indeed. After a night of turmoil, distinct dark circles adorned Draco's eyes, his suit wrinkled, and his once lustrous blonde hair appeared somewhat dulled. Yet he held himself upright, refusing to show weakness. If you think a cup of tea will absolve you of your kidnapping. It's not just tea. Harry set down the tray and met Draco's gaze. Aren't you curious about why I have become this way? Draco hesitated. Curiosity ultimately triumphed over caution as he cautiously approached the sofa, his long fingers still tightly clutching his wand. 5 minutes, and then you let me go. Harry poured 2 cups of tea, sliding one towards Draco. Would you like sugar and milk? 2 spoons of sugar, just a dash of milk, as you usually prefer. Draco's fingers tapped lightly against the rim of the cup, reminding him, time is passing, Potter. Harry's fingers traced the delicate patterns on the teacup, the steam rising before him blurring his vision. Do you know how the Dursleys treated me? This opening line startled Draco, his gray-blue eyes widening in surprise. His brow furrowing involuntarily, his voice laced with uncertainty. What? My Muggle relatives. Harry stared at the surface of the tea, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. The Daily Prophet has reported some, but there are things they would never print. His voice dwindled to a whisper, almost as if in a trance. For instance, Uncle Vernon often berated me. Aunt Petunia would dunk my head into a bucket of cold water to wake me up. And Dudley and his friends used me as a living target. Draco swallowed hard, unconsciously tightening his grip on his wand. Knuckles widening as his expression shifted from caution to a complex, indescribable emotion. He paused for a moment, his voice growing hoarse. I had no idea. Of course you didn't. Harry let out a short, humorless laugh, devoid of warmth. Because the savior must be glamorous, right? The brave orphan triumphing over dark forces. How inspiring. How touching. No one wanted to hear the tale of him being treated as a freak by his Muggle relatives. This relates to you. Draco's voice faltered, intending to question what this had to do with his abduction, but the words morphed into, why are you telling me this? Harry lifted his gaze, his emerald eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. At 11 years old, in Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, that was the first time I felt someone truly saw me. Not the savior, not the freak, just Harry. He paused, his voice barely a sigh by you. Draco's lips parted slightly, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately, he remained silent. Later, at Hogwarts, when you reached out your hand to me, I was genuinely overjoyed. Harry's expression grew wistful, as if transported back to that warm carriage. However, his voice soon turned hoarse, the brightness in his eyes dimming. But I rejected you because Ron said the Malfoys were bad news. Because Hagrid said your father was a Death Eater. The teacup trembled in his grasp, the tea rippling slightly. But I regret it, Draco. He met Draco's gaze directly. Every single day, I regret it. This is absurd. Draco set down his wand, rubbing his temples. Just because I might have been the first person to truly look at you in your childhood, you became infatuated for 20 years? No. Harry suddenly grew animated. A fervent light igniting in his eyes. It was more than that. It was every encounter, every argument, every time our wands faced each other. You were always the first to notice me, Draco. In the crowd, on the pitch, even in the midst of war, when the entire world saw only the savior. He took a step forward, closing the distance between them. Only you ever saw me as Harry Potter. Draco fell silent, his gaze drifting to the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, then slowly shifting to those overly bright emerald eyes. He withdrew his gaze, lifting the teacup, his eyelashes drooping, concealing all emotions within. Draco's tone was calm, his voice icy. This does not elucidate your actions, Potter. Stalking, drugging, and now kidnapping. Any rational individual would seek therapy rather than descend into obsession. What constitutes normalcy? Suddenly, Harry laughed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. What does emotion signify for you? A meticulously arranged marriage? The obligation of pure blood? Tell me, Draco, did you ever truly love Astoria? Or did you merely fulfill your duties? I have perused her diary. The teacup was abruptly overturned, dark tea stains rapidly spreading across the table. Draco sprang to his feet, agitated, his voice brimming with rage. How dare you bring that up? Harry also rose, adopting a strangely non-threatening posture with arms outstretched. Look, your reaction is so intense because you care, just as I care for you. This is not the same. Draco nearly shouted. Liao was my wife. We have a son. And you are just a deluded madman. Harry's expression turned dangerously serious, a menacing curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? He softly queried. Then why did you not push me away when I kissed you? He leaned closer, his lips almost brushing Draco's ear, eyes closed in acceptance. And you even. Harry's eyes flickered with a hint of shyness, a suspicious blush tinting his ears, his voice dropping lower. Bit me. Draco's complexion paled, pushing Harry away, glancing furtively around. Unable to meet his gaze. That was the residual effect of the potion. Harry's expression shifted, advancing toward Draco with determination, his voice low and resolute. The effects of the potion have long since faded. Your potion's grades have always been outstanding. You should know this better than I. Draco's back collided with the bookshelf, several hefty tomes plummeting from the upper shelves, landing with a dull thud on the floor. Stop. His voice was tinged with rare panic. You are distorting everything. Or are you afraid to confront the truth? Harry's tone softened, laced with coaxing undertones. The very Potter you have always loathed may be the one who understands you best. Draco's breathing quickened, fingers instinctively tightening around the edge of the bookshelf. Let me go? Potter. Now. Harry studied him for a long moment, finally exhaling a resigned sigh. Very well, but not because I desire to. Rather, I promised to give you time. He moved toward the door, waving his wand to dispel the protective charm, allowing it to open. Draco remained still, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Is that it? That is it. Harry nodded, but remember our agreement. In 3 months, if you do not come. His voice was ominously dangerous. I will ensure you know the answer. Draco cautiously approached the door, each step laden with trepidation, as if fearing Harry would strike suddenly. When he finally grasped the doorknob, Harry spoke again. Wait. Draco froze. I knew it. Your belongings. Harry retrieved Draco's wand from his pocket, offering it. I promised I would not harm you, Draco. My vow still stands. Draco hesitated for a moment before swiftly snatching the wand, inspecting it closely. Why the sudden change? Harry chuckled lightly, a smile that inexplicably unsettled Draco. Because I know you will return. Voluntarily. I have told you countless times, that is utterly impossible. Draco turned, pushing the door open, stepping into the sunlight of the morning. Chapter 53, Pippi. After the door closed, Harry lingered for a long while, staring at his palm, where the sensation of Draco's wand still lingered, smooth hawthorn wood, soft and delicate, imbued with a hint of warmth. He slowly approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Draco's figure had long since vanished at the end of the shadowy path through the woods, with only a few startled leaves swirling in the air. You will, he whispered softly, fingers caressing the cold glass, his words echoing in the empty room. For we are each other's destined counterparts. Draco's polished shoes crunched over the leaf-strewn path, the sound delicate yet distinct. As he glanced back occasionally to ensure he was not being followed, the chill wind seeped into his collar but could not extinguish the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. Harry's confession, those recollections of childhood, and that unwavering assertion that he would return. What troubled him most was that he almost found it believable. Absurd. He clenched his jaw, quickening his pace as if to shake off some dreadful specter. Nonsense. At the end of the path lay a Muggle town. Draco halted in front of the post office, staring at the red public phone for what felt like an eternity before reaching for the receiver. The sound of coins dropping into the slot was sharp and jarring. Draco. Merlin's beard. Where have you been? Pansy's voice nearly pierced his eardrums. The French Auror said you. I'm fine, he interrupted, knuckles whitening from gripping the phone too tightly. I encountered some unexpected circumstances. It has been resolved. Can you come pick me up? An hour later, Pansy's silver flying car descended on the outskirts of the town. Draco's movements were somewhat stiff as he opened the car door, and Pansy keenly noted his unease. You look as if you've been kissed by a Dementor. She offered him a vial of calming draught. Was it Potter? Draco's hand trembled slightly as he took the potion. How did you guess? Who else could elicit such an expression from you but that scar-headed fool? Pansy pressed the accelerator. What did he do? In the weightlessness of the car ascending, Draco gazed out at the town, shrinking below. He found me, spoke some nonsense, and then his throat tightened. Let me go? Pansy raised an impeccably arched eyebrow. Just like that? Just like that, he replied firmly, unconsciously rubbing his fingers over the minute scratches on his wand. Pansy's silence was more suffocating than any interrogation, and it was not until the car pierced through the clouds that she spoke again. Where to now? Switzerland to find your mother and Scorpius? Draco stared at the coastline glimpsed at the edge of the clouds. No, back to England. Are you mad? The car jolted sharply. Potter is right there. He promised not to approach me for 3 months, Draco asserted. The pact remains in effect. It is safe now. Do you trust him? Draco did not answer immediately. Trusting Harry Potter? The notion itself was absurd. It does not matter, he finally said, his voice regaining the cool composure characteristic of the Malfoys. The Malfoy family's 70% of assets are in England. Scorpius needs a stable environment, not to be dragged around with me in hiding. He paused, moreover. Evasion has never been our style, has it? Pansy's lips pressed into a thin line as the car began its descent. Merlin, help us, she finally said, her tone laced with resigned acceptance. I hope your judgment is correct this time, Draco. Her fingers gently tapped the family crest embedded in the steering wheel. If anything arises, you can reach me. Draco allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Of course, Pansy. During the first week back in England, Draco scarcely slept. Awakening each night in a panic, the echoes of disapparating explosions and the quiet knock on the window lingering in his ears. Yet, each time he donned his robe and rose to investigate, he found only the empty courtyard, the shadows of trees elongated by moonlight rustling in the night breeze. By day, piles of family ledgers and investment documents consumed every minute of his time. Narcissa sent letters from Switzerland, expressing her readiness to bring Scorpius back at any moment. But Draco insisted they remain for a while longer. On a rainy night, Draco was in his study reconciling accounts. The raindrops tapping against the stained glass window like countless tiny fingers knocking at the door. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded, and a slender figure clad in a tea towel materialized out of thin air. It was none other than the Malfoy family's house elf. Draco's wand instinctively pointed towards the intruder, the tip sparking with dangerous energy. Squinting, he coldly demanded, "How did you breach the protective charms?" "I'm terribly sorry for startling Master Malfoy." The house elf's large eyes brimmed with remorse, its pointed ears twitching nervously, "but Dobby must come. Harry Potter is in grave danger." Draco's wand dipped slightly. A warning in his tone. "Explain yourself. The Dark Wizard has discovered the Master's villa. They intend to harm Harry Potter." Dobby exclaimed urgently, "Only Master Draco knows the way." Dobby implored. "No." Draco lowered his wand and turned towards the fireplace. What if this was yet another trick of Harry's? Dobby suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his small arms around Draco's leg, the elf's warmth seeping through Draco's tailored trousers. "I swear by my ancestors." Hot tears dampened Draco's polished shoes. Dobby would never lie. Harry Potter saved Dobby. The sound of the rain faded into the distance as Draco gazed into the flickering flames of the fireplace. Rationality told him that this was likely one of Harry's ploys, yet if there was indeed danger, "Lead the way," he heard himself say, his voice unfamiliar. Grabbing some flue powder from beside the fireplace, the emerald dust cascaded through his fingers. The villa on the outskirts of Paris lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Under the moonlight, the remnants of a battle were starkly visible, charred bushes still emitting wisps of smoke. And the cobblestone path in the front yard littered with debris from shattered spells, the air thick with the acrid scent of dark magic. Chapter 54, The Bracelet. Draco tread lightly, the tip of his wand brimming with magic ready to erupt at any moment. The front door stood ajar, shadows seeping through the crack. The wand tip emitted a cold, white light, illuminating the ravaged living room. Sofa severed in two, shards of crystal chandeliers scattered like diamonds. A painting above the fireplace askew with a gaping tear, and a chilling mark on the wall, the remnants of a killing curse. Unconsciously, Draco's fingertips brushed against the mark when a faint groan echoed from upstairs, causing his heart to race and the wand's glow to tremble with his quickening breath. The stairs creaked beneath him, each step feeling like a tread upon taut nerves. The attic door stood ajar, the scent of blood nearly palpable. As the light from his wand pierced the room, the sight before him stole his breath away. Harry was curled up by the bedside, his complexion as pale as parchment. His right hand pressed tightly against his left shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers. His glasses lay shattered, dark crimson staining half of his shirt, and his emerald eyes shone with startling brightness upon seeing Draco. "You've come?" Harry's voice was raspy, yet a fragile smile graced his lips. "I knew you would." Draco's jaw tightened. He should just turn and leave, let this arrogant savior fend for himself. "What happened?" "Remnants of the Death Eaters," Harry gasped. "I don't know how they found me, but I fought them off." His body suddenly convulsed, fingers twitching involuntarily, the aftereffects of the Cruciatus curse. Instinctively, he stepped closer. "Where are the Aurors?" Harry shook his head, damp black hair clinging to his forehead. "There's a traitor in the ministry." Harry struggled to say, "Hermione, doesn't he know?" "Only you." His eyelids began to droop, clearly losing too much blood. Draco's fingers tightened around his wand, knuckles turning white. Rationality screamed for him to leave. But as he observed Harry's lips turning blue from blood loss, instinct took precedence. "Shut up, Potter." He strode forward, his cloak trailing through the pool of blood. "If you don't want to die here." Draco knelt, carefully examining the wound. Beneath the torn shirt, an ugly gash glimmered with a sinister black hue. The moment his fingers met Harry's skin, he felt an unusual heat. Corrosive dark magic. He frowned. "This needs immediate attention." Harry weakly gestured towards the cabinet. "The medical kit is inside." Draco retrieved the kit and returned to the bedside. Throughout the process, Harry's gaze never left him. "Why help me?" Harry whispered, his voice trembling from pain. Draco focused on preparing the antidote, not lifting his gaze. "If a troll were injured, I would still help." A soft laugh escaped Harry, then turned into a pained gasp. "Liar." Harry continued to breathe heavily. "You care about me. Silence. Draco snapped back harshly, yet his ministrations were gentle. Don't let your delusions interfere with the treatment. Once the bandaging was complete, as Draco stood up, his wrist was suddenly grasped. Harry's fingers were cold yet strong. Stay. At least until I can move again, they might return. Draco wanted to refuse, but the pleading and vulnerability in Harry's eyes inexplicably softened his resolve. He shrugged off Harry's hand. One night, that's all. In the guest room, Draco tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When dawn's light crept in, he descended the stairs to find Harry already bustling in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Though his movements appeared sluggish, he had evidently recovered considerably. You should be resting in bed. Draco frowned. Harry turned, the morning light casting a golden halo around him, his smile radiant. Good morning, Draco. Did you sleep well? Terribly, Draco replied candidly. I'm leaving. You look well enough. Wait. Harry set down the wooden spoon and walked into the living room. When he returned, he held a small velvet box. His voice laced with anticipation. For you. Draco did not extend his hand. What is it? Open and see, Harry insisted. Inside the box lay a meticulously crafted silver chain, adorned with emerald gemstones, shimmering brilliantly in the morning light. I refuse. Draco turned towards the door. His steps unconsciously slowed at the threshold. Without looking back, he heard himself say, in 3 months, if I come, it will only be out of curiosity, nothing more. A soft response from behind him reached his ears. That's enough. As the door closed, Harry's fingers gently brushed over the rejected bracelet, a determined smile gracing his lips. Draco jolted awake in the dark, cold sweat soaking his back. He groped for his wand beneath the pillow, only to discover a silver bracelet adorning his wrist, the emeralds glowing eerily in the moonlight. I apologize for inviting you in this manner. Harry's voice came from the corner of the room. Draco sat up abruptly, spotting the familiar figure leaning against the window. Clad in Auror robes, the collar casually undone, eyes behind the glasses deep and dangerous. What? Draco's voice was hoarse from sleep. Harry approached slowly, his shoes making muffled sounds against the carpet, stopping beside the bed. You didn't come. Potter. Draco's voice faltered as a silencing charm sealed his lips. He noticed Harry holding an unfamiliar wand, the gemstone at its end matching that of the bracelet, instinctively retreating until his back hit the headboard. Don't be alarmed, Harry said softly, waving his wand to light the bedside candlestick. I'm just here to take you home. Draco immediately reached for the key to the bedside cabinet, only to discover it had turned to a pile of ashes. Harry lifted the silencing charm on Draco, grasped his hand adorned with a bracelet, and gently pressed his lips against it, letting out a low, rumbling laugh. I have modified the bracelet's function. It now prevents any spatial movement without my consent. What do you intend to do? Draco demanded sharply, his fingers discreetly moving as he attempted to summon a house elf. Harry sighed. Don't bother calling Mickey. She has been dispatched to Norway for procurement this evening. He stepped forward, pressing a knee against the mattress. I promised you 3 months to deliberate, Draco. The time has come. Moonlight streamed through the curtain-s gap, illuminating half of Harry's face. Your mother is safe. Under the flickering candlelight, Draco's complexion turned ashen. What about Scorpius? His voice was taut. Harry's expression softened. He is still in Switzerland, with Narcissa. For now, I have not moved them. He advanced, kneeling by the edge of the bed, donning his coat. We must leave. As Harry reached out toward him, Draco swung his fist in a sudden motion, only to have his wrist easily captured. Do not act this way, Draco. Harry spoke gently, yet the grip on his wrist remained unwavering. You know I never wish to harm you. But should you resist, I cannot guarantee the safety of Narcissa and Scorpius. Harry's green eyes bore into him, silently conveying a message. I know what you cherish, and I know how to wield it. Where are you taking me? Draco finally inquired, his voice dry. Chapter 55, The New Villa. Harry smiled, releasing his hold, a safer place. Dress appropriately, we depart in 10 minutes. As Draco sluggishly donned his robe, the items in the room began to vanish one by one. His wardrobe emptied itself, documents from the desk floated into a mysteriously appeared suitcase, and even personal items from the bathroom were swept away. This thorough plundering sent a chill down his spine. Extend your hand, Harry commanded, raising a silver rope. Draco squinted. I do not require restraint. This is for the safety of apparition, Harry stated, unceremoniously binding the rope around their wrists. The instant the rope touched his skin, a peculiar resonance with Draco's magic emerged, as if a current coursed through his veins. This was no ordinary rope, but rather an ancient magical artifact he had read about in his family's tomes, known as the spirit binding cord, capable of temporarily merging 2 individuals' magic, rendering the bound party unable to resist the guide's apparition. The cold rain of London pierced the night. They materialized in the back garden of a red brick villa, the iron thorns atop the high walls glimmering ominously in the rain. Draco stumbled slightly, and Harry's hand immediately steadied him at the small of his back. Welcome home. He whispered in Draco's ear, warm breath brushing against his earlobe. The interior of the villa was even more opulent than its exterior. The foyer boasted dark oak flooring, and the walls were adorned with several moving magical portraits. Draco was astonished to recognize one of them as the wedding portrait of the Potters. More curiously, beside it hung a picture of Draco's Quidditch team from his 6th year. Do you fancy my collection? Harry noted his gaze, a smirk gracing his lips. You caught the golden snitch in that match, remember? Draco recalled, coincidentally, it was the day Gryffindor lost. Reflecting now, he realized that when Potter had encountered him then, his anger was tinged with something else, much like the glint in his eyes at this moment, both perilous and exhilarating. Harry guided him through the entirety of the first floor, a well-equipped kitchen, a library brimming with ancient tomes, and even a miniature potion laboratory. The basement was a workspace. Forbidden to enter. Harry pushed open a white door. This is your bedroom. The room was spacious and comfortable, with a 4-poster bed draped in deep green curtains, and a few of his favorite ancient texts resting on the desk. Outside the window, a small Quidditch pitch came into view. Draco approached the wardrobe, discovering it filled with garments tailored to his style, even the size of the undergarments fitting perfectly. How long have you been monitoring me? Draco picked up a deep green garment, his fingers trembling slightly. The bathroom is at the end of the hallway. Harry leaned against the doorframe, evading the question. The hot water is ready. I suggest you take a bath and rest. Breakfast is at 8. Do not be late. Once the door closed, Draco immediately began inspecting every corner of the room. The windows were fortified with powerful protective spells, yet curiously, the door was not locked. He tiptoed down the hallway, noting the eerie silence on the floor, only a few sconces casting warm light. The bathroom was steamy, lined with a row of potion bottles beside the bathtub. Draco carefully examined each one. All were premium bathing potions, including his favorite French-imported cedar essence. Upon returning to his bedroom, Draco found a glass of warm milk and a small plate of lemon biscuits waiting on the bedside table, with a note beneath the cup. Drink before bed. It aids sleep. HP. With an impassive expression, Draco poured the milk into a potted plant. In the dead of night, Draco was startled awake by faint noises. The doorknob turned gently. He immediately feigned sleep, peering through the gaps between his lashes. Harry lingered at the doorway for quite some time before quietly closing the door and leaving. Only after his footsteps receded did Draco realize his heart was racing. The following morning, Draco was roused by a knock at the door. Harry stood outside, well-dressed, holding a copy of the Daily Prophet. Did you sleep well? He inquired, his gaze sweeping over the clean glass of water on the bedside. Draco offered no response, striding directly to the bathroom. When he emerged, he discovered breakfast laid out on a small table by the window, croissants, a fruit salad, and a cup of black coffee, fairly sumptuous. At that moment, Harry appeared to be a normal person, if one overlooked the possessive glances he occasionally cast toward Draco. I have a meeting at the ministry today, Harry stated, sipping his coffee. I want TB back for lunch. Peas will prepare it. The little elf? Draco raised an eyebrow. Harry smiled. After breakfast, Harry demonstrated the villa's security system. Every exit was fortified with anti-apparition charms, and the iron thorns on the surrounding walls would unleash mild curses upon unauthorized trespassers. Even the Flu network had been set as a one-way passage. This is the extent of your movement. Harry circled an area on the map in the foyer, encompassing the villa and garden. Do not attempt to breach it, for Scorpius's sake. This veiled threat made Draco clench his fists. Harry gently kissed his forehead, so naturally, as if they had shared such moments for years, before operating away. Once assured that Harry had truly departed, Draco sprang into action. The library's collection was astonishingly vast, ranging from standard spells to dark magic defenses, and even several perilous tomes from the restricted section. In the afternoon, Draco explored the garden. In the broom shed of the Quidditch pitch, he found 2 of the latest model brooms, one engraved with HP, the other with DM. This pairing was ubiquitous, as Harry meticulously crafted an illusion of a shared world for the 2 of them. At dinner time, Harry returned, burdened with a pile of documents. He appeared fatigued yet content, ink stains marking his cuffs. Draco noted that his wand had reverted to its familiar form, the strange wand now absent. Do you appreciate your discoveries? Harry suddenly inquired, slicing into the steak on his plate. Draco's hand froze. What discoveries? The library, Harry replied, without lifting his gaze. Page 394 of Advanced Tracking Magic. The sensation of being completely ensnared left Draco in a state of acute discomfort. That evening, he lay in bed, mulling over escape plans, when the sound of the doorknob turning prompted him to feign sleep immediately. Harry's silhouette appeared once more in the doorway, lingering for a considerable time before softly approaching the bedside. Draco could feel those penetrating eyes observing him in the darkness, their gaze seemingly tangible as it swept across his face. I know you're awake, Harry whispered, his fingers gently brushing against Draco's eyelids. Your eyelashes are trembling. Startled, Draco opened his eyes abruptly, his wand inexplicably pressed against Harry's throat. Get out. Harry remained unmoved, leaning closer until his throat was against the tip of the wand. Go ahead, do it. You know that if I die, you'll be free. Draco's hand began to tremble. Seizing the moment, Harry snatched the wand from him with astonishing speed. Good night, Draco. After the door closed, Draco's gaze fixated on the flickering shadows on the ceiling, his fingers unconsciously tracing the silver chain around his wrist. The metal, warmed by his body heat, still exuded a chilling aura, and for the first time, he truly comprehended the terrifying predicament he was ensnared in. Chapter 56, The Basement. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed in, and Draco opened his eyes, instinctively raising a hand to shield them. The silver chain on his wrist made a faint sound as he moved, glinting with a cold light, akin to a serpent coiled upon his skin. On the bedside table, a cup of red tea emitted wisps of steam, accompanied by a neatly folded Daily Prophet. Draco propped himself up, his fingertips grazing the edge of the porcelain cup. The warmth seeping through the fine china, just right. The headline of the newspaper blared a statement from the Ministry of Magic, featuring a photograph of himself and Harry standing before the black door of number 12, Grimmauld Place, both wearing amicable smiles. Draco's fingers traced his own rigid grin in the photograph, memories flooding back like a tide. He recalled Harry's long fingers discreetly gripping his lower back, threatening him in a whisper. Smile, Draco. Good morning, Draco, came the voice from downstairs. In the dining room, Harry was already seated at the head of the table, impeccably dressed in a black turtleneck that accentuated his superb physique, making his emerald eyes appear even more inscrutable, like two cursed lakes. Tranquil on the surface, yet hiding deep whirlpools beneath. Ever since Draco had casually mocked his tousled hair during a dinner, this man had taken to taming those rebellious black locks with hair gel daily, revealing that renowned lightning scar. Today's breakfast features fried eggs, bacon, and grilled tomatoes. Harry's gaze remained fixed on the documents before him, a quill gliding smoothly across the parchment. Yours is without pepper. Draco silently pulled out a chair, observing the golden, crisp edges of the fried egg on his plate, the yolk maintaining a perfect semi-fluid state. There's a ministry meeting. I want to be back until noon. Harry closed the file, tapping his wand lightly, causing the documents to roll up and bind themselves. Peeves will prepare lunch. We can savor that French stew together tonight. The one you mentioned you liked. Draco's fingers tightened around the knife. I don't recall saying that. Harry finally looked up, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, the sort that made Draco want to punch him. You're particularly adorable when you talk in your sleep, Draco. He stood, adjusting his cuffs, more precisely, at 2:17 this morning. After breakfast, Draco leaned against the shadowed corner of the staircase, watching Harry conduct his daily protective charm checks in the foyer. His long fingers traced intricate patterns in the air, the tip of his wand emitting golden sparks that wove a net enveloping the entire house, sunlight filtering through the stained glass to cast mottled shadows on his face. When the door closed, the entire house seemed to exhale with relief. Draco immediately sprang into action, his silk pajamas rustling softly as he moved swiftly. Over the past 6 days, he had systematically explored the house during Harry's absences. The second floor held little of note apart from the bedrooms and study, while the third-floor studio was secured by an iron door and complex spells. The basement, however, remained uncharted territory. The staircase leading to the basement spiraled downward. The oak steps slightly warped in the damp air, creaking beneath his weight. Draco's wand was locked away in Harry's dragonhide chest, but he had long since mastered the art of lockpicking without magic. The little tricks Blaise Zabini had taught him in the Slytherin dormitory now came in handy. A hairpin turned gently within the lock, and with a soft click, the door swung open. The basement door's handle emitted a harsh creak as it turned. Inside was a spacious storage room filled with old furniture and boxes. Draco cautiously navigated through the clutter, suddenly drawn to a gleaming object in the corner. It was a crystal ball, emitting an eerie blue glow in the dim light. Hesitantly, he extended his hand, and the moment his fingertip brushed the icy surface, the interior of the crystal ball erupted into a constellation of golden sparks. He attempted to lift it, only to find that this seemingly delicate object was immovable. Compelled by some unseen force, he gently twisted his wrist. With a mechanical click, an entire wall silently slid open, revealing a hidden space behind it. Draco's pupils dilated in shock. Within the secret chamber, glass display cases glimmered in the candlelight, each meticulously arranged with items related to him. A yellowed Hogwarts Express ticket, September 1st, 1991, a replica of a golden snitch, its wings inscribed with the initials DM. Even a silk handkerchief embroidered with DM, Merlin. This was the one he had lost in the Quidditch pitch during his second year. There was even a small vial of Felix Felicis he had brewed during his 6th year potions class. Draco's breath quickened, and as he turned to face the wall, The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The entire wall was adorned with his photographs. He was captured in profile. Engrossed in a book at flourish and blots, furrowing his brow in conversation with Aurors in the ministry's marble corridors. And even a distant shot of him feeding swans in the backyard with Scorpius last winter, his scarf billowing in the wind. Yet, many of the photographs were clearly candid shots, a fleeting glimpse of him in Diagon Alley, a blurred silhouette on a snowy night in Hogsmeade, and even one of him standing alone atop Hogwarts Astronomy Tower. Have you found my collection? A languid voice resonated from behind him, causing Draco to whirl around, his heart nearly stopping. Harry Potter lounged lazily against the doorframe, his green eyes glinting dangerously behind his glasses. His long fingers gracefully maneuvered his holly wand like a conductor's baton. You didn't go to the meeting. Draco's voice was dry, his back pressed against the wall as several dislodged photographs fluttered in the air. Harry tilted his head slightly, unruly strands of black hair falling across his forehead. A hint of a smile playing at his lips as he sauntered closer, his shoes echoing sharply against the stone floor, each step seeming to tread on Draco's taut nerves. He paused at the nearest display case, his fingertips gliding lightly over the glass surface, leaving behind a trace. I figured you would explore while I was away. Harry's voice was laced with delight, his tone affectionate. Clever little Slytherin snake. Draco swallowed hard, instinctively retreating until his back met the cold stone wall. It took 7 years to collect all this. Harry's gaze swept over the display case, his tone gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable possessiveness. Each piece was hard-won. You're insane. Draco's voice trembled slightly, the firelight casting a warm hue on his profile, yet failing to dispel the chill in his eyes. These are my private treasures. Harry interrupted him, his emerald eyes glimmering in the dim light like a beast lurking deep within the forest. He leaned forward, shadows creeping from the hem of his robe to Draco's polished shoes. I have been watching you, even amidst the war, even when everyone except your parents abandoned you. A pang shot through Draco's heart as he suddenly comprehended why certain photographs bore marks of explosions. Why some objects were singed. Harry had continued to collect traces of him during the war, silently proclaiming his possession. Why? Draco blurted out. The dark-haired wizard advanced suddenly, the heels of his dragon-hide shoes striking the floor with a sharp sound. A cold wand lifted his chin, compelling him to meet Harry's gaze. Draco inhaled the familiar sense of parchment, dark coffee, and a bitter potion, a fragrance that had long since embedded itself in his memory. Because I promised. Harry's breath brushed against his lips, warm and moist. What? Draco's Adam's apple bobbed. Yet Harry had already withdrawn, the hem of his robe trailing past the doorframe. In the kitchen, Draco mechanically chopped carrots, the silver knife drumming a hasty cadence on the cutting board. Upon returning to the first floor, he was unexpectedly spared punishment by Harry, who merely suggested they prepare dinner together. When Harry's hand suddenly covered his, Draco's expression turned pale. He nearly sliced his finger. Harry's palm was astonishingly warm, calloused from years of wielding a wand, insistently guiding him to adjust his angle. Chop the carrots into cubes, not slices. Harry's voice whispered across Draco's ear, his warm breath brushing against the sensitive skin of Draco's neck. The hand guiding Draco's silver knife downwards was insistent, like this. The sensation made the hair on Draco's arms stand on end. Dinner turned out to be more delectable than anticipated. Draco noticed a fleeting satisfaction in Harry's eyes that incited both irritation and an inexplicable joy within him. It unsettled him. After the meal, Harry unexpectedly produced a bottle of fire whiskey and 2 glasses. Join me for a drink. It was not a request. Draco accepted the glass, the burning sensation of the alcohol in his throat granting him a modicum of courage. How long do you intend to keep me under protective custody? Harry swirled the glass, the amber liquid swirling within, until you no longer wish to leave. Impossible, Draco scoffed coldly. Harry's gaze pierced over the rim of his glass. I am quite patient and confident, Draco. As the drinks flowed, Harry's demeanor became more relaxed. Strands of hair had escaped the confines of his styling gel, cascading lazily over his forehead, giving him an air of languid danger. He leaned forward, his fingers tracing the back of Draco's hand resting on the table. Do you know what I like most about you? Draco did not withdraw his hand, the alcohol dulling his reflexes, yet arrogance remained ingrained. What? Have you developed an interest in the Malfoy vault? Your eyes. Harry's tone was unusually serious, his thumb resting on the prominent bone of Draco's wrist, where his pulse quickened uncontrollably, like the most radiant jewels, the kind that glows even in the dark. I often caught myself stealing glances during class. Once, I was punished by Snape for staring too long, forced to handle an entire barrel of billywig stings. Draco was at a loss for words. Memory sharpened, that gaze that felt like a thorn in his back. The steam rising from the cauldron revealing fleeting glimpses of those emerald eyes. He had often sensed Harry's gaze, but had always assumed it stemmed from animosity. You should be grateful you wear glasses, Draco heard himself say. They make you appear less creepy. Harry laughed. It's late, Malfoy. He leaned closer. The scent of fire whiskey mingling with his breath. You should have understood when you discovered the basement. His fingertips slowly traced along the blue veins on Draco's hand. I have never been the so-called great savior they speak of. You hate me, Draco stated, more as a reminder to himself. Harry downed the remaining whiskey in his glass, casting an ambiguous shadow as his Adam's apple bobbed. It is love, Draco. I merely realized it before you did. As night deepened, the alcohol burned slowly within his veins. Draco lay back amidst the down comforter, staring at the dark patterns on the canopy above, the alcohol, and today's revelations clouding his mind. The door hinges emitted a barely audible creak. Harry's silhouette appeared in the doorway, without his glasses, without a coat, draped in a loose linen shirt that revealed the hollow of his collarbone. He was bolder than usual, striding directly to the bedside, the mattress sinking slightly beneath his weight. Can't sleep? Harry inquired, his fingers already brushing against Draco's golden strands at his temples. Can I stay tonight? Harry's Adam's apple bobbed. Just to sleep, I promise. Draco should have refused, should have mocked him, should have taken the most venomous Malfoy-style barbs to nail this overstepping savior to the shame rack and whip him mercilessly. A chill swept through the bedding. Harry's arm encircled him, his palm resting lightly on his waist. You are trembling so fiercely. Harry's nose grazed the prominent bone at the back of his neck. Draco bit down on his tongue. He was indeed shaking. It was absurd. They had once used magic to break each other's ribs, and now they shared the same pillow. Harry's calf unconsciously brushed against the bend of Draco's leg, producing a soft rustling sound. The contact sent a jolt of electricity through Draco's skin, causing him to involuntarily tense his foot. Shut up, Potter. Draco buried his face deeper into the pillow, his voice muffled to near inaudibility. Otherwise, roll back to your room immediately. Harry's low chuckle reverberated through his back, akin to a satiated beast letting out a satisfied sigh. As you wish, my Malfoy. Draco froze, his heart pounding like a drum. He should push this insufferable fool away. Yet his body betrayed his reason, and he found himself slowly sinking into that warm embrace. Harry's arm tightened slightly, his fingertips unconsciously grazing along Draco's side, as if confirming his presence. You smell delightful, Draco, Harry whispered, his voice heavy with sleepiness. I have always remembered this scent. Outside the window, the glass fogged over, and the first raindrop fell. The sound was delicate, a tentative exploration, followed by a second, a third, until all of London was enveloped in a gentle patter. Raindrops slithered down the glass like serpents, effectively severing the bedroom from the outside world. Harry's arm remained around Draco's waist, the warmth of his palm almost burning. And Draco could distinctly feel the rhythm of Harry's breathing, which had synchronized with his own at some point. The boundaries between them began to blur. Chapter 57, The Children's Room. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains as Draco Malfoy opened his eyes. You're awake. A deep voice echoed from the doorway. Draco turned slightly to see Harry leaning against the doorframe, holding a steaming cup of tea, his eyes shining brightly behind the lenses and a hint of a smile gracing his lips. I made breakfast. Draco slowly propped himself up, the silk of his pajamas slipping to reveal a patch of pale skin at his collarbone. He deliberately elongated his tone, his slender fingers idly tugging at the loose fabric. How touching. The savior himself has taken to the kitchen. He teased softly, should I write a thank you note for this? Harry's gaze followed Draco's fingers, a flicker of desire igniting in his eyes. Get dressed and come down. Draco fixed his gaze upon the closed door, his lips twisting into a frigid arc. 7 days. A full 168 hours. He felt like a serpent deprived of its venom, ensnared within this gilded cage. The absurd reports in the Daily Prophet, depicting the Malfoy patriarch's cordial invitation for the savior Harry Potter to provide personal protection, were nothing short of his greatest humiliation. And the truth? The truth was that he had been imprisoned. As he descended the stairs, Draco deliberately softened his footfalls. The dining hall was eerily silent, with only the occasional chime of silver cutlery breaking the stillness. Draco prodded at the scrambled eggs on his plate and suddenly spoke. I dreamt of Scorpius. Harry's hand paused for a moment. He was safe. Just as Draco was about to retort, a faint noise echoed from upstairs. Harry immediately rose, wand in hand, commanding, stay here. Curiosity compelled Draco to follow. Harry halted at the end of the third-floor corridor, a place Draco had visited before, in his recollection. It was merely an unoccupied guest room. I said stay put, Harry warned, but Draco had already squeezed beside him. What is this place? Your secret lair? Draco taunted, only to freeze as Harry pushed open the door. It was a child's room. Tiny golden snitches floated upon the walls, flitting about like fireflies within the chamber. A small four-poster bed draped in green curtains stood at one end, its headboard intricately carved with serpentine designs. A desk was neatly adorned with a collection of fairy tale books, while the corner was cluttered with the latest models of broomsticks. Most astonishing of all was the moving photograph above the fireplace, depicting Scorpius Malfoy frolicking in the gardens of Malfoy Manor, chasing a white peacock, laughter radiating from him. Carefree and joyous. What is this? Draco's voice emerged hoarsely, almost unrecognizable. Harry's expression was inscrutable, as if preparing for what was to come. Draco approached the desk, his fingers trembling as they skimmed over the fairy tale books, his vision suddenly blurred, forcing him to bite his lip to steady his voice. When did you? He hesitated, his throat constricting. When did you start preparing all this? Since the remnants of the Death Eaters set their sights on Scorpius, Harry replied softly. He needs a safe place. In a sudden burst of fury, Draco spun around, shoving Harry against the wall, fire igniting in his steel blue eyes. What do you mean? Harry did not flinch, his back meeting the wall with a thud, his glasses skewed upon his nose, yet he held Draco's gaze. I spent 3 years purging the pureblood extremists from the Ministry, while simultaneously undertaking a large-scale hunt for the remaining Death Eaters. His voice was soft, yet each word struck like a blade. Yet some believe that the heir of the Malfoy line should inherit the Dark Lord's legacy. Draco's breath quickened. He released his grip, stumbling back. Yes, he knew. The lurking shadows in the dark, the whispered promises and threats. This was precisely why he stood in opposition to Harry Potter, to thwart those desperate enough to act rashly, and to safeguard Scorpius from their harm. Draco's hands clenched tightly, the sleeves of his silk pajamas slipping down his arms. Chapter 58, The Arrival of Hermione and Ron. You cannot fathom what a father would do for his child. Draco's voice was rough and low, his gaze fixed upon the faded dark mark on his arm, his steel blue eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Harry's expression suddenly softened, a flicker of barely perceptible pain crossing his features. I think I understand better than anyone, he murmured, his fingertips lightly brushing against the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. Suddenly, the flames in the fireplace erupted into a brilliant green, Hermione Granger's clear voice emanating from within. Harry? We're arriving at 12. Understood, Hermione, he replied tersely. As the flames returned to a warm orange hue, he turned to Draco, his voice laden with an undeniable warning. Remember, you chose to stay here voluntarily. Draco regarded Harry, and after a moment's silence, he slowly nodded, his platinum hair glinting slightly. In the drawing room, Draco, now clad in a deep green velvet robe, lounged languidly in an armchair. As he accepted the coffee Harry offered, their fingertips brushed inadvertently, causing them both to retract as if scalded. Why must we meet them? Draco sipped his coffee lightly, his steel blue eyes scrutinizing Harry through the rising steam. Harry's tone remained calm. Currently, I am under semi-house arrest. My residence requires regular inspection. Draco's long, pale fingers traced the ambiguous mark on his neck, arching an eyebrow with a hint of sarcastic amusement. So they are unaware? About what you have done to me. Since that drunken night, Harry had begun to spend the night in Draco's room regularly. Although he claimed it was merely for sleep, the reality was evidently different. Harry smiled slightly. To them, or to the entire magical world. It appears that you are seeking protection and have voluntarily taken refuge here until the threat from the remnants of the Death Eaters is neutralized. His gaze lingered on the red mark on Draco's neck, his throat moving as he spoke. The Daily Prophet featured a special report on this. Draco slammed his cup onto the coffee table, the porcelain clattering sharply, as he reclined back into his chair. Just as the clock struck 12, the doorbell shattered the manor's silence. Draco's fingers hesitated momentarily, his steel blue eyes slowly lifting to meet Harry's gaze. The latter's face was calm as ever, though shadows churned within the depths behind his glasses. Remember what you should and shouldn't say, Harry warned softly, rising to answer the door. Draco remained seated on the sofa, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest, his gaze fixated on the entrance. He heard Hermione's gentle greeting and Ron's icy response. Evidently, their relationship had not thawed. Harry. Hermione's voice bore an edge of seriousness. Harry stepped aside to let them in, and Ron's gaze froze upon spotting Draco on the sofa, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. What is he doing here? Ron's voice was as cold as ice. Draco rose gracefully, his long fingers leisurely smoothing out non-existent wrinkles from his robe. A knowing smirk curled at the corners of his lips, elongating his words. Weasley, what a delightful reunion. It seems our savior has forgotten to inform you. He paused deliberately, that he is now my bodyguard? Ron's face turned ashen in an instant, his fists clenching noisily, knuckles whitening from the force. Hermione quickly grasped his arm, whispering a warning. Ron, don't be impulsive. Harry stepped forward subtly, positioning himself protectively in front of Draco, his voice steady. This is the Ministry's arrangement. He requires protection. The Ministry's arrangement? Ron's words emerged through clenched teeth, rage boiling just beneath the surface. Or is it your personal desire, Minister Potter? Hermione frowned. Ron Weasley, should you not be more astute? The Auror's job has honed your intellect, hasn't it? Draco lingered behind Harry, a faint smile playing on his lips, his steel blue eyes flashing with cunning calculation, akin to a serpent poised to strike. He tilted his head slightly, whispering in a tone only Harry could hear, "It appears your friends do not welcome me." Harry did not turn, but his shoulders tensed momentarily. Hermione keenly sensed the shift in the atmosphere, her gaze darting between the two. "Harry, what on earth is going on? Narcissa Malfoy has accused you of kidnapping her son. Although there is no evidence at present, public opinion has begun to escalate." Harry maintained an impassive expression. "Mrs. Malfoy is overly anxious. Draco is quite safe here." Ron scoffed. "Safe?" Draco's fingers lightly rested on Harry's shoulder, his fingertips brushing against the nape of his neck with a deliberate softness in his voice. "Harry, perhaps I should return? After all, I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position." Harry glanced at him, a flicker of warning flashing in his eyes. Draco met his gaze, innocently blinking while a barely perceptible smirk graced his lips. Hermione swiftly regained her professionalism. "Mr. Malfoy, I need to confirm that your presence here is voluntary." Harry stood quietly to the side, his expression calm. Draco inhaled deeply. This was an opportunity. "In fact, Granger, Draco was certainly here of his own accord." Harry interjected suddenly, his hand gently resting on Draco's shoulder, his voice sweetly chilling. "Isn't that right, darling?" The sudden endearment caused Ron and Hermione to gasp in disbelief, their eyes widening. Draco attempted to shake off Harry's hand, but was met with a sharp sting on his shoulder, as Harry's thumb pressed against a pressure point. A silent threat. "Yes," Draco gritted out. Hermione appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. She fixed her gaze on Draco's eyes, clearly expecting him to confirm. "You affirm that you are here voluntarily and are not under duress." Draco looked to Harry, who smiled back, yet bore a glint of warning in his eyes. "I confirm." Ron scoffed. "Really? Because you don't seem to look very willing." Hermione's brow furrowed tighter. "Draco, if you are being coerced to stay here, you can tell us now." Draco merely raised an elegant smile, his gaze fixed on Harry, as if awaiting his master's command. This suggestive motion caused Ron to explode. Merlin's beard. Ron's one sparked. "Have you lost your mind?" "Enough." Harry's voice suddenly shattered like ice, causing the temperature in the entire living room to plummet. An intangible magical pressure radiated from him, momentarily stalling the flames in the fireplace. Ron's expression turned frosty. He staggered back 2 steps, disbelief and hurt swirling in his eyes. Well, if you insist, then we have nothing more to discuss." He gasped heavily. "Hermione, I hope you know what you're doing." As Ron turned and strode out, Hermione remained at the threshold, biting her lip before finally casting a deep glance at Harry. "Harry, I hope you understand the implications of your actions." With the closing of the door, echoes lingered in the empty corridor, and soon, silence enveloped the room once more. Draco withdrew his hand, the facade slipping away to reveal a smirk. Such a touching friendship. "Is it worth it, Savior Harry Potter, for a Death Eater?" Harry turned, seizing Draco's wrist with a grip that nearly caused him pain. "Is playing with fire amusing?" He leaned close to Draco's ear, his voice dangerously low. "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions." Draco scoffed. "And what of it? But still, thank you." Harry whispered, "Draco, don't flatter yourself. It's not for you. It's for Scorpius. If I openly accuse you, who knows what you might do to my son?" Draco shot Harry an incredulous glance. Harry's expression turned wounded. "I would never harm Scorpius. He is a part of you, Draco. I will love him as I love you." The next day, the Daily Prophet delivered a news flash. Narcissa Malfoy has officially filed a lawsuit with the International Wizarding Federation, accusing the Savior Harry Potter of unlawfully detaining her son, demanding the immediate release of Draco and compensation for the damages incurred during his confinement. "Your mother is quite persistent," Harry remarked, pushing the newspaper toward Draco, his fingertip lightly tapping the headline. Draco skimmed the article quickly, a shadow of inscrutable emotion flickering in his eyes. "For me, she would exhaust all resources." "Too bad there's no evidence," Harry replied calmly. "But I do." Draco's long fingers delicately rolled up his sleeve, the emerald glinting under the light, the silver chain coiling around his wrist chiming softly with his movement. "Oh really?" Harry's eyes gleamed with interest, a smile curving his lips. "Shall we tell the world that the wicked Potter has placed pretty little handcuffs on poor Malfoy? Who would believe that?" He leaned forward, his warm breath ghosting across Draco's ear, and besides, Harry's gaze slowly ascended, finally resting on Draco's tightly pressed lips. "Do you truly wish for Scorpius to see his father portrayed as a victim sobbing in the Daily Prophet?" Draco's pupils dilated, his knuckles whitening from the tension, rage swirling within his chest. Yet, reason prevailed, for Harry was right. The Malfoy family could play any role in public for their gain, but family would always remain the bottom line. Scorpius's innocent eyes appeared before Draco's mind. The boy was still young, and he did not wish to leave him with any bad memories. The ensuing days forged a peculiar equilibrium. Draco roamed freely through every corner of the villa, passing time among Harry's treasured magical tomes, even acquiring limited access to the Flu network, of course, under Harry's watchful eye. And Harry, he prepared Draco's favorite meals, remembered all his habits. This attentiveness ensnared Draco like a spider's web, more difficult to escape than any chain. At night, Draco awoke once more from a dream. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express seemed to echo in his ears. In his dream, his 11-year-old self reached out to the dark-haired boy, who this time grasped his hand. But when he looked up, he saw the present Harry, the emerald eyes swirling with a chilling possessiveness. Cold sweat drenched his silk pajamas as Draco cautiously shifted Harry's arm from his waist. Harry merely murmured incoherently, rolling over to continue his slumber. Tonight was an excellent opportunity. At the Auror celebration banquet, Harry was rarely inebriated. Barefoot on the cold floor, Draco held his breath, observing the inebriated Harry, whose usually sharp and profound eyes were now tightly shut. Moonlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Draco raised his hand, his fingertips hovering just above the scar. What am I doing? He hastily withdrew his hand, turning to Harry's uniform jacket draped over the bed's edge. As his fingers delved into the inner pocket, they brushed against cool metal, a silver key. Days of observation had confirmed his suspicions. There was something amiss in the newly opened room on the 3rd floor, as Harry often unconsciously touched his pocket to check its presence. The corridor was shrouded in darkness. The iron door of the innermost room on the 3rd floor glimmering coldly in the moonlight, the keyhole perfectly matching the key. The moment the door swung open, a wave of mingled scents, absinthe, moonstone powder, and some herb that Draco could not identify, washed over him. Lumos, he whispered, the tip of his wand igniting with a faint glow. The sight before him took his breath away. In an expansive potion laboratory, at its center stood a copper cauldron exuding violet steam, surrounded by numerous glass jars containing an array of magical ingredients, enchanted minerals, and the remnants of wondrous creatures. On the farthest wall hung a colossal magical chart, prominently featuring the initials DM and HP. Draco approached the cauldron, his wand illuminating the liquid's surface, which shimmered with a dark luster. The hue and scent, an ancient soul-binding potion, once mentioned in the Forbidden Arts. This dark magic, said to entwine two souls eternally, not only allowed them to share a wellspring of magic, but also bound them irrevocably, sharing pain and lifespan. If one suffered, the other would feel the same. If one perished, the other would inevitably follow. Merlin. Draco's fingers trembled as they brushed over an open notebook on the table. Harry's handwriting densely recorded experimental data, with the latest entry stating, Experiment 99, stability improved with the addition of Phoenix Tears, yet the bidirectional connection remains imperfect. Final adjustments are expected to take another month. Beside the notebook lay a small crystal vial containing several strands of platinum hair, undoubtedly Harry's. Draco then noticed the other side of the laboratory, where a shelf was meticulously arranged with dozens of similar containers, nail clippings, a toothbrush, handkerchiefs, and even small vials labeled with dates and times, containing blood samples. Your habit of wandering at midnight is quite endearing. Draco spun around abruptly, his wand raised towards the intruder, but froze upon recognizing the figure before him. Harry leaned against the doorframe, his emerald eyes unusually bright in the darkness, far from any intoxication. You're pretending to be drunk. Draco gritted his teeth, cold sweat beating on his back. Chapter 59, The Invitation. Harry chuckled softly, his long fingers delicately brushing aside the wand pointing at him. I did consume alcohol. He advanced closer, his breath laced with the scent of spirits wafting over Draco's cheek, merely holding the liquor better than you might imagine. He turned gracefully, halting before the cauldron, a silver stirring rod creating whirlpools in the violet liquid. What do you think? The potion reflected upon his face, casting eerie shadows. This is forbidden dark magic. Draco's voice trembled with rage, recalling the fate he had witnessed when Voldemort split his soul. How could you dare? My dear, it's different. Harry turned, letting the potion from the stirring rod drip onto Draco's collarbone, the liquid gliding across his skin. Voldemort erred in tearing apart souls. He leaned closer to Draco's ear, his voice chilling. What I intend to do is link two souls together, forever. Draco shoved him away forcefully. Soul binding requires complete mutual consent. Do you think I would? You would. Harry interrupted. I have optimized this potion. He seized Draco's wrist, pinning his hand above the cauldron before Draco could react. Once completed, any harm inflicted upon you will be shared by me, effectively granting you an extra half-life. Moreover, the revised damage sharing is unidirectional. My pain will not affect you in the slightest. Draco's wrist writhed futilely in Harry's grasp, and worse still, the potion in the cauldron seemed to sense something, suddenly surging violently, violet mist sparkling with flecks of golden light like fireflies on a summer night. Look. Harry's voice dripped with a sickly sweetness, his other hand resting on Draco's heaving chest. It dances for you, just as my heartbeat does each time you draw near. Let me go, you lunatic. Draco struggled violently, finally breaking free, only to collide with a row of test tube racks behind him, the sound of shattering glass resonating sharply in the stillness of the laboratory. I had originally planned to reveal this surprise after you accepted me, but now you know ahead of time. That's fine, he sighed. In 3 months. The potion will be perfected. I would rather leap from the astronomy tower. Draco's voice was hoarse. Harry chuckled lightly, that smile sending chills down Draco's spine. No, my dear, we both know you wouldn't. He stepped forward, crunching the remaining glass beneath his feet. The survival instinct of the Malfoy lineage is ingrained in your genes. Your father survived Azkaban. Your mother endured the Dark Lord's reign. Harry's fingertips grazed the frantic pulse at Draco's neck. Draco, your father did so. Your mother did so, and you will as well. Back in the bedroom, Draco leaned against the wall, slowly sliding to the floor as countless escape plans flickered through his mind. Yet every scheme crumbled when confronted with 2 names, Narcissa and Scorpius. As long as Harry held the trump card of family, he had nowhere to flee. And did he truly wish to escape? Why did his heart race so swiftly, nearly bursting from his chest, a flush rising to his cheeks? That hidden chamber, those photographs, memory vials, personal belongings. And today's discovery of the potion room, along with the enhanced soul-binding potion. This was no longer mere obsession or possessiveness, but a devotion akin to religious fervor. Harry Potter, Dumbledore's golden boy, the savior of the wizarding world, perceived as his rival, had spent nearly 2 decades venerating him as a deity, constructing a sanctuary to honor all things pertaining to him. Most terrifyingly, Draco found himself inexplicably moved by this devotion. As the sole heir of the Malfoy family, having been cherished since childhood in a union between 2 pureblood families who genuinely loved one another, he had received far too much. But to be loved so completely, so unconditionally awakened within him a strange yearning. In the morning, both maintained a tacit agreement to remain silent about the previous night, preserving an outward calm. Harry even cheerfully hummed a tune, dressed in casual loungewear, his tousled black hair unstyled, appearing remarkably youthful, almost as if he had returned to his school days. After breakfast, a pristine feather quill and subtly fragrant parchment were presented to Draco. He spent an hour composing letters for Scorpius and Narcissa. As he sealed the envelope, he noticed Harry admiring the view outside, his profile strikingly handsome in the sunlight. Here, Draco handed the letter over. Harry accepted it, his fingertips brushing against Draco's palm, leaving a trace of warmth. I believe they will be pleased to receive this. After delivering the letter, Draco turned to leave, but was abruptly halted by Harry's grip on his wrist. Wait, there's this too. A gold-trimmed invitation from the Ministry of Magic was thrust into Draco's hand. He glanced down, reading Charity Gala. We are going, Harry stated matter-of-factly, pouring himself a glass of water as if discussing the weather for the following day. We are going. Draco's fingers tightened around the invitation. Of course. Harry met his gaze, his eyes radiating an air of undeniable authority, as the head of the Auror Office, and he paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. As my partner, you are officially invited. When did I become your partner? The air grew heavy with tension. Draco slowly lowered the invitation, a chill rising in his gray-blue eyes. I am not your partner. Are you not? Harry tilted his head, his tone lighthearted. Draco's lips tightened as he slowly lifted his wrist, the emerald bracelet refracting a chilling light under the illumination, akin to a silent accusation. Look closely, Potter. His voice was soft, yet imbued with an icy edge. I am your prisoner. Harry fell silent for a moment, and as he placed the glass down, it clinked softly against the table. Draco, it has been a month. His tone was somber, his gaze fixated on Draco. You reside in my home, dine on my meals. Wear the clothes I procure for you. We watch films, converse, and even share the same flow network. He stepped forward, diminishing the distance between them. If this does not constitute a partnership, then what you describe is mere confinement, Potter. Draco interjected coldly, a flicker of derision flashing in his steel-blue eyes. No matter how you adorn it. He retreated a step, his fingertips grazing the cool gemstone on his wrist, the icy sensation prompting him to momentarily shut his eyes. He then smirked ironically. Let us not forget, it was my mother who lodged a complaint against you with the International Confederation of Wizards. Harry's expression froze in an instant, a fleeting shadow of hurt crossing his features. Chapter 60, The Banquet. Harry inhaled deeply, his voice low and resolute. Regardless, we must attend. This is a special request from Kingsley. He advanced a step closer, his warm breath caressing Draco's porcelain cheek. This is also an opportunity for you to demonstrate to everyone that the Malfoy family remains at the forefront of pureblood wizards. The Malfoys need not prove anything to anyone. Draco raised his chin defiantly, though he instinctively leaned back from the unexpected proximity. And is this not merely a performance of your joyous captivity before the public eye? Draco scoffed. Your imagination is becoming increasingly elaborate. No. Harry raised his hand, his fingertips nearly brushing Draco's cheek, halting at the last moment. It is about proving, in front of all, that the Malfoy family continues to be the most resplendent entity in the wizarding world, especially now with the addition of the Savior. Consider Scorpius, Draco. His voice sank lower. His future hinges on your performance tonight. Draco's fingers clenched beneath the table, his nails digging into his palm. Leveraging a father's affection as a bargaining chip, Harry was increasingly resembling Voldemort, albeit in a different manner. Fine. He ultimately acquiesced, frost gathering in his gaze. But I shall wear my own attire. Your taste is rather questionable. A triumphant smile blossomed on Harry's face, as if the prior threat had never existed. Of course. He waved his hand nonchalantly, and a house elf appeared in response. I shall have Dobby fetch some of your evening wear from Malfoy Manor. On the night of the banquet, Draco stood before the dressing mirror, adjusting his silver-gray bow tie. The silk ensemble perfectly accentuated his elongated form, each cut exuding the distinctive nobility of the Malfoy lineage. The light danced through his platinum locks, enveloping him in a radiant aura. He epitomized the Malfoy essence, elegant and aloof, towering above others. Suddenly, another figure materialized in the mirror's reflection. Harry had silently positioned himself behind Draco, clad in a formal black robe that rendered him even more imposing. Only the small silver Auror badge at his collar sparkled under the lights, demanding attention. Perfection, Harry murmured softly, his hand brushing against Draco's shoulder, his fingertips barely grazing the muscle beneath the silk fabric. Draco abruptly sidestepped, evading the contact. Do not pretend this is a date, Potter. He scoffed while adjusting his cuff. I will comply with the performance in public, but do not expect more. Harry's hand lingered in the air, slowly retracting, his knuckles paling slightly. I know. He turned to retrieve his wand. Ready? The Floo network is already connected. The Ministry of Magic's hall, illuminated by enchanted crystal chandeliers, radiated as though it were midday. As two figures emerged from the emerald flames, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence, only to erupt into fervent whispers moments later. Draco could feel countless gazes converging upon him, curious, doubtful, and even hostile. Potter, Malfoy, Kingsley Shacklebolt strode towards them, a politician's smile plastered across his face. As if there had never been any discord with Draco. I am delighted you could attend. Minister, he nodded in acknowledgement, the other hand casually resting possessively on Draco's waist. We are honored. Kingsley's gaze lingered on the overtly possessive gesture for a moment before he chose to ignore it. Mr. Malfoy, regarding your mother's complaint to the International Confederation of Wizards, I hope tonight will demonstrate that it was merely a misunderstanding. Of course, Minister. Draco forced himself to relax his shoulders, a perfectly crafted false smile gracing his lips. As you can see, I am entirely volunteering to accompany Potter this evening. Kingsley seemed poised to speak, yet was interrupted by newly arrived guests. He nodded hurriedly and departed, leaving Harry and Draco ensconced in the center of the hall, surrounded by murmurs. Act natural, Harry whispered, tightening his fingers around Draco's waist. Pretend you enjoy being with me. I would rather kiss a troll, Draco hissed. Yet the corners of his mouth still curled into a flawless social smile. Hermione and Ron approached through the throng. Hermione donned a deep blue formal gown, her hair meticulously arranged, while Ron appeared in a dark red robe, looking more haggard than the last time they met. Harry, Malfoy, Hermione greeted formally. You both look well. Ron pointedly ignored Draco, addressing Harry. Do you truly believe this is a wise idea, bringing him to such an event? Harry smiled. Why not? Draco is a significant figure in the wizarding community, one of St. Mungo's benefactors. Ron retorted sarcastically, his gaze sweeping over Harry's arm draped around Draco. Have you morphed into conjoined twins? Draco seized the opportunity to gently struggle, but Harry's grip was as unyielding as iron. Ron, Harry warned, do not cause a scene here. Mr. Malfoy, Hermione interjected suddenly. The Knott family has just arrived. I believe Theodore would be pleased to see an old classmate. Harry hesitated a moment before finally releasing his hold. Go ahead, but remember our agreement. Draco rubbed his wrist, casting a grateful glance at Hermione, which may well have been a first in his life, then quickly made his way towards the nearby Knott family. Theodore Knott, recently returned from Azkaban, had been his classmate in Slytherin. Upon seeing Draco, he momentarily appeared taken aback before swiftly regaining his composure. Draco, he nodded in greeting. I did not expect to see you here. Theodore. Draco accepted the champagne offered by the house elf. How fares business? Their conversation continued, a customary exchange among pureblood families. However, Theodore soon lowered his voice. Seriously, what is going on? The entire wizarding world is abuzz with rumors of you being under Potter's house arrest. Your mother even filed a complaint with the International Confederation of Wizards. Rumors. Draco sipped his champagne, striving to maintain an even tone. I am merely residing temporarily at Harry's for safety reasons. Theodore raised an eyebrow. Safety reasons? Draco, you have bruises on your wrist. Don't tell me you did that to yourself. Draco instinctively tugged at his sleeve, concealing the marks left by Harry. It was an accident. He shifted the topic. How is your sister? The conversation carried on, yet Draco could sense Harry's gaze piercing into his back. Chapter 61. Losing control. Every few minutes, Draco could feel that searing gaze upon him. At the far end of the hall, Harry was distractedly engaging with Kingsley, his emerald eyes, akin to those of a predator, fixated intently upon him. I hear Potter has collected everything of yours. Theodore lowered his voice, abruptly pulling Draco's attention back. Photos, personal belongings, even. He paused significantly. Memories? Pansy says that fellow has gone completely mad. Draco's grip on his wine glass tightened imperceptibly as he replied coldly, Pansy talks too much. A flicker of pity crossed Theodore's dim eyes. Draco, if. A shadow abruptly intruded between them. Harry had approached at some point, donning a false smile. Yet his eyes shimmered with a dangerous glint. Not. He nodded, his voice chilling, then turned to Draco. It's time to go to the main hall, darling. His long fingers unyieldingly clasped Draco's wrist. The minister is about to begin his speech. Darling? Draco almost scoffed aloud, gracefully nodding to bid Theodore farewell. Harry immediately tightened his grip, almost roughly pulling Draco through the crowd, his pace swift enough to compel Draco to jog to keep up, drawing more inquisitive gazes. Easy, Potter. Draco murmured in protest. That hurts. Hermione stood a short distance away, brow furrowed, while Ron clenched his fists, but Harry remained oblivious. Stop. At a relatively secluded corner of a corridor, Draco finally broke free with a sudden jerk. Leaning against the cold stone wall, his chest heaving, he demanded, What are you doing? Harry, however, offered no reply, instead trapping him between the wall and his own body. Close enough to catch the faint scent of dragon blood ink. Close enough to discern the possessiveness roiling in those emerald depths. I warned you. Harry's voice was low, almost hoarse, not to get too close to the Knot family. And what of it? Draco retorted with a mocking tilt of his chin. Now you're policing who I converse with? For an instant, Harry's facade of gentlemanly composure cracked in the shadows. I saw the look in his eyes. He advanced a step closer, enveloping Draco in his shadow. He's testing whether you truly wish to stand by my side, and you. His slender fingers suddenly seized Draco's chin. You are seeking his help. Absurd. Draco's heart thundered in his chest. Harry sneered, his warm palms suddenly pressing against Draco's left chest. Feeling the chaotic rhythm of his heartbeat through the silk of his formal attire. Then why does your heart race as if it's about to burst from your chest whenever I draw near? His thumb maliciously brushed against Draco's collarbone, satisfying himself as he felt the slender form beneath his hand tense immediately. He murmured, his breath hot against Draco's lips. Every time you gaze at someone else, I want. Don't lose your mind here. He lowered his voice, fingertips brushing against the wand concealed in his sleeve. Half the ministry can see this. Then let them see it clearly. Harry's voice resonated like the lowest string of a cello, laced with undeniable possessiveness. He leaned forward, his lips nearly brushing against Draco's pallid ones, making it known to all who the head of the Malfoy family belonged to now. It was not merely a kiss. It was a blatant declaration of territory. Draco could feel Harry's hot breath against his lips, could see the swirling darkness of desire in those eyes mere inches away. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted in the distance, shattering this perilous conversation. Harry stepped back as if awakening from a dream, adjusting his slightly disheveled tie. We're going home. Now. At the other end of the corridor, Hermione Granger watched the scene in shock, her fingers tightly clenched, yet she hesitated to approach. The journey back was steeped in an unusual silence. Draco stood before the fireplace at number 12, Grimmauld Place, his fingertips unconsciously smoothing non-existent creases on his formal robe, pondering how to navigate the ensuing night. Harry appeared emotionally volatile, more dangerous than ever. Upstairs, Harry commanded tersely, tossing his coat onto a chair. I'd like a drink first. Draco swallowed hard, attempting to sound nonchalant as he gestured towards the liquor cabinet. I said upstairs. Harry's voice was as frigid as ice. Don't make me repeat myself for a third time. The tone sent a shiver down Draco's spine. He ascended the staircase slowly, hearing Harry's footsteps closely behind him. The corridor on the second floor was dim and lengthy, as if leading to some unknown terror. Your room. Harry stood before Draco's door, commanding in. Draco turned to face him. Listen, Potter, if you're angry about tonight. Harry seized his shoulders, thrusting him into the room. Draco stumbled several steps, nearly falling. What did you do tonight? Harry demanded, shutting the door and casting a silencing charm. You know very well. We were merely socializing normally. Draco countered, his wand sliding into his hand. You suddenly went mad, dragging me away like a possessive beast. Harry's eyes glinted in the darkness. I warned you, Draco. He advanced slowly, his shoes echoing on the floor. You think I don't know what you're plotting? But you've forgotten. What? Draco unconsciously retreated, his calves colliding with the bedpost. I know you better than anyone. Harry pressed on. You believed you could deceive me? Draco raised his wand. Stay away from me, Potter. Harry laughed. No, he declared softly. Then with a flick of his wand, Expelliarmus. The hawthorn wand soared through the air, caught securely by Harry. Draco lunged for the door, but a powerful arm intercepted him. And in a whirlwind, he crashed onto the four-poster bed, the feather pillow protesting with a dull thud. Draco struggled to rise, but Harry had already pinned him down with his weight. Let me go? Draco shouted, twisting desperately. You lunatic. Pervert. Control freak. Harry pressed down on his struggling legs with his knee, using one hand to pin Draco's slender wrists above his head. With the other, he violently tore at the already loosened bow tie, the sound of silk ripping piercing the silence. You are right. Harry gasped, his breath hot and erratic, his lips grazing Draco's wildly beating pulse. Years of suppressed emotions burst forth in that moment, transforming into a hoarse whisper. I am mad, mad for you, Draco. Chapter 62. The next day, his lips suddenly descended upon Draco's, forceful and unyielding. As their lips met, Draco clenched his jaw tightly, but Harry's hand slid to his jaw, applying pressure to force his mouth open. No, Potter, Draco gasped between the ravaging kisses, his voice fragmented. Harry paid no heed, as if caught in a frenzy, his heated lips and tongue trailing along Draco's taut jawline, finally resting on the most vulnerable skin at his neck. A sharp sting erupted as Harry nipped at that delicate flesh, marking his territory like a beast. Draco felt warm blood surge to the surface, knowing a purplish bruise would surely appear there by morning. You are mine, Harry whispered against his neck, his voice mingling desire with threat, his hands already unfastening the buttons of Draco's gown. We have wasted too much time. His words vanished in yet another deep kiss. This time Draco tasted the metallic tang of blood, whether from his own split lip or from Harry's bitten tongue was uncertain. Gazing at Harry, a chilling dread crawled up Draco's spine. Harry's eyes burned with a strange fervor, teetering between love and madness. Draco ceased his struggles, but Harry seemed to misinterpret this, his movements becoming somewhat gentler, his hand gliding over Draco's bare chest, lips brushing against his collarbone. Look, Harry sighed, his lips pressing against the prominent bone. How beautiful. Draco averted his gaze to the ceiling, allowing Harry to peel away his expensive silk shirt, permitting those calloused hands to explore his body. Surrendering to the man who had once been his adversary. The sound of flesh colliding echoed painfully in the silence, his soul seemingly suspended above, coldly observing the body below. Identical to his own. Draco, Harry's voice was imbued with too much satisfaction, obsession, and reverence. In the quiet of the night, Draco watched the shadows cast by Harry's lashes. Suddenly reminded of that day in the sixth-year lavatory when he thought he had seen Harry Potter in his entirety, unaware it was merely the tip of an iceberg. A silence fell, only the sound of their breaths reverberating in the room. Harry moved first. He slowly rose, fingertips lingering as they brushed along Draco's damp side. When he beheld Draco's lifeless countenance, the satisfied flush rapidly drained from his face, replaced by a pallor of fear. Draco, his voice trembled, fingers hovering in the air, longing to touch yet hesitating. Merlin's beard, what have I done? Draco's gaze drifted past him, fixating on the distant wall, mechanically propping himself up, the sheets sliding from his shoulders to reveal skin marred with crimson marks. He bent to retrieve his discarded trousers. Please, say something. Harry grasped his wrist, then released it as if scalded, his voice laced with desperation. I was blinded by jealousy. I need to shower. Draco's voice was eerily calm, as still as a stagnant pool, alone. Harry parted his lips, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, but ultimately, he merely nodded in silence, hastily donning the crumpled shirt. As he attempted to drape clothing over Draco's shoulders, the barely perceptible flinch from the latter froze his arm midair. The bathroom door opened and closed. Harry stood rooted in place, noticing dark crimson splotches on the sheets, uncertain if they were from Draco's split lip or his own wrist, scraped during the struggle. I'm downstairs. Harry's voice was dry. If you need anything. The sound of running water from behind the door drowned his unfinished words. Draco finally allowed himself to tremble, hot water cascading over his body, yet it could not wash away those sensations, those memories. Harry's callous palm. The pressure of teeth against his skin, and most nauseating of all, the shameful reaction of his own body. He scrubbed furiously at every inch of skin that had been touched until it burned red with pain, water dripping from his golden hair. Indistinguishable whether it was the heat of the water or something else. What terrified him most was not Harry's violence, but the twisted solace he found in such possession. The realization that someone desired him so fervently, even if it was in a destructive manner. Pushing open the bathroom door, he found the sheets replaced. A set of silk pajamas neatly folded by the pillow, alongside a steaming cup of milk, beneath which lay a hastily scrawled note. Drink something warm. It helps with sleep. Draco let out a cold laugh. He donned the pajamas but left the cup untouched, instead sitting by the window, gazing at the night sky over London. The door creaked softly. Harry stood at the threshold, his eyes bloodshot, fingers nervously fidgeting. Draco. His voice was choked. I don't know how to apologize. There are no excuses. I need you to leave. Draco looked out the window. Please, let me explain. I said leave. Draco suddenly raised his voice, his fingertips digging into his palm, but he quickly regained his composure. Now, Harry recoiled, gently closing the door behind him as he departed. Draco heard his footsteps descend the stairs, followed by the crackling of the fire in the living room. Not until dawn's light broke did Draco return to bed. His body still ached, but the psychological scars ran deeper than any physical pain. Harry had finally crossed that line. And what was more terrifying was Draco's awareness that this would change nothing. In the morning, Harry would still make breakfast, would still pretend everything was normal, would still love him. Draco forced a twisted, bitter smile, for he suddenly understood that Harry Potter had indeed lost his mind, but even more disturbingly, Draco was beginning to acclimatize to Harry's presence. Like a frog slowly boiling in water, he too had become ensnared in this warped relationship. The following morning, Harry appeared at the door as anticipated, a tray of blueberry muffins exuding a cloying aroma, dark circles under his eyes, fingers nervously tapping the edge of the porcelain plate. I remember you like them sweet. He cautiously placed the tray on the bedside, glancing at the untouched cup of milk. Do you need pain potion? Draco slowly sat up, the silk pajamas sliding off his shoulder, deliberately exposing the fading bruises on his neck. Chapter 63, Mickey. Harry's fingers clenched the edge of his shirt tightly, knuckles widening. His gaze darting to the bruises on Draco's neck, pupils constricting as if seared by those marks, his Adam's apple bobbing, unable to swallow the weight of his guilt. Leave it. Draco gently prodded the muffin with a silver fork, blueberry jam oozing forth. He took a bite, the excessive sweetness exploding on his tongue. Too sweet, bitterly so. About last night. Harry nodded, his voice drifting as if from a great distance, fingers trembling slightly. We won't speak of it. Draco suddenly looked up, his gray-blue eyes as cold as ice, ever. Harry froze, his entire being petrified as if cursed, morning light filtering through the curtain's gap, casting shadows across his face. But we need to. This is my condition. Draco slammed the silver fork down, the sharp clatter of metal against porcelain ringing harshly in the room. He rose elegantly, the silk pajamas slipping from his form, revealing several dark finger marks on his pale, delicate skin, strikingly conspicuous. If you wish for me to continue residing here. His voice was soft yet unyielding. If you still desire to pursue the kind of relationship you crave, then never mention what transpired last night again. Consider it as if it never happened. Harry's emerald eyes suddenly sparkled, like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, his Adam's apple struggling to rise. You mean? You might still. Draco elegantly bit into the muffin, the overly sweet flavor spreading across his palate. I said, no discussion. When the door closed once more, Draco tossed the remaining muffin back onto the tray, a cold smile gradually forming on his lips. Now he finally comprehended that Harry Potter would never willingly let go, be it out of love or obsession, that Savior had deemed Draco Malfoy as his possession. Draco stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, fingertips delicately tracing the chill of the glass. Outside the window lies Harry's meticulously tended magical garden, where each plant is imbued with enchantments. Its petals resplendent and vibrant, eternally in bloom, preserving their most exquisite state. This beauty, however, belies a prison, adorned with a facade of floral splendor, while its interior has long succumbed to decay. He raises his gaze slightly, his eyes drifting toward the distant Ministry of Magic. Ever since Harry Potter was finally freed from surveillance a short while ago, the Ministry has eagerly thrust a new case upon him. Artfully disguised as a return to the normal duties of an Auror, requiring him to report to the Ministry in the morning. I'll be back by noon. Harry's voice wafts from the doorway, tinged with a cautious trepidation, his emerald eyes glimmering with unease. Draco does not turn around. He merely catches a glimpse of those bright green eyes reflected in the glass. Eyes that are dazzling, yet filled with anxiety and a yearning for restraint. He subtly tugs at the corners of his mouth, the coldness in his gaze intensifying. As you wish. Clad in his Auror uniform, the dark fabric accentuates his tall frame. Though his tie is askew, haphazardly knotted as if done in haste. There's your favorite green apple mousse in the fridge. Harry's voice is soft, seeking closeness. The house elf having prepared it fresh that morning. Draco does not stir, merely offering a nearly imperceptible nod. Harry inhales deeply, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet ultimately only gently closes the door behind him. It is not until the vibrations of the protective spell completely dissipate that Draco slowly turns around. He strides swiftly to his desk, retrieving a piece of parchment from the depths of the drawer, densely covered in spell analyses, his clandestine research over the past month. Damn, Potter, Draco mutters under his breath, his slender fingers tracing the most pivotal runes on the parchment, discovering that dark magic has been employed to reinforce the defenses. He casts a spell to scan every corner of the room, searching for the most vulnerable point in the protective enchantments. Harry is exceedingly cautious, having placed tracking charms at nearly every entrance and exit, but Draco notices a minute flaw in the ceiling of the bathroom. Perhaps because Harry believes no one would attempt to escape through there. Draco removes his coat and carelessly tosses it onto the floor, the silk shirt clinging to his waist, outlining his enticing silhouette under the dim bathroom light. He steps onto the edge of the bathtub, the tip of his wand pressing against the ceiling as he quietly utters the first counterspell. Defendo. The magic slices through the protective net like a blade, causing the air to tremble momentarily. Revelio. Delicate silver lines emerge on the ceiling, weaving together like an impenetrable web. Descendo. Sweat trickles down his temple, splattering onto the pristine ceramic of the bathtub, sending up tiny droplets, his breath quickening as the magical energy depletes faster than anticipated. Confringo. The moment the incantation escapes his lips, a silver flash suddenly flickers in the ceiling. A crack. Draco's eyes brighten. It is a fissure in the protective net. His fingertips dart into his pocket, retrieving a small vial of mithril powder, which he unhesitatingly sprinkles into the gap. The powder transforms into motes of stardust, eroding the rift in the protection. Mickey, he calls softly, urgency lacing his tone. If you still recognize me as your master, appear now. A faint pop reverberates through the air as a house elf, clad in a tattered pillowcase, materializes at the edge of the bathtub. Its large eyes brim with tears, its pointed ears trembling with excitement. Master Malfoy, I thought I would never see you again. Draco swiftly covers its mouth, his gray eyes darting warily toward the door. Be quiet. Potter could return at any moment. He releases his grip, tearing a delicate silver pendant box from his shirt collar and thrusting it into Mickey's trembling hands. Deliver this to my father, and tell him I need his help. Do not let anyone see you, especially Harry Potter. Mickey quakes as it accepts the pendant box. But Master Malfoy, Mickey, that's an order. Draco interrupts sharply. Then, as if realizing something, his knuckles tremble slightly, and his voice softens. Please, Mickey, this is my only hope. A flicker of struggle flashes in the elf's large eyes, but it ultimately nods. Mickey will help Master Malfoy. But Mickey does not wish to harm Harry Potter. I only need you to send a message. Draco exhales in relief. Now hurry, before he can finish. A piercing alarm suddenly blares. The protective magic of the entire house erupts in a blinding red light. He has discovered it. Draco's face pales. Run, Mickey. Chapter 64, Despair. The elf vanishes with a sharp pop, just as the front door is violently burst open. Boom. The door is hurled aside, heavy footsteps echoing ominously. Harry's figure appears at the end of the corridor, his eyes ablaze with fury, wand already gripped tightly in his hand. Draco. His voice is a tumult of hurt and rage. What are you doing? Draco quickly shoves the parchment into his shirt, stepping calmly out of the bathroom. Just taking a shower, Potter. Is that a crime? Harry strides toward him. Don't lie to me. I sense the wards being breached. Harry's hand clamps down on Draco's wrist like a branding iron, dark crimson marks instantly appearing on his pale skin. Who did you contact? Let go of me. Draco struggles, unable to break free from Harry's iron grip. I didn't contact anyone. Harry's gaze sweeps across the bathroom, finally landing on the ceiling where traces of the mithril dust have yet to dissipate, glimmering ominously in the red light. His expression darkens instantaneously. You were trying to escape. Draco knows arguing is futile, so he defiantly raises his chin, challenging Harry's glare. Yes, I was escaping. Did you think I would remain your prisoner forever, Potter? The words pierce Harry's heart like a dagger. His eyes darken, and the hand gripping his wand trembles slightly. A prisoner? I've given you the best room, the finest food, protected you from the remnants of Death Eaters. Protected? Draco scoffs. You call this protection? Monitoring my every move, controlling every moment. Even, he suddenly halts, a flicker of pain crossing his pale face. Harry's expression turns grim. Even what, Draco? Speak it. Even forcing me to do those things. Draco erupts at last, his voice quaking with fury. You're more despicable than the Dark Lord, Potter. At least he never pretended to love me. The anguish in Harry's eyes flares briefly before morphing into a kind of desperate madness. He suddenly grips the back of Draco's neck with such force that the blonde Slytherin stumbles into him. The kiss that follows is predatory, a bloody punishment. When their lips collide, Draco tastes the salt of his own tears. You'll never understand, will you? Harry licks the blood from the corner of his mouth. If I truly wanted to destroy you, my dear, you wouldn't even have the chance to hate me now. He looks down at Draco, his voice low and menacing. Everything I do is to protect you. The Death Eaters want your life, Draco. If it weren't for me, you'd already be in Azkaban, or worse. Draco's lips, stained crimson from the violent kiss, resemble crushed roses as he gasps, lifting his chin defiantly, his eyes flashing with stubbornness. I would rather be in Azkaban. At least there, it is a transparent imprisonment. Harry's face contorted with intensity as he seized Draco's wrist with a grip so fierce it felt as though it might shatter bone, dragging him toward the depths of the shadowy basement. Since you are so fond of confinement, let us see what true imprisonment tastes like. With a decisive kick, Harry flung open the door to the basement, revealing a dim, damp space within. Draco's breath hitched abruptly, his pale fingertips gripping the doorframe with desperation, knuckles whitening from the exertion. No, he protested, his voice betraying a tremor, akin to a cornered young beast. Harry, you know I cannot endure the darkness. Harry paused for a fleeting moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze, but swiftly regained his icy demeanor. This is your own doing, Draco. You must comprehend the consequences of provoking me. He thrust Draco into the basement, and with a flick of his wand, silvery chains erupted from the walls, securely binding Draco's ankles. The clanking of the metal clasps echoed sharply, a jarring sound in the stillness. You shall remain here until you learn gratitude. Harry's voice resonated in the basement. As for your escape plans, he extracted a piece of parchment from Draco's shirt, casting a spell with a flick of his wand that reduced the paper to ashes in an instant, rendering any hopes of success utterly futile. Draco struggled futilely against the chains. My father will find me, Potter. The Malfoy family will not. Your father? Harry scoffed, a glint of derision in his eyes. That Lucius Malfoy currently under surveillance? He has had his wand confiscated. What can he possibly do? Draco's chest heaved violently, a fissure of anguish splitting his features. Harry turned toward the door. Reflect upon your actions, Draco. When I return, I hope you will display a modicum of obedience. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, dust cascading from the walls as the oppressive darkness, thick as treacle, swiftly enveloped Draco's frail form. Outside, Harry's voice was cold and clear as protective spells were cast upon the door. Draco leaned against the damp stone wall, slowly closing his eyes, his head drooping in resignation. Yet, in the shadowed corner, the corners of his lips curled subtly upward. Mickey had already departed. The house elf had taken with it a meticulously prepared locket, containing not only a secret missive for his father, but also a wand never registered with the Ministry of Magic, a backup wand crafted in secrecy by Lucius, undetectable by any tracing spells. Did you think it was over? Draco whispered into the darkness, his voice barely audible. Potter? The darkness bore a weight of its own. Draco reclined on the frigid ground, feeling the basement's characteristic damp air seep into his bones. The silver chains emitted faint sounds with each breath he took, coiling around his ankles like a venomous serpent. The spells Harry had cast allowed the chains to adjust their length according to his movements, permitting him to traverse the 10 square meter confines of the basement, yet forbidding him from reaching the doorknob. A flicker of light. Draco recited the simple illumination spell once more, his lips barely parting to form the words. Since his wand had been confiscated, his magic felt like a bird with its throat constricted, able only to flail its wings in the darkness. The basement remained shrouded in impenetrable blackness. He closed his eyes, mentally flipping through the incantations for advanced spell breaking. The runes on the chains resembling a modified version of Incarcerus, yet etched along the edges were magical symbols he did not recognize, twisted like thorns, entwined over the original incantation. Modified by Potter? He exhaled slowly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the patterns along the chains, attempting to extract even a hint of insight from the cold texture. Chapter 65. The Chains. Damn the Savior, damn Potter. Draco yanked at his ankle, the chains rattling noisily, producing a piercing echo in the silent basement. His knuckles whitened from exertion, veins bulging beneath his skin, akin to a bowstring on the verge of snapping. Even captives are afforded special treatment. Azkaban does not offer such luxuries. The chains remained unmoving, yet his struggles elicited a ghostly blue glow, the runes pulsating as if alive, tightening in punitive response. The encircling metal clasps began to constrict. Draco gasped as a tingling sensation surged up his spine. They could even sense his movements. He gritted his teeth, a flush creeping across his cheeks as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He had not realized just how gifted Harry Potter was with spells. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, steady and measured, as though every step was meticulously calculated. Draco's breath hitched slightly before he forced himself to relax, lowering his lashes to conceal his emotions, burying the tumult of anger and humiliation deep within his gaze. As though those moments of loss of control had never transpired, the chains gradually loosened, emitting faint metallic chimes, slowly releasing their hold, yet leaving behind a savage red mark around his ankle, stark against his pale, delicate skin. The sound of the door hinge creaking was particularly pronounced in the darkness. Harry's silhouette appeared at the entrance, backlit, his features obscured by shadow. He held a silver platter in one hand, the aroma of food wafting through the damp basement. The savory scent of roasted beef, the buttery essence of Yorkshire pudding, and a hint of Earl Grey's signature bergamot fragrance. "Are you hungry?" Harry's voice was gentle, as though he were merely extending an ordinary dinner invitation. Draco did not respond, turning his face away. It was all food he favored. "Don't be like that." Harry sighed, moving closer to crouch beside Draco. He set the platter down, reaching out to touch Draco's face, but halted at the last moment. Draco noticing the slight tremor in his fingers. "You need to eat something." Harry's voice was rough. "I do not wish to force you to eat with magic." Draco curled his lips into a mocking smile, a cold glimmer in his eyes. "What a touching display of concern, St. Potter. Are you going to punish me for fasting next? Perhaps with detention?" Harry's jaw tightened, knuckles cracking as he leaned forward, grasping Draco's chin to compel him to meet his gaze. Harry's eyes blazed with a wild fire. "Why must you always be this way? Every word feels like it is being forced out through clenched teeth. Am I not good enough for you?" "Good enough?" Draco was compelled to tilt his head back to look at Harry, his neck arching gracefully, the heir of the Malfoy legacy ensnared in the basement like a dog. The derision in his gaze intensified. "Is this what you call good?" Harry abruptly released his hold, pacing like a caged beast within the confines of the small basement. His coat tails billowed behind him, mirroring the chaos of his thoughts. "You leave me no choice. I gave you everything." His voice abruptly faltered, transforming into a suppressed roar. "And what do you repay me with? Endless provocation, calculated treachery." Draco tenderly rubbed his reddened chin, coldly observing Harry's frenzy and loss of control. The confident, proud man who was always so composed was now raging like a madman in the basement. How utterly fascinating. A smirk crept upon Draco's lips, a sense of satisfaction unfurling in his chest. "You're everything?" Draco murmured softly. "What you did to me that night." "Shut up." Harry's wand flicked, and the chains tightened violently, yanking Draco harshly to the ground. His knees collided with the stone floor, pain causing his vision to blur. In nearly an instant, Harry knelt down, his trembling fingers brushing against Draco's bruised knee. "I'm sorry." It's not his voice that resonates with a sense of brokenness. "I never wished to harm you." Draco recoiled in disgust from his touch. "Then let me go?" "No." Harry's voice suddenly turned frigid. "Never." He rose, retrieving 2 vials of potion that shimmered with an eerie luminescence from his robes. "I hadn't intended to resort to this so soon, Draco. Yet you've left me with little choice." Draco's pupils dilated. He recognized it. The potion had indeed succeeded, the soul-binding potion. Unlike Horcruxes, which fragmented the soul, this potion forcibly entwined 2 souls together. "Stop, Potter. You don't comprehend what you are doing." Draco struggled to rise, but the chains held him firmly to the ground. "I no longer care," Harry said coolly, gripping his chin as he forced the potion down Draco's throat. "As long as you remain within my sight forever, I will not hesitate to employ any means necessary." After drinking from another vial himself, Harry began to wave his wand, incanting an obscure spell. In an instant, both their bodies began to exude crimson particles, intertwining and merging in the air, ultimately transforming into blinding golden light, one beam piercing Harry's chest, while another shot straight towards Draco. "It hurts." A searing agony surged through Draco as if molten lava coursed through his veins, settling in his heart, taking root there. His cries echoed in the basement, intertwining with Harry's pained gasps to form a haunting duet. Time lost meaning until the pain finally subsided. When the world refocused before him, Draco weakly opened his eyes to find Harry sprawled nearby, his glasses askew, his green eyes filled with anguish and satisfaction. Now, Harry, breathless, raised his hand, revealing a newly formed silver serpent-shaped mark on his wrist, the scales glinting coldly in the candlelight, writhing as if alive. "You can never leave me again. This potion will bind us to forever sense each other's presence." He staggered closer, his fingertips tracing the identical brand on Draco's wrist. The skin beneath his touch slightly warm from the magic's burn, his voice hoarse. "We are irrevocably bound together." Draco glanced down at his wrist, a wave of dizziness crashing over him. Harry Potter, once the beacon of justice, now employed methods more sinister and twisted than many dark arts against him. Chapter 66. The Successful Potion. "You've lost your mind," Draco whispered, utterly mad. Harry slowly crawled nearer, carefully enveloping him, as if cradling fragile porcelain. His arms trembled slightly, hot breaths fanning against Draco's neck. "No, Draco. I am very much awake." His lips nearly brushed Draco's ear, his voice gravelly yet resolute. "You belong to me. And you always have." Draco offered no resistance, allowing Harry to pull him close, feeling the rapid heartbeat in his chest. The potion had bound their souls together. Perhaps it was the spell Harry cast that made him feel secure in the embrace. Yet what Harry did not know was that Draco had learned how to resist psychological magic during his time at Hogwarts. Snape had privately taught him to establish mental barriers based on the principles of the brain-locking charm. In this moment, he was constructing defenses in his mind, gradually pushing the invasive spell outward. Harry seemed to sense something, abruptly pulling back to scrutinize Draco. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," Draco replied calmly, his gray-blue eyes revealing no turbulence, "merely contemplating how long you intend to keep me in this basement." Harry relaxed slightly, though his gaze remained vigilant. "Until you comprehend where you truly belong." He stood, waving his wand to unlock the chains. "You may return to your room now." His tone softened, yet still held an undeniable authority. "The potion and the spell ensure you cannot escape. Regardless of where you might run, I will always find you." Draco slowly rose, appearing quite feeble. When Harry reached out to steady him, he did not refuse. As they ascended the stairs, Draco noted Harry's unsteady gait. The spell had evidently drained a significant amount of his magical energy. Upon reaching the first-floor corridor, Draco feigned a stumble, colliding into Harry, who, already weakened, staggered a few steps back, his wand slipping from his grasp. Draco swiftly retrieved the wand, aiming it at Harry's chest. "Petrificus totalis." Harry froze, shock and hurt flickering in his eyes. Draco did not linger, turning to sprint toward the door. Yet, the moment his hand grasped the doorknob, a tearing pain pierced his chest, and he cried out, collapsing to the ground as the wand slipped from his fingers. The spell on Harry was lifted. He approached, picking up the wand, gazing down at the writhing form of Draco, eyes filled with sorrow. "This spell temporarily prevents us from being too far apart," he spoke softly, yet cruelly. Draco struggled to lift his gaze, cold sweat trickling down his pale cheeks, his breath erratic from the pain. "Kill me, or one day I will." Harry knelt beside him, gently wiping the sweat from Draco's brow, his touch tender. "No, Draco. Death cannot sever us." His voice was soft yet resolute. "From this moment forth, we are bound in life and death." He helped Draco to his feet, half supporting him back to the bedroom. By the time Draco was laid upon the bed, he was already drifting into a haze of pain. In his final moments of consciousness, he felt Harry's fingers caressing the serpent-shaped mark on his wrist, followed by a gentle kiss upon his forehead. "Sleep now?" Harry's voice echoed from a distant realm, like a tender curse. "Tomorrow will be better." Yet Draco knew, tomorrow would only worsen. As darkness enveloped him, a singular thought consumed him. He must find a way to break the soul binding and the spell, even if it meant their demise. Malfoy Manor lay shrouded in night, illuminated solely by the crystal chandelier in the study. Scorpius was already fast asleep in his bedroom, the crackling flames in the fireplace occasionally emitting faint pops, casting light upon Lucius Malfoy's taut profile. Narcissa's delicate fingers gripped Lucius's wrist tightly, her knuckles pale. The house elf, Mickey, trembled as she presented a pendant box. With a flick of her wand, Narcissa conjured a letter sealed with a dark mark and a wand upon the table. As she picked up the letter, Narcissa's fingertips trembled unsteadily. The scrawled handwriting was both hasty and familiar, written in the family code, reserved for times of extreme peril, with each word deciphered. The carefully maintained facade of nobility on their faces began to crack, ultimately shattering upon reading about the soul-binding potion. Narcissa Malfoy's fingers nearly crushed the parchment, the flickering flames in the fireplace casting dancing shadows across her pale face, intensifying the fury in her eyes. The chandelier above swayed slightly, as if sensing its mistress's rage. "How dare he?" Her voice emerged as a hiss through clenched teeth, each syllable laced with icy hatred. "That mudblood spawn raised by Potter. How dare he treat my son in such a manner?" Lucius Malfoy stood beside her, his silver-gray eyes narrowed into a dangerous slit. He reached out to take the crumpled letter, his fingertips gently gliding over Draco's scrawl, which appeared more hasty than usual. "Soul-binding potion," Lucius murmured, his jaw clenched tightly. It was more insidious than the Cruciatus curse, and the Ministry of Magic had explicitly prohibited the use of such dark magic. Narcissa abruptly rose, striding towards the fireplace. Her hand pressed against the marble mantelpiece, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. "The Ministry?" she scoffed, her voice laced with derision. "The current Ministry is merely Potter's Garden. Kingsley Shacklebolt, that traitor, along with the Aurors who trailed the Savior like sycophants. Do they truly care about Draco's well-being?" The house elf, Minky, still knelt on the carpet, her large eyes brimming with tears, her pointed ears quivering with fear. "Minky, Minky is sorry to bring bad news. Minky should have found Master sooner, she lamented. Lucius waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the elf to withdraw. Once Minky disappeared with a pop, he turned to his wife, his voice laced with menace. We need allies. Narcissa. Potter wields immense power now, and the Malfoy family alone cannot contend with him. Then, her voice dripped with venom. Summon all the pureblood families we can still reach. She instructed Lucius, simultaneously contacting the Selwyn representative of the International Wizarding Federation. Her silver-gray eyes burned with the ferocity of a she-wolf. Since the British ministry chooses to shield their savior, we shall let the world witness. Lucius slowly rose, the serpent-headed cane thudding against the carpet with a dull sound. Moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows casting a sharp outline on his pale face. Potter will understand, he said softly, his tone imbued with lethal chill, the cost of harming a member of the Malfoy family. Suddenly, the flames in the fireplace surged, casting their shadows upon the wall adorned with ancestral portraits, the Malfoys within those frames seemingly observing the scene in silence. The silver-green family crest glinting with a cold luminescence in the firelight. Narcissa turned to gaze out into the obsidian night, her fingers unconsciously caressing the family crest pendant at her chest. In the depths of the forbidden forest beyond the manor, an owl hooted mournfully, as though heralding the impending storm. In the dead of night, the moonlight was barred by heavy curtains, leaving only the flickering flames in the fireplace to cast dancing shadows upon the walls. Draco felt as though his chest were ablaze. The agony wrought by the soul-binding potion nearly suffocated him. He clenched his teeth, stifling any sound, yet Harry still perceived his distress. What's wrong? Harry Potter awoke almost instantly, concern flooding his eyes. Draco did not respond, merely gripping the sheets tightly, cold sweat soaking through his silk nightshirt, his platinum hair sticking to his pallid cheeks. Harry placed a hand on his shoulder, but as their skin made contact, a powerful surge of magic rebounded, scorching his palm and leaving charred marks on his skin. Ugh, Harry gasped, glancing down at his burned hand. When he raised his gaze again, his usually innocent eyes were filled with shock, anger, and a trace of imperceptible fear. You're resisting the potion? His voice was terrifyingly deep. Draco slowly lifted his face, his gray-blue eyes resembling a frozen lake in the dim light. Despite the pain disrupting his breath, a mocking smile curled at his lips. You think? He struggled to swallow, his throat constricting. You can forever trap me? The firelight flickered in his eyes. Potter, you've forgotten one thing. The Malfoys never yield. A flicker of disbelief crossed Harry's eyes, soon overshadowed by a darker gloom. He tightened his grip on Draco's wrist, his knuckles whitening from the strain, the silver serpent brand on their skin burning intensely, almost searing through flesh. You think you can escape? Harry's voice was low and menacing, his green eyes swirling with violent emotion. I spent months studying this potion, Draco. Do you really believe I would let you break free so easily? Draco gritted his teeth, cold sweat cascading down his pale cheeks. Yet he still retorted with disdain, you overestimate yourself. Harry leaned closer, his fingers tightening along Draco's jawline, forcing him to tilt his head back. No, it is you who underestimates me. Harry pressed against him, his knee digging into Draco's thigh, their noses nearly brushing, breaths mingling in the scant distance. With every act of defiance, the potion will retaliate more viciously. Harry's voice was hoarse, imbued with a sickly sweet gentleness. Do you wish to test it? To see whether your will is stronger, or my potion more merciless? Draco's pupils constricted slightly, yet he did not back down. Then let us see. His defiance resulted in intensified pain, the potion's backlash crashing over him like a tide, a muffled groan escaping his throat as fear flickered in his gray-blue eyes. Harry watched his reaction with satisfaction, leaning down to whisper in his ear, his breath searing. Do you feel it? The more you resist, the more it hurts. Draco shut his eyes, refusing to look at him, but Harry would not allow him to evade. He grasped Draco's chin, forcing him to open his eyes. Look at me, he commanded, his voice low and dangerous. I want you to remember who causes you pain, and who can relieve it. Draco's lashes fluttered, his breath ragged. Yet his gaze remained defiant. Harry smiled, his fingertips gently caressing Draco's cheek with an almost tender touch. Draco, he whispered, you cannot escape. Draco did not reply. But in that moment, his silence spoke volumes, resembling a form of unspoken submission. In the dimly lit study, the flickering light danced, ancient tomes piled high upon the desk, the only sounds being the rustle of turning pages and Ron's restless pacing. Hermione Granger's curls spilled onto the yellowed pages, her fingertips suddenly halting over an ancient rune. Merlin's beard. She gasped in a hushed tone, her brown eyes widening in shock. This is it, the soul-binding magic expressly forbidden by Article 731 of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Outside, the Ministry's lights remained bright even at midnight. Harry Potter leaned against the back of a chair in the Auror office, his long fingers rhythmically tapping against a stack of parchment, the dull thuds echoing softly. Reports accumulated over 3 months formed a slight incline on the desk, detailing Draco Malfoy's daily movements, shopping lists, meeting notes, even the exact times he left his home. Still reviewing Malfoy's file? Ron Weasley entered, balancing 2 steaming cups of coffee, the bottoms clinking against the wooden surface. He slid 1 cup towards Harry, the liquid creating ripples of deep brown. Honestly, mate, Ron leaned against the filing cabinet, his red hair glowing under the fluorescent lights like a flickering flame. Even though he is a person of interest, your level of scrutiny is excessive. Last Wednesday, he merely visited Flourish and Blots. Do you need to record which pages he flipped through? Harry's fingers momentarily stilled before he nonchalantly closed the file. Professional duty. He took a sip of coffee, the bitter liquid sliding down his throat. Kingsley had insisted that the movements of former Death Eaters must be meticulously monitored. Ron Weasley shrugged, giving his shoulder a light pat as he passed by his desk, advising him not to overexert himself. The war had concluded. Harry managed to smile, discreetly using his sleeve to obscure the photograph of Draco Malfoy on the document, merely monitoring the movements of the former Death Eater. Ron lifted a stack of files concerning the smuggling of dark artifacts, the parchment rustling softly in his arms. If you ask me, the red-haired Auror glanced back at the door. It's a miracle that Malfoy has evaded Azkaban. The sound of the wooden door closing resonated sharply in the silence of the office. As the footsteps faded away, he immediately removed the cover. In the photograph, Draco was lingering in front of the ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley, his pale fingers hesitating between vanilla and chocolate flavors. Harry's heart suddenly raced, and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, he reached out to touch the still image, but recoiled as if burned upon making contact with the parchment. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, extracting a hefty journal from the depths of his drawer. Flipping to the 73rd page, it was densely populated with records of Draco Malfoy's every move over the past 3 months. May 12th, departed Malfoy Manor at 10:23 a.m. Took the night bus to St. Mungo's, purchased the Daily Prophet in the afternoon. Harry abruptly halted his writing, the quill's tip smudging ink across the parchment. He stared at the words he had inscribed, an indescribable anxiety creeping up his spine. This was far from sufficient. The Marauder's map was radiating warmth in his pocket, and Harry spread it out on the desk, reciting skillfully, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The ink lines extended as usual, but Harry's gaze fixated directly on the familiar name at the edge of Knockturn Alley. Draco Malfoy was moving near Borgin and Burke's. What could he possibly be doing there at this late hour? Harry Potter's fingers instinctively tightened, crumpling the parchment in his palm. 3 minutes later, Harry disapparated into the shadows at the entrance of Knockturn Alley, the damp air permeated by the stench of rotting potion ingredients. The distant sound of a drunken man's slurred singing echoing. Silently, he cast a confundus charm upon himself and crept along the edge of the wall. Turning a corner, Draco Malfoy's figure suddenly came into view. He had lost considerable weight, his platinum hair no longer shining as it once did under the dim light. He was peering down at something in his hands, a small, jet-black box. Harry squinted, trying to discern what it was. At that moment, 3 cloaked figures approached Draco from the depths of the alley. Look who it is. The leader pulled back his hood, revealing a scarred face. Travers, a remnant of the escaped Death Eaters. Little Malfoy, I hear your mother saved your father's life by spinning lies. Draco's back hit the wall, and Harry could see his Adam's apple bob, yet his voice remained unervingly calm. Travers, is the bounty the Ministry placed on you enough to buy a pack of cigarettes? Shut up. Travers drew his wand, declaring that the traitor was unworthy. Disarm you. Harry felt his fingers tremble slightly on his wand, the sweat seeping from his palm, nearly causing him to lose grip. Travers's wand flew through the air, writhing in pain on the ground. Draco still leaned against the wall, moonlight slanting down from above the narrow alley, outlining his exquisite profile. Potter, he began slowly, his tone low and restrained. What are you doing here? Patrolling. The work of an Auror, Harry replied coldly, his wand steadily aimed at the remaining 2 Death Eaters, advising them to vanish at once. Travers spat. St. Potter protecting Death Eaters? How ironic. Stupefy. Harry barely realized he had uttered the incantation. A blinding light shot from the tip of his wand, and Travers collapsed, convulsing like a marionette with its strings severed. The other 2 recoiled in terror. Leave. Harry's voice was low and hoarse, and when the footsteps hurriedly retreated, he turned to Draco, only to find him regarding him with a peculiar expression. Quite the dedicated Auror. Draco raised an eyebrow, a faint trace of sarcasm playing at the corners of his mouth. However, I thought Aurors did not operate alone. A temporary assignment, Harry answered tersely, his gaze involuntarily sweeping over Draco's face, noticing the faint bluish tint under his eyes, as if he had not rested properly in quite some time. Potter, Draco murmured, a subtle curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Harry suddenly felt a wave of heat. Draco's collar had loosened slightly, revealing a patch of snow-white, delicate skin at his collarbone. There lay a slender scar, perhaps a mark from some spell, and Harry yearned to touch that scar with his fingertips, to confirm its shape and warmth, and even more, to leave a new mark upon it, one that belonged to him. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked stiffly, forcing himself to look away. Draco shook the black box in his hand. "A birthday gift for my mother. Borgin just received a new shipment of antique jewelry." He paused momentarily, his gray eyes locking on Harry's. "But you, Auror, are now personally patrolling Nocturne Alley? Or perhaps..." His voice took on a dangerously sweet tone. "Are you following me, Potter?" Harry's blood instantly boiled. "Does Draco know?" Draco's breath brushed against Harry's ear. "I saw your Marauder's map, just before you cast the disillusionment charm. Don't worry, I won't report you." Draco stepped back, watching with satisfaction as Harry's face paled in an instant. "After all, you just saved me, didn't you?" Draco knew. Now the dynamic between them had shifted to a level playing field. Both hunter and prey were acutely aware of their roles. "You need to report this attack," Harry finally stated, striving to maintain a professional tone. "Travers is still on the wanted list." Draco tilted his head. "On what grounds? A former Death Eater reporting another former Death Eater?" However, Draco chuckled softly. "If you insist, I could come to your office tomorrow to give a statement." His gaze lingered meaningfully over Harry's lips, alone. As Draco turned to leave, Harry made no move to stop him. He stood rooted in place, feeling his heart beat irregularly until Draco's silhouette vanished at the end of the alley. Only then did he allow himself to reveal a twisted smile. Upon returning to number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry headed straight for the basement, the old tapestries on the walls casting flickering shadows in the candlelight. He waved his wand, and a hidden cupboard creaked open, revealing a meticulously arranged display wall. Dozens of photographs of Draco were pinned to a corkboard, some clippings from the Daily Prophet. Others magical photos Harry had surreptitiously taken, with a vintage image from their Hogwarts days at the center, a young Draco focused on stirring a cauldron in potions class. A faint smile gracing his lips. Harry reached out to touch that photograph, his fingertips tracing Draco's outline. Deep within the cupboard, a glass vial held a single strand of platinum hair, glinting softly in the moonlight. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," Harry whispered to the empty basement, his voice laced with a madness he was yet to recognize. Chapter 68, Self-Delusion. Ron Weasley immediately leaned closer, his red hair resembling a flickering flame under the light, his eyes fixed on the page displaying a serpent-like rune almost identical to the one on Harry's wrist. His Adam's apple bobbing unnaturally. "Is this thing truly that sinister? More terrifying than we can imagine." Hermione's voice was taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. It necessitated both parties to consume a specially concocted potion of dark magic, subsequently binding their life energies through a forbidden ritual, entwining them eternally. Her nails unconsciously scratched against the parchment, and most sinister of all, this binding was of the soul. Ron, in a state of agitation, raked his fingers through his hair. "Come on, that's Harry we're talking about. Ever since he became infatuated with Malfoy, when has he ever listened to us?" He seized a biscuit and stuffed it into his mouth, the act of chewing slowing considerably. Yet, this time it was indeed excessive. A soft creak announced the door to the study being pushed open a crack. A house elf, clad in a tea towel, timidly peered in, its large eyes brimming with anxiety. "Dobby," Ron exclaimed, crumbs tumbling from the corner of his mouth. "Not Dobby, sir," the elf squeaked, its bat-like ears quivering nervously. "I am Dodo. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley." Hermione immediately waved her wand, casting a silencing charm, blue sparks erupting from the wand's tip. "Come in, and shut the door tightly." Dodo cautiously floated inside, tears welling in its large eyes. "You asked me to inquire about Mr. Malfoy, and I have news." It twisted the edges of its towel. "Mickey from the Malfoy household says Mr. Malfoy has been imprisoned by Harry Potter." "You can't mean..." Ron's complexion drained of color, a fragment of biscuit crumbling to the floor. "Harry has imprisoned Malfoy? But that guy didn't do so voluntarily. We need to find Harry immediately and clarify this." Ron's hand was already resting on his wand, knuckles widening. Hermione grasped his sleeve. "Wait. If Harry truly... We need irrefutable evidence." She turned to the trembling elf. "Dodo, can you lead us to Harry's house? It must be absolutely discreet." The elf's ears drooped despondently. Mr. Potter has cast very strong protective charms, but... It straightened its slight frame, aware of the hidden passages known to house elves, yet fraught with peril, should they be discovered. "Take us there." Hermione hastily stuffed several potion vials into her bag. "It's best if this is a misunderstanding. But just in case." Her gaze met Ron's, and in each other's eyes, they beheld profound concern. Number 12, Grimmauld Place lay shrouded in the heavy cloak of night, thick curtains barring the moonlight from entering. Draco Malfoy reclined upon the dark green silk sheets, his slate blue eyes hazily fixed upon the velvet drapes above, his wrist languidly draped over the edge of the pillow, the serpent-shaped mark glimmering faintly in the shadows. The collar of his silk nightgown hung loosely, revealing several dark crimson marks upon his collarbone that had yet to fade. The sound of running water from the bathroom ceased abruptly. Draco's eyelashes fluttered imperceptibly before he closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing to mimic the rhythm of deep slumber. The soft padding of slippers on the carpet produced a faint sound, and soon the mattress dipped under the weight of another person. A breath imbued with the scent of mint brushed against Draco's nostrils, followed by the feather-light touch of lips upon his own. "I know you're awake." Harry's voice wafted through the steam of his post-bath warmth, his fingertips tracing the mark upon Draco's wrist with a gentleness akin to handling a rare treasure. "Do you feel any better today?" Draco did not open his eyes, a sardonic smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "As you wish, Potter, simply marvelous." Harry chuckled softly, the mattress shifting as he rose. He moved toward the walnut wardrobe, retrieving a slender ebony box from the bottommost compartment, adorned with silver filigree magic runes. Upon returning to the bedside, the box's lid opened of its own accord, revealing a wand nestled within its velvet lining. Hawthorn wood, 13¼ inches. With a unicorn hair core, the wand emanated a familiar magical aura, prompting Draco to finally open his eyes. "My Hawthorn wand. You may take it back." Harry placed the wand upon the nightstand, "but I've cast an amusing spell upon it." His long fingers brushed over the wand's surface. "If it is pointed at me or attempts to flee, it will return to my hand instantly." Draco regarded the wand for a moment before averting his gaze. "How generous of you. The savior bestows upon his prisoner a mere toy." Harry's expression darkened. "I am not being generous, Draco. I simply wish to attempt to rebuild trust." "Trust?" Draco abruptly sat up, icy fury igniting within his gray eyes. "You confine me and forcibly administer a soul-binding potion, and now you speak of trust?" A glimmer of danger flashed in Harry's emerald eyes as he gripped Draco's shoulders, pushing him back onto the bed. "You leave me no choice. Each time I grant you freedom, you use it to harm me, to escape from me. Because I do not love you, Potter. I never will." Draco sneered. This declaration struck Harry like a blow, his grip tightening. "You will learn to." He bent down, kissing Draco fiercely, lacking the earlier tenderness, infused with a punishing brutality, releasing him only when the taste of blood lingered on his lips. Draco neither resisted nor responded, lying like a lifeless body. This silent defiance ignited a fury within Harry more potent than any curse. "Look at me," Harry bellowed. "You weren't like this before. At Hogwarts, you would fight back? Argue with me. At least that showed you cared." Slowly, Draco turned his head, a mocking smile playing at his lips. "Have you discovered your toy is no longer amusing?" "Potter?" Harry sprang to his feet. "I am not. I do not consider you a toy. I merely need you where I can see you." "Why?" Draco asked calmly. "You have friends, a career, the adoration of the entire wizarding world." "Why me?" Harry halted. "Because you are the only one who sees me as Harry Potter. Not the savior, not the boy who lived." He returned to the bedside, his fingers delicately caressing Draco's cheek. Draco turned away, self-deluded. Harry offered a wry smile. "Draco, our souls are already bound together, forever intertwined." Just then, a faint sound of a collision emanated from downstairs. Chapter 69, I Need an Explanation. Harry's expression instantly sharpened. His wand directed towards the door. "Who was there?" Draco heard it too, but remained silent, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Had someone intruded? Were they here to rescue him? Harry cast a binding spell upon him and stealthily approached the door. As he reached for the doorknob, the door swung open on its own, revealing an empty corridor. "Lumos," Harry whispered, the tip of his wand illuminating the desolate hallway. He advanced cautiously, inspecting each room. Draco lay on the bed, immobilized by the binding spell. Yet he could feel the mark on his wrist warming slightly, indicating that Harry was moving away. As the distance grew, the mark would become increasingly hot, but thankfully, it no longer pained him. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling beneath the bed, a familiar voice softly calling, "Young Master Draco." Mickey's small face peeked out from the edge of the sheets, tears glistening in her large eyes. "Mickey has come to rescue you. And Dodo, Miss Granger, and Mr. Weasley. They are creating a distraction outside." "Dodo?" Draco's heart raced. "Mickey, hurry. Harry could return at any moment." "No. Mickey must take the young master away." The elf stubbornly climbed onto the bed, trembling hands attempting to unravel the binding spell. "Listen to me," Draco whispered urgently. "Hurry, before he comes back." A thunderous crash echoed from downstairs, followed by Harry's furious roar and the brilliant flashes of several spells. Mickey trembled with fear, eagerly nodding her head. "Master Malfoy. You must hold on." The house elf snapped her fingers and vanished. Almost simultaneously, Harry burst back into the bedroom. his face ashen as he complained to Draco. Someone has broken in. Hermione and Ron. How dare they? His gaze swept across the room, finally resting on Draco's face. What are you laughing at? Draco quickly masked his expression. Nothing. I merely find it amusing that your friends have finally uncovered your true nature. Harry narrowed his eyes, his irises appearing particularly profound in the light. He slowly approached, gently grasping Draco's chin, his fingertip caressing the skin. Someone has been here. Draco's heart skipped a beat, struggling to maintain his composure. I have good news for you, Draco. He released his grip, stepping back, twirling his wand elegantly between his fingers. We are moving. No sooner had he spoken than the items in the room were drawn by an invisible magic. Books, clothing, and potion bottles soared into an open suitcase. Draco clenched the bed sheets beneath him. Where are you taking me? Harry smiled. To a place where we will not be disturbed. The Ministry of Magic. Hermione and Ron were facing unprecedented pressure. Kingsley Shacklebolt summoned them to his office, where the day's newspaper was spread before him. I need an explanation. Kingsley's fingers tapped rhythmically on the newspaper. Why have two of my finest ministry members intruded upon a colleague's residence? Not to mention that this colleague is your dear friend. Hermione took a deep breath. Minister, we have reason to suspect that Harry has imprisoned Draco Malfoy and has employed some form of dark magic against him. Evidence? Kingsley inquired. Ron produced Mickey's testimony. A house elf's testimony? Kingsley shook his head. That is insufficient to accuse Harry Potter of the illegal imprisonment of Malfoy. This matter ends here. But minister, enough. Kingsley interrupted them, loosening his tie, his throat bobbing as he spoke. Do you understand what this implies? If the Savior falls into darkness. The office fell into a heavy silence. Kingsley wearily rubbed his face. I will speak with Harry personally. As for you too, a week of suspension to reflect on your actions. After leaving the minister's office, Hermione grasped Ron's arm. Her voice resolute. I have already contacted Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet. Skeeter? That fabricator. She is now a special correspondent for the International Confederation of Wizards. A sharp glint flashed in Hermione's eyes. More importantly, she harbors a grudge against Harry. Those post-war reports questioning the Savior's mental state were her doing. Ron gasped. You are going to leak this to the media? Lucius Malfoy has already filed a formal complaint with the International Confederation of Wizards this morning. Hermione stood up, the hem of her robe sweeping over the piles of books. Public opinion is brewing, Ron. If we do not seize the initiative, the Malfoy Manor, shrouded in an unusual silence before dawn, saw house elves tiptoeing through the corridors, delivering letters sealed with the Malfoy family crest to various corners of the world. Narcissa Malfoy stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the first rays of sunlight pierce through the mist above the forest. The serpent-shaped ring twirling on her finger glimmered coldly, its scale-like patterns flickering in the light as if heralding the approach of darkness. The sound of parchment unrolling echoed from the study. Lucius Malfoy's serpent-headed wand tapping against the floor, while silver sparks leaped into the air. The Knot, Parkinson, Flint, Selwyn, and Greengrass families have all responded. His voice carried from the study. The Bulstrode family demands that we provide irrefutable evidence. Lucius's lips curled into a cold smirk. Give them evidence. As Narcissa turned, sunlight cascaded down her gown like liquid metal, encompassing everything mentioned in Draco's letter, the potion residue analysis, the record of the manor's protective enchantments being breached, and her voice suddenly sharpened, the surveillance charm that the Savior left outside Scorpius's room. Narcissa caressed the silver serpent ornament winding around the window frame, the chilling touch spreading along her fingertips, allowing everyone to witness how the so-called light faction surveils the bedroom of an 11-year-old child. Her nails gently tapped the emerald set in the serpent's eye, and the entire window instantly filled with a dense array of incantations, like a net tightening around its prey. The house elf Mickey suddenly appeared in the center of the carpet, her ears quivering with anxiety. Mistress, the Selwyn family's owl has brought this. It raised a small box inlaid with obsidian, the alchemical symbols on its lid glowing with a faint blue light. Narcissa swiftly took the box, and as she lifted the lid, a strand of pale golden hair lay quietly against the velvet lining. It was Scorpius's hair, secretly sent from Paris 3 hours prior, accompanied by a note that read simply, "The child is safe." Indeed, they have sent Scorpius to France. Chapter 70. I do not wish to. The fireplace suddenly erupted with emerald flames, and Pansy Parkinson's face emerged in the glow. Mrs. Malfoy, I have just confirmed through an internal source at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement that Potter submitted an application for a port key to America this morning. His image flickered amidst the dancing flames, fragmented, citing the pursuit of dark magical artifacts as the reason. Lucius's serpent-headed wand struck the floor with a sharp sound, as expected. He turned to his wife, and they exchanged a knowing glance. The midday sun streamed through the magical ceiling clouds, casting a silver edge on the floor of St. Mungo's fifth-floor private ward. Astoria Greengrass's sister Daphne poured a vial of memory silver into the pensieve, the ancient runes carved around the basin glowing instantly. The 6 witches surrounding the basin raised their wands in unison, their wand tips touching to form a perfect hexagram. According to the blood oath contract of the Sacred 28, Daphne's voice resonated with an unusual echo in the magical vibrations when any pureblood family member suffers from an illegal soul binding. The contracting families have the right to take reciprocal measures. Mrs. Parkinson tossed an emerald-inlaid brooch into the basin, the silver memory instantly swirling into a deep green. This is the memory of a witness to Potter's use of the soul-binding curse at the ministry in 1998. Although he was pardoned under the special wartime legislation, given the current circumstances, it is sufficient to establish a behavioral pattern. The matriarch of the Selwyn family interjected, her silver family crest suddenly heating up in her sleeve. I have received word that Lucius has successfully arranged for the Daily Prophet to publish an investigative report tomorrow morning on Potter's abuse of Auror authority. Narcissa remained silent, standing by the window, until a pure white owl alighted on the sill. She unwrapped the note tied to the owl's leg. Her fingertips trembled imperceptibly as they brushed against a particular line of text. Draco attempted to apparate. Her voice was eerily calm, but it failed. Yet it successfully conveyed the coordinates of Potter's safe house. The air in the ward instantly froze. Daphne sprang up. What do you intend to do? The Ministry of Magic now. The Ministry of Magic is no longer trustworthy. Narcissa drew a wand entwined with golden threads. An ancient wand inherited from the Black family that had not seen the light of day for 30 years. But the anti-dark magic investigator from the International Confederation of Wizards happens to be Mrs. Selwyn's son-in-law. Moonlight filtered through the heavy curtain seams, carving a silver border on the floor. Draco Malfoy stared vacantly at the beam of light, the faint rustling from outside the door breaking the stillness. Instantly, he closed his eyes, steadying his breath, feigning slumber. The doorknob turned silently, and the outline of Harry Potter emerged at the threshold, the tip of his wand glowing with a soft luminescence. I know you're awake. Harry's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with a weary yet gentle undertone that carried an almost imperceptible plea. Your eyelashes are trembling. Draco remained motionless, even the rhythm of his breathing undisturbed. As the mattress sank slightly, he caught a whiff of the potent, smoky aroma of fire whiskey, mingled with the chill of rain and the night air. Tonight, Potter had evidently indulged more than usual, perhaps enough to dare to enter this bedroom. Warm fingers brushed lightly against his ankle, the roughness of Harry's fingertips prompting Draco to instinctively retract his legs, the silk sheets whispering softly as he moved. Does it hurt? Harry's inquiry was almost a whisper, as if afraid of startling him. You can try it yourself. Draco finally opened his eyes, his gray-blue irises glimmering coldly in the darkness. Harry's jaw tightened further, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed, yet he remained silent. In the flickering glow, Draco observed the pronounced dark circles beneath Harry's eyes, the fine lines at the corners deeper than when they had last met. Clearly, the savior had not enjoyed a restful sleep for quite some time, perhaps having not truly rested at all. This realization stirred a twisted sense of pleasure within Draco, like poison ivy slowly infiltrating his veins. I received an inquiry letter from the French Ministry of Magic, Harry suddenly announced, his fingers grazing Draco's ankle. Someone reported that I was unlawfully detaining a British citizen. Draco's heart skipped a beat, though he betrayed none of his surprise. It seems your savior's halo has finally dimmed. Interestingly, Harry leaned in closer, the warmth of his breath brushing against Draco's ear, scented with the mingling of fire whiskey and rain. His long fingers tightened around Draco's ankle, halting his struggles. The letter bears the seal of the Selwyn family. Your family's actions are swifter than I anticipated. Every nerve in Draco's body screamed in alarm. Harry's tone softened, yet it became more chilling. Do you think they can find this place? This house is protected by an unbreakable vow, and the secret keeper is you. Draco forced a cold laugh through clenched teeth, his gray-blue eyes obscured in the shadows. Quite the typical Gryffindor. But have you truly searched every corner? Every corner. Harry's voice dropped to a near inaudible whisper, the wand light casting shadows across his brow. I've checked every brick in the fireplace. Draco felt Harry's fingers dangerously wander along his ankle, the callous tips gliding up the sensitive skin of his inner calf, like a serpent slithering over its prey. Harry pulled back the covers, a rush of cold air invading the space, prompting Draco to instinctively curl into himself, his pale skin breaking into tiny shivers. Harry's heavy form then pressed down upon him, the heat of the fire whiskey radiating, his nose brushing lightly against Draco's neck. His nimble fingers deftly untied the silk sash of Draco's robe, the expensive fabric slipping away with a sigh-like rustle. Just as Harry's fingers were about to delve beneath the hem of the robe, Draco abruptly grasped his tousled black hair, forcing him to meet his gaze. I do not consent. Draco's voice was soft, yet it struck like a heavy hammer between them, his gray-blue eyes glistening with unshed tears, stubbornly refusing to let them fall. The moonlight refracting off the moisture in a shattered glow. Harry stood frozen, his gaze locked onto the fragility and defiance in Draco's eyes. The surging desires within him slowly cooling under Draco's stare, ultimately solidifying into a heavy sigh. Harry relinquished his grip, leaning down to place a warm kiss upon Draco's cool forehead, the lingering taste of fire whiskey and unspoken exhaustion lingering between them. Harry rose and moved toward the bathroom, his steps significantly heavier than before. The moment the bathroom door closed, Draco heard the sound of running water, which persisted for an eternity. After some time, Harry returned, slightly damp, gingerly climbing back onto the bed, his long arms encircling Draco's waist, drawing him close with a tenderness that bordered on reverence. Draco inhaled the scent of the freshly changed peppermint shower gel on Harry, effectively masking the previous scent of alcohol. "Sleep now," Harry murmured, his voice markedly clearer than before, as he waved his wand, extinguishing the light. Instantly, darkness enveloped them gently, the only sounds in the stillness being the intermingled rhythm of their breaths. Harry's fingers caressed Draco's back in a slow, soothing rhythm, like a lullaby for a frightened child. Outside, the wind howled through the treetops of the Scottish Highlands. But the heavy curtains kept the chill at bay. Moonlight stubbornly seeped through the cracks, casting a silver thread upon the floor. As dusk fell, in the Ministry of Magic's Grand Hall, Hermione Granger intercepted Ron Weasley, who was hurrying toward the elevator, the red seal on the documents in her hand glaring under the magical lights. "Kingsley just signed the search warrant," Hermione whispered, her fingers absently tracing the edge of the scroll concerning Harry's private vault in Godric's Hollow. Someone reported that he was hiding illegally obtained Malfoy family possessions there. Ron's ears flushed bright red. "That is utterly ridiculous. How could Harry?" "Worse yet," Hermione interrupted, unfurling a fax from the Daily Prophet. The front-page photo depicting Lucius Malfoy shaking hands with the vice president of the International Wizarding Federation. They bypassed the British Ministry of Magic and submitted a complaint directly to Geneva. "If we don't act within 3 days," her words were cut short by a sudden commotion. The apparition network in the Ministry Hall abruptly transformed into blinding silver green, 12 magnificent golden goblets erupting from the fireplace, each filled with bubbling black liquid. The crowd recoiled in terror as some recognized the ancient crest engraved on the base of the goblets, that of the 12 oldest pureblood families. "Merlin," Hermione gasped sharply. Ron's face went pale. The last time they used this was during the Goblin Rebellion. "That means the Malfoy family has summoned all the pureblood families." Hermione's voice trembled slightly. If Harry really used a soul-binding potion on Draco. According to the International Magical Charter, her explanation was engulfed by the sudden eruption of black flames from the goblets. The flames formed massive letters in the air, "Malfoy family above all." The entire Ministry of Magic Hall fell into a deathly silence. All eyes turned to the burning declaration beneath the dome, realizing that a conflict far more clandestine and perilous than the Wizarding War had officially begun. In a secluded cottage in Scotland, Draco stood by the window, gazing out at the endless expanse of wilderness, his ankles no longer bound by chains. Harry hummed an off-key tune in the kitchen as he prepared dinner. Draco's fingers stealthily reached for the wand hidden in his sleeve. Harry had indeed returned it to him, but it bore tracking and restriction charms. He gently waved the wand, seeking any potential protective vulnerabilities. The wand trembled violently, and before Draco could tighten his grip, it slipped from his hand, soaring towards the door. Unbeknownst to him, Harry stood there, apron dusted with flour, his right hand grasping the rebellious wand. "Attempting to break the spell again?" Harry inquired softly, his fingers caressing Draco's face. "It's futile, Draco. The soul bond cannot be undone." He lifted his shirt, revealing a wrist marked by a serpentine brand identical to Draco's, now glowing with an eerie red light. Grasping Draco's hand, he pressed their wrists together. "Do you feel it?" Harry's breath quickened, a sweetness lacing his voice with each heartbeat and every breath. "Our souls resonate together." Leaning closer, he whispered into Draco's ear. "We are truly bound together for eternity, Draco." Draco suddenly pulled away, his gray-blue eyes swirling with a tempest of hatred. "I will find a way, Potter. Even if it means we descend into hell together." Harry erupted into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the room. Once calm, he gazed at Draco, his eyes a mix of madness and sorrow. "Then let us embrace hell together, Draco," Harry declared resolutely. "Without you, it is hell for me." Outside, lightning cleaved the night sky, illuminating 2 youthful, handsome faces etched with anguish, one marked by obsession, the other inscribed with determination. In the morning, the torrential rain continued, gusts of wind battering raindrops against the glass with a heavy, muffled sound. Harry sat in the living room, absorbed in an ancient tome of magic, his brow furrowed, fingers unconsciously tapping the table. "What are you reading?" Draco asked, his tone indifferent. Harry lifted his gaze, his emerald eyes appearing particularly profound in the candlelight. He closed the book, the gilded runes on the cover shimmering briefly. The forbidden magic, the sole chapter. It cannot be undone. Draco scoffed, turning towards the window. We both know once a soul bond is forged, it cannot be severed unless through death. Harry remained silent, rising to stand behind Draco. His warm chest pressing against his back, arms wrapping securely around his waist, chin resting gently upon his shoulder. Draco tensed momentarily, but ultimately did not resist. I was merely pondering. Harry's voice was low, tinged with a restrained tremor. If one day you wish to leave, even in death, would I let you go? Draco's heart skipped a beat. He slowly turned his head to meet those eyes, so close, swirling with myriad emotions. Would you? He asked softly, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Harry's fingers tightened for a moment before gradually releasing. He lowered his gaze, his voice barely audible. I do not know. 3 days later, the front page of the Daily Prophet featured a sensational headline. The Savior or the Dark Wizard. Harry Potter accused of illegally detaining the Malfoy heir. Rita Skeeter's article sensationalized the narrative, portraying Harry as a psychologically warped individual in the aftermath of war, while Draco emerged as the innocent victim. Are you satisfied? Harry slammed the newspaper onto the table, fingers clenched, knuckles white. Chapter 71. Hatred. Draco sat by the window, leisurely turning a page of advanced potion making, not even lifting his eyelids. I am simply curious how they managed to capture that photograph. In the Daily Prophet, Draco stood before the window, pale and haggard. The mark on his wrist clearly visible. Harry's breath quickened, his pupils constricting. Did you contact them? Draco finally lifted his gaze, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his gray-blue eyes. You have me confined here, Potter. Who do you think I could contact? Do not play dumb. Harry surged forward, seizing his wrist with a grip so fierce it nearly crushed the bones. You know Hermione and Ron will come. Skeeter will write this article. The International Wizarding Federation will intervene. You have been waiting for this day, haven't you? Draco did not struggle, merely regarding him coolly. Let go. Harry did not relent. Instead, he tightened his grip, a tempest of fury roiling in his eyes. You think this will allow you to escape? You think they can save you? I do not know, Draco replied, his voice disturbingly calm. But I know one thing. You have lost control, Potter. Harry's pupils dilated suddenly. Magic surged uncontrollably. In the next moment, every glass object in the room shattered simultaneously, crystal shards raining down. Draco instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. Yet several shards still grazed his cheek, blood trickling down his pallid skin. You have plotted against me. Harry's voice was hoarse, strange silver patterns emerging upon his skin, a sign of magic depletion. It was you who gave me the opportunity. Draco coolly wiped the blood from his face. You are overly arrogant, Potter. Do you truly believe the soul bond can forever imprison me? Harry stepped forward forcefully but stumbled, bracing himself against the wall as the raging magic consumed his sanity. His vision began to blur, sharp buzzing filling his ears. You will not leave. He struggled to raise his wand, the tip merely sparking erratically. In the next instant, his knees crashed to the floor, his body collapsing forward. Draco stood still, quietly observing him as he fell. Harry Potter, the once mighty savior, now curled at his feet. Breathing rapidly and chaotically, fingers gripping the carpet with white knuckles, his glasses having slipped aside, his emerald eyes filled with pain and defiance. Kill him. The thought flickered through Draco's mind. Now was the ideal moment. Harry lay unconscious, magic spent, utterly defenseless. A simple killing curse, or even the use of his fallen wand to pierce his throat. Draco slowly crouched down, retrieving Harry's wand. Avada Kedavra. He looked down at Harry's pale visage. At the furrow of pain etched upon his brow, at the blood seeping from his lips, Draco gradually lowered the wand. I hate you, Potter, he murmured, his long fingers tightening and then loosening, ultimately reaching for the unconscious figure on the ground. He roughly grasped Harry's arm, half dragging, half carrying him to the sofa. In Kingsley's office, the flames in the fireplace flickered with an unnatural silver-green hue. Lucius Malfoy entered the Ministry of Magic, and the hushed whispers in the grand hall receded like a tide. His silver-gray hair was meticulously tied back, his black robe perfectly tailored to his form, each step exuding an innate arrogance. Kingsley stood at the office door, weariness and resignation etched upon his face, the lines around his eyes deeper than usual. Malfoy. Kingsley's voice was deep, as if forced from the depths of his chest. Come in, we need to talk. Lucius inclined his head slightly, his gaze casually sweeping over the various ministry employees. Some averted their eyes in disgust, others bowed their heads in fear, while some glinted with calculating intent. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Hermione Granger behind Kingsley, standing there, a document clutched in her hand, her knuckles white from gripping too tightly, anger burning in her brown eyes, yet suppressed by a deeper sense of helplessness. The door closed behind Lucius, and with a flick of Kingsley's wand, several protective spells were silently cast, sealing off any possibility of eavesdropping. "You know I cannot publicly oppose Harry," Kingsley stated bluntly, his tone heavy. "He is the savior. The public will not accept it." "I did not come here to hear your explanations, Minister," Lucius interrupted, his voice as cold as a blade from an ice cellar. He approached the desk with measured steps, his fingertips gliding delicately across the surface, leaving behind a barely perceptible trace. "I have come to inform you that if my son does not appear unscathed at Malfoy Manor before sunset tomorrow," he paused, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth, "the International Confederation of Wizards will formally initiate sanctions against the British Ministry of Magic." Hermione's head snapped up, rage flickering in her eyes. "Are you threatening the ministry?" Lucius did not spare her a glance, his gaze fixed upon Kingsley. "This is not a threat, Miss Granger, but a matter of fact. My associates have already prepared the proposals. Asset freezes, trade embargoes, and even a reassessment of the autonomy of the British magical community." He added softly, "Consider this, Minister. Has it not been but a few years since the Second Wizarding War? Is the magical world truly prepared to endure another wave of turmoil?" Kingsley's fists clenched beneath the table, knuckles whitening, yet his expression remained composed. "Lucius, are you certain you can afford this gamble?" He locked eyes with Lucius, recalling how pureblood families had already suffered grievously during the war. "Your Malfoy family may have fared well, merely losing a substantial sum of galleons. But the other pureblood families are not as affluent and cannot escape the repercussions." He paused, his tone sharpening. "The current 28 pureblood families are in disarray. What assistance can they truly offer you?" Lucius's fingers tapped lightly against the serpent-headed wand, leaving faint impressions on the carpet. "That is not a concern for you, Minister." At that moment, Hermione abruptly turned to him. "You have no evidence that Harry has done anything." Her voice echoed sharply in the quiet office. Lucius slowly turned to her, a glint of mockery in his steel-blue eyes. He produced a crystal vial from his robes, within which wisps of silver memories floated, shimmering ominously under the light. "This was sent by Draco through a house elf." He placed the vial gently on the desk, the sound of glass clinking resonating in the air. "Would you like to witness how your savior imprisoned, drugged, and even attempted to permanently bind a wizard with dark magic?" He paused, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "And surely, Miss Granger, you are well aware of this, are you not?" Kingsley's face darkened as he reached for the crystal vial, his fingers whitening from the pressure. "And this?" Lucius then coolly produced a scroll of parchment, tapping it with his wand, causing it to unfurl, revealing a dense array of magical detection reports, indicating remnants of soul-binding potions found in Potter's villa. His voice turned razor-sharp. "The hair found in the potion's composition has been identified as belonging to Draco Malfoy." Hermione's breath caught momentarily, her gaze darting between the report and the memory vial, her lips trembling yet unable to articulate a response. Kingsley sank heavily into his chair, fingers pressed to his temples as if battling immense pressure. The atmosphere in the office seemed to solidify, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of flames from the fireplace. "What is it that you want?" Kingsley finally spoke, his tone weary. Lucius elegantly adjusted his cuffs, the silver cufflinks glinting coldly under the light. "Very simply. First, immediate release of Draco. Second, Potter must face judgment. Third," his voice turned icier, "the Ministry must publicly acknowledge that this incident is a grave dereliction of duty by the Auror Office." Hermione couldn't contain herself. "You are intent on completely destroying Harry's reputation." Her voice trembled with fury, fingers clenched unconsciously. Lucius Malfoy chuckled softly, yet his eyes held no warmth. "His reputation? He should have considered the consequences when he chose to act against my son." His tone was soft, yet it coiled like a serpent, chilling to the bone. Kingsley Shacklebolt fell into a prolonged silence, his dark brows knitted tightly, before finally stating, "I will dispatch Aurors to Harry's hideout." His voice was deep and resolute, eyes darting between Lucius and Hermione, attempting to balance the tense standoff. "No." Lucius rose gracefully, his silvery hair shimmering in the candlelight. "We shall go ourselves." His tone brooked no argument, as though he had anticipated Kingsley's response. Hermione stepped forward, fury igniting in her brown eyes. "What if you harm Harry?" As she spoke, her wand slid into her hand, poised for any potential conflict. Lucius tilted his head slightly, offering a feigned smile, elongating his words. "Miss Granger, you are always so suspicious." "Very well, since you are so distrustful of me," he paused, feigning concession, "my wife Narcissa will accompany us. Surely, she will not raise your concerns?" From the shadows, Narcissa Malfoy emerged, her pale face adorned with an air of noble indifference. She lifted her chin slightly, her voice frosty. "I have no interest in killing. I merely wish to know the whereabouts of my son." Her gaze bore into Hermione, revealing a mother's unique blend of anxiety and stubbornness. Kingsley sighed deeply. Recognizing this as the Malfoy family's greatest concession, he looked at Hermione, signaling her to remain calm. Very well, but should there be any reckless actions? Of course, Minister. Lucius bowed mockingly, a sardonic curve to his lips. We are merely concerned for Mr. Potter's safety. His words hung in the air, thick with frost, unconvincing yet unassailable. Hermione's tense shoulders did not relax. She understood that this game was far from over. Determined, she resolved that, come what may, she must protect Harry, even if it meant standing against the entire Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, Harry regained consciousness amidst excruciating pain. His throat felt as if it had been scorched by fire, each breath laced with a metallic taste of blood. He lay upon a couch, a soft wool blanket draped over him, his magical reserves nearly depleted. His body heavy as if laden with lead. Struggling to prop himself up, he surveyed his surroundings. His repaired glasses rested on a nearby coffee table, and his wand lay within reach. Draco stood with his back to him, silhouetted against the fireplace, his tall figure framed by flickering flames, cradling a cup of hot tea, steam swirling in the air. Why didn't you kill me? Harry rasped, his voice rough as sandpaper. Draco did not turn around, merely lifting the teacup to his lips. Don't misunderstand, Potter. I simply do not wish to die alongside you. Harry's fingers clenched the blanket tightly. They should be arriving soon. Draco turned to face him, his gray eyes meeting Harry's with calm intensity. Harry's breath hitched. You have two choices. Draco set the teacup down, his voice barely above a whisper. Fight to the bitter end and be hunted by the entire magical community, or surrender and face judgment. Which do you wish for me to choose? Harry stared into his eyes, searching for any flicker of emotion. Draco's lips twitched slightly, yet he offered no answer. Outside, the night sky erupted with blinding flashes of light, a resounding explosion echoing from the front, followed by chaotic footsteps and cries. A familiar female voice rang out, "Stupefy." The door was blasted open, and a throng surged inside. Hermione, Ron, and Narcissa? Draco. She burst in like a lioness defending her cub, shedding all remnants of her former aristocratic poise, her robes billowing behind her, face as pale as parchment. With a swift motion, she pulled Draco behind her, her wand leveled at Harry. Harry staggered to his feet, his pale visage illuminated by the fervent blaze of his emerald eyes. His voice, hoarse yet resolute, echoed with an undeniable assertion, "He is mine. Return him to me." The softness of his tone sent a shiver down the spine. Hermione immediately positioned herself in front of him, exclaiming, "Harry, stop. This isn't right." With a desperate exertion, Harry summoned the remnants of magic within him, casting Expelliarmus. Hermione's wand was instantly wrenched from her grasp, tracing an arc through the air before landing in Harry's palm. Just as Ron raised his own wand, he was struck by a silent curse, crashing heavily against the wall and sliding down it, his expression one of utter despair. Chapter 72. Draco has left. Narcissa's reaction was astonishingly swift. "Do not come near my son." The tip of her wand glimmered with a perilous light. Harry did not spare her a glance. Fixating solely on Draco, "Are you leaving?" His voice was frail, a stark contrast to his earlier fervor. "Respect his choice, Harry," Hermione admonished. Standing tall despite her lack of a wand, love is not possession. Silence. With a flick of his wand, Harry hurled Hermione aside with an invisible force. "What do you understand?" He advanced a step, just as Narcissa's stunning spell soared towards him. "Stupefy. Protego." Harry's shield charm not only repelled the stunning spell, but also ricocheted the magic back, sending Narcissa sprawling to the ground. Now, there were no barriers between them. Draco did not retreat. "Kill me if you must, but I will curse you with my last breath." Harry's expression shifted, a glimmer of lucid anguish piercing through his madness. "Do you think I would harm you? Wouldn't you?" Draco replied calmly. Harry stumbled backward, his wand drooping in defeat. I just... His voice dwindled, finally fading into a barely audible sigh. "You win, Draco." Harry ambled toward the cabinet by the fireplace, retrieving a small silver key from the dark recesses. "This is the key to sever the soul bond," he murmured, placing the key in Draco's palm. "You simply need to touch the mark with it, and utter magic dispelled." Draco stood frozen. "You would let me go?" Harry's hand trembled, the key growing warm between their overlapping palms. Draco's slender fingers gradually closed around the key. Harry forced a smile, more sorrowful than joyful. "I'm sorry." The hall lay in a suffocating silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the fire in the hearth. Hermione struggled to rise, while Ron, clutching his chest, coughed but dared not move. Draco slowly lifted the key, its silver glint shimmering on his pale fingertips. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the key against the silver serpent mark on his wrist, uttering, "Magic dispelled." A blinding silver light erupted where the key met the mark, illuminating the entire hall. Harry shut his eyes in agony, feeling something being violently torn from the depths of his soul, then severed. When the brilliance faded, The mark on Draco's wrist had transformed into a faintly red scar, the key now reduced to ashes in his hand. Is it over? Harry whispered, his voice tinged with confusion and an ineffable weariness. Draco lifted his gaze, a myriad of emotions crossing his face. Why? Harry remained silent, his body swaying before he finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Hermione and Ron rushed to support him. Harry, Merlin, Hermione exclaimed, hastily checking his condition. Narcissa hurried to Draco's side, tightly gripping her son's arm as if fearing he might vanish. Draco stepped forward. Harry weakly raised his head, a familiar, slightly defiant smile gracing his lips. What's the matter, Malfoy? Still wish to linger here? Draco's expression shifted once more. You arrogant fool. Enough, Narcissa interjected, her gaze on Draco, her poise returning. I believe we all need rest and healing. Draco, come home. Draco cast one last glance at Harry before turning to follow his mother towards the door. Pausing just before crossing the threshold, he hesitated but did not look back. Goodbye, Potter. The sound of the door closing resonated sharply in the hushed hall. Harry allowed himself to fall into his friend's embrace, closing his eyes as a solitary tear silently traced down his cheek. How blinding. The first thought that crossed Harry's mind upon regaining consciousness was this. He blinked, his lashes feeling as though they were glued together, his vision gradually sharpening to reveal an unfamiliar ceiling. Not number 12, Grimmauld Place. You're awake. A familiar voice chimed from his right. Harry slowly turned his neck, joints cracking softly, and beheld Hermione Granger seated in a chair beside his bed, dark shadows under her eyes. Water, Harry managed to croak, his throat parched as if scorched by flames. Hermione silently gestured to the glass of water on the bedside table, her wand giving it a gentle nudge, tilting the rim so that cool water flowed into his lips. What happened? Harry attempted to move his fingers, but the soft restraints tightened slightly with his motion, the sound of fabric rubbing against his skin resonating in the stillness of the infirmary. How much do you remember? Hermione's lips moved slightly. Memories surged like a tidal wave. Draco's silhouette, Hermione and Ron bursting in, the glint of wands. Draco left. A sharp pain pierced Harry's chest, as if someone had torn it open with bare hands, extracting his ribs, a torment surpassing even the Cruciatus curse. All of it. He closed his eyes, his voice hoarse. You stopped me. It was you who let go. Harry, Hermione corrected, Merlin above. If it weren't for your status as the chosen one, you'd be in Azkaban by now. Harry turned his face away, his gaze landing on a faint crack in the wall. I did not mean to harm him. Hermione stood by the window on the 5th floor of St. Mungo's, watching the sunlight struggle to pierce through the heavy clouds. Her left hand unconsciously twisted the wedding ring on her ring finger, the metal's touch soothing her in a silent manner. How is he? Ron's voice emerged from behind, roughened by a night devoid of sleep. Hermione turned to see her husband standing in the dim light of the corridor, his disheveled red hair standing on end, fatigue casting a grayish hue under his eyes. He cradled a sleeping Hugo in his arms, the 6-year-old boy curled against his father's shoulder, his little red head gently rising and falling with each breath. His thumb unconsciously lodged in his mouth, the collar of his pajamas wrinkled and askew. He has awakened. Hermione reached to adjust her son's collar. Ron's shoulders relaxed. Thank Merlin. I feared the backlash would keep him unconscious longer. Tears welled in his eyes, but were quickly blinked away. Hermione remained silent, her gaze drifting past Ron's shoulder to the closed door of the infirmary. Through the small window, she could see Kingsley Shacklebolt and 2 unfamiliar wizards standing by Harry's bedside, engaged in a serious conversation. Harry sat up in bed, his face as pale as the sheets, his eyes fixed on his clasped hands. The Malfoys have gone to France. Ron's voice broke the silence. He struggled to free one hand between his slumbering son and his pocket, extracting a silver vial intricately engraved with serpentine patterns. This had been sent by Narcissa prior to her departure, claiming it contained an ancient remedy to alleviate the backlash of dark magic. Hermione received the vial, peering through the glass to behold the softly glowing violet liquid within. There was no necessity for her to do this. Who could say? Ron adjusted the sleeping child in his arms, Hugo's cherubic face nuzzling against his shoulder. Hermione's lips curled into a faint smile, though it was quickly eclipsed by concern. She cast her gaze once more towards the infirmary. How would the ministry proceed? Ron's expression grew grave. Kingsley was doing his utmost to navigate the situation. Given Harry's unique circumstances and all he had accomplished for the wizarding world, they leaned towards treatment rather than prosecution. He paused, lowering his voice, but those old-fashioned purebloods in the Wisingamot, particularly from the Knott family, insisted upon harsh punishment. Hermione furrowed her brow, her knuckles pressed against her lips. Harry was ill, she insisted stubbornly, her voice quivering slightly. He requires the finest healers at St. Mungo's, not the Dementors of Azkaban. I know, my dear, Ron replied, his free hand enveloping Hermione's, his palm warm and rough against hers. He hesitated for a moment, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes, yet the truth remained. He had indeed kidnapped Draco Malfoy, committed unlawful imprisonment, and, he continued, and employed that ancient soul-binding magic. By Merlin, when did the Harry we once knew transform into this? Hermione offered no response. She recalled the Harry she had seen in the corridors of Hogwarts during their 6th year, his eyes ablaze with an unhealthy obsession, shadowing Malfoy with an air of mystery, casting derisive glances at anyone who questioned his actions, firmly believing they were Death Eaters. Perhaps those signs had always been present, merely overlooked. The war had altered us all, she finally stated. It was just Harry who had never truly emerged. The infirmary door swung open, and Kingsley's tall silhouette appeared in the doorway, his visage weary. Hermione. Ron. He nodded, his gaze falling upon the sleeping Hugo, his expression softening somewhat. You should take the child home to rest. What will happen to Harry? Hermione asked bluntly. Kingsley sighed. Suspension, mandatory psychological treatment at St. Mungo's. He rubbed his brow. The Wisengamot would convene for a hearing in 2 weeks. He glanced around, lowering his voice. I've done what I could, but public opinion is against him. This morning's newspaper. Hermione picked up the newspaper from the windowsill, its front page boldly declaring, Savior or Kidnapper? The Dark Secrets of Harry Potter, accompanied by a blurred photograph of Draco being assisted away from Grimmauld Place. Rita Skeeter? Ron seethed, instinctively tightening his grip around Hugo, startling the boy into a slight frown in his sleep. Not this time. Kingsley's lips curled into a wry smile. It was Blaise Zabini who leaked it. Apparently, he has a particular interest in the Malfoy family. He paused momentarily before continuing, but as far as I know, the Malfoys are not particularly grateful for his assistance. Hermione frowned. When did Zabini become Draco's self-proclaimed best friend? A glint of sharpness flickered in Kingsley's eyes. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the infirmary. The three turned simultaneously, witnessing Harry standing amidst the shards of glass on the floor. The healers were cautiously approaching, as if nearing a volatile creature on the brink of eruption. The red marks on Harry's wrists, chafed by the restraint bands, stood out starkly against his pale skin. He heard it. Hermione's nails dug into her palm, leaving crescent-shaped imprints. I must return to the ministry. Kingsley straightened his robes. Keep in touch. The corridor fell silent once more. Hugo stirred restlessly in Ron's arms, issuing vague murmurs of dreams. Hermione's gaze remained fixated on the small window of the infirmary door. Through the glass, she saw Harry being persuaded to return to his bed, a healer using a wand to clear the broken glass from the floor. Harry's face turned towards the door, their eyes meeting through the narrow window. Those once resolute and courageous eyes now bore only hollowness and anguish. Hermione's heart tightened. She inhaled deeply, pushed open the infirmary door, and gestured to the others to follow her. The healers filed out in succession. Harry, she endeavored to keep her voice steady. You need professional psychological treatment. Treatment? Harry scoffed bitterly, like Lockhart confined to the 5th floor, letting everyone point and say, Look, there goes the mad savior. No. There's a specialized magical mental health center in Norway. They excel in handling cases, like yours. Hermione spoke cautiously. Ron and I have done our research. It's not a prison. There's a garden, a library, even a small Quidditch pitch. Exile? Harry whispered. They want to send me far away. Hermione's hand suddenly covered his, the warmth radiating from her palm, causing him to flinch. This is for your recovery, she said, her voice trembling with restraint. We just want you back, Harry. Harry lifted his gaze. The glimmering tears in Hermione's eyes pierced his heart like daggers. He suddenly realized that he had terrified all those who cared for him. Draco, he mentioned the name again, like touching a fresh wound. Did he say anything? Hermione's eyelashes fluttered gently. She released Harry's hand, her expression complex. He refused to testify against you, but insisted on signing a permanent restraining contract. Hermione spoke carefully. You will be forbidden from approaching him or Scorpius, forever. Forever. The word exploded in Harry's ears, shattering into countless sharp fragments that pierced his very core. Understood. He tried to feign indifference, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. A gentle knock interrupted the silence. Ron stood at the door, cradling the sleeping Hugo. Hermione softly addressed Harry. Then I shall take my leave. Harry, take care of yourself. Let us go? She lightly linked her arm with Ron's. 3 weeks later, in Provence, France. Lavender swayed in the gentle breeze, the purple waves extending to the horizon. Chapter 73, Disappointment? Draco leaned against the stone balustrade, his long fingers unconsciously stroking the inner side of his wrist, where a nearly invisible, faint mark flickered in the brilliant sunlight. In the garden, Narcissa was bending down to show Scorpius a dancing sneezewort. The boy's platinum hair shimmered almost transparently in the sunlight, gently swaying as he leaned forward in curiosity. The mandrake, when uprooted, emits a scream so horrifying that it can cause the blood to freeze, leading to fainting, madness, or even death. Hence, utmost caution is required during harvesting. Narcissa's voice wafted on the wind, but the sneeze wort, Merlin, Scorpius, do not touch it. It will make you sneeze until the next Christmas. Scorpius's tinkling laughter resembled a string of silver bells, startling the birds resting in the trees. Such a beautiful and warm scene should have brought him joy, yet his body seemed to have forgotten how to relax. The faint mark on his wrist remained. Even though the magical shackles on his ankles had been removed, a lingering coldness remained on his skin, inescapable, leaving an indelible psychological scar. The family therapist had stated that this would likely be a lifelong psychological wound. Are you daydreaming again? A familiar voice emerged from behind, laced with a hint of mockery. Draco turned to see Blaise Zabini languidly leaning against the doorframe, 2 glasses of red wine poised delicately between his elongated fingers, the deep crimson liquid glimmering enticingly in the sunlight. He was clad in a meticulously tailored deep blue robe, the neckline slightly ajar, his raven hair meticulously slicked back, accentuating the chiseled contours of his handsome face, which bore his customary, cynical smile, although a flicker of shrewdness lurked within his deep brown eyes. I am merely savoring this rare tranquility, Draco remarked as he accepted the wine glass, lowering his gaze to take a sip, avoiding Blaise's scrutinizing stare. The wine's tartness unfurling upon his tongue. Blaise chuckled softly, gliding gracefully towards the intricately carved balustrade, his slender fingers resting casually upon the stone. The witch weekly would be willing to offer 5,000 galleons, he teased, his voice tinged with amusement, for your exclusive interview, detailing your unique experiences as a captive of the Savior. I informed them, Blaise continued leisurely, sipping his wine, his Adam's apple bobbing gently with each swallow, that it would require at least 10,000 galleons, contingent upon young Malfoy's mood that day. He turned his head, dark hair cascading over his forehead, of course. Should you be inclined to divulge some more intimate details, the price could easily double. Draco's fingers tightened around the glass as he slowly lifted his slate blue eyes, fixing Blaise with an intense gaze that radiated pressure. I was unaware of your newfound audacity. Just a jest. No need to be so tense, Blaise waved off nonchalantly. That is hardly amusing, Draco retorted coldly. Remember your station. Blaise Zabini persisted in this line of discussion, albeit with sincerity, but truly. The entire magical community in Europe is abuzz over this matter. In this narrative, you have become the tragic protagonist, while Potter, he paused meaningfully, has become a symbol of moral decay. The Malfoys do not require such banal and cheap attention, Draco interjected sharply. Yet you have garnered it, Blaise observed astutely, his eyes glinting with insight akin to a hound catching the scent of blood. Do you comprehend the implications? The Malfoy family name has been rehabilitated overnight. People sympathize with you, scorn Potter, and even begin to question if the wartime trials of Death Eaters were entirely just. Draco abruptly set down his wine glass, a tempest of repressed fury swirling in his eyes. Enough. Blaise raised an eyebrow. Why? I do not intend to exploit this situation to vindicate my family. Draco shot him a sidelong glance. My father indeed committed crimes, as did many Death Eaters. Potter may be unwell, yet he remains the one who ended the war. Blaise narrowed his eyes slightly, appraising Draco with a newfound perspective. Isn't it ironic? The Malfoy family, once so vocal about pureblood supremacy. He swirled his empty glass. It seems you have truly changed. The Draco of old would never have entertained such notions. The Draco of old is dead, Draco replied calmly, perished in that war. A silence enveloped the two. In the garden below, Scorpius's lilting laughter floated on the breeze, untainted by darkness, carefree and heartwarming. Blaise finally sighed. Very well. However, there is something you must know. He paused, gauging Draco's reaction. Potter has evaded judgment. The Wisengamot deemed him mentally unstable, requiring prolonged treatment. He has been sent to some secret sanatorium. Draco's heart curiously eased. Is that so? You sound disappointed, Blaise probed, studying Draco intently. Draco turned his gaze towards the distant lavender fields, the sunlight piercing his eyes painfully. Blaise regarded him contemplatively. You know, sometimes I wonder if you truly hate him. Draco remained silent. Hate. That term was far too simplistic, too pallid to encapsulate the complexity of his feelings towards Harry Potter. Hatred intertwined with a twisted yearning. Anger mingled with an ineffable heartache. And, Grandma, Scorpius's voice shattered his reverie, the little boy brandishing a strand of silver hair, exuberantly exclaiming, Look, I found unicorn hair. Narcissa's affectionate response and Blaise's continued banter faded into mere background noise. Draco's gaze fell upon his own wrist, and in a fleeting moment, he beheld those eyes again, swirling with madness and anguish within emerald depths, suffocating him. He had expected to rejoice over this news, to raise a toast to the fall of the Savior, yet strangely, All he felt was confusion, emptiness. In London, within the garden of a private sanatorium. The air was damp and fresh following the rain, sunlight streaming through gaps in the clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the cobblestone path, reminiscent of scattered fragments of memory. Harry sat upon a stone bench entwined with ivy, gently toying with a deep red rose petal between his fingers. His therapist had suggested he divert his attention to avoid wallowing in the past. Yet, the petal quivered under his touch, the elegantly curled edges resembling Draco's slight smirk. And the vivid crimson hue evoked memories of Draco's swollen, kissed lips. Useless, Harry muttered. Mr. Potter? The therapist's voice broke in from behind, causing Harry to instinctively tighten his grip, crumpling the petal in his palm. You seem to have drifted off again, the therapist said gently, taking a seat beside him. Harry then realized his breath had quickened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It's time for our afternoon discussion. Harry nodded, standing up as the petal slipped from his fingers, trailing behind him as he followed the therapist back to the white building, striving not to ponder where Draco might be, what he might be doing, or whether he ever thought of him. The sanatorium's doors softly closed behind them, sealing away all unspoken confessions and unexpressed longings. As the rose petal twirled in the breeze before ultimately settling on the lawn, lonely yet beautiful, the air in Provence was perpetually infused with the scent of lavender. Draco stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the West Wing study, watching the first rays of morning light crest over the distant hills, bathing the lavender fields in a flowing hue of gold and purple, the fragrance in the air intensifying with the lingering moisture of the night dew, wrapping around his breaths. He clutched an unopened letter, the parchment envelope embossed with the emblem of the magical hospital, featuring a wand crossed with a bone. Surrounded by the laurel leaves favored by the healers. More bothersome journalists? Lucius's voice echoed from behind, accompanied by the crisp sound of a silver teaspoon clinking against a porcelain cup. He entered the study bearing a steaming cup of Earl Grey, the hem of his robe swaying gently with his stride, his signature platinum hair simply tied back. Draco shook his head, flipping the envelope over, the wax seal glimmering in the sunlight. Lucius paused imperceptibly, placing the teacup on the walnut desk, the rising steam enveloping the space between them. Oh, has not all related matters been entrusted to the lawyers? Outside, a blue-throated warbler alighted gracefully on the intricately carved window sill, tilting its head curiously as it surveyed the father and son within. Morning light filtered through its breast feathers, illuminating the cobalt blue to shine like a jewel. And Draco found his gaze unconsciously following that vibrant hue. Lucius's lips pressed into a thin line. What more do they desire? Was the last questionnaire insufficient? Perhaps it pertains to the follow-up on the hearing. Draco averted his gaze, gently stroking the edge of the envelope with his thumb. The International Wizarding Federation has requested my testimony. Do you recall? You may refuse. Lucius set his teacup on the windowsill, and the teaspoon began to stir autonomously. The International Wizarding Federation has clearly stated that regardless of your testimony, it will not influence their decisions regarding Potter. Draco fixated on the neatly penned script upon the envelope. Mr. Draco Malfoy, personally addressed. It inexplicably reminded him of his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. He delicately tore open the envelope and withdrew the parchment within. It is not from the ministry. He quickly scanned the contents before adding, it is from my therapist. He requests my permission for Harry to read the report I submitted. Lucius's expression instantly hardened. Burn it. Father, that monster has committed unforgivable acts against you, and now they wish for you to aid in his recovery? Lucius's voice was as sharp as a blade. Let him rot in that sanatorium. Draco carefully folded the letter and returned it to the envelope. The therapist claims it is part of the treatment plan. He harmed you. Lucius raised his voice, a rare display of emotion. Draco did not respond immediately. He approached the oak cabinet in the corner of the study and retrieved a stack of clippings. All the news articles about Harry Potter from the past month, the Prophet's feature on the fallen savior, which weekly's in-depth report on twisted love, and even an article from the American Wizarding Gazette discussing the perils of hero worship. Have you seen these? He handed the clippings to his father. Lucius cast him a sidelong glance, flipping through the pages with disdain, a smirk playing on his lips. Of course, the entire world knows what he is now. No, Draco softly protested. They do not portray the true Harry Potter. He pointed to the repeatedly used photograph in which weekly, depicting Harry at the Wisingamot hearing, worn and wild-eyed. They depict him as an innate lunatic, a deviant masquerading for years. But you know, and I know, that is not the whole truth. What are you trying to say, Draco? I wish to say, Draco inhaled deeply, that the war has ravaged us all, albeit in different ways. What? During my confinement, one night, Draco's voice lowered. Harry was intoxicated and spoke of certain stories, drunken ramblings, truths revealed in intoxication. Draco corrected. He said that at the Dursleys, every night before sleep, He would fantasize about a golden-haired boy descending from the heavens to rescue him. He claimed that when he first saw me on the Hogwarts Express, he thought his dream had come true. Lucius's mask-like expression cracked slightly. Childhood fantasies cannot serve as an excuse for his crimes. Suddenly, the delightful laughter of Scorpius echoed from downstairs, accompanied by the sound of little feet pattering through the corridor. Both father and son turned towards the door, as if they could see the golden-haired boy joyously running with a toy broomstick through the solid oak door. "Will you respond to that letter?" Lucius finally inquired, the sharpness in his voice having softened. Draco returned to the window, gazing at the fully risen sun. "I shall write back, but not to the therapist." Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows upon the desk. "You may decide for yourself." The afternoon sun bathed the study in golden hues as Draco sat at the desk, his long fingers unconsciously brushing the edges of the pages. His gray-blue eyes staring out at the swaying tree shadows, having not turned a page in quite some time. "Draco?" Pansy Parkinson's languid voice brought Draco back to reality. She leaned against the oak doorframe, her dark hair neatly framing her delicate jawline, the hem of her deep purple robes still dusted with remnants of travel. "Pansy." Draco refocused, his knuckles brushing against the spine of a lavishly bound book, the tome closing with a soft thud, sending a small cloud of shimmering gold dust into the air. "When did you return from Romania?" "Just now." She moved confidently towards the drinks cabinet, the crystal glasses clinking with a bright sound. "Are you writing?" Her gaze swept over the parchment spread out on the desk, a knowing smile creeping across her lips. "For Potter?" Chapter 74. Humanity is complex. A flicker of panic crossed Draco's eyes, quickly masked, the sunlight dancing on his lashes, casting intricate shadows. "What are you implying?" Pansy sipped her red wine. "Come now, Draco." She chuckled softly, tapping her fingertip against the crystal glass. "How long have we known each other?" "Since 6th year. I have sensed a peculiar tension between you and Potter." "Merely mutual disdain." Draco smoothed the non-existent wrinkles of his cuff, the silver cufflinks glinting in the sunlight. Pansy leaned lightly against the edge of the desk. "Disdain is also a powerful emotional bond." She leaned forward slightly, her obsidian eyes locking onto his. "So, have you forgiven him?" Draco rose and moved towards the window. "It is not so simple. It has never been simple." Pansy's tone softened. "Listen, as a friend, I merely wish to say, do not let others' expectations dictate your choices. Not your mother's, nor those of the pureblood circle, or even Scorpius's." Draco turned to face her. "Are you encouraging me to write to the one who abducted me?" "I am encouraging you to confront your feelings honestly, without regret." Pansy set her wine glass down, the crystal base striking the table with a clear sound, regardless of what that may entail. As she departed, her robe wafted a gentle breeze, stirring the parchment spread across the desk. Draco remained rooted in place for a long moment, until the setting sun elongated his shadow. "It is not that simple." Draco chuckled softly, returning to the desk, retrieving a fresh sheet of parchment from a hidden compartment. This time he did not pause. The quill dipped and dark ink flowed smoothly across the paper. "Regarding the previous proposal, I consent to authorize the use of that report. Please do not contact me again, regardless of who it may be. DM." The ink glistened coldly in the candlelight as Draco sealed the envelope with the family crest, the Malfoy insignia embossed in wax. He gently tapped the window pane, and a silvery gray owl alighted silently upon his arm. "To the Wizarding Hospital," he murmured, watching as it melded into the deepening night. The night air brushed through his hair, carrying away a barely audible sigh, the candlelight on his desk flickering gently, casting his profile in shifting light and shadow. Strangely, when the messenger's figure finally vanished into the darkness, the heavy weight that had long pressed upon his chest seemed to lighten, not entirely gone, but at least he could finally breathe freely. The night at the sanatorium was particularly tranquil. Harry sat at the edge of his bed, reading Draco's letter by the light of the moon, the brief 2 lines nearly etching themselves into his mind. "Mr. Potter?" The therapist's voice came from outside the door. "Are you still awake?" Harry swiftly tucked the letter beneath his pillow. "Come in." The therapist entered, carrying a thick stack of documents. "Mr. Malfoy's statement has just arrived via the Flu Network. Dr. Watts mentioned you could read it tomorrow, but I thought you might wish to view it now." Harry reached out to take the documents. "Thank you." After the therapist nodded and departed, Harry took a deep breath and opened the first page. Draco's handwriting was meticulously neat, each line appearing as if measured with a ruler. Declarant, Draco Lucius Malfoy. A complete statement regarding the unlawful confinement incident involving Harry James Potter. Harry meticulously read every word, punctuations included. Draco penned his account with an academic tone, as if documenting a potion experiment unrelated to himself, devoid of angry accusations or emotional embellishments, detached, as though the events transpired to another. The parchment rustled in Harry's hands, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably, nearly unable to grasp the paper. A suppressed sob finally breached the dam of reason. Tears blurred the text on the parchment, creating transparent splotches that softened his vision, yet he could recite every word by heart, each one silently condemning him for how he had reduced that proud soul to this state. He had nearly destroyed him. In the moments before dawn, he calmly picked up a stone from the side and made a cut. Blood stained the sheets a deep red. Harry sat in the center of the bloodied linens, a grotesque wound on his left wrist oozing incessantly, while his right hand still clutched the report tightly. His gaze was horrifyingly vacant, as if a spell had drained all light from his eyes. In the southwestern part of England, nestled within a valley, a sanatorium lay hidden. The summer sunlight streamed through tall bay windows into the lounge, casting a warm amber hue across the wooden floor. Outside, daisies swayed gently in the breeze, their delicate shadows dancing on the floor as if engaged in a silent ballet. Harry sat in an armchair by the window, his slender knuckles rhythmically tapping against his knee. Perhaps a forgotten melody, or merely the incessant noise echoing in his mind. His eyes fell upon the distant flowerbed, yet they could not focus. Ever since he had slashed his wrist with a sharp stone 2 weeks prior, the therapist had curtailed his freedom and mandated that he must be accompanied when venturing outside. "Mr. Potter?" A gentle voice called from behind him. Harry slowly turned his head, the sunlight casting fragmented spots on his glasses, obscuring his eyes behind 2 hazy glimmers. It was not the usual elder therapist, but a young wizard with light brown curls and kind hazel eyes. "I am Edwin Pye, the therapist's assistant," the young man said with a smile. "Dr. Watts is occupied today, and I shall accompany you for your afternoon walk." Silently, Harry stood, instinctively tugging at his sleeves to conceal the white bandage on his wrist. He had long since learned to refrain from commenting on such arrangements. Voicing his opinions was futile. Labeled as suicidal and violent, every word he uttered would merely be recorded, becoming new evidence of his recurring condition. At least for the next 6 months, his existence would be filled with white walls, scheduled medications, and constant supervision. Outside, the daisies continued to sway in the wind. Harry cast one last glance at them before walking toward the door. The garden of the sanatorium was vast, meticulously designed into various therapeutic zones. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the sycamores, casting dappled shadows on the stone pathway, while Edwin's relaxed tone filled the air. "What splendid weather we have today, is it not?" The young therapist's assistant tilted his head slightly, allowing the sunlight to grace his face, warm yet not oppressive. Harry's gaze drifted to a distant, silent fountain, its droplets refracting glimmers of light in the sun. He was all too familiar with this tactic. The seemingly casual conversation was, in reality, meticulously orchestrated. And he had seen through the ruse long ago. Edwin's polished shoes made soft sounds against the stone path. "I heard you received a letter recently. From Mr. Malfoy?" Edwin continued, feigning oblivion to Harry's silence. Harry's steps faltered imperceptibly. 2 weeks ago, that morning, when the therapist had handed him the envelope sealed with dark green wax, his fingertips had trembled uncontrollably until he had discerned its contents. The letter was as brief as a verdict. Draco had drawn a clear line with succinct yet cruel words, expressing his desire for no further contact while permitting the therapist to utilize his report. No greetings, no signature, only the surname Malfoy embossed beneath a gold seal. A chilling slap to the face. "That was not for me." Harry heard his voice emerge, startlingly clear in the sunlight. "It was for the therapist." Edwin nodded slightly, the hem of his white coat fluttering in the breeze. "But you read it?" "Of course." Harry's lips curled into a semblance of a smile, the sunlight reflecting blindingly off his glasses. His fingers unconsciously brushed against his wrist, a faint sting radiating from the wound. "What? Is today's therapeutic theme revisiting pain?" The sunlight intensified, a leaf fell between them onto the stone path, its veins almost transparent in the bright light. Edwin's pen paused on the notepad, ink pooling into a small black dot. "Do you think Mr. Malfoy wrote that to punish you?" Harry halted, turning to Edwin. "What exactly are you trying to say?" The young therapist's expression appeared calm, though the edges of his notepad were subtly creased under his grip. "I am merely curious about your feelings regarding that letter. Anger? Regret? Or pain?" Harry interrupted, his voice suddenly hoarse. "Every day, every second, it feels as though someone has carved a hole in my chest." His fingers unconsciously gripped the fabric of his shirt, the material crumpling in his grasp, a wound that would never heal. Edwin nodded thoughtfully. "You miss him." Harry abruptly turned and continued walking, his pace nearly faltering, the sunlight casting a long shadow behind him like an unshakable chain. "It does not matter." His fingers clenched into a fist, his voice fragmented by the wind. "He never, ever wants to see me again. Mr. Potter." His voice was as soft as a feather landing on water. Human emotions seldom adhere to logic. Especially, he paused, love. Harry faced him. "That is not love." His voice erupted in the garden, startling a few robins perched in the bushes. It is possessiveness, obsession, a distortion. Do you truly believe that? Edwin gazed deeply into his eyes, into his innermost being. Harry opened his mouth, his throat constricting, sunlight striking his face, the fire in his emerald eyes gradually extinguishing, replaced by a sense of bewilderment and powerlessness. Eventually, he lowered his head, his voice barely audible. I do not know. Edwin gently nodded, his pen hesitating above the notepad. Yet he wrote nothing. He reached out, patting Harry's shoulder, the pressure just right, neither intrusive nor lacking in encouragement. This is a promising beginning. He gestured toward the nearby fountain. Shall we sit there for a while? You appear to need a respite. The fountain area was enveloped in a misty spray, sunlight weaving through the shimmering droplets, creating a hazy halo on the stone bench. Harry sat rigidly on the edge of the bench. I read the recent interview in the Daily Prophet regarding Mr. Malfoy. Edwin glanced at Harry, then directed his gaze toward a distant grove. They said you once saved his life. The sound of the fountain became suddenly distant, and Harry felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The fountain's water surged violently, droplets splattering against Harry's cheeks, cold as tears. He raised his hand to wipe them away, only to discover his fingers trembling uncontrollably. He opened his mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged. It felt as though his throat were obstructed by an unseen force, and those long-buried emotions suddenly found a minuscule outlet. I do not comprehend. He finally uttered hoarsely, as if every word he spoke scorched his throat. If he truly cared for me, then why? Pi gently set the notebook upon the bench, leaning back slightly. Mr. Potter, humanity is a complex tapestry. Sunlight filtered through his chestnut curls, casting fragmented golden shadows beneath his lashes. Sometimes, the more one cares, the further one feels compelled to distance oneself. Harry lifted his gaze, sunlight illuminating his pallid visage, as though gilding it with a delicate layer of gold, infusing his pale face with a hint of color. Especially, Pi continued, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the notebook, when both parties believe that their existence only brings misfortune to one another. Laughter and chatter from other patients drifted in the distance, yet the mist from the fountain seemed to construct a transparent barrier, isolating them from the outside world. A breeze scented with herbs swept past, and Harry felt something hard within his chest quietly shatter. I think. Harry hesitated to speak, his voice barely audible. Perhaps I should write him a letter? Pi's eyes brightened. That is a splendid idea, Mr. Potter. He rose, the sunlight casting his shadow upon the cobbled ground. However, we must return now. Lunchtime is upon us. You may visit my office in the afternoon. He paused, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You may procure some parchment and a quill. Harry rose slowly, his movements becoming lighter. As he stepped away, the fountain's water suddenly leaped high, forming a crystalline curtain in the sunlight before gently cascading back into the pool with a cheerful sound. The sun remained radiant. The daisies in the garden swaying gently in the breeze, interspersed with sporadic clusters of pale blue blooms, reminiscent of the color Draco's eyes took on in certain light. A shiver ran through him as the sunlight began to spread warmth within his chest, dispelling the shadows. On the table lay a quill beside several sheets of blank parchment. Chapter 75, The Paper Crane. Harry stared at them for an extended moment before slowly extending his hand. The quill hovered above the paper, trembling, as he grappled with what to write. Dear Draco. No, too intimate. What if Draco lost interest upon reading it? Malfoy? Too distant. As if those passionately entwined nights had never occurred. I know you hate me. Too presumptuous. What if Draco? I'm sorry. Too insincere. Harry's knuckles whitened as ink dripped onto the paper, forming a small black. Ultimately, he penned a single line. I wish you happiness, even if it is without me. The ink slightly blurred on the parchment as he gazed at the words for an extended duration, long enough for the ink at the quill's tip to fall, smudging his signature. Then he fiercely crossed it out, crumpling the paper into a ball, which arched through the air and landed in the wastebasket. Draco stood atop the manor's tower, twilight stretching his silhouette. In his hand, he clutched a letter just delivered by Owl. How many has it been this month? The emotions lurking in his eyes were concealed by lowered lashes. He merely sighed and turned toward his study. Dear Harry. No, too intimate. Potter. No, too cold. The sound of crumpling parchment echoed sharply in the quiet study as it was tossed into the overflowing wastebasket. A gentle knock at the door interrupted him. Draco swiftly flipped the letter over. Come in. The door opened, and Scorpius's small head peeked in. Daddy? Grandma says it's time for dinner. I'll be down shortly. Draco forced a smile. Wash your hands first, all right? Scorpius did not leave. Instead, he entered the study, his little feet padding across the carpet, curiously eyeing the crumpled paper on the floor. What were you writing? Just a letter, Draco replied, placing the quill back into the inkwell. Nothing important. For Uncle Harry? Draco's fingers froze. Who told you that? Scorpius climbed onto Draco's lap, his innocent gray-blue eyes meeting his father's gaze, offering no refuge. You're the one hiding him, right? Draco's heart tightened. How could he explain such a convoluted relationship to a child? Yes, but it's complicated. Why did you do that? Scorpius tilted his head. Because. Draco pondered his words carefully. Sometimes people express their feelings in the wrong way. Like, if you really love a toy, you might grip it tightly, unwilling to share it with other children, even if it makes both the toy and yourself unhappy. Scorpius contemplated for a moment. So he likes you. But in the wrong way? Draco was taken aback by the child's straightforwardness. To some extent, yes. Do you like him? The question pierced Draco's chest like a blunt knife. The same question he had asked himself countless sleepless nights. Anger, fear, confusion. These emotions were clear, yet beneath them lay an unnamed feeling he dared not acknowledge. I don't know, he finally answered honestly. Sometimes, the most complex questions are those that should be the simplest. Scorpius nodded, as if understanding, then suddenly reached for the blank parchment before Draco. If you don't know what to say, just draw a picture. His face was earnest, as if imparting a significant secret. My teacher said that when words are insufficient, colors can help us. Draco gazed at his son's innocent face, an indescribable tenderness surging within him. He picked up the quill and drew a lavender field, with the hills of Provence in the distance. No words, no explanations. Just a tranquil landscape. Perfect. Scorpius clapped his hands, now folded into an airplane. Draco chuckled softly. I believe it's best to send the letter by owl. He carefully folded the drawing, placed it into an envelope, sealing it with wax, devoid of a signature or address. Only a small sprig of lavender sealed beneath the wax. Come on, little advisor. He set the envelope upon the desk and lifted his son into his arms. Let us go have dinner. We can ponder how to send this letter tomorrow. Scorpius wrapped his arms around Draco's neck and suddenly leaned in, whispering in his ear, if you decide to like him. I want tea, tell Grandma. Draco kissed his son's forehead, offering no reply. Yet, as he carried Scorpius downstairs, his gaze inadvertently drifted back to the lavender-sealed envelope on the desk. The cracks in the walls of the heart often begin with the smallest of nudges. Malfoy's owl arrived at the secret sanatorium at dawn the following day, the orange-hued light barely cresting the valley as the owl's wings sliced through the still air like a silver-gray flash. Harry sat at a window-side table in the dining hall, mechanically stirring his now-cold oatmeal. The monotonous clinking of the porcelain spoon against the bowl suddenly interrupted by the flurry of an owl landing before him, drawing the astonished gazes of several nearby patients. For me? Harry hesitated, extending his hand. The owl tilted its head, its amber eyes gleaming with an air of haughty scrutiny, as if evaluating an unworthy recipient. It was only when the therapist, Pi, approached that it reluctantly extended its leg, bound with the letter. The envelope bore no signature, merely a lavender flower sealed beneath a wax emblem. The familiar pattern caused Harry's breath to catch, his fingers trembling slightly as he finally broke the seal. A faint yet ethereal scent of lavender wafted forth, reminiscent of distant Provence. Upon unfolding the parchment, a panorama of purple blossoms swayed beneath the sun, with distant hills bathed in golden hues. Each stroke of oil paint was so vivid that one could almost feel the dewdrops resting upon the petals. There were no words, no signature, yet Harry's heart began to race violently, as if it were about to shatter his ribcage. Is it from Mr. Malfoy? Pi inquired softly. Harry remained silent, his fingertips grazing the paper, so achingly familiar. May I keep this? His voice was hoarse beyond recognition. Pi smiled and nodded, of course. Harry carefully folded the artwork and tucked it into the pocket of his chest, close to his heart, feeling its subtle texture throughout the remainder of breakfast. 2 weeks later, Draco was teaching Scorpius about herbs in the potion fields of the Provence estate. Remember, foxglove has soft, large leaves and blooms in summer with tubular flowers that form tall spikes, in shades of white, lavender, pink, and yellow, he murmured to Scorpius, who was encased in armor. The boy's light golden hair glistened with dew. But never touch it. Dad, look. Scorpius suddenly tugged at his sleeve, his small finger pointing skyward. A paper airplane. Draco stood, a gentle breeze ruffling his platinum locks. Indeed, a paper airplane was soaring through the clouds, sunlight illuminating it, and tracing flowing golden waves. Clearly, it was propelled by magic, precisely heading towards them. The paper airplane eventually spiraled down into Draco's outstretched palm. Upon unfolding it, he discovered a simple sketch. 2 boys standing at opposite ends of a Hogwarts corridor, one with black hair and green eyes, the other with blonde hair and gray ones, connected by a sinuous, dotted line that meandered, at times fragmented, at times intertwined. Scorpius curiously tiptoed, his small hand resting on his father's thigh. What is this? Draco refolded the paper airplane. A letter from an old classmate. Will you respond? Scorpius looked up, his eyes sparkling. Draco gazed at his son, suddenly reminded of the unfinished question from the tower. Do you like him? Perhaps the answer was not a simple yes or no, but rather a long journey of exploration. much like the paper airplane traversing countless mountains and rivers to reach its destination. Yes, he whispered, but this time, I shall fold 1,000 origami cranes. The rainy season in Provence arrived unexpectedly, and Draco stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the raindrops pelt against the glass. Outside, the lavender field swayed in the downpour, resembling a tumultuous purple sea. He held a freshly folded silver origami crane between his long fingers, his wand tapping lightly as he murmured an incantation. As he uttered the spell, the crane's wings began to flutter gently, shedding a silvery glow. Draco's wand tip hovered within the crane's wings, ink blossoming and coalescing. Ultimately, a small line of text emerged. Time may change everything, but some wounds have become a part of us. Writing to Potter? Blaze's voice floated in from the study door, laced with feigned nonchalance, as he leaned against the ornate doorframe, twirling a gold galleon between his fingers. Draco did not turn, simply setting the origami crane down gently, its wings quivering slightly. Blaze strode in, the hem of his black robe sweeping across the Persian carpet. Draco, he halted before the bookshelf, his fingers gliding along the spines of gilded volumes. Your origami crane has flown to him, Harry Potter. Finally, Draco turned. Why the sudden interest in my correspondence with Potter? Blaze chuckled lightly, the galleon dancing in his fingers. I'm merely curious how long this boyish game of messages will last. You're not exactly star-crossed lovers. We are not, Draco retorted, certainly not. Blaze abruptly clapped his hands together, the coin vanishing, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. But, Draco, you must admit this has transcended the relationship of victim and perpetrator. He stepped closer to the windowsill. Last week it was a paper airplane. Today it's a crane. What will it be next week? The sound of rain intensified, the patter against the glass growing more fervent. Draco moved towards the fireplace, igniting the flames with a flick of his wand, the orange glow dancing across his face. What are you trying to say, Blaze? I want to say, Blaze approached, standing in the shadow cast by the flames. If you intend to forgive him, that is perfectly fine. But if this is merely out of some sense of guilt or obligation, this correspondence. He paused, then it should cease. For your own sake, and for Scorpius. The flames flickered in Draco's eyes as he lowered his lashes. I know what I am doing, but every time I receive his letter, it feels like another piece is added to the puzzle. Blaze raised an eyebrow. What puzzle are you trying to piece together? I don't know. Blaze remained silent for a long moment, then sighed resignedly. Very well. He made his way to the door, adding, by the way, the Knot family is contacting other pureblood families in Europe, intending to pressure the International Wizarding Federation for stricter monitoring of Potter. You may receive an invitation. He winked at Draco before exiting. After the door closed, Draco returned to the window. The rain had subsided, sunlight beginning to pierce through the clouds. He picked up the origami crane, twisting his wrist gently, and the crane traced an elegant arc. As it penetrated the glass, it stirred a ripple of magic. And upon reaching the outside, its silver wings unfurled, resolutely flying northward. You have a letter. Pye's voice startled Harry from his reverie by the window, where he clutched a shimmering origami crane that was gently flapping its wings. Harry accepted the crane, feeling a faint magical pulse beneath his fingertips. As he unfolded it, Draco's familiar handwriting materialized before him, and those words acted like a key, suddenly unlocking a compartment deep within his memory. Pye, he suddenly said, do you think the Ministry still has the time turners? Pye raised an eyebrow in surprise. Most were destroyed during the war at the Department of Mysteries. Why do you ask? The watchful light flickered in his eyes. Harry did not respond immediately, his gaze drifting back to the lines of text. I just thought of some possibilities. When he raised his eyes, his emerald gaze sparkled in the morning light, tinged with fragility and yearning. May I borrow some flu powder? I need to contact Hermione. Pye hesitated. Dr. Watts said you wouldn't regain your external communication privileges until next week. This is important. Harry's voice was soft, a fleeting light glimmering in his eyes as his shoulders trembled slightly. Perhaps his expression was too earnest, for Pye finally sighed. 10 minutes. I'll wait in the corridor. Hermione Granger was reviewing a thick stack of documents in the Magical Law Enforcement Department, the quill scratching softly against the parchment. Suddenly, the ashes in the fireplace stirred without wind, emerald flames bursting forth, and Harry's head abruptly appeared within the flickering fire. Hermione, thank heavens you're here. Harry's eyes shimmered with an unusual light. I need you to look something up, he urged. Hermione's quill clattered to the desk as she swiftly drew her wand, casting 3 silencing charms in rapid succession before striding to the hearth. Merlin, Harry? What's the matter? Your treatment. The time turner. Harry interjected eagerly. Does the Ministry still have any in stock? Or any research materials on time magic? Chapter 76. What exactly needs amending? Hermione furrowed her brow. Theoretically, all time turners were inadvertently destroyed by Neville. However, she lowered her voice. The Department of Mysteries does indeed retain some research files. Why the sudden interest? Draco's letter had stirred a rare excitement in Harry's voice. Hermione, if I could go back, not to alter significant events, but merely to rectify a few minor mistakes. No, Harry. Hermione shook her head firmly. You know the first law of time magic. One must not attempt to change what has already transpired. Furthermore, a time turner can only take you back a few hours, not to your school days. What about other methods? Harry's voice grew increasingly urgent. Ancient magic? Advanced pensive meditation? Any magic that could allow us to revisit the past? Hermione's expression softened as she beheld Harry's reflection in the flames. A nearly 30-year-old man whose eyes sparkled with the exuberance of a 16-year-old. It had been a long time since Harry had appeared this joyful. Harry, she asked gently, what exactly are you hoping to amend? The flames in the hearth quieted as Harry's voice dropped to a near whisper, almost drowned out by the crackling of the fire. Everything, starting from that moment on the Hogwarts Express when I refused to shake hands, to the astronomy tower, to every instance where we could have chosen reconciliation but instead opted for conflict. Hermione took a deep breath. Listen, Ron and I have been invited to France next week for the International Wizarding Cooperation Conference. Malfoy, as an advisor to the French ministry, will also be in attendance. If you truly wish to start anew, perhaps you should focus on the present rather than fixating on altering the past. Harry's eyes brightened. He'll be there? Can you help me take some pictures? Hermione, she bit her lip, hesitating. She glanced at the framed photograph of Ron and the children on the desk, then back at her friend's earnest face in the hearth. Just this once. Hermione stared at the dwindling flames, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the patterns on her wand. A knock echoed from outside her office. Director Granger, the Wisengamot meeting begins in 5 minutes. Understood, thank you. She rose, waving her wand to dispel the silencing charm. As she adjusted her robes, her gaze fell once more on the family photograph, where Ron smiled at her, as if he had anticipated her acquiescence to Harry's request. Merlin, she murmured to herself, I must be out of my mind. 1 year later, in the office of the England Magical Hospital, Harry Potter sat in a leather chair, his hands resting on his knees, sunlight filtering through the blinds and casting striped shadows across his face, resembling an invisible cage. He wore a pristine emerald green robe, the collar buttoned neatly to the top, long sleeves concealing the faint scar on his wrist. Mr. Potter, the witch sitting opposite him, adjusted her crescent-shaped glasses, her voice as soft as a feather yet resolute. Based on the evaluations conducted over the past year, we believe you have met the criteria for discharge. Harry's fingers tightened slightly on his knees, the fabric crinkling in his grasp, sunlight dancing upon his lowered lashes. When he lifted his gaze, a flicker of barely perceptible relief shone in his emerald eyes. Thank you, ma'am. However, the witch neatly folded the parchment, and with a flick of her wand, a delicate wax seal was impressed upon the document. Therapist Pi will continue to monitor your condition. Monthly follow-ups are mandatory. Of course. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped forward from the shadows, cradling a bracelet made of yew wood in his broad palm. Intricate patterns etched into its surface revealed a hint of flowing silver runes. He gently fastened the bracelet around Harry's wrist, a soft click echoing as the clasp secured. Beside him, Kingsley personally affixed a tracking bracelet to Harry's wrist, also made of yew wood, inscribed with complex incantations. It's merely a formality, Harry, he said, patting his shoulder. It will be lifted in 3 months if there are no anomalies. Harry gazed down at the bracelet, his lips forming a perfect arc. Understood. Kingsley's throat bobbed slightly as he adopted a more serious tone. There is one final stipulation. He produced a document adorned with numerous seals. According to the Wisengamot's decree, you are prohibited from initiating contact with Mr. Malfoy or any of his family members for the next 3 years. All communications, including but not limited to owls, the Flu Network, or port keys, must be reported to the Ministry for approval in advance. A sharp pang radiated from Harry's chest, his lashes fluttering down to shield the emotions in his eyes, and he nodded calmly. I understand. Very well. Therapist Watts rose, sliding the recovery certificate across the table to Harry. Wishing you a pleasant life, Mr. Potter. The ink on the recovery certificate gleamed in the sunlight as Harry focused on the raised patterns of the hospital's seal. Therapist Pi stood at the office door, the hem of her lab coat fluttering in the draft. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. Pi's voice was infused with delight. Harry lifted his gaze, his green eyes behind the lenses calm as still waters. Thank you for your care this past year. His voice was gentle, perfectly measured. He stood on the white marble steps, inhaling the air infused with a blend of exhaust fumes and the aroma of toasted bread, the scent of freedom. He patted the pocket of his robe, where he kept all the wordless drawings Draco had sent him over the past year, lavender fields, a manor in the snow. Each piece was protected by a charm, though the edges were slightly curled from frequent handling. That evening, Harry stood before his bedroom window, gazing at the apple tree outside, bathed in silvery blue moonlight. Then he retrieved an old suitcase from under the bed, tapping it 3 times. The case clicked open. revealing a detailed map of Provence, France, marked with a red circle indicating the location of a manor. Harry's fingers traced the map. Pausing at the red circle, Draco Malfoy's new home. Soon, he whispered to himself, his voice resonating clearly in the empty room, "We will meet again." Draco stood by the window, the moonlight cascading like water, casting a shimmering silver glow upon his platinum hair. In his hand, he held a freshly delivered Daily Prophet. The front page featuring Harry Potter standing on the marble steps of the ministry, sunlight dancing through his dark hair. "Yes out," Draco murmured, his voice nearly lost to the night breeze, as his fingertips grazed the familiar figure on the newspaper. Behind him, Scorpius turned in his four-poster bed, his light golden lashes fluttering in the moonlight, his small hands unconsciously clutching the embroidered Malfoy crest on the blanket, mumbling incoherent dreams. Draco glanced back for a moment before returning his attention to the photograph. "Master," a tiny voice piped up from his feet. It was his house elf, Mickey. "Mr. Blaise is waiting for you in the study." Draco nodded, casting one last glance at Harry's smiling face on the newspaper before folding it and placing it in the drawer. In the study, Blaise lounged languidly in an armchair, an ancient tome sprawled across his lap. Long, slender fingers absently traced the yellowed pages, and upon hearing footsteps, he spoke without lifting his gaze. "It seems our savior has finally regained his freedom." The tone was flippant, yet could not conceal the underlying probing. Draco remained silent, slowly making his way to the hearth, where he gazed into the flickering flames, their dance casting shifting shadows upon his pale visage, the complexity of emotions glimmering in his gray-blue eyes. "Freedom?" he finally uttered, a hint of sarcasm lacing his voice. At that moment, the study door creaked open slightly, revealing Scorpius, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he stood at the threshold, clutching a fire dragon plush toy tightly. A gift received from an anonymous sender on his birthday the previous year. "Daddy?" His voice was soft, still thick with sleep, his platinum bangs slightly damp with perspiration, his eyes tinged with a hint of redness. I dreamt that bad people were going to take me away." Draco's demeanor softened, and he hurried toward his son, kneeling to lift him into his arms. "It was just a dream, my dear," he gently reassured, brushing away the beads of sweat from the boy's forehead and placing a tender kiss upon it. "Daddy is here, no one can hurt you." Blaise observed the scene with a flicker of envy in his eyes as he rose to straighten his robes. "I must take my leave now, Draco." Draco nodded, cradling the now drowsy Scorpius in one arm while retrieving a pouch of flue powder from the mantel. Blaise stepped into the green flames. Casting one last glance at the little boy nestled against his father's shoulder, his small hand still tightly gripping the tail of the fire dragon plush. As the flames of the hearth settled back into tranquility, Draco looked down at Scorpius, whose breathing had gradually become even, his platinum lashes resembling butterfly wings in the moonlight, casting delicate shadows on his rosy cheeks. "Daddy," Scorpius murmured in a half-dream, his little face instinctively nuzzling against his father's silk pajamas. "Is Uncle Harry really as amazing as they say in modern magical history? Can he truly defeat a fire dragon?" Draco's body tensed slightly, his hand that had been patting Scorpius's back pausing for a moment. "Sleep now, my little lord," he finally said softly, gently placing his son back onto the four-poster bed. His fingers caressed the silk quilt embroidered with the Malfoy crest, meticulously tucking in each corner. "You have your first flying lesson tomorrow, remember?" Scorpius's eyelids fluttered closed, yet he stubbornly murmured, "The book also said he caught the snitch in his first year." Draco lingered by the bedside for a moment longer, until the boy's breathing lengthened and steadied, slipping into slumber. Returning to the study, Draco retrieved a double-sided mirror from a concealed compartment, its frame intricately entwined with silver carvings of lavender and laurel leaves. He inhaled deeply and tapped the mirror's surface with his wand. The glass shimmered momentarily like rippling water before revealing the weary, yet still elegant visage of Pansy Parkinson. "Yes out," Draco stated bluntly. Pansy's pupils dilated slightly, her fingers adorned with deep purple nail polish instinctively tightening around her quill. "Merlin, what do you intend to do?" A week later, at the British Ministry of Magic, Harry Potter stood at the base of the white marble steps, gazing up at the once-open golden doors that were now firmly shut, his fingers absently tracing the fresh engraving of the tracking charm upon his wand. "Are you ready?" Hermione's voice floated from behind him, her formal deep purple robes adorned with the silver badge of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry adjusted his tie, revealing a meticulously practiced smile. More prepared than I was for the Triwizard Tournament. They ascended the steps side by side, the rhythm of Hermione's heels echoing upon the marble. "Wisengamot has arranged a hearing. Kingsley has agreed to mitigate some charges based on wartime merits." A gust of wind suddenly stirred the remnants of the Daily Prophet, the headline regarding the fallen hero swirling at Harry's feet. Hermione's lips barely moved, her voice reaching him through other means. Yet the vultures of the Prophet had already caught the scent of blood. Harry paused midway up the steps, feigning to adjust his cuff. His peripheral vision caught the glint of a reflection at a third-floor window, undoubtedly a journalist adjusting their spyglass. He deliberately allowed his fingers to tremble slightly, then retrieved a bottle of calming draft, an empty vial, but the label pristine, swallowing an imaginary pill before numerous hidden cameras. "Don't overdo it," Hermione cautioned. Her voice muffled behind a rolled-up parchment, but Harry noticed the glimmer of admiration in her eyes. As he pushed through the golden doors, he saw several officials cease their conversations to regard him, their gazes a mix of curiosity and caution, one which, wearing brass spectacles, even took a step back, as if he were still the madman who had kidnapped Malfoy. "Mr. Potter," a ministry official awaited him at the entrance to the Wisengamot chamber. "The healer reports that you have fully recovered." Harry interrupted him, a sharp glint flickering in his green eyes. "Psychological assessments have all been passed, and the magical contract has been signed. Would you like me to display the binding mark now?" Kingsley Shacklebolt's figure froze around the corner, his mouth twitching unnaturally. "Proceed. They are all waiting for you." The chamber was filled to capacity with members of the ministry, seated in a fan-shaped arrangement upon 50 high-backed chairs. Harry noticed Daedalus Diggle in the front row, perusing a copy of Witch Weekly, the cover featuring a gaunt photograph of him at the time of his arrest. Harry James Potter, Chief Warlock Giselda Marlowe rapped her gavel, regarding multiple charges of violating Article 37 of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy and the Personal Protection Act. Not waiting for her to finish, Harry rose, his wand tracing an elegant arc in the air, causing several elder wizards to instinctively reach for their own wands. Chapter 77, Full Recovery. "First, I wish to apologize to the Wisengamot and the entire wizarding community." Harry's voice resonated under the amplification charm as he lowered his head slightly, allowing the scar on his forehead to catch the light. "The aftermath of war is not an excuse, but please believe me." A gasp from the back revealed Ron's shocked intake of breath, Hermione sharply stepping on his foot beneath the table. Yet Harry noticed 3 witches discreetly dabbing at the corners of their eyes. "In the past year, I have completed 1,200 hours of psychological therapy at St. Mungo's." Harry displayed the tracking bracelet on his wrist, voluntarily accepting thread monitoring and brain-sealing spells. "Of course, if you deem this insufficient." He suddenly unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing a twisted black mark beneath his collarbone. A false mark. Old Burley Strode nearly toppled from his chair. That was the dark magic defense contract, a violation of which would inflict excruciating torment. "Merlin," someone murmured in astonishment. Kingsley exchanged a shocked glance with Hermione. This contract had never been part of the negotiations, and they were unaware of when Harry had imposed such a cruel binding upon himself. "My wand privileges can be permanently restricted," Harry continued, dropping bombshell after bombshell, even willing to regularly take a Veritasrum for questioning. "All I seek is an opportunity to continue serving to protect this world we sacrificed so much to save." The chamber fell into a suffocating silence. Even the owls soaring overhead instinctively muted their wing beats. Chief Warlock Marlowe's famed phoenix feather quill hovered above the parchment, a drop of ink slowly falling, spreading outward. Ahem. Kingsley's light cough sounded like a stone cast into still waters. In light of Mr. Potter's wartime contributions and expressions of remorse, his gaze swept over Harry's wrist. "I propose allowing him to return to the Auror Office, albeit demoted to a level 3 position, and—" "I object." Everyone turned to gaze at the suddenly standing Dirk Cliswy. This once-admired young wizard of Harry's wore a pallid expression. He had been surveilling the entire Malfoy family with the trace charm in France. This was hardly a sign of contrition. Harry gently interjected, a meticulously calculated bittersweet smile gracing his lips, revealing both remorse and a heart-wrenching fragility. "You are quite right, Mr. Cliswy. This is precisely why I requested a transfer to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, away from the throngs." Hermione gasped, her brown eyes wide with astonishment. 3 hours later, as the Wisengamot passed the resolution for Harry's reinstatement by a vote of 32 to 18, the Daily Prophet's quill was already inscribing a sensational headline: "The Savior's Redemption, the War Hero's Battle Against Inner Demons." In the following 3 months, Harry executed a textbook-worthy image rehabilitation plan. He first visited Barnabas Cuff, the editor of the Daily Prophet, offering an exclusive interview about how he had developed attachment trauma in the stairwell of number 4, Privet Drive. When Cuff pressed whether this explained his obsession with Malfoy, Harry lowered his eyelashes. When you have only spiders for company for 11 years, even the most scathing attention feels like concern. Following the uproar that ensued from this article, Harry orchestrated a series of meticulously planned public events. 1. A speech on the rights of house elves, at the anniversary celebration of the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Organized by Hermione, he tearfully reminisced about Dobby and announced the transformation of Potter Manor into a sanctuary for house elves. Naturally, Rita Skeeter insinuated in her report that this was a form of atonement for having once used Dobby to track Malfoy. 2. A demonstration against dark magic. During the Ministry's open day, he publicly displayed his arm, scarred by a dark magic contract, teaching young wizards to identify dark enchantments. He deliberately allowed the Wizarding Weekly to capture his battered back, which bore scars from a year prior when he had been apprehended by Aurors while resisting arrest in St. Mungo's. 3. A charitable fund for children. Donating anonymously to St. Mungo's, he awkwardly admitted when reporters discovered the truth, some guilt requires a lifetime to repay. The most brilliant move came on the eve of Christmas at the Ministry's traditional charity auction, where Harry inadvertently allowed a Daily Prophet reporter to catch sight of him bidding on a set of tea service mortgaged from Malfoy Manor. Yet, as Harry stood before the camera, hesitating, his long fingers nervously brushed against the teapot. Suddenly, he raised his gaze, his emerald eyes shimmering with unshed tears under the lights. A fractured smile tugging at his lips, before gently tucking the tea set into his inner pocket. Clearly, any justification would be far more damaging. That evening, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement received a dozen joint letters requesting the removal of the last travel restriction on Potter. In the Ministry's lift, Harry adjusted his tie before the copper mirror. The reflection rippled, revealing Draco's visage as he taught Scorpius to identify potion ingredients in the garden. Harry's fingers lightly traced the glass surface, a flash of green light flickering deep within his pupils. Auror Office, a mechanical voice announced the floor. As the elevator doors opened, Harry donned that gentle, courteous smile, the new intern gazing in awe at the Order of Merlin, first class, pinned to his chest, an honor recently restored by the Wisingamot. Mr. Potter, the intern called, following him into the corridor. The magical front page wishes to interview you regarding the remnants of the Death Eaters. Harry slowed his pace, extracting a roll of parchment from his briefcase. Here is a more detailed proposal for you to peruse. As the intern bent to read, Harry glanced out the window. A snowy owl soared past the Ministry's dome, a familiar messenger once used by Draco. One more thing, Harry called after the departing intern, retrieving a handful of galleons from his pocket. Please subscribe me to the latest edition of the French Potions Journal, all of it. On the day the Ministry finally lifted the tracking bracelet, Harry rotated his newly liberated wrist in the Auror Office, Kingsley's approval still wet with ink, endorsing what he termed an international dark magic case investigation. The American Ministry had already been notified. Kingsley regarded him meaningfully. Will 2 weeks suffice? Harry folded the authorization and tucked it into his inner pocket, revealing a smile, perhaps not quite enough. As he stepped out into the Ministry's atrium, the London morning mist had yet to dissipate. Harry paused for 3 seconds before the telephone booth, confirming there were no lingering tracking spells behind him, then abruptly turned into a Muggle alley and disapparated to Knockturn Alley. Chapter 78. The Gleaming Malfoy Father and Son. Borgin and Burke's. The interior was dimly lit. With only a few flickering oil lamps barely illuminating the corners, shadows danced on the walls, creating an unsettling ambience as if something might leap from the darkness at any moment. The dusty display window showcased an array of eerie magical artifacts. What do you require? Borgin emerged from the shadows, his robes trailing over the floor. His gaze lingered for a moment on the scar on Harry's forehead, his lips twisting into a peculiar smile. A telescope, Harry replied evenly, his voice steady, the highest magnification, with tracking capability. Borgin grinned, revealing several gold teeth, his bony fingers rapping on the counter. Special purposes require special prices, Mr. Potter. An hour later, Harry exited the shop with a dragonhide parcel in hand. Inside lay a telescope enchanted with an ancient tracking charm, its brass tube etched with magical runes, costing him half a year's salary as an Auror. Returning to number 12 Grimmauld Place's attic, moonlight filtered through the stained glass of the skylight, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Harry carefully unfurled the magical map, which he had secretly obtained from Dobby during his time in the magical hospital. On the map, an unnamed village in the south of France was marked with a red circle, and at the edge of the village, in cursive letters, the initials DM were inscribed above a vast field of lavender, with dense forests beyond. The Provençal sunlight glimmered like molten gold as Harry stood before a stone cottage, squinting. The cottage perched high on a hillside, offering a sweeping view, precisely 1 mile from Malfoy Manor, an ideal distance he had meticulously measured. Isn't the scenery beautiful? The landlady, a rosy-cheeked Frenchwoman, was exceedingly warm towards the visiting British author. Her rough fingers pointed toward the undulating purple waves in the distance, particularly the lavender field, resembling a sea of flowers from a fairy tale. Harry adjusted his glasses, nodding with a smile. Indeed, it is enchanting. The interior of the cottage was damp and chilly, contrasting sharply with the brightness outside. Harry spent the entire day arranging his workspace. The living room window faced the manor, a brass telescope securely positioned on its tripod. While the storage cabinet alongside was neatly stocked with supplies procured from Nocturne Alley, blank parchment, quills, and various sizes of crystal vials. As dusk approached and a beam of sunset streamed through the window, Harry inhaled deeply, pressing his eye against the cold telescope's tube. The focusing knob clicking softly as the view sharpened. There, Draco Malfoy leaned casually against the railing of Malfoy Manor's terrace, his platinum hair gently swaying in the breeze. Clad in a finely tailored white linen shirt, the casually rolled sleeves revealed elegantly sculpted forearms, his long fingers loosely gripping a leather-bound tome. His steel-blue eyes gazed beyond the lavender fields, which rippled in the wind. Harry instinctively held his breath, his fingertips delicately stroking the telescope's metallic barrel. As if such a gesture could transcend the spatial divide and touch that familiar, yet distant figure. It had been a year since they last met. And Draco appeared to be doing well. A sudden flash of golden light intruded upon the scene as Scorpius Malfoy raced down the garden path like a beam of lively sunshine. His hair shimmering with flecks of gold, clutching a bouquet of freshly picked flowers. He was as radiant as his father. The boy's bright laughter echoed faintly. And upon hearing it, Draco turned around. A smile illuminated his face, reaching deep into his eyes. He set aside the book he had been engrossed in, crouched down, and opened his arms wide. Scorpius nearly leaped into his embrace, burying his small face into Draco's shoulder. Harry too could see the blossoming smile on Draco's face, an unguarded joy he had never witnessed before, stirring something deep within his heart. A pang of emotion welled up in Harry's chest, and he felt a bittersweet sensation prick at his eyes. He lowered the telescope and summoned parchment and a quill with magic, the ink nearly splattering across the page. June 15, 1823. DM was reading on the terrace and willingly embraced Scorpius for approximately 7 seconds. Emotional display, elation. The quill scrawled across the parchment, writing by itself. As Harry eagerly pressed his eyes back to the telescope, his fingers trembling slightly. As dusk deepened, a breeze swept through the lavender fields surrounding the estate, stirring a fragrant air, while the shadows of the trees danced across the terrace in a mottled pattern. Draco bowed his head, allowing Scorpius to tiptoe and carefully tuck a pale purple flower into his platinum hair, the little boy's face etched with concentration. A faint smile lingered at the corners of Draco's mouth, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes, exuding tenderness. Then he stood up, taking Scorpius's hand as they prepared to leave. Just before closing the door, Draco suddenly looked up, his gray-blue eyes piercing through the twilight, locking onto the direction where Harry stood. Harry recoiled in shock, tripping over an object at his feet, his heart racing wildly in his chest, the pounding of blood in his ears nearly drowning out everything else. Impossible. At a distance of a mile, without magical aid, human eyes could never perceive such details. Through the lens, Draco merely brushed aside the wind-tousled hair from his forehead, his fingertips casually grazing the little flower. Soon after, the glass door closed silently, severing his silhouette from the warm glow of the indoor lights. Harry stood frozen in place until the sound of the quill falling jolted him back to reality. His eyes finally left the telescope, and he turned towards the storage cabinet. He retrieved a wooden box from the wall, neatly lined with 12 empty crystal vials, awaiting to be filled. Raising his wand, he pressed the tip against his temple, slowly closing his eyes as images surfaced in his mind. Silver threads of memory being drawn out gently, bright and imbued with a searing warmth. Harry carefully directed it into the crystal vial, watching the silver mist swirl and settle within the confines of the crystal. The cork popped softly as it was pressed into the bottle, marking the conclusion of the day. On the desk, 2 booklets lay open in silence. The one on the left, bound in parchment, was densely filled with meticulous handwriting, likely sufficient for the ministry's scrutiny. While the one on the right, a private notebook with a dark green cover, bore the embossed initials DM, glinting subtly in the candlelight. Harry's fingers lingered too long on the cover of the dark green notebook, the leather warming beneath his fingertips. When he opened it, the pages emitted a faint sigh. The sheets were plastered with clippings and photographs. From the blurred silhouette in a corner of the Wizarding Weekly to the sharply dressed images in the financial section of the Daily Prophet, and even the ostentatious official portraits in the pureblood honor family column. Each had been meticulously curated. Most of the photographs were candid shots, some indistinct, but Harry had used a repairing charm on them. The latest page remained blank, awaiting new material to be captured by his magical camera. Outside, not far away, the Malfoy Manor was gradually sinking into slumber, lights extinguishing one by one, like a slow curtain falling. Harry sat in the darkness, illuminated only by a solitary candle on the desk, casting a faint glow on the sketch he was drawing on the parchment. Draco turning back, his gray-blue eyes reflecting a rare golden hue in the sunset. The quill suddenly paused. In the lower right corner of the sketch, a small line had appeared without his awareness. Do you see me? Sunlight spilled like melted gold over the Malfoy herb garden. Harry squinted, adjusting the focusing ring of the telescope, the metal gears emitting a barely audible click. At the other end of the tube, Draco Malfoy knelt among the magical plants, his long fingers gripping a pair of silver pruning shears. He was intently trimming away the dead leaves from a mandrake, beads of sweat slightly dampening his platinum locks, causing them to cling softly to his forehead. Scorpius crouched beside him, his chubby hands clumsily wielding child-safe scissors, awkwardly mimicking his father's actions. Occasionally lifting his dirt-smeared face to ask questions, his mouth moving animatedly. At these moments, Draco would pause his pruning, answering the boy's queries with a slow deliberation, his lips parting to reveal a hint of white teeth. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth would lift, and as his Adam's apple bobbed, droplets of sweat trickled down his neck and disappeared into his silk shirt. Harry's heated fingertips glided lightly over the cool surface of the telescope, his own throat tightening, a silent sigh escaping his lips. The opened leather-bound notebook lay before him, the quill automatically dipping into the ink, recording today's observations on the newest page. June 22nd. Working in the herb garden, primarily trimming the mandrakes. Lunch was taken in the garden menu: smoked salmon sandwiches, chilled pumpkin juice, lemon tart. The notebook was already filled to a great extent, each page densely chronicling the minutiae of Draco's life: what time he arose, his preferred tea, and his weekly visits to the town's magical bookstore. Harry knew these habits as intimately as he knew his own heart. Through the telescope, Draco suddenly looked up to wipe away sweat, the sunlight rendering his gray-blue eyes almost transparent, and for a fleeting moment, Harry felt as though he could see himself reflected in them. Of course, it was merely an illusion. When Draco opened the door and beheld the disheveled figure of the unfamiliar wizard in the rain, a flicker of hesitation passed through his gray-blue eyes. Raindrops cascaded down the stranger's face, pooling at his neck and dampening the collar of his shirt. "Come in," Draco finally said, stepping aside, his voice chilled by the rain. He kept his wand firmly in hand, warily appraising this unexpected guest who introduced himself as Evans. The flickering light from the fireplace danced between them, elongating their shadows, while Harry, pretending to clean his glasses, concealed his eager gaze. The thunderstorms of southern France always arrived with little warning. Harry deliberately altered his tone, but could not help his eyes lingering on the exposed part of Draco's wrist. Draco suddenly looked up, regarding Harry with suspicion. Scorpius's cries echoed from upstairs, pulling Draco's attention away. "Wait here," he commanded, his long fingers gliding along the banister. Harry almost reached out to grab the hem of his clothing, his fingertips curling momentarily before he restrained himself, watching Draco vanish around the corner of the staircase, swallowing hard. There were still 3 hours left for the effects of the polyjuice potion, and it had been far too long since he had seen him at such close quarters. Soft murmurs of Draco soothing the child drifted down from the second floor, gentle words that seemed uncharacteristic of a Malfoy. When Draco returned to the living room, Evans stood by the window, raindrops trickling down his temples onto the carpet below. The familiar sensation caused Draco to squint. "Are we, Father?" Scorpius exclaimed, running barefoot down the stairs, clutching a fairy tale book. Harry stood frozen, gazing at the golden-haired boy who had grown 2 inches, his eyes strikingly reminiscent of Draco's. The ease with which Draco lifted his son caused a pang in Harry's heart. When Scorpius curiously glanced in his direction, Harry felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and kiss those eyes that mirrored Draco's so closely. "Your eyes, sir," Scorpius suddenly pointed at Harry's, "are just like my uncle's." Draco's expression hardened, and Harry noticed his knuckles tighten against Scorpius's pajamas, aware that his disguise was beginning to crack. The downpour transformed into a fine drizzle as Harry stepped back, bidding farewell before the effects of the polyjuice potion wore off. At dawn the following day, Harry awoke abruptly. His magical wards at Malfoy Manor having been triggered, he stumbled toward the window, tripping over a tripod. Through the telescope's view, he saw a luxurious magical carriage adorned with a silver family crest parked before Malfoy Manor, while a dozen house elves scurried like ants, floating a series of gilded trunks that had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm into the carriage. Draco Malfoy stood on the steps, clad in a deep blue robe, the tailored cut accentuating his tall, regal frame. His fingers delicately traced the edge of a parchment, his gray-blue eyes lowered, scanning the list with a focused, steely expression. Beside him, Scorpius donned a miniature version of the same robe, bouncing like a spirited pony, his platinum hair fluttering in the morning breeze. Occasionally, he tugged at his father's robe and excitedly pointed at the ornate carriage, his youthful face flushed with anticipation. Draco leaned slightly, his finely defined fingers adjusting his son's crooked bow tie, a gentle smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. A sudden heaviness settled in Harry's chest. They were leaving. But where to? Chapter 80. A coffee house. Harry quickly donned his coat, grabbing his dragonhide backpack, filled with the tools necessary for tracking, including the modified Marauder's map, which had evolved to not only display the locations of wizards, but also capture their movements. As he burst through the door, he nearly collided with the landlady, who was pruning roses. The elderly woman staggered back in surprise, dropping her scissors with a clatter. Mr. Evans. In such a rush, she adjusted her slipping round glasses. The creases around her eyes filled with mischief. Surely you're not off to a rendezvous with some fair maiden? Harry abruptly halted, forcefully swallowing his anxiety. His knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists at his sides, yet he managed to muster a perfectly timed smile for the landlady. You jest, madam. I've suddenly been struck with inspiration and must dash to the town library for some research. Godspeed to you. The old woman stooped to retrieve her silver scissors, a few rose petals tumbling from her apron pocket, tracing a crimson arc in the damp air. May fortune favor your endeavor. Harry inclined his head slightly, and as he turned, his cloak swept gracefully behind him. His strides appeared leisurely, yet as he rounded the stone wall, he accelerated abruptly. The moment his wand slipped into his palm, the sensation of disapparition engulfed him, the air constricting his chest like a vice. When his vision cleared, the briny sea breeze hit him like a wave. Harry found himself in a shadowy alley of Marseilles, the damp stone walls teeming with bioluminescent seaweed. In the distance, a magical merchant ship with purple sails glided toward the dock. The map indicated that Draco was still on the move, approximately 10 minutes from Marseilles. Harry swiftly cast the disillusionment charm, blending into the bustling crowd of the port. By the time the Malfoy carriage finally arrived at its designated berth, Harry had already been waiting at an outdoor table of a cafe for 40 minutes. He ordered a shot of espresso but hadn't touched it, merely staring at the condensation forming on the cup's surface. Draco descended from the carriage, leading Scorpius, followed by Blaise Zabini, whom Harry recognized. The trio navigated through the throng, making their way toward the trading center. Draco's robe shimmered in the sunlight, exuding a unique sheen that echoed his innate elegance, reminiscent of the haughty Slytherins striding through Hogwarts corridors. Harry trailed behind them like a specter, the concealment charm weaving an invisible veil around him, rendering him nearly undetectable amidst the bustling crowd of the port. He maintained a distance of 3 bodies, close enough to catch every movement, yet far enough to evade their notice. As Draco and his companions vanished through the gilded doors of the trading center, Harry quickly found an excellent vantage point on the second floor of a cafe across the street. Time stretched interminably during his wait, making Harry feel almost melded with the cafe's wicker chair. Wizards from various nations flowed in and out of the trading center like a tide, yet the platinum figure he yearned for remained elusive. It was not until the sun poured its golden tangerine hue into the Mediterranean that Draco finally appeared alone. He then entered the bookstore where Harry was situated, and his patience was finally rewarded. The grace with which Draco pushed open the door was innate, the brass bell jingling softly as he stepped inside. Harry held his breath, watching Draco tread through the interplay of light and shadow between the rows of bookshelves, the evening sun catching in his platinum hair. His long fingers gently brushed along the spines of ancient tomes, the soft rustle of dragonhide gloves against the magical texts creating a delicate sound. The familiar, slightly haughty figure sent Harry's heart racing within his chest, and he instinctively pressed a hand against his heart, as if to stifle the frantic beating that threatened to sound a battle cry. Still indulging in your voyeuristic tendencies, Potter? A cold voice whispered at his ear. As Harry turned, his wand instinctively aimed at the source, yet he froze upon recognizing Pansy Parkinson. Her meticulously drawn features twisted into a mocking smirk. Relax, she languidly leaned against the bookshelf, her crimson-nailed fingers tapping a gentle rhythm on the gilded titles of the ancient tomes. With your Quidditch-brained intellect, you should consider that if I were to expose you, I ought to bring an Auror along. However, Pansy leaned in closer, the rich scent of gardenias enveloping him with an air of intimidation. I am quite curious. What would Draco's reaction be if he knew our illustrious savior was still spying on him? Harry's throat went dry. I don't understand what you mean. TSK. Pansy scoffed lightly, her expertly shaped brows arching. He doesn't know you've betrayed his trust too, does he? Harry shot back, fire igniting in his eyes. Shall we trade secrets, Parkinson? Oh. She tilted her head, her fingers idly drumming on the serpent-shaped clasp of her handbag. What do you intend to do? Cast me a hex? Pansy's mocking demeanor softened slightly, her voice taking on a serious tone. Wake up, Potter. My presence here signifies that I am not your enemy. She produced an envelope from her handbag. Draco will be attending a potions seminar in Nice next week, all alone. Here's the address and time. Don't make me regret this decision. Harry's gaze flickered between the envelope and Pansy, his throat unconsciously tightening. Why? His voice was hoarse. You could very well. Pansy pressed the envelope into Harry's hand, turning to leave, her final words lingering in the air. Stop hiding behind that telescope, Potter. If you truly desire him, confront the situation like a man. Harry lowered his gaze to the envelope, the gilded lettering glimmering in the sunset. Draco Malfoy. Potion Symposium in Nice. August 15th, 2 p.m. Côte d'Azur, Magical Manor. Each word struck Harry's chest like a series of tiny hammers, tightening his fingers unconsciously. The sound of Pansy Parkinson's high heels gradually faded into the depths of the bookstore, yet his gaze remained steadfastly affixed to the invitation letter, the summons to the symposium. The golden script flickered subtly under the light, exuding an enchanting allure. He inhaled deeply, tucking the envelope into his inner pocket. Outside, dusk had settled, the lights of the magical trading center illuminating the hurried figures of passing wizards. Harry cast a final glance in the direction Draco had vanished, that tall silhouette already lost among the crowd, leaving only a faint trace of cedarwood lingering stubbornly in the air, unwilling to dissipate. He turned, the hem of his robe sweeping through the air, resolutely stepping into the night. Upon returning to his cottage in Provence, the moonlight coldly poured over the porch. Gazing at the quaint abode, his expression hardened. The moment he pushed the door open, his wand was firmly gripped in hand. A residual wave of magic lingered in the air, mingling with the familiar scent of cedar. Chapter 81. I saw you. The telescope had been intentionally turned away, its tube no longer aimed at Malfoy Manor, but rather directed at a blank wall. The scattered parchment on the desk was neatly stacked, with the topmost sheet depicting Draco's profile as he glanced back in the sunset. As he trembled while opening the memory box, Harry's heart nearly ceased to beat. The most recent collected memory had vanished without a trace. Harry sank into the chair, his fingers trembling as they reached for the parchment on the desk. Beside the sketch of Draco's glanced back. Originally, it bore only his own written query, "Do you see me?" Below it, an elegant script had been added, "I see you." The ending of the inscription rose slightly, imbued with the inherited pride of the Malfoy lineage, reminiscent of that familiar, ambiguous smile that often played at the corners of Draco's mouth. The ensuing days dragged on as if under the effects of a slowing charm. The number 15 on the calendar repeatedly circled, the ink nearly bleeding through the paper. Eventually, Harry found himself unable to focus on anything, save for the clandestine observations of Malfoy. On the morning of August 15th, the Marauder's map lay sprawled on the dining table, confirming that Draco's name had indeed shifted to the coordinates of the southern French Côte d'Azur, while Scorpius's little footprints remained securely in the nursery of Malfoy Manor. Surrounded by the markings of house elves, Draco was undoubtedly venturing alone. The corners of the pitiful book in his hand were unconsciously crumpled and smoothed out again. Harry's thoughts were torn between anticipation and dread. Should he go? What if this were merely a misguided fantasy? What if the gray-blue eyes held disdain instead of the emotions he yearned for? Yet Pansy's words echoed in his mind. Stop hiding behind the telescope, Potter. Perhaps she was right. He should have summoned the courage to step forward like a true Gryffindor, rather than skulking in the shadows, as he had done in the past, and continued to do now. August 15th, Nice. Sunlight bathed the white stone steps of the Côte d'Azur Magical Manor, the estate enveloped by a translucent magical barrier that shimmered under the sun. Harry stood beneath the shade of a tree outside the manor, his fingers incessantly caressing the invitation in his pocket. He had remained there for half an hour, yet had not taken that step, until planning to stand there until the sun sets. Potter? A familiar voice, low and languid, laced with a hint of familiar mockery, drifted from just behind him. Harry struggled to maintain his composure, but his body seemed to have a mind of its own. The moment that familiar voice resonated, his spine reacted instinctively. Turning eagerly to face the source, the summer sunlight exploding into a golden red on his retina. Draco Malfoy stood backlit, a mere 3 feet behind him. Clad in a perfectly tailored black suit, his platinum hair slicked back, revealing a smooth forehead. His gray-blue eyes narrowed slightly, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips, ambiguous as ever. "So," Draco drawled, elongating the syllables, his finely boned fingers delicately adjusting the emerald-studded brooch. "Our savior has finally decided to step away from the pinnacle of his voyeuristic endeavors?" Harry swallowed hard, his throat constricted as if filled with a molten ball of cotton. Draco stepped closer, the distance between them shrinking to the point where Harry could detect the cool scent of cedar and mint that clung to him. Harry finally regained his voice, his emerald eyes refusing to meet Draco's, did not come to spy. He hesitated, fingers tightening around the invitation in his pocket. "I came to what was he here to do? To confront the lost memory? To ascertain whether Draco had truly seen the sketches? Or perhaps to find an excuse to draw nearer to him?" Draco's sudden laughter interrupted his thoughts. To attend the potion symposium? He tilted his head slightly, sunlight dancing within his gray-blue eyes. What a coincidence, so am I. Harry inhaled deeply, locking eyes with him. I came to see you. Draco's expression shifted ever so slightly, the mockery fading to be replaced by a complex, inscrutable emotion. Why? He inquired softly. You want to see me too, don't you? Evidently. Harry had regained some semblance of composure, his green eyes narrowing slightly. You had Pansy specifically deliver the invitation to me. The curve of Draco's lips deepened as he took another step forward, the space between them close enough to count each other's eyelashes. Potter, Draco's voice was almost a whisper. Just how much do you like me? Harry's heart skipped a beat. A reflexive urge to find something to occupy his hands surged within him, only to see Draco produce a familiar crystal vial from his suit pocket, the very vial of the missing memory. Silver mist swirled within the bottle, refracting a mesmerizing halo in the sunlight. Look what I have. Draco toyed with the crystal vial, his gray-blue gaze fathomless, and his voice suddenly deepened. And those looks you think I haven't noticed, the way you gaze at me through the telescope. It's quite obvious, Potter. Harry's ears flushed crimson. The urge to argue caught in his throat. Suddenly, Draco reached out, his long fingers gently lifting Harry's chin, an action that startled them both. So familiar. You know. Draco's voice carried a dangerous softness. The Malfoys never engaged in losing propositions. When do you plan to repay me? In the distance. The chimes signaling the commencement of the symposium resonated leisurely, yet neither moved. The warm Mediterranean breeze brushed past, carrying the scent of lavender, scattering promises into fragments with the distance. The echoes of the chime reverberated through the air, Harry's gaze fixated on Draco's face, mere inches apart. The warmth of his breath brushing against Harry's lips. What do you want? Harry's voice emerged low and hoarse, as if sandpapered. Draco's gaze lingered on Harry's lips before casually drifting away. What do you think? He chuckled lightly, his fingertips barely grazing Harry's jawline. The distant sounds of the seminar grew nearer, and Draco's fingers slipped away from Harry's chin. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Harry inexplicably grasped the hand that was about to withdraw. Tonight. Draco leaned forward, his lips nearly brushing against Harry's ear, breath tinged with a refreshing hint of mint. My sweet. He deliberately slowed his speech, each syllable caressing Harry's eardrum like a feather. Harry nodded in satisfaction, but as soon as he released his grip, Draco seized the initiative, capturing Harry's hand and teasingly scratching his fingertips in a suggestive manner. Chapter 82. Planning to stand until dawn. This small gesture sent a jolt through Harry, and when he regained his composure, he could only watch as the platinum-haired figure receded into the distance. Draco Malfoy's impeccably tailored black suit perfectly accentuated his broad shoulders, the tapered waist creating a striking arc at the hem, the fabric swaying gently with his stride, revealing a captivating silhouette that was hard to look away from. Harry's gaze darkened, his throat constricted, as something ignited within him, burning his rationality. Potter? A familiar voice called from behind, and Harry turned to see Hermione Granger standing a few paces away, her brown curls elegantly arranged atop her head. Beside her, Ron Weasley nervously scanned the surroundings, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes when they landed on Harry. You two are here as well. Harry attempted to steady his voice, but the burning sensation lingered, tightening his tone. Hermione stepped forward, her voice low yet distinct. The Ministry is unaware of your presence here. Her gaze was firmly locked onto Harry, eyes glinting with caution, for the Malfoy family was a principal sponsor of this seminar. Ron added, his tone laced with warning. Kingsley only permitted you to operate within the UK, Harry. The International Confederation of Wizards Overseer inquired about your whereabouts just last week. A wave of irritation washed over Harry, and he tugged at his collar. After the trial a year ago, he had been compelled to adhere to the constraints of a magical contract, forbidding him to leave the UK without approval, mandating weekly psychological evaluations, and placing a tracking charm on his wand. He had begrudgingly accepted these conditions, but to suggest he distance himself from Malfoy? Harry's eyes fixed on the gilded doorway where Draco had vanished, the corners of his mouth twisting into a self-deprecating smile. Merlin bear witness. Even he couldn't believe this absurd promise. I merely came to attend the seminar. Harry slightly raised his chin, his emerald eyes shimmering with sincerity behind his glasses as he produced the invitation from his pocket, feigning innocence. I haven't violated any regulations. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance, exchanging a knowing look with Ron. That look was all too familiar to Harry, like a dull blade gradually scraping against his nerves. Concern mingled with doubt. For since they had discovered his near-obsessive fixation on Malfoy, every reunion had devolved into this silent play. We're staying in a guest room on the 3rd floor. Watching Harry, Hermione sighed in reluctant concession, handing him a folded piece of parchment. If you have any issues, you can find us. As Harry accepted it, he noticed the glint of her wedding ring on her ring finger, shining sharply in the light. Thank you. He tucked the note into his pocket alongside the invitation, adding, but I'm fine. Ron's brow furrowed deeper. Listen, mate, I must go. Harry interrupted, his gaze already drifting toward the corridor where Draco had disappeared. The seminar was about to commence. He took 2 steps back, then turned and strode away, not daring to glance back at his friend's expressions. Portraits of past potion masters lined the corridor, their curious or disdainful gazes following the hurried movements of the dark-haired man. The main venue was a circular amphitheater, its ceiling enchanted to resemble a miniature starry sky. Harry chose a seat toward the back, scanning the front rows for that striking platinum head. You're looking for him. A female voice chimed in beside him. Harry turned to find Pansy Parkinson had taken the seat to his right, her black bob neatly framing her face, her red lips curving into a knowing smile. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry replied softly, fixing his gaze on the assistants arranging the podium. Pansy chuckled lightly. Producing a small silver mirror from her handbag, its frame adorned with a serpentine design, Draco asked me to tell you. She deliberately elongated her words, tilting the mirror toward Harry, revealing a reflection of a figure in the back corner of the venue, who had been watching you, just like before. Harry's heart constricted violently. In the mirror, Draco sat alone in the corner, his long fingers idly toying with a crystal vial, his slate blue eyes fixed in Harry's direction. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, his gaze locking onto the mirror, connecting with Harry from across the space. What does he want? Harry murmured, his voice dry. Pansy snapped the mirror shut, rising gracefully from her seat, the serpent glinting ominously behind the frame. You know the answer, Potter. She leaned in, whispering in Harry's ear. After the seminar, North Tower, top suite. Remember, don't use the front door. With that, she departed with an elegant stride. As the sound of her heels echoed against the marble floor faded, Harry clenched his fist, feeling a sticky sensation. His nails dug into his palm as he attempted to ground himself through the pain. This was wrong. Draco should despise him, should fear him, should regard him with the same terror he once did in the basement. Instead, he was orchestrating a game of cat and mouse, with Harry as the prey. But Merlin. This was Draco. How could he refuse? Harry heard his own hoarse sigh reverberate within his chest. Even as reason screamed danger, his thoughts had already drifted away. The seminar projector cast shifting potion formulas before him. The theme centered on the interactions of potions, with an elderly German potion master as the speaker. The presentation was captivating. Yet Harry absorbed not a word, his entire focus resting on Draco at the opposite end of the hall. When the 3-hour seminar concluded, he waited until most had departed before rising, deliberately avoiding areas where Hermione and Ron might be waiting. The North Tower was situated in the castle's northwest corner, accessible via a concealed spiral staircase. Harry paused at the stairway entrance, drawing his wand to cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. The magical contract restricted most of his offensive spells, but basic charms remained permissible. His body gradually became transparent. Only he could see the subtle distortion at the edges of his fingers. The staircase was narrow and dim, leading to a solitary door at the top, intricately carved from heavy oak. Harry hesitated for a moment before gently knocking, planning to stand until dawn. The door swung open suddenly, revealing Draco leaning against the frame, his tall figure bathed in a golden hue. He had changed out of his suit, a loose emerald silk robe draping over him. The collar opened to reveal a glimpse of his delicate collarbone and the hint of his chest. Chapter 83, Conditions. Draco idly swirled a crystal glass in his hand, the amber flames of whiskey leaving faint traces along the walls of the glass, the ice clinking crisply, echoing in the stillness of the corridor. Harry squinted at the sudden shift in light. How did you? I heard you pacing at the door. Draco languidly interrupted him, the corners of his mouth curving into a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery. Come in. Are you going to continue playing my doorman? He stepped aside, allowing passage, the hem of his robe swaying gently with the motion. A warm breath enveloped the air. The flames in the fireplace flickered, casting a warm orange hue throughout the room. On the coffee table sat a crystal glass, the air infused with the brisk scent of sea salt and cedarwood, intertwined with a hint of elusive mint, distinctly Draco's fragrance. Harry's gaze involuntarily drifted to the 4-poster bed at the center of the room, its deep green velvet sheets meticulously arranged, devoid of any creases, clearly indicating it had not been occupied that evening. Sit, Draco drawled, lazily gesturing with his hand, a glass of whiskey gliding smoothly to rest before Harry. A playful smile graced his lips, his slate blue eyes glinting with mischief. Do not regard my bed with that look. Tonight, it remains unused. Harry coughed sharply, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat, igniting a flush in his ears. He awkwardly averted his gaze, stiffly changing the subject. You took my things. Draco leisurely settled into an armchair, his long legs crossing elegantly, the hem of his robe parting to reveal his well-defined calves. His fingers lightly tapped against the familiar crystal bottle, its surface reflecting fragmented light in the fire's glow. The flames cast varying shadows across his pale visage. his gray-blue eyes appearing particularly profound beneath the warm light, as if concealing an elusive emotion. "Your things?" he echoed softly, his tone rising slightly with an undercurrent of danger. Draco chuckled softly, raising the crystal bottle to his eyes, gently rotating it. "Me? Potter, every frame, every second recorded within is entirely mine." A wave of heat surged from Harry's chest to his neck, his throat involuntarily constricting. Those memories, some deliberately preserved. Like the fleeting moments of Draco passing through the corridors of Hogwarts, others, inadvertently captured, such as Draco's pale visage during the post-war trials, and some, covertly collected during Draco's house arrest, meant to revisit during lonely nights. "Those were my private collection," Harry managed to say, his voice strained. Draco rose and sauntered toward the coffee table, the crystal bottle spinning delicately between his fingers before being placed with languid grace atop the table. "Private collection?" He elongated the syllables, arching an eyebrow. "I discovered more than just this, Potter. Your collection seems to be expanding in variety." The sketches, Draco's warm breath brushed against Harry's ear, a dangerous smile curling at his lips. "You appear particularly infatuated with certain angles of me." Harry's breath quickened, his emerald eyes igniting with fervor. Those sketches, some drawn from memory after observing through a telescope, others purely products of imagination, the strokes remarkably bold, the most intimate pieces had been enhanced with a stronger concealment charm. Evidently undone by Draco. "Potter, let us converse." Draco took a seat opposite him, his long legs crossed elegantly, his gray-blue eyes locking onto Harry's. "Two conditions." He raised a slender finger. "First, cease your surveillance." Harry sipped the whiskey, the liquid scorching his throat. "I haven't, still lying? Does Dumbledore know?" Draco interrupted. "I am aware you rented the cottage on the hill, that you observe the manor with your telescope daily, that you document every movement of Scorpius and me. That is my son, Potter." His voice turned icy. "He is not a part of your twisted obsession." Harry clenched the glass, his knuckles whitening. "I never intended to harm Scorpius." "But you harmed me," Draco stated calmly. "A year ago, in that basement, the soul-binding magic you employed required mutual consent, did it not?" Harry's heart constricted, pain radiating from within. That spell he had discovered in an ancient tome of dark magic, a ritual meant to bind two souls for eternity. He had been nearly mad with the belief that success would allow them to be together forever. "I was sorry," Harry murmured. Draco scoffed. "Sorry? Really? You abducted me, imprisoned me, nearly used dark magic to control me permanently." He downed a large gulp of whiskey, "And now, despite the Ministry's constraints, you still cannot cease your surveillance." Harry found himself speechless, the alcohol igniting a conflagration within his veins, mingling with shame and desire. "The second condition," Draco set down his glass, gesturing toward the crystal bottle. "I want to know the contents of those memories, every single one." Harry jerked his head up, panic flickering in his green eyes. "No, why not?" Draco narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Is there something scandalous, Potter?" Harry cast his gaze downward, unable to meet Draco's eyes, his knuckles turning white. Those memories were far too intimate. They were fragments he had immersed himself in during countless sleepless nights, illusions he had used to console himself in secret corners. Desires he could never articulate, bordering on obsession. "Some are very private," Harry rasped, forcing the words out. Draco's expression shifted subtly. He blinked slowly, a dangerous and obscure light flickering in the depths of his gray-blue eyes. "Just as private as what you did to me in the basement?" The air thickened, the flames in the fireplace eerily freezing for a moment, as if even they held their breath. That rain-soaked night, their first encounter. And the night he had forced Draco, Chapter 84, the envelope. "I'm sorry." Harry could no longer recall how many times he had uttered that word to Draco. But what else could he say? "Your choice." Draco rose gracefully, the silk robe cascading like liquid over his form, accentuating his slender waist as he strolled toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Moonlight bathed him in a silvery sheen amidst the swirling stars, as if the entire night sky was eagerly crowning this Malfoy. Harry's gaze greedily traced his silhouette, from the tips of his hair to the soles of his feet. "What if I refuse?" The words slipped uncontrollably from his lips. Draco shrugged indifferently. "It would become my collection." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "The Ministry supervisor has scheduled my next interview for next Wednesday. They are quite curious about your recovery progress." The threat was palpable. Harry inhaled deeply, the rise and fall of his chest starkly evident. "I agree." He stepped forward suddenly, but with a condition. Draco raised an eyebrow lazily, his gaze feather-light as it swept over Harry's entire being. "Are you in a position to negotiate, Savior Harry Potter?" Before he could finish, Harry abruptly grasped the nape of his neck, the force causing the silk robe's collar to slip entirely open. In Draco's moment of shock, Harry seized his lips, those lips that always spoke what he did not wish to hear, whiskey's rich aroma exploding between them, mingling with the scents of mint and cedarwood. A fleeting touch, Before Draco could react, bewilderment etched across his face. Harry turned and strode toward the door, his fingers lingering on his own lips. The condition was this. He paused at the threshold, dangerous flames flickering in his green eyes. Next time we meet, I want to see you wearing that emerald tie. The sound of the door closing echoed in the air. Draco remained rooted in place, his long fingers brushing against his slightly warm lips. Harry strode purposefully through the streets shrouded in night, the cold wind striking his cheeks, yet failing to quell the simmering heat coursing through his veins. As he passed a quaint magical bookstore, he abruptly halted. In the window, a stack of blank parchment glimmered softly under the moonlight. Harry's gaze lingered upon it, suddenly recalling the sketch Draco had discovered. Perhaps. He pushed open the creaking wooden door of the shop, the chime of the bell rousing the drowsy shopkeeper. At the counter, Harry's fingers brushed over a box of pristine charcoal pencils, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. It was time to create anew. He retrieved the pencils from the shelf, while the shopkeeper, still bleary-eyed, quoted a price, and Harry tossed a few galleons onto the counter. As he exited the shop, the night breeze swept past him, rustling fallen leaves against the hem of his cloak. Looking up at Draco's floor, a flicker of determination sparked in his eyes. He averted his gaze and turned into a shadowy alley, the sensation of apparition enveloping him entirely, and in the next moment, the quaint cottage on the hillside materialized before him. Inside, the telescope's lens glimmered with a cold sheen in the moonlight. Rather than approaching it as he usually did, Harry seated himself at the desk instead. Slowly, he unfurled the newly purchased parchment, twirling a charcoal pencil between his fingers. Vivid images from his memory surfaced. Draco standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, suffused with moonlight, the graceful movement of his throat as he spoke. The pencil met the paper, producing a soft scratch. And Harry became engrossed in his drawing, oblivious to the flames in the fireplace gradually dying down. When sunlight streamed through the window, Harry was startled to realize he had maintained the same position throughout the night. He stretched his stiff neck and gazed at the completed work. The subject's slate blue eyes seemed to gaze back at him. So beautiful, darling, Harry rasped, his voice filled with awe. His fingertips hovered above the image, hesitating just before they would brush against the corner of Draco's lips, a swell of fervent emotion swelling in his chest, compelling him to take a deep breath to steady his racing heart. In his haste to rise, he knocked over the chair, but paid it no heed. The Malfoy Manor, shrouded in morning mist, resembled a castle from a fairy tale, its spires glinting with golden light under the rising sun, and before the familiar floor-to-ceiling window, a tall silhouette was faintly discernible. He grasped his wand, gently pointing it at the sketch, copy. The newly generated artwork rolled itself up, secured with a dark green ribbon. And Harry approached the snowy owl perched by the window, tying the scroll to its leg. The owl tilted its head, its amber eyes fixed on Harry, awaiting his command. Deliver it to Draco, he murmured, stroking its feathers. No need to hurry back. In the sunlight, the owl took flight, its form gradually blurring, leaving behind a few drifting tufts of down. Harry stood by the window of the hillside cottage, the gentle breeze tousling his unruly black hair. Moments later, he seized the telescope, peering through it eagerly. The metal tube pressed painfully against his brow, but he could not tear his gaze away. Draco's figure had vanished. Yet the owl remained gracefully poised on the ornate windowsill, leisurely preening its feathers. He had received it. A smile crept across Harry's lips, his emerald eyes shimmering with triumph. Sparkling in the sunlight, he turned the telescope toward Draco's study, and through the crystal-clear glass, he beheld those long, elegant fingers admiring the sketch. Suddenly, Draco's slate-blue eyes flashed toward the telescope with the intensity of lightning, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Harry's heart leapt, but he watched as Draco drew out his wand, the emerald cufflinks gleaming brightly. Incendio. With the incantation's soft utterance, flames erupted, the sketch curling in the orange-red tongues of fire, blackening, before ultimately disintegrating into ash that drifted down. Harry's heart seized, as if the fire were consuming not the parchment, but the very heart beating within his chest. His fingers instinctively tightened around the telescope, knuckles whitening. Yet, in the next moment, Draco withdrew a pristine sheet of parchment from his drawer, gracefully grasping a quill, ink flowing across the paper. After finishing, he leisurely took a ribbon, the very one Harry had used that morning to wrap his gift, intertwining the silver-green satin between his fingers, finally tying it into a perfect bow. Harry's breath steadied, his lips curving uncontrollably upwards, the burning ache in his chest transforming into a secret, almost jubilant warmth. Draco's pale, slender fingers absent-mindedly caressed the silver-green ribbon, lingering on the satin surface. Harry's heartbeat raced out of control, his body weakening. The telescope remained fixed on that figure. He instinctively held his breath, greedily observing every movement through the cold lens, as if the entire world had condensed into that small frame. It was not until the sudden sound of flapping wings outside the window broke his reverie that he blinked, his eyes stinging. His owl was perched on the windowsill, tilting its head, mischief glinting in its amber eyes. It deftly turned its head, nudging the rolled parchment towards its master. Chapter 85, Improved Bone Water. Harry accepted the note, and as he unfurled the parchment, Draco's exquisite, elegant handwriting leaped into view, imbued with his signature arrogance, peeping Tom Potter. The paper still retained a faint essence of cedar, cool yet subtly crisp. Harry instinctively brought the note close to his nose. The familiar scent ignited a warmth in his eyes, causing his throat to constrict involuntarily. He inhaled deeply, and once the heat subsided, he gently traced the letters with his fingertip. Draco's strokes were always like this, each letter infused with an innate elegance, yet betraying a hint of restrained sharpness at the end, much like the man himself. He turned and walked toward the desk, where several sketches lay scattered. Each one meticulously captured different facets of Draco. There were images of him with a smirk playing at his lips, his slate-blue eyes brimming with arrogance, his pale cheeks flushed in anger, and the moment his fingers tightened around his wand, as well as him languidly leaning against a Slytherin bench. A strand of golden hair falling across his forehead. Yet more so, there were expressions Harry had never witnessed in person. His fingertip lingered on one drawing, where Draco was ensnared by magical chains, his silk shirt disheveled, sliding down to his elbows, revealing delicate collarbones and expanses of pale, flawless skin. An air of seduction almost spilling from the paper. But what captivated him most were those eyes, the slate-blue pupils flickering with a defiant spark, the slight upturn of his lips seemingly whispering, "Is that all you've got, Potter?" Harry's fingertip brushed heavily against the lips of the figure in the drawing. Recalling their taste, whiskey's warmth mingled with the coolness of mint, along with Draco's momentary stiffness followed by an almost imperceptible response. "You clearly." His voice faltered in his throat, emerald eyes locked onto the figure in the drawing, thumb caressing his own lower lip, where a phantom sting lingered, as if grazed by cedar needles. The midday sun blazed down upon the streets of London, rendering the air a shimmering mirage. As the door to the Potion Symposium swung open, Draco Malfoy emerged in a deep gray suit, impeccably tailored fabric embracing his waistline with finesse. Around his neck, he wore the emerald tie designated by Harry, its gemstone shimmering under the light, reminiscent of those familiar, fiery green eyes that always burned with intense emotion. The hall was abuzz with chatter, elegantly attired potion masters and scholars raising their champagne flutes, creating swirling eddies of conversation beneath the floating crystal chandeliers. Draco naturally accepted a glass of champagne from a passing server, his steel-blue eyes swiftly scanning the crowd. Upon confirming that a certain tousled-haired figure was absent from his line of sight, his brow momentarily furrowed before reverting to a facade of nonchalance. Pansy Parkinson glided toward him like a sleek, black-tailed mermaid, her fitted fishtail gown swaying gently with her steps. "You finally made it. I was beginning to think you would stand me up." "Some unforeseen matters detained me," Draco replied coolly, discreetly sipping his drink. Pansy narrowed her exquisitely outlined eyes, her gaze slicing through Draco's hair to his jawline. Suddenly leaning in, the rich scent of tuberose enveloped him as her crimson lips nearly brushed his ear. "I caught sight of your neighbor. You weren't in the presidential suite this morning. What were you up to?" Her eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, concealing the gleam of gossip in her eyes. "You two were quite the topic last night, Pansy," Draco warned with a sidelong glance. "Don't be so tense." She feigned innocence, her fingers toying with the ends of his hair. "I'm merely curious, especially given the way that Savior looks at you." She elongated her tone, her gaze suggestively drifting toward the entrance, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing a prime cut of lamb. Just as Draco was about to retort, a commotion at the entrance caught his peripheral vision. He turned sharply. Harry Potter leaned against the gilded doorframe, his exquisitely tailored suit emphasizing his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Those emerald-like eyes pierced through the mingling crowd, locking onto Draco's, and as their gazes met, Harry licked his pointed canine with a possessive glint. Draco felt a shiver race down his spine, the skin beneath his clothing tingling with an involuntary response. Their eyes connected in the air, a slight smirk gracing Harry's lips, bearing an aggressive undertone. "It seems your observer has re-entered the fray," Pansy chuckled lightly. "Shall I assist in diverting him?" "Not necessary," Draco replied, taking another sip of champagne, leaving a glimmer of moisture on the rim. His gray-blue eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low and languid. "After all, who the true quarry is remains uncertain." The symposium dragged on, tedious and monotonous, until the intermission provided Harry with an opportunity to approach Draco. Casually, he strolled to the display table beside him, the cuff of his black suit revealing a hint of wrist as he raised his hand, his fingers brushing the edge of the table, stopping a mere 3 inches from Draco's elbow. "Revised bone water?" Harry drawled, reading the label with a teasing lilt. How unexpected, when did the Malfoy patriarch begin delving into therapeutic potions? Draco was disinclined to entertain such a foolish query. His gaze fixated on the swirling champagne in his glass, fingertips idly tracing the rim of the flute. He tilted his head slightly, platinum locks falling over his forehead, casting a shadow over his eyes as they slid from Harry's face to the open collar of his shirt, before nonchalantly averting. Potter, Draco drawled deliberately, his fingertips lightly tapping against the glass. Your tie is askew. His tone was as flat, as if discussing the weather. Harry froze momentarily, instinctively reaching to adjust it. Draco scoffed lightly. I was merely jesting. You haven't even tied it. Harry's fingers halted midair, yet a broader smile crept onto his lips. Deliberately, he hooked his index finger around the second button, slowly unfastening it under Draco's darkening gaze, exposing more skin to the light. Seems Malfoy is particularly attentive to my attire, Harry whispered, his voice dropping to a near breathless murmur. Draco found his gaze irresistibly drawn to the expanse of exposed skin, his throat constricting slightly, knuckles whitening around the stem of his glass.